I was a game dev, overworked and underpaid, until I blinked and woke up as Godwin, the living corpse city lord of Thane Dungeon. Problem was, Godwin was dying, his dungeon too easy, a veritable adventurer's daycare. No deaths meant no mental energy, and no energy meant oblivion. So, I did what any self-respecting gamer would do, I flipped the script. Taking inspiration from my favorite brutally hard games, I transformed Thane Dungeon into a nightmare labyrinth of lurking horrors, deceptive paths, and deadly traps. Skeletons play dead, minotaurs ambush from the ceiling, and packs of venomous hounds lie in wait. But it's not just about difficulty, I've sprinkled unique rewards throughout, tempting even the most seasoned adventurers. Will my machinations be enough to fuel my continued existence, or will I become another forgotten corpse in the dungeon I rule? Prepare to die, and maybe find some sweet loot along the way. The underground city is a magical place. Traps and monsters abound, a place most people wouldn't dare to set foot. But the treasures within? They hold wonders beyond imagination, lost ancient magic, legendary heroes' armor, swords honed to impossible sharpness, even a sealed vampire girl. It's no wonder adventurers the world over are obsessed with dungeons. Here I sit, in the dusty altar room of Thane Dungeon's deepest reaches, staring at my withered, wrinkled body. Just an hour ago, I was pulling overtime at a game company. The map designer quit, and I, knowing absolutely nothing about map design, was thrust into the role, tasked with cleaning up his mess. I closed my eyes for a moment at lunch, and the next thing I knew, I was here, in another world. Reincarnated as Godwin, the living corpse city lord of Thane Dungeon, with less than a month to live. It didn't take long, after absorbing Godwin's memories, to understand my predicament. His dungeon was, well, too easy. Other dungeons boast endless hordes, insidious traps, powerful elites, and the occasional treasure chest filled with, let's just say, disappointment. Godwin's? Pathetic, scattered monsters, obvious traps a child could spot, a straight path to the final boss, decorative elite monsters, and genuinely good treasure. The result? Thane Dungeon had become a newbie playground. A guaranteed win for even the greenest adventurer, a place to build confidence. Popular, sure, but a death sentence for me. See, there's this ongoing debate about dungeons. Where do the monsters and treasures come from? Defeated, looted, yet they reappear. The truth is, the city lord generates them using mental energy, drawn from the emotions and actions of others. The ambient energy isn't nearly enough, though. The real power comes from death, the explosive surge of mental energy released when an adventurer falls. The stronger the adventurer, the bigger the surge. And in Thane Dungeon? Nobody dies. Was this Godwin an idiot? I muttered, summoning a miniature model of the dungeon with my city lord's ring. One look and I was speechless. Godwin's design wasn't just bad, it was catastrophic. A straight shot to the boss, branching paths overflowing with treasure, weak monsters like slimes, minotaurs, and ghosts, valuable resources practically littering the ground. This wasn't a dungeon, it was a charity. This needs a complete overhaul. I declared. I'm no expert, but I've played my share of games. My favorites? The Dark Souls series, infamous for their intricate maps, brutal traps, and sanity-shattering monsters. I rubbed my city lord's ring. Thane Dungeon, remaining mental energy, 1806, daily operational cost, 78, available structures, abandoned villages, poison swamps, ancient ruins, underground mines, invisible bridges, available monsters, skeletons, minotaurs, slimes, rotting hounds, blood mosquitoes, ghosts, goblin packs, low-level snake men, frenzied zombies, dungeon micromodel, first, 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. Reduce the area, recycle the excess structures for energy. Gatekeeper elites between each floor. Limited mental energy means maximizing impact. I chose 13 rotting hounds, fast, aggressive, venomous, for the first gate. 3 in plain sight, 10 lurking in ambush. Let them think they're getting the jump on me, I chuckled, picturing the adventurer's surprise. 2 elite minotaurs guard the second gate, 1 hidden on the ceiling, ready to unleash an area of effect attack and enrage when its partner reaches half health, prioritizing magic users. I replaced the wandering monsters, adding goblin packs with buffing shamans. Deleted the minotaurs in favor of low-cost skeletons disguised as corpses, ready to spring to life. They'd play dead at low health, resurrecting minutes later. Ghosts became swarms of blood mosquitoes, inflicting anemia and disrupting vision. Surprisingly, my monster costs went down. Something still felt off, though. Then it hit me, this map isn't nearly devious enough. I transformed a mandatory passage on the upper floor into a poisonous swamp, a staple of any good Souls-like game. Thane Dungeon's once grand, explorable architecture was gone, replaced by a linear path with deceptive branching routes and dead ends. The atmosphere shifted from awe-inspiring to oppressive, dark, and foreboding. Abandoned villages and poisonous swamps dominated the upper level, scattered ruins and forests the middle, and underground mines the lower. Purely aesthetic choices, nothing symbolic. I added winding paths, hidden ambushes, mimic chests, teleportation traps. I was having fun. Traps were next, but I hit a snag, not enough mental energy. Even with my cost-cutting, I only had enough for 7 or 8 days. Remaining mental energy, 631, daily operational cost, 77, 7 days until my energy, and I, vanished. 2 or 3 deaths a day to stay afloat. I'm quite the energy-efficient city lord, I sighed, shelving the traps for now. Why, despite my frugality, was the daily cost barely lower? Because of the sheer number of monsters. And the rewards. I'd added unique, low-cost items not found in this world, weapons with special skills, enemy skulls, various mosses, forging stones. Lures, essentially. Once I had the energy, I'd add bigger prizes. Difficulty alone wasn't enough, there had to be incentive. The dull toll of a bell echoed through the dungeon. A new day, time to open. Countless aspiring adventurers, eager to test their mettle, would descend upon Thane Dungeon, seeking easy victories and valuable loot. What awaited them was malice from another world. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. P.S. There are rewards. Don't think I've forgotten human greed. I've added chain fetch, small sickle, and swift slash as rewards later on. Adventurer is a versatile profession. The upper limit can assist the brave to defeat the devil and create new legends. The lower limit can be as low as sneaking around, eating and drinking. With just 1 silver coin, anyone can buy an adventure certificate in the Adventurer Association and become the lowest level adventurer, such as an anonymous wanderer, a wanted criminal, an innocent country boy, an idle city gangster, and even on a new day, there was a bustling crowd at the entrance of Shan Dungeon. Everyone was blocking the portal, waiting for the opening of the dungeon. There are not a few people making a living here. In addition to the adventurers who fight monsters and collect materials inside, there are also small merchants and hawkers hawking on the outside, as well as a large number of miners organized by the nobles to enter the underground city to mine ore. Carefully it seems that there are more ordinary people than adventurers. Speaking of ores, Thane Underground City produces a unique red ore called blooding, which is an important raw material for a certain industry of the local lord. Every day, hundreds of miners affiliated with the lords enter the underground city to mine. These ores are more important than their lifeblood to the local lords, and they will not give up no matter what. It is incredible that the number of people in such an underground city can reach thousands at the peak time. This is it, the legendary easiest dungeon for beginners that even a mentally retarded person can clear in one life. At the entrance portal of Thane Dungeon, a vigorous girl waved her delicate arms. Her wavy blonde hair shone in the sun. Even wearing simple leather armor could not hide her aura. In short, this is an aristocratic lady who ran away from home. Who knows why she came to be an adventurer, probably because she had nothing to do. Please don't run so fast, Miss Hennessy. According to common sense, the retinues of noble ladies are either extremely beautiful or super handsome, and Feli belongs to the former. With a height of 1.8 meters, she has a pair of proud long legs, and her long sea blue hair is like jewelry. Unfortunately, her face is cold. His face was full of helplessness at the moment. We made an appointment to go home after conquering this dungeon. Madam will be worried, I know, Heinies responded casually, taking advantage of the fact that her bodyguard was not paying attention, and rushed into the portal in one swift step. Hey, wait! Feli stamped her foot angrily and hurried after him. She has been in teleportation since she was a child. Whether she passed through a teleportation gate or teleportation magic, she had to wait for a few seconds afterwards. Why is it so dark? Feli raised her head dizzily, and was stunned for a moment when she saw the scene in front of her clearly. It was a dilapidated village, bleak, desolate, and lightless. Scattered torches provided illumination, but they could only see a little clearly. The black and dry branches resembled ghost claws, waving at those who came with malicious intent. Feli felt a chill behind her. The intelligence clearly stated that Thane Underground City was a sunny complex of ancient buildings. Why is it now like a haunted house? You must have been deceived by an intelligence dealer, bastard. She clenched the curved sword in her hand and called out, Miss, where are you? Although it looks scary, since Thane Dungeon is called the simplest dungeon in history, it means that the appearance is just a showpiece and not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, Feli suddenly no longer felt afraid. She passed through the collapsed village gate and entered the interior of the village. Most of the houses had collapsed, making it impossible to even explore. At the end of the main road, a church stood there. "Miss?" No matter how Feli called, Haynes remained silent, which made her feel a little confused. There wasn't much of a gap between her and Haynes when they came in, so why couldn't they find each other? "Is it hidden in the church?" She came to the church at the end of the main road and pushed the door hard without pushing. Ah! At this moment, a piercing scream pierced the sky. Feli was shocked and rushed towards the source of the sound. "Miss, where are you? If you hear anything, call me back." There was silence, a gust of wind blew from nowhere, and a certain rusty door creaked and fell to the ground. The moment the door rang, Feli had already rushed to the broken house, but there was nothing here except an ordinary wooden treasure box in the center. "You can't be wrong. It smells like a lady here. She has been here before." She took off her hood, revealing a pair of furry animal ears. She twitched her nose a few times and locked the wooden box. Heinz had just touched this and she could smell it. Feli opened the wooden box, but teleportation trap triggered. Ha! A thick fog suddenly enveloped Feli, choking her and making her cough. When she opened her eyes, the scene in front of her was turned upside down. While he was in a trance, a warm little thing suddenly came into his arms. Miss? She smelled the smell carefully and confirmed that it was really Heine's. The latter looked at her with tearful eyes and sobbed, "I'm scared to death. Why are there traps in the treasure chest?" Feli sighed helplessly and rubbed Hennessy's head. "Don't run around next time and follow me closely." Yes, the noble lady nodded obediently, and then Feli observed her surroundings. They were teleported to a broken room underground. Outside the door were uneven rocks, blood-red ores could be seen everywhere, and even the rock formations above were covered with crystals. "It seems to be an underground mine or something like that." Feli took Heine's hand and walked out of the shabby house cautiously. Only then did she realize that this was a fairly open mine. The tunnels dug out were connected in all directions. After a quick glance, she had already seen no less than 5 tunnels. "This is troublesome. Which way can I go back?" Just when she was having a headache, several skeletons came over with pickaxes in their hands. She swung them casually, and a sword energy smashed the skeletons into pieces and scattered them all over the ground. "Feli is so powerful." Heine's eyes were full of stars. "Let's go this way first." Finally, Feli picked the largest mine by intuition, and the two walked in. A few minutes after they left, the skull on the ground had faint blue fire in its eyes, and its mouth opened wide, as if laughing silently. "Feli, look, there's a light spot over there." Heinesh pointed to a white light spot not far from the tunnel. In addition to being hidden in boxes, the treasures of the dungeon will also appear in scattered corners, and then they will emit light. Ordinary props are white, the rare ones are purple, and the most precious ones are gold. Therefore, the attraction of light spots to adventurers is no less than that of an old bachelor suddenly seeing a peerless beauty. A goblin squatted in front of the white light spot to dig the soil, with his back to the two of them, seemingly unaware. "Can I go?" Heinesh asked with her eyes. Feli considered it for a while and nodded. Heinesh drew out the dagger, tiptoed over, and wiped the goblin's neck with a clean and neat blow. "There is a flying knife in the light spot." Heinesh proudly showed the spoils. Although it was just an insignificant flying knife, it was her first time to get spoils in the dungeon, which was of great significance. Feli showed a doting smile, and just as she was about to speak, she caught a glimpse of something, and her face suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Come back quickly." "What?" Before Hennessy could react, she only heard laughter one after another. 1, 2, 3. 3 goblins suddenly jumped out from the corner. Wow, where did they come from? She killed 2 in panic, but her left arm was bitten by the remaining one. Feli hurriedly killed the goblin, took out a bottle of potion from her bag and sprinkled it on Hennessy's wound. The wound healed immediately after the potion touched it, and there was not even a scar left. "I was scared to death. Where are these ghosts hiding?" Hennessy kicked the goblin's body twice indignantly. These guys used the dim environment and irregular terrain to perfectly hide their short bodies and quietly ambush the enemy. They even used a companion as bait. To be honest, even Feli relaxed her guard when she saw the goblin with its back to her, and she didn't smell any other goblins. This dungeon is not right. Thinking of the previous teleportation trap, Feli also came back to her senses. What about the simplest way to get down to the city? Isn't this very insidious? Either she was deceived by everyone, or something strange happened in this dungeon. Let's go, be careful next time. This time she completely calmed down and could no longer underestimate the Shan dungeon. By the way, why are there so many concave holes on both sides of the tunnel? It looks like it can just fit 2 or 3 people. Pop. Just as she took the first step, she stepped on something, followed by a rumbling sound, and some mechanism was triggered. What? What happened? When she saw a huge iron ball rolling from the front of the tunnel, Highness was furious. Run! Philly grabbed Highness and ran back. They didn't go far in the tunnel, and they would definitely be able to leave smoothly. Crack, click. A strange collision sound. The next moment, Philly saw an unforgettable scene in her life. Dozens of pale skeleton ghosts held hands and formed an unbreakable defense line at the entrance of the tunnel. The leading skeleton monster was laughing wildly, and there was a scar on his ribs. It was Philly's sword energy. The skeleton monster that was broken up by her was resurrected. There are skeletons in front and iron balls behind. Henishi feels like she is going to die. Even if Philly can swing her sword to slash the skeletons, her speed will inevitably be slowed down. The iron balls behind her are getting faster and faster, so she suddenly realized that the depressions on both sides of the tunnel are useful. This way. She hurriedly pulled Henishi into the depression next to her. The next moment, the iron balls whizzed past and crushed the skeletons into pieces. The sweat on Philly's forehead kept falling down, and she couldn't stop breathing heavily. She was scared. The young lady in her arms was trembling all over. Suddenly she raised her head, stared at her with tears in her eyes, and whispered, "Pants are wet." Philly was speechless. After a long while, she calmed down the panicked Henishi, and the two walked out of the depression. But just a few steps forward, the sound of iron balls rolling came from above. "No way, are you coming again?" After a long time, the two finally appeared at the end of the tunnel. They all looked miserable, especially Highness, who seemed to be autistic. Finally out. Philly's eyes were filled with tears. God knows what she had just experienced. Every few steps, a new iron ball would roll over from the front. They had to hide in a new sunken hole without stopping. If they were a little slower, they would be crushed into meat paste. What's more, some sunken holes also have skeletons hiding in them for sneak attacks. What the hell is that? This is so insidious. This is not a place for novices. If it weren't for the fact that she was a mid-level swordsman, she would have been killed by the sneak attack. She swore that she would kill the guy who sold her false information as soon as she left the dungeon. After leaving the tunnel, the two came to an open area with only an iron door in front of them. After pushing it open, they found Cliff. Philly's face became very interesting. There was a staircase about 300 or 400 meters away from her, but there was a dark cliff under her feet. How could she get over it? It was impossible to get over it. Wait, Philly, there seems to be something here. Henish suddenly came from under her crotch, picked up a stone and threw it forward. Surprisingly, the stone did not fall down, but bounced a few times as if it hit the ground and hovered in the air. Invisible bridge. Philly reacted instantly. She kept testing with the things she could pick up, and finally confirmed that there was an invisible bridge about half a meter wide in front of her. The eldest lady is really amazing. She held Henesh's little hand, and the two moved carefully step by step on the bridge, not daring to take big steps at all. Facts proved that their decision was right, because the bridge turned several corners. After a long time, they finally walked halfway. I really hope to get out quickly. Henesh no longer wanted to explore the underground city. Philly smiled bitterly and touched her little head, comforting her. "Miss, after you go out, swoosh." With a short sound of breaking through the air, Philly dodged to the side, and a big arrow whizzed past her waist. This powerful impact, if it hits, can directly take her off the invisible bridge. Where did the arrow come from? Philly. A weak call made her lower her head, and then she opened her mouth wide. The short arrow pierced through Hina's heart, and the twisted arrowhead brought out a little bit of minced meat. She looked at Philly in confusion, stumbled, and fell straight off the invisible bridge. Philly's brain crashed for a while, and a big arrow followed closely, piercing her abdomen and nailing her to the bridge. Before the eyes fell into darkness, she finally saw where the hidden arrow came from. On the ceiling, two goblins whose skin was blended into the rock wall with paint sneered. The 88th and 89th, in the city lord's room, a crystal ball as big as a millstone floated in front of Gong Chiang, and dozens of pictures appeared on it, all of which were people entering the maze. When he saw Philly's corpse suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared, he couldn't help but smile. Everyone who enters the dungeon will carry a teleportation crystal with them, and teleport the body to the resurrection house to revive as soon as they die. That's great, now I can set traps without guilt. But resurrection is not without cost. If you resurrect multiple times in a short period of time, it will cause a state of loss of humanity, which will cause headaches and fever at the mildest, and confusion and loss of memory at the worst, and you must recuperate for a period of time before you can recover. It is said that if you resurrect too many times, terrible things will happen. On the first morning of the opening of the new Shan dungeon, the death toll reached an astonishing nearly 200, which is no less than the death rate of those popular dangerous dungeons. People who enter the Shan dungeon have all heard of the name of the simplest dungeon, but they don't know that it has changed. So Gong Qiaying relied on first sight kill to explode a wave of mental power. Shan dungeon, remaining mental power, 8436, mental power required for daily operation, 77, the mental power emitted by an ordinary person who stays in the maze for a full hour is about 1, and at least 50 mental power can be exploded when dying. The adventurer's mental power is higher, generally more than 70. Philly exploded about 130 when she died. It seems that her strength should be very strong. She could easily dodge the big arrow that attacked her. What a pity. Gong Qiaying also noticed that most of the people who died in the dungeon were ordinary people with pickaxes, probably coming for the ore that is a specialty of the Shan dungeon. There are many areas that need to be improved, no wonder the game needs internal testing before it goes online. He overlooked a very important factor when designing the dungeon. People in this world can use magic, and there are all kinds of strange races. The birdman with wings on his back easily jumped over the poisonous swamp he carefully prepared. The muscular man with a height of 5 or 6 meters kicked open the door that cannot be opened from this side with brute force, and the magician's holy light directly turned the skeleton monster into ashes. Games are games, and reality is reality. In the game, if you encounter a door that cannot be opened, you have to look for the key obediently, but in reality, you can kick the door violently. There are many areas to be improved, enough to make Gong Qiaying anxious, but the good thing is, do you want to spend 5,000 mental power to upgrade the City Lord's authority? Yes, you have obtained the second level City Lord authority, successfully unlocked authority, teleport, can leave the City Lord room and appear in any area of the dungeon at any time, successfully unlocked authority, mimicry, spend mental power to change your own appearance, and the combat power of the mimicry is determined by how much mental power you spend, continue to upgrade to unlock more permissions, available buildings and monsters can be updated. Gong Qiaying breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. Finally, I can leave this gloomy City Lord room. Because Godwin's race is a zombie, his IQ will wear out over time, and he will eventually become mentally handicapped. This also caused him to often forget to maintain the dungeon, and even the City Lord's authority was reduced to the minimum. Available monsters, updatable skeletons, minotaur, slime, rotten wild dogs, blood mosquitoes, ghosts, goblin groups, low-level snakemen, crazy zombies. Gong Qiaying stroked his chin. According to the memory of his predecessor, the types of monsters available in the dungeon depend on the City Lord's knowledge. The more monsters the City Lord has seen, the more types of monsters he can use. But just seeing them is not enough, you also need to have a very deep understanding of monsters, so every dungeon lord is a monster expert. As for why Godwin can use so few monsters, it can only be said that the characteristics of the zombie race harmed him. Update, Gong Qiaying said impatiently, he was very curious about what monsters he could update. His understanding of this world all came from Godwin's memory, so there shouldn't be too many new things. Update completed, new monsters, curse frog, giant curse frog, Gong Qiaying showed a surprised look. There shouldn't be such creatures as curse frog in this world. Why, new monsters, Black Knight, Silver Knight, Crucible Knight, Death Knight, new monsters, Will Skeleton, Giant Skeleton Ball, Self-Destructing Skeleton. New monsters, Thunder Wolf Dragon, Bubble Fox Dragon, Blue Bear Beast, Umbrella Bird, Great Thief Dragon. New monsters, Pikachu, Jengar, Haunter, Double Bullet Gas. New monsters, Demon King Musen, Upper Rank 1 Kokoshibo, Upper Rank 2 Doma, Upper Rank 3. New monsters, Pea Shooter, Potato Mine, Giant Ejection Shroom. New monsters. Gong Qiaying looked at a series of hundreds of update prompts and was stunned for a second or two. After a moment, he said to himself, what the hell is this? Is the style starting to go astray? The types of monsters available in the dungeon are determined by the City Lord's knowledge. But Gong Qiaying didn't expect that even the monsters in fantasy works on Earth could be restored. At a glance, they are all familiar works: Dark Soul, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Monster Hunter, The Elder Scrolls, Final Fantasy. There are even Plants vs. Zombies and Pokemon with unique styles. Not only game works, but also anime works such as Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, Zun, Red Eyes, Jujutsu Kaisen, One Punch Man and so on. This is an exclusive plugin that only I, as a time traveler, can have. After the initial excitement, he carefully checked and found that only a few monsters in each fantasy work were unlocked, and the remaining large number of monsters were displayed as an unlocked gray, and even the unlocking conditions were marked. Unlocking conditions for Hero Guda, Level 3 City Lord Authority. Unlocking conditions for Tiandi Huangtailong, Level 5 City Lord Authority. Unlocking conditions for Arceus. Gong Xieying checked and found that the spiritual power required to upgrade to the 3rd level City Lord Authority soared to 50,000, the 4th level required 500,000, and the 5th level was simply displayed as a series of question marks. There is a long way to go. After a deeper understanding, he was somewhat depressed to find that the positioning of many monsters overlapped and could not be used at all. For example, the native goblins in this world are almost identical to the Pokeblins in Zelda. Both of them are low IQ soldiers. The specific data is as follows: Goblin, mental power required per unit, 1, life, F, strength, E, intelligence, F, endurance, E+, speed, F, comprehensive combat power, F. The average data of normal adult humans is E. Pokeblins, mental power required per unit, 3, life, F, strength, E+, intelligence, G, endurance, F, speed, F, comprehensive combat power, F. When the comprehensive combat power is the same and the attributes are slightly different, the mental power required by the monsters in fantasy works is often more than twice that of the local monsters. Not cost-effective enough. After realizing that the monsters in fantasy works are more expensive, Gong Xieying's excitement was greatly weakened. I am still in the primitive accumulation stage, and every bit of mental power must be carefully calculated. Except for special circumstances, the monsters in the dungeon are still mainly local monsters. Available buildings have also been updated. There is no doubt that the buildings in fantasy works have also been refreshed. Gong Xieying saw his favorite Fran Fortress and Sick Village at a glance. He looked at the cost again and suddenly didn't like it so much. In addition, he can also use props from fantasy works as rewards for the Shan dungeon, but the mental power required is still unbearable. Perhaps when the mental power is sufficient in the future, adventurers will be able to pick up a cancelable straight sword, a red and white pokeball, or Johnny Silverhand's arm in the Shan dungeon. The divergent thinking ends here. Gong Xieying put his attention back on the crystal ball. In front of him was a notebook, recording the areas that needed improvement in real time. Time passed by minute until the moonlight fell on the earth. There were still 2 hours before the dungeon was closed. 2 hours later, the entrance to the dungeon was closed, and only exits were allowed. Adventurers stranded inside would be forcibly teleported out half an hour later. From midnight to 3 in the morning, this was the rest time God had given to the dungeon. Nearly 300 people died. This number was somewhat beyond his expectations, but on second thought, this was also the effect of first sight killing. In a few days, when the news that the Shan dungeon had undergone an abnormality and the difficulty had greatly increased spread, it was estimated that the flow of people would usher in a wave of reduction, just like the online game always has the highest flow during the opening period. And what Gong Xieying had to consider was how to keep the adventurers. If the difficulty was simply stacked, the mental strength would be greatly increased in a short period of time, but what he wanted was sustainable development and a long-term flow. We should consider increasing the rewards. Gong Xieying pondered for a while and sighed again. But the mental power is insufficient. Just repairing the destroyed buildings and traps, replenishing the dead monsters is a considerable expense. We also need to fill the loopholes, modify the map route, and increase the rewards. No, in the short term, we still have to focus on collecting mental power. A very helpless fact. Even if he found the problem, it cannot be changed in a short time. It would be great if thousands of people came to me to commit suicide. When he looked at the crystal ball again, his eyebrows suddenly raised, as if he saw something amazing. No way, someone is almost through? The crystal ball showed an elf girl with pointed ears, who was pulling up a longbow and shooting an arrow at the head of the Minotaur, and officially entered the underground mine in the lower level. This is the first adventurer who came to the lower level unscathed, at least on the surface, it seems unscathed. Except for her, those who came to the lower level all triggered the teleportation trap. You are very strong, but, Gong Xieying stared at the miniature model of the dungeon, I can't let you pass. As for the reason, it is because the final boss is himself. As the lord of the dungeon, Gong Xieying/Godwin shoulders the responsibility of accepting the challenge as the final boss. Once dead, it will consume a lot of mental energy to revive, at least thousands of times. If the mental energy is insufficient, it will die completely, and the position of city lord will be handed over to others. Why is the weak Godwin still the city lord? Someone should have killed him long ago. Because he hid the city lord's room very secretly. You must pass through 18 teleportation mechanisms in succession to get here, and you have to go through several unrelated decryptions. In fact, no one has ever found him. He made a fake final boss to accept the challenge. According to memory, all dungeon masters do this. In order to save money, Gong Qiaying deleted the teleportation mechanisms and left only 2. The fake boss only symbolically placed some skeleton monsters and blood mosquitoes, so the chance of being found was greatly increased. He almost remade a dungeon in one night. The workload was too heavy for a human to do. Negligence is inevitable. I didn't expect there were masters among the people. I didn't think it through. He pinched his eyebrows and selected from the available monsters. He had to kill the elf girl when she arrived at his door, but the mental power he spent could not exceed the amount needed to revive himself after being killed, otherwise he would lose money. When he saw a figure among the available monsters, he suddenly laughed. It's up to you, go ahead, Mr. Furnace. Furnace Knight, Axe Helmet, mental power required per unit, 800, life, C, strength, C+, intelligence, C, endurance, C, speed, C, comprehensive combat power, C, it's really unlucky. A team of dignified silver-level adventurers almost died in a dungeon with an ordinary rating. It's too embarrassing to tell anyone, Stellan complained as she skillfully cut off the Tauren's horn with an enchanted knife and stuffed it into her space backpack. As a noble pure-blood elf, she has been traveling for 50 years. She has become a silver-level adventurer with her superb archery skills. She is quite strong and can easily defeat 20 filly at the same time. Her team is called Morrowind. In addition to her, there is 1 silver-level player and 2 bronze-level players who are about to be promoted. The entire team's commission completion rate is over 80%. As a result, everyone was almost wiped out in Thane Dungeon. A bronze-level partner was pulled into the swamp by a skeleton monster and a rotting wild dog. When he was rescued, he had 2 negative buffs, poison and corruption. Although corresponding antidote potions have been prepared. The partner responsible for keeping the medicine opened an ordinary treasure box long ago, and the result, teleportation trap triggered. No one can be found now. Stellan's profession is an upper-level ranger, and her other silver-level partner's profession is an upper-level sword and shield warrior. Neither of them knows the healing arts. So I could only watch my friend get poisoned and die. The sword and shield master is a reckless man who gets easily fooled. Seeing his 2 companions rushing to the street in such a frustrating way, he suddenly turned on the violent mode and slashed all the way from the upper level to the middle level, killing the gods with God's block. But because of his anger, he lost his ability to observe. As he passed the cliff, he was hit by a big iron ball that suddenly rushed out from the corner, causing both of them to jump. The 2 died happily. Who would have thought that there would be an iron ball hidden there? Stellan kicked the door and opened the stairs leading to the lower area, the mine, with a bang. But she didn't enter the door. Instead, she threw a stone to test it to avoid a sneak attack from the enemy behind the door. It's not that she is naturally cautious, but this damn Thane dungeon forces her to be cautious. She encounters more pitfalls along the way than she has encountered in the past 10 years. Take monsters for example, those disguised as corpses, those hiding under swamps, those hanging from the ceiling, those with cats around corners, and those crawling by the suspension bridge. The level of insidiousness here is comparable to the difficulty rating. If the monsters are stronger, it will definitely be rated as difficult. Although the trap was insidious, Stellan found that this dungeon had a big flaw: the monsters were too weak. Skeleton monsters, goblins, rotten wild dogs, and blood mosquitoes are all low-level monsters. 2 or 3 strong farmers can take out one of them if they muster up the courage. Only the Tauren can see it through, but that's not the case. It's just a stronger low-level monster. There is no real elite monster. Even if she can rely on unexpected traps to trick people, if she is cautious, most of the traps will be useless. If you find a way out, go back quickly. Everything has been going wrong since you came here. Speaking of which, they had no other purpose in entering Thane Dungeon. They just came with a tourist mentality and wanted to see what the legendary simplest dungeon looked like. Looking at the results, my dear, this is not the simplest, but this is the most insidious. She could tell at a glance that something had changed here. The so-called mutation meant that the layout of the dungeon, the types of monsters, etc. had changed a lot. According to the records in the book, the dungeons of thousands of years ago experienced frequent mutations and changes every day, making exploration extremely difficult. But now, it has not changed for decades, so much so that quite a few dungeons have been mapped out. Thane Dungeon is the first dungeon to undergo changes in the past 30 years. If we can make a guide here, we will definitely make a lot of money. Stellan felt that she had discovered a business opportunity. I will take a few days to rest and come back. The first one to make a guide must be us. Continue forward, pass through the spiral staircase, kill the ghosts that sneak up from behind, avoid the boulders falling from the ceiling, and kill the disguised mimic. Finally, you come to an open mine full of blood-colored crystals. Stellan suddenly stopped. The blood-red sharp crystal clusters illuminated the entire mine in red. Although it was cool, it was not as cool as the person in front of her. It was a very tall knight with bronze armor all over his body. His axe-shaped helmet showed his majesty. The sword and shield in his hand looked like they had experienced wind and rain. The armor's patterns are complex and mysterious, and its meaning is unclear. At this moment, his back is facing Stellan. Judging from his stance, he is very strong. Activate the combat skill, Fighting Sense. Stellan's left eye lit up slightly, and she immediately noticed the opponent's soaring fighting spirit. Very strong, stronger than big, sword and shield, and I combined. Hello? After thinking about it, Stellan decided to say hello first. Because you can't see what the opponent looks like under the armor, and the aura doesn't feel like a monster, in case it's a friendly party. The Furnace Knight slowly turned around, and just when Stellan was about to say something, he suddenly rushed over. As expected, they are not friends. Stellan cursed, then jumped high into the air with a tap of her toes, bent her bow and knocked an arrow, and shot out nearly 10 arrows in an instant. The Crucible Knight raised his solid shield and blocked them one by one. No harm. No, raising a shield is too foul. In the city lord's room, Gong Qiaying crossed his hands and dragged his chin, staring intently at the battle scene from the crystal ball. Shield poke is invincible, but it's a pity that the equipment of the Forge Knight cannot be replaced. He was collecting combat data. The Clevel Forge Knight is the highest level soldier he can currently use. In addition, there are Black Knights, Silver Knights, etc. at the same level. At present, Flevel monsters only need single-digit mental power, a level requires double-digit, and level reaches 3-digit, but no more than 500. As for Clevel, there are 3-digit and 4-digit, and the span is quite large. He can't summon many. After inheriting Godwin's memory, Gong Qiaying also has the ability to observe the strength of others. If the analysis is correct, Stellan has at least one upper-level and middle-level profession. Everyone can have multiple professions, and the professional levels from low to high are low level, middle level, upper level, king level, holy level and legendary. The iron, copper, silver, gold and other levels of adventurers are divided only by the contribution obtained by completing the commission. Stella's strength is also a mainstay among adventurers, so Gong Qiaying wants to see how well the Forge Knight can fight her. After only 10 minutes of fighting, Stellan was already showing signs of fatigue. Ordinary arrows were ineffective against the armor and shield of the Crucible Knight. Only by using magic power to enchant the arrows and then shooting them with powerful combat skills could they penetrate the weaker parts of the armor. But this would greatly increase her physical consumption. The gaps in the Crucible Knight's armor were shot into hedgehogs, but his movements were still swift and fierce, and there was no sign of weakening at all. Stellan retreated to avoid the Crucible Knight's ground shock, but her arm was cut by the raised gravel. She was about to fight back, but a golden light flashed, and a pair of golden wings suddenly grew behind the Crucible Knight. Danger! The two words jumped into her mind, and she subconsciously rolled to the side. The next moment, the Crucible Knight swooped down. Even with the fastest dodge, Stellan's waist was still cut by the sharp wings. Healing potion, luckily I brought some. The swooping of the Crucible Knight widened the distance between the two, giving her a chance to drink the potion. Stellan quickly uncorked the cork and poured the red healing potion into her mouth, glancing at it casually. The Crucible Knight rushed towards her like crazy with red eyes as if he was stimulated. I just want to drink some potion, why are you doing this? When Stellan opened her eyes, she saw the familiar ceiling. Damn, it's the resurrection house. Hiss, how did I die? The bearded priest beside her shook his head, saying your companions are waiting for you outside, don't forget to pay the resurrection fee, and left. Stellan reluctantly got off the bed, and the memory before her death emerged in her mind. At that time, the Crucible Knight rushed over like crazy when he saw her drinking the medicine, which really scared her. She accidentally cut a big hole in her abdomen. Fortunately, she was a famous sports student representative in the Elf Forest 100 years ago, so she didn't die on the spot. Then she fought for several rounds and finally found a chance to escape. Just when she was about to run away, a blue creature that looked like a slime stepped on her shadow. Stellan is trying to escape. Wild Goran Wang appeared. Wild Goran Wang activated the characteristic, step on the shadow, stepped on Stellan's shadow. Stellan failed to escape. Granny, a Pokemon with endurance, has the ability to step on the shadow, preventing the enemy from escaping by stepping on the enemy's shadow. Required mental power per unit, 17, life, C, strength, F, intelligence, D, endurance, E, speed, E, comprehensive combat power, E. Then Stellan was cut in half by the chasing Furnace Knight. What on earth is that strange creature? Stellan was so angry that her teeth itched. She had never seen a creature like Granny, and she had never heard of any kind of magic that could interrupt escape by stepping on the shadow. And that brown knight, using combat skills and magic that I have never seen before, and the patterns on the armor are unclear. Where did they come from? She frowned deeply. The Forest of Elves, a kingdom established by elves, has a large elf library that claims to record thousands of years of history, and any ancient books can be found in it. She had read all the magic that still exists or has been lost, and she considered herself a magic expert. She had never seen the magic used by the Crucible Knight, such as turning the mouth into a frog's throat sac to spit out fire, and a golden tail like a dragon suddenly appeared behind her. This greatly stimulated her desire to explore. Getting out of bed and pushing the door, Stellan met two girls, one tall and one short. One of the girls, who was slightly shorter but had a noble temperament, shouted angrily, "I'm so angry, Philly, I must issue a reward when I get home. Whoever clears the Sin Dungeon first will give him 10,000 gold coins." The girl called Philly smiled and said, "It's good that you are willing to go home. 10,000 gold coins can attract top adventurers." Which young lady ran out to experience life again? The simple dress of heinous did not deceive Stellan's eyes. She just took a look and stopped paying attention. Walking to the hall, her companion sitting on the bench had already waved to her. Silver-level adventurer, upper-level swordsman Shoen, a big man with bulging muscles. Bronze-level adventurer, intermediate elemental magician Ali, a pure and innocent student who just graduated from the Mage Academy. Bronze-level adventurer, intermediate shadow walker Danya, has first-class lockpicking skills but occasionally fails. Stellan walked to her companions, clenched her fist and said, "Let's go and challenge the dungeon." "Wait," Shoen suddenly waved his hand and said, "The mayor of this city hopes that we can accept his commission. Do you want to take a look?" "Haha, Pokemon is so fun." Dong Qieying repeatedly watched Stellan's battle video, especially the horrified expression when Guren Wang blocked her retreat. "It's so delicious." Pika Pika, the Pikachu in his arms called twice, curled up and slept in his arms. "The Pokemon I can use now are not strong, so I can only make a fuss about their characteristics, but I don't have to use Pokemon. There are many types of monsters that can be used," and he summoned Guren Wang at that time just by chance. "The other party's characteristics are a bit useful." Dong dong. The distant bell sounded, and the dungeon finally came to rest time. The adventurers who were still staying here were cleared out by an irresistible force. The ferocious monsters stood there like they had lost their minds, motionless. The mechanism stopped working, the fire was extinguished, and the dungeon instantly returned to silence. Dong Qieying spread out the notes he made today, opened the dungeon micromodel, and prepared to improve the incomplete parts. The mortality rate in the upper layer is 47%, the middle layer is 17%, and the lower layer is 36%. Well, the mortality rate in the middle layer is the lowest, because many people encountered the teleportation trap in the upper layer and were teleported to the lower layer, and never went to the middle layer? But apart from that, he did spend the least effort on the middle layer. Abandoned village built on the poison pool? Very unique. Underground mine full of traps and mechanisms? Very unique. Dense forests and monsters hidden in the bushes? Boring. So how to make the middle layer unique became his goal. Shan Dungeon, remaining spiritual power, 3655, daily operation required spiritual power, 210, because a Furnace Knight was summoned, the daily operation required spiritual power doubled. The use of these spiritual powers is to automatically resurrect monsters, repair damaged buildings, reset traps, etc. The spiritual power required to resurrect each monster is 1/10 of their cost, which seems very cheap at first glance. But for some reason, even if they are not dead, they still have to spend this mental power, which makes Dong Qieying puzzled. So for cost effectiveness, I have to try my best to arrange monsters to die? Don't think about these things for now, the current goal is to perfect the trap. Dong Qieying opened the available buildings, and selected buildings such as Sick Village, Flan Fortress, Big Tree Hole, and Celia Crystal Tunnel, to view their microscopic models. Because there are so many buildings that can be used, he was dazzled. The buildings that can be used now are all some ordinary material buildings, such as fortresses built with solid boulders, fences made of ordinary wood, etc. As for those special material buildings, he has unlocked very few at present, and most of them have to wait until the authority is upgraded before they can be used. What is a special material? For example, the forging stone produced in the Celia crystal tunnel and the minerals that are only available in Elden Ring are counted in the special material buildings. All materials that do not exist in this world, or things that contain magic power, are all special materials, and the mental power required is much greater than that of ordinary materials. Gong Xieying could spend his mental power to simply and crudely transplant these buildings to his dungeon, but the disadvantages of doing so are very obvious. Because these maps are designed for undead people without knees. And the adventurers he has to face can not only jump but also fly, and they are also very good at destroying houses. Therefore, Gong Xieying decided to copy the design ideas of these maps, copy their general layout, copy their enemy distribution. But all the designs that do not conform to reality must be changed. Available buildings is very user-friendly, allowing Gong Xieying to disassemble a certain building in a certain map and use it separately, from as small as a torch, a table, to as large as a cliff, a suspension bridge, and a house, all can be disassembled and used. After a combination, the mental power spent is even less than directly copying the map. Copy, 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 I am the best copyist in the world. Gong Xieying's eyes glowed red, and the Pikachu in his arms trembled slightly. Map design for a game takes a lot of time, and it's not surprising that it can take a year or two. But Gong Xieying didn't have that much time, so he could only sew it up simply and roughly. After a while of brainstorming, the new Thane dungeon was released. The upper level combines France Fortress and Sick Village. After adventurers roll in the poisonous pool and light up the 3 flame altars, they can open the fortress and challenge the boss inside the twin gargoyles. Gargoyle, indigenous monster, spiritual power required for summoning, 120, life, C, strength, D+, intelligence, E, endurance, D, speed, D, overall combat power, D. If you succeed in the challenge, you can go down the stairs to the Sick Village, a dilapidated village built on a cliff. All the insidious designs that Gong Xieying could think of were gathered here, so that many of the traps in the middle and lower levels overlapped with those in the upper levels. He didn't stuff the boss in the whole Sick Village, but just put a few little surprises that were more important than the boss. The mortality rate in the upper levels is estimated to be around 50%. The middle layer combines Pokemon, Undead Town outside the city, and Big Tree Hole. It is centered on the Undead Town, where zombies and other enemies gather, and on the outside is a forest formed by towering giant trees. The forest is full of waist-high grass, and Pokemon will randomly pop out of it. There is still no money to build a boss here, so Gong Xieying arranged a super thick stone door that is probably impossible to crack through violence and placed it in the immortal town. The only way is to pass through many traps and obstacles, go to 2 places and defeat elite monsters to find 2 keys. To open the door. Behind the door is a big tree cave, a map with a height of 1,000 meters and intertwined branches of various colors. Adventurers have fun dancing on the intricate branches. If they are not careful, they will fall to death. Only those who can reach the bottom alive are qualified to challenge lower level. The lower level combines the underground map design of Souls games, such as the ruins of Little Lund, the various underground cemeteries and mines of Elden Circle, etc. It's a super hodgepodge. The final boss is of course the Furnace Knight, and the Clevel monster is the most powerful unit that Gong Xieying can currently use. After defeating the Crucible Knight, adventurers can return to the upper level through the portal and leave Thane Dungeon. Gong Xieying followed Godwin's example and built more than a dozen complicated decryption mechanisms in front of the hidden city lord's room. There were traps and monsters between each mechanism. The map design of the underworld made him feel sick. But in this way, at least your own safety can be guaranteed. There are also some rewards for each map, and he is confident that these rewards are unique to Thane Dungeon and will definitely attract adventurers. City Lord Panel Gong Xieying / Godwin, Health, E+, Strength, E, Intelligence, E+, Endurance, E, Speed, E, Overall Combat Power, E, can use mental power to upgrade. Gong Xieying stared at the panel for a long time, but in the end he did not use his mental power on himself. He can spend a lot of mental energy to modify the map in order to hide more monsters, but he will also not upgrade himself to save money. All in all, just spend your money where you are happy. It doesn't matter what my personal strength is, I also have the ability to mimic, the second-level City Lord authority unlocks the ability called mimicry. In addition to changing his appearance, voice, etc. at will, Gong Qiaying can also spend half of the mental power required for summoning to transform himself into a monster in available monsters. The price of summoning a Crucible Knight is 800, and it only costs 400 to turn him into a Crucible Knight. The disadvantage is that each transformation can only last for 24 hours. The remaining time after the transformation is released will be accumulated and can be used next time. That's it, it's impossible to do your best all at once. After making the final modifications, Gong Qiaying let out a sigh of relief and collapsed on the altar. His City Lord's room was empty, except for an altar without a statue of the god. I didn't know what it was used for. After groping for a long time, I found a small groove at the bottom of the altar with a somewhat familiar shape. Gong Qiaying thought about it and suddenly realized. The shape of this groove is exactly similar to the City Lord's ring. He inserted the ring into the groove and turned it, and a rumbling sound suddenly came from the altar. Insufficient permissions, the sound stopped. Gong Qiaying shook his head. It seemed that he still had to upgrade his Lord authority to unlock the secret of the altar. Teleportation, upper entrance, his figure blurred for a moment, and then appeared on the upper floor. In the dark environment, a fortress loomed in the forest in the distance. The poisonous swamp of dark green mixed with shit yellow under the feet was bubbling and emitting a stomach-churning stench. Anyone would lose their SAN value in this kind of environment, but not Gong Qiaying. He even laughed. This is much more impressive than the microscopic model. Being on a map that could only be seen in the game, Gong Qiaying had mixed feelings for a while, as if his dream had come true. He spent some time looking around the dungeon and found some problems. Sure enough, just looking at the miniature model was not enough. The cliff here is raised a little higher, and 2 more goblins are hidden below. Put a white light spot on the edge of the cliff to attract the undead. Phew, attract adventurers. Dong dong. The bell rang from nowhere, interrupting Gong Qiaying's thoughts. He reluctantly closed the building interface. Once the dungeon was officially opened, he could not make any changes to the terrain, but could only change the distribution of monsters. Look forward to today's income. Bead City, a city built next to the Shan Dungeon, brings together people who dream of adventurers. For a long time, the Shan Dungeon has given new adventurers a sense of accomplishment with its simple difficulty. Some people, when they are unable to challenge other dungeons due to insufficient strength, will turn to the Shan Dungeon to find comfort. Therefore, a group of people regard it as a spiritual haven. In this dangerous world, only the Shan Dungeon can bring them a sense of security. But this sense of security has disappeared. In the Adventurers Guild, the hall has become a mess. Wow, Mycen Dungeon, why did the mutation happen to it? Damn it, there will be no dungeons I can pass, so I can only go back to the countryside to farm. Apart from the wailing of some idiots, those capable adventurers are already recruiting teams. New mutations represent new opportunities. Information such as dungeon maps, monster types, mineral/medicinal materials types, etc. can all make money. What's more, the Adventurers Guild has issued tasks to all members, and commissioned people to investigate with large rewards. So, the guys who are confident in themselves are ready to go. But the smarter ones have already taken the teleportation crystal to explore the dungeon. For example, Jack, a bronze-level adventurer. Fortunately I brought a lot of cannon fodder. No matter how strong the trap is, I can force my way through it with human lives. This despicable guy used various means to find 9 partners, and he would sell out others without hesitation when he encountered traps and ambushes. With this sinister scheming, this thing opened the gate of the fortress, and even defeated the gargoyles in a dangerous way, becoming the first adventurer to come to the sick village. As there was no more cannon fodder around him, he planned to stop here. I have memorized the map of this area, and I know the types of monsters very well. I will definitely make a lot of money if I sell this information, even if I am beaten by those 9 cannon fodders. If someone is willing to hire me to explore together, I can also point out the location of the trap, but the price is, Before returning to the original route, he carefully searched the interior of the fortress again. Unfortunately, it was large and empty, with nothing inside, as if it was specially made for the 2 gargoyles to be the boss battlefield. However, Jack luckily found a treasure chest hidden in the corner, and he opened the box quickly with excitement. It was a purple light spot representing treasure, and he was stunned when he picked it up and looked at it. Is this a great sword? It was just a great sword with no special features in appearance. Apart from the heavy feel, Jack didn't feel anything else. His face suddenly became ugly. I spent a lot of time to get a great sword. This reward is too stingy. Forget it. It looks like the forging process is okay. I should be able to make some money if I sell it. But something strange happened. When he held the hilt of the great sword with both hands, Jack had a strange feeling in his mind. Then, he raised the great sword and chopped it down fiercely. With the help of this force, his body jumped high and rolled, and chopped it down again with a force far beyond his own. The ground shook, leaving deep marks. What did you do? Jack was stunned for a long time, staring at the great sword blankly. I did this. Is this the power of combat skills? Combat skills are a kind of technology learned by warriors after thousands of trials. Even the simplest combat skills require learners to spend a lot of time practicing, and also require a certain understanding talent, which leads to only a few people who can use combat skills. An adventurer like Jack, who is at the bottom of the society, has neither the talent to learn combat skills nor the perseverance to practice persistently. All he knows is a lock-picking and barely passable stealth skills. Even though he had given up on himself a long time ago, he always yearned to be able to use combat skills like the strong and kill the enemy happily. And at the moment when he held the great sword, the combat skill knowledge called Lion Slash immediately appeared in his mind, and with a thought, he actually used it. This great sword can allow the owner to use combat skills. No need to practice. No need for talent. All you need is a pair of hands that can hold a sword. Thinking of this, Jack was so excited that his whole body trembled. Baby, I've never heard of a weapon with combat skills. Now I'm rich. All his reactions were seen by Gong Qiaying. He used the crystal ball to monitor the dungeon and showed a planner smile. The bet was right. Weapons with built-in combat skills are indeed rare in this world. Then it's obvious what to do next. When the news that Shan Dungeon produces weapons with built-in combat skills spreads, there will be no worries about no one coming. The realization of mental freedom is just around the corner. Great sword, combat skill, Lion Slash, rating, E, mental power required per unit, 10, bed city, suburbs. Covering his face with a hood, the sneaky Jack walked through the dense woods carrying a sword that was tightly covered by a strip of cloth. What is he going to do? A seemingly deserted watchtower, this was his destination. Jack knocked on the wooden door rhythmically, and with a creak, the door opened, revealing a dusty and desolate scene inside. But when he pressed a certain mechanism on the fireplace, the stone floor opened automatically, revealing a tunnel leading underground. After passing through the tunnel, a vast secret base appeared. It turns out that this is a gathering place for black marketeers. Those shady things that are strictly prohibited from being sold in Bead City are circulated here. As a stalker with good stealth skills, Jack could only sell the trophies he obtained through petty theft on the black market, so he naturally joined a small group of black market dealers. I want to see the boss, great news. Soon, Jack was taken to the deepest secret room. A fat man with a big belly sat opposite him. His face was full of scars, and his face was very scary. His small eyes shone with shrewdness. Sekman, the oldest and most powerful black marketeer near Bed City, others call him the boss. Jack did not gossip. He just put the big sword in front of Sekman and said mysteriously, I found it in Thane Dungeon. I asked your men to pick it up and try it. What's the matter? It's so mysterious. What good stuff can you, an old guy, come up with? It looks like an ordinary sword. Sekman showed a disdainful expression and held the sword casually. This is it. After a while, the secret room was packed with people, and everyone gathered around the appraiser, nervously waiting for the appraisal results. What a magical weapon, the appraiser reluctantly put down the sword. I have lived for so many years, and I have never seen a weapon that can give the user combat skills. It hasn't happened in history? Sekman asked. The appraiser shook his head, then nodded again, maybe. Only the legendary artifact can do it, artifact. Everyone's breathing slowed down a beat, and they looked at each other, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Sekman slammed the table, his fat body trembling with laughter. Damn it, we're going to get rich this time. Get rich! Old Jack, you did a good job, you did a great job. Jack, who became the focus of the crowd, felt for the first time what it means to be in the spotlight. He immediately raised his hands in the air and shouted excitedly, everyone, hurry up and organize a team. I will lead the way. It's finally our turn to make a fortune. Over the years, they have been cheating, robbing, stealing, and hiding from urban management together, which has created a different kind of family. Affection between these black marketeers, a kind of sympathy and affection that is closer than real relatives. If there is an opportunity to make big money, everyone should make it together. Everyone takes the risk together. Jack and the others have become the first group to discover the value of Thane Dungeon. Before others discover these values, they must swarm into the underground city and save all the money they can spend for their retirement and happiness in the rest of their lives. In addition to the excited black marketeers, some regular people are also investigating the Thane underground city. Finally, check the equipment, we are about to enter the dungeon, Stellan shouted to the team of several people behind her. Do you think this group of people can do it? None of them look like they have ever been in a dungeon, Sword and Shield Master Shoen asked in a low voice. The other companions also looked worried. Stellan spread her hands and said helplessly, after all, it is the entrustment of Lord Bede. Please take care of them and try not to let them die too early. I have emphasized to them that Thane Dungeon has become dangerous, but these people think it's no big deal and insist on following them. What can I do? After a whole day of fermentation yesterday, the news of the horrific changes that occurred in Thane Underground City spread like wildfire and spread throughout Bede City, causing an uproar. Many adventurers who wanted to challenge this place gave up, but more people were inspired to fight, because the ultimate goal of this business is adventure. Earl Bede, who rules Bede City, makes a lot of money by relying on the endless stream of new adventurers. In addition to making money from adventurers, the Bede family developed a potion named Blood Healing Potion, which is very competitive in the market due to its unique efficacy and relatively low price. The main ingredient for making Blood Healing Potion is a unique specialty of Thane Dungeon, a red or called blood ing. Every day, hundreds of miners belonging to the Bede family enter the underground city to mine blood heroes. But yesterday's change really caught them off guard. All the miners who entered the underground city were wiped out, and the blood hero output for the whole day was 0. This is not possible. The blood therapy potion is the lifeblood of the Bede family, so we must not give up. Therefore, Earl Bede entrusted a team of silver-level adventurers that could be found nearby, asking them to lead their own or experts to re-explore the Thane Dungeon. Check to see if there are any changes in the blood hero production, quality, and distribution area in the dungeon after the mutation. A total of 4 silver-level adventurer teams accepted the commission, and each team had 10 people including or experts. This was the limit of the number of people who could enter the portal at one time. Dungeons have a very magical mechanism, only 10 people at most can explore together, so, what should other people do? The answer is that other people can also explore normally, exploring the same but slightly different dungeons. In short, the Sin dungeons explored by each person are different small worlds, and there is no difference between each small world. The only difference is that the explorers are different. These worlds do not interfere with each other. The rewards picked up and the monsters killed can be restored after waiting for a day of CD after exiting. If you regard the dungeon as a copy of an online game, it is easy to understand. The dungeon portal can automatically identify who are teammates and who are not, and rarely enters someone else's world by mistake. The OR experts protected by other teams are polite and don't cause trouble. Why did we meet them? Stellan looked back at the experts who were so cheerful that they seemed to be on a picnic, and couldn't help shaking her head. These people are not experts at all, they are clearly young men on vacation. I saw the eldest and second sons of Count Bed in it. This exploration will probably not be too comfortable. Let's go. Put away the wine bottles. I told you not to bring anything with a strong odor. The tall and strong Shoen shouted, and the people behind him reluctantly put down their wine bottles. Stellan saw it and couldn't help sighing in her heart. Follow me closely, don't get separated. Stella took the lead and walked into the portal first, and the rest of the people hurried to follow. When the last person walked in, he bumped into the backpack of the person in front of him and complained, "What's going on? Why don't the people in front move?" "I don't know, the leader seems to be stunned." These country bumpkin adventurers like to be startled. At the front of the team, Stellan stared blankly at the scene in front of her, opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, and her body trembled slightly. Shoen, who was traveling with her, said the words stuck in her throat for her, "Why the hell has this place changed again?" Changed again. In just one night, another change occurred in Thane Dungeon. This frequency of changes is unheard of. A bad premonition appeared in Stellan's heart. She wanted to turn around and leave immediately, stay away from this evil dungeon, and never come here again forever. But no. They accepted the commission from the city lord, and if they walked away now, it would be a devastating blow to their team's reputation. At least half of the team must die to let the city lord realize the seriousness of the situation. Stellan glanced at Shoen, who immediately understood and nodded in agreement. "Why aren't you leaving? This place absolutely stinks." A well-dressed young man came forward, covering his nose with a handkerchief, and kept complaining. Please, Mr. Wilder can leave if he wants to. Wilder, the second son of Earl Bede, has basically no force value. The only commendable thing is that he is very talented in identifying ores, and he is not inferior to senior experts. That's not possible. I have made an appointment with my girls to go back with the spoils of war. Wilder showed a brave and fearless look, but when he saw his exquisite boots soaked in the swamp, his expression became very exciting again. Okay, Wilder, stop complaining. You asked to come here. A tall, strong man with a physique not inferior to that of Xion held down Wilder's shoulders. The latter suddenly became weak and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Sharon. Sharon clapped his hands and said to Stellan with a bright smile, This journey depends on you, beautiful lady. If there is any danger, please give priority to protecting the experts behind me. I have the upper-level strength and can protect myself. Sharon, the eldest son of Earl Bede, can almost be identified as the future patriarch of the Bede family. Compared with the family's business tradition, he prefers force. It is said that he once joined the team of gold-level adventurers, but because of his strength could not keep up and he was forced to quit the team. The composition of this team, in addition to Stellan's 4-person team and the 2 young masters of the Bede family, the rest is composed of ore experts, map experts, drug experts and other people from all walks of life, in order to quickly discover the value of Thane Dungeon after the change. I hope you'd better be careful, Stellan murmured, and said to the magician Ellie and the team, use the intermediate poison resistance magic on us. The swamp here is highly poisonous. Well, Ellie, who has already had experience, used magic skillfully, but buffing 10 people at once was a real test for her physical strength. Stellan pointed to the distance, where there was a dark fortress standing deep in the swamp. Go towards that building. As a result, Xion, the strongest, took the lead. Danya, who could briefly sneak into the shadows, served as a scout in the front, and the magicians Ailey and Stellan came in the rear, forming a formation to protect the experts in the middle. The muddy swamp made movement very inconvenient. Everyone's movement speed was slowed down by at least half, and they had to be careful not to step into deep pits from time to time. With each step, everyone could hear the squeaking sound of their shoes in the slippery and thick swamp. When they lifted their feet, not only splashes of muddy water were thrown out, but also all kinds of disgusting unknown objects were released. And dirty, squirming maggots. Every step was a severe test for everyone's spirit. In just this moment, several people in the team had already vomited. This is also Gong Chieying's work, using extremely disgusting scenes to stimulate the adventurers' senses, causing them to have great psychological fluctuations, and increasing the total amount of spiritual power released. Even with anti-poison magic, the toxins in the swamp are still slowly accumulating, and you have to take a sip of antidote potion from time to time, which is the ultimate torture. But the biggest reason slowing down the action is not the swamp, but the Stellan squad. There are no monsters ambushing you within 50 meters ahead, so proceed with confidence. There are no goblins hiding in the trees. Who's going to investigate that boulder? Hey, there's no sneak attack from such a good location. It's strange. Stellan and others have perfectly proved what is meant by once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Every time you take a step forward, you have to look to your left and right, for fear that monsters will suddenly come out. Whenever you see rocks, trees and other things that can block your view, you feel like you are facing a formidable enemy, so you have to check carefully. There is no way. The experience during the last exploration was too painful. But the development of things was contrary to their approach. Along the way, the monsters rushed over openly and were simply beaten to death. None of them knew how to conduct a sneak attack, which was completely different from their previous behavior pattern. Therefore, some experts are naturally dissatisfied with their suspicious operations. At your speed, I'm afraid you won't be able to explore even half of the exploration today, so why can't you hurry up? Wilder said with a bad look, you have to at least let me see the blood today, or any kind of war will do. Don't you? You can't even fulfill this request, right? It's really dangerous here. Last time we came here Ellie tried to explain. That's why I hired you. Your job is to eliminate dangers. What's wrong with me asking you to work more efficiently? You were nervous for a long time and the monsters rushed over like fools. Isn't this a waste of time? Come on, the classic layman guiding the expert. Stellan glanced at him and said, Mr. Wilder, you can take the lead and walk as fast as you want. She doesn't need much respect for this second generation of nobles, because the money for the entrustment was paid by Earl Bede. Ha, do you think I'm stupid? I'm not going to the front, Wilder chuckled, walked directly to the end of the line, stood side by side with Stellan, and looked at her triumphantly. This is the safest place, ahoo. The next second, mud spewed out, and a skeleton monster covered in filth suddenly jumped out of the swamp and took Wilder into his arms. Not only was the poisonous filth rubbed all over him, but a lot of it got into his mouth. Maggots dancing in ecstasy were covered in his delicately styled brown hair, burrowing happily in and out of it. Wow, save me! Wilder screamed. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the skull of the skeleton monster. Shoen swung his sword and smashed the skeleton into pieces. Fuck, shit. Wilder gasped, glaring at the adventurers, did you do this on purpose? Sorry, I was remiss, the honest-looking Shoen apologized sincerely, I didn't expect there would be monsters hiding inside. Don't think that I will trust you just because you look as honest as a potato. Wilder's hair almost stood up in anger, but Sharon patted him on the head. Stop making trouble, brother, it's you who is dragging down the schedule now, but if you make trouble again, don't blame me. Go back and tell your father. Wilder froze for a moment, spat angrily after a moment, and silently returned to the middle of the team. Please forgive me, this child has been spoiled since childhood. Sharon spread his hands. Stellan nodded, but didn't say anything. Sharon seemed to think that the sneak attack skeleton monster was deliberately left behind to silence Wilder. Actually, I didn't realize there was a monster hiding here, so shameful. Stellan blushed secretly, but fortunately it was dark here and no one cared. I picked this thing up from the skull. Suddenly, the fat map expert suddenly took out a dirty piece of cloth. It says, if you want to enter the fortress, you must light 3 beacons. Let me take a look. Stellan took it and took a look. There is a map on it. This painting is too abstract. Who can understand it? I can, the map expert raised his hand. Real or false? Stellan was shocked. The map expert pointed to the abstract map on the cloth. Look, this place is the way we came in. These uneven boulders are very conspicuous. The irregular patterns here should refer to the small hill not far away. The Black Hohu's place is probably a fortress. He talked without stopping. No, you are indeed an expert. Ellie was stunned. Ha, this is the strength of the people my family invited. Wilder returned to his arrogant look. After some discussion, everyone followed the map expert's guidance, walked through the muddy swamp, and came to a raised highland. A dark beacon tower stood at the top, and a winding road around the high ground led there. I'll go up first, Shoen raised his shield. The road was very narrow. If he wanted to go up, he could only maintain a long snake formation. Sure enough, when he had only taken a few steps, a spear pierced the shield with a bang, causing sparks to fly. Shoen grabbed the spear with his backhand and yanked it. Taking advantage of the sneak attacker being dragged over, he slashed with the kung fu sword in a panic, and screams pierced the sky. After taking a closer look, it turned out to be a large goblin. This monster is larger than ordinary goblins, and its limbs are closer to humans, so its combat effectiveness is increased in all aspects. Large goblin, spear, mental power required per unit, 10, health, E, strength, E+, intelligence, F+, endurance, D, speed, E, overall combat power, E. At the moment when the large goblin was killed, 2 more spears were stabbed from the front and top of him respectively. Several bunches of grass attached to the rock wall shook slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a short tree composed of 4 vines sprang out. Monster! Crawley, mental power required per unit, 6, health, F, strength, F+, intelligence, F+, endurance, F, speed, E, overall combat power, F+, low-level fireball technique. The scorching fireball killed the monster in time, and the arrow that followed pierced the goblin's head. Shoen rushed up to the high ground, and Danya suddenly appeared from nowhere and jumped on his shoulder. After a burst of fighting, the high ground returned to calm. Immediately, orange flames rose and thick smoke floated into the sky. Well done. Stellan couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, she had a strange feeling, as if she was being watched by some evil entity. Turning her head suddenly, she found the source. Not far away, a pair of huge eyeballs emerged from the swamp, staring at her eerily. It was a monster she had never seen before, so she would not understand its horror. Curse frog, mental power required per unit, 25, life, E, strength, E, intelligence, E, endurance, E, speed, D, overall combat power, E. The overall combat power is low, but it does not mean that the curse frog is weak. Chapter 10. It's too late to mourn. The next person to appear is the moment Stellan met the curse frog's eyes. Goosebumps arose on her skin. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network. Circled M. The Sixth Sense is strongly warning you to stay away from that strange creature. She unequivocally shot 2 arrows through the big eyes of the cursed frog. The latter screamed strangely and sank into the swamp, and then bright red blood floated on the water. He should be dead, right? Based on her years of experience in hunting monsters, Stellan speculated that those big eyes were the cursed frog's weakness. What's going on down there? Shoen stuck his head out. It's just a monster, Stellan asked. Is there any trophy? The monster exploded these things. Look at it. As he spoke, Shoen dropped a cowhide bag and opened it to see that it contained several moss balls of different colors. The monsters in the dungeon have a special feature. When they die, they have a chance to explode into light spots, which are props. This feature is not possessed by outside monsters. What's the use of this? Stellan looked at the moss ball. There were red, purple, green, and all kinds of colors. Let me take a look. The drug expert pushed up his glasses, put on his gloves and picked up a purple moss ball. After some professional identification, his eyes showed surprise. Seeing this, Wilder asked, "How is it? What is the effect?" Once new high-value materials appear in Thane Dungeon, his family can immediately organize manpower to collect them. The Bede family obviously regarded this place as their own back garden. It has a very powerful detoxification effect. The drug expert's eyes wandered between the moss ball and the swamp. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, picked up a pile of dirty muddy water, and stuffed it into his mouth. Holy shit! The people around him were shocked by this abstract behavior. The toxicity of the swamp was not concealed. The drug expert's face quickly turned the color of pig liver, and blood was pouring out from his orifices. Trembling, he put the moss ball into his mouth and chewed it, and a miracle happened. His appearance improved rapidly, and he was back to his original state in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the bloodstains still remaining on his face, no one would have believed that he had been poisoned just now. The detoxification effect is comparable to the advanced holy light therapy. The drug expert became excited. It's very valuable, very valuable. This is a new discovery. Wilder clenched his fists instantly, his surprise was palpable, and when he looked back at Sharon, a smile appeared on his lips. Moss balls of different colors have different effects. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. The drug expert babbled about studying the moss balls of other colors, and finally said to himself, "It's not a bad trip to come down here. What kind of monster exploded?" Stellan poked Shoen. "It's those humanoid monsters made up of weeds and vines. The explosion rate is quite high. Each one can produce 1 or 2. The morale of the team soared. Sharon pulled the drug expert aside and didn't know what he was talking about. Wilder wanted to brag to the women after going back, and the adventurers they are painting. If you record the newly discovered monsters and hand them over to the Adventurers Guild, you can get a hefty reward. By the way, I just saw a monster over there that I haven't seen before." Stellan thought of the cursed frog. "Let me take a look." Danya volunteered and ran over. After a while of rubbing in the swamp, she found the cursed frog that Stellan had shot to death. He had never seen such a monster before. It was almost the same size as a human being, with 2 big round eyes on its head. It was scary to look at. "It's really a monster I've never seen before." "Hey, its eyes!" Danya was stunned for a moment, because the cursed frog was staring directly at him. There was actually a pair of small eyes underneath the pair of big eyeballs. The cursed frog's eyes emitted an evil light, and its mouth suddenly opened wide. Wow! A thick black mist hid Danya in the blink of an eye, shrouding his entire body. "Danya!" Stellan and others were startled. Shoen rushed into the fog to save people, and Ellie also sang wind magic to disperse the black fog. Ahem, cough, I'm fine. The black fog dissipated, and Danya could not stop coughing. The dagger in his hand was deeply inserted into the head of the cursed frog. Obviously, this monster could not die anymore. I was shocked. Fortunately, this thing is ridiculously weak, and the black mist seems to only be able to block my sight. Why are you looking at me? Is there anything strange about me? There is something on you. Ailey pointed at him, her face turned pale. Is there something? Danya looked down and saw something dark under the skin squirming, ah! He screamed, and the next second, a tree appeared. A tree twisted from black thorns. He was stuck in the air by the thorns growing out of his abdomen, struggling and wailing, as large swaths of maggots emerged from his body, hatching into flies in an instant, making a buzzing sound. When Shoen cut off the thorns and rescued Danya, he had already expired, and the teleportation crystal on his body sent him back to the resurrection house in a flash. What the hell is going on? Wilder was so frightened that he backed away. I don't even know how I died. Shoen, your hand! Stellan suddenly shouted, seeing that thorn branches had grown out of Shoan's arm that had previously held Danya, but neither the growth speed nor the size could match Danya's. Shoan made a prompt decision and chopped off his left arm with a knife. He lost his body and the thorns on his arm stopped growing. At this time, everyone realized that the problem was with the cursed frog, and they all moved away from its body. But there was no time to mourn for Danya, and the next thing to appear was the cursed frog group. When the densely packed big eyeballs emerged from the swamp, everyone was numb. Wilder's teeth were trembling, and it took a long time before he shouted, "Run!" This sound was like the gunshot of the start of the race. Both the adventurers and the cursed frogs took steps and staged a life-and-death race. And some unlucky people suffered. Sanasi! Several Gorons suddenly jumped out with shouts. The two people were unable to dodge and were stepped on by their shadows. They could not escape and were surrounded by the cursed frogs. With a few puffs, 2 more thorn trees grew out. "It's this thing again." Stellan's eyelids twitched wildly, and she recognized Gorons at a glance. It was this slime-like monster that caused her tragic death at the hands of the Furnace Knight. Now that the enemies have met, they naturally want to. Stella ran faster. Of course, in the spirit of the contract, she still ran behind a group of experts, and from time to time she and Ellie blocked the cursed frog group. Melee professions like Shoan dared not get close to the cursed frogs at all, and being sprayed by the black mist would be fatal. Everyone run faster, get rid of them. Contrary to expectations, the hatred of the cursed frog group was particularly far-reaching, chasing after the adventurers. As the noise became louder and louder, some other monsters were also attracted. Goblins holding various weapons, large groups of skeleton monsters, strawmen that suddenly rushed out, giant crows hovering in the sky. And more cursed frogs. Stellan and her group were escaping. It turns out that stacking monsters is the most efficient method. Gong Xiang, who was monitoring everything, smiled happily. At this time, the performance of another group of people caught his attention. "Wow, isn't this the lucky guy who took the great sword? He's back so soon." In the picture, Jack led a group of people to carefully avoid the monsters, lit the beacon at a fairly fast speed, and the gate of the fortress slowly opened. With a guide, it's faster to do the questions. "We have to give him some strength," Mia Chiang muttered to himself, browsing the monster interface. "I really want to comment, it's so painful to play alone." Jack never thought that one day he would become the backbone of the team. Under his leadership, this advanced team composed of black marketeers actually lit up the beacon smoothly. There were almost no mistakes in the process, and only 2 people have died so far. "That's great, Jack. We never would have gotten here without you." Standing at the gate of the fortress, the black marketeers clapped their hands and congratulated each one. Search TWKAN on Google. As long as you don't go in, the boss battle with the 2 gargoyles will not be triggered. These guys have understood the rules. Hey, I'm really embarrassed." Jack blushed and scratched his head shyly. "How about it, guys? Have you remembered the route? Do we have to go back the way we came?" An older black marketeer pondered for a moment and said, "The original plan was for you to familiarize us with the route, and then we would each lead our own teams to explore. It was assumed that 2 or 3 people would be considered successful if they made it here alive, but now..." Another person continued, "Now there are 8 of us, and our strength is not bad. Do you want to explore in depth and give it a try?" Most of the people in the team were echoing, with greed in their eyes. "Are you serious?" The corner of Jack's mouth twitched. "You have seen how dangerous it is along the way. If I hadn't known the route in advance, 800 lives wouldn't have been enough for us to die." He thought of the skeleton monsters lurking in the swamps, the cursed frogs that pounced at any time, and the strawmen disguised as bushes. But he skillfully avoided these monsters and never encountered them, which led to the black marketeers having unrealistic ideas. One person said disdainfully, "Even if you can push me here when we first meet, doesn't it just mean that this dungeon is not scary at all, right?" Don't say that. Jack has always been very lucky. Being here is all due to luck." Jack was struck by the disdain in their words. This kind of contempt is purely natural, without any malice, as natural as eating and drinking. Therefore, the damage to Jack is doubled. It turns out he is not the Backbone brothers. "Come in, there are only 2 gargoyles inside." The black marketeers took out their weapons and rushed into the fortress eagerly. They no longer needed Jack's guidance. Jack took out the dagger, hesitated at the door for a long time, finally sighed, turned around and waited for the victory of his friends. Out of sight, out of mind. "Aha, the monster is over there. It is indeed the most rubbish kind of gargoyle. I'm here to contain him. Where is the mage? Hurry up and curse him. I'm hurt, I'm hurt." Woohoo, I smashed its arm and killed it while it was sick. One last blow, watch me smash its head. Along with the cheers, Jack knew that his friends had won. Even though he was sad, he still put on a smile and prepared to daddy. Inside the fortress, a black marketeer was bandaging his wounds. At his feet was the broken corpse of a gargoyle. This kind of gargoyle has an ordinary rock body and is considered weak among its species. It is usually used as a mob in dungeons. I didn't expect to be so weak. I'm really going to make a lot of money, he. He had already begun to imagine the future of using the resources of the dungeon to get rich. I said, do you want to kill old Jack? He suddenly whispered, this old guy is no longer useful, and he might leak the secrets here. How about we? He gestured like a beheading, and the people nearby smiled knowingly. Family, this is the family relationship between us black marketeers. Jack, come here for a moment, what's wrong, brothers? Jack walked into the room doubtfully. As soon as he got closer, he heard a squeak sound, a white light flashed in front of him, and blood blossomed. He stared blankly at the wound on his chest, and then at the laughing black marketeers, and suddenly understood something in his head. You. Jack suddenly felt dizzy and couldn't help but fell to the ground. The wound on his chest was bleeding all over the floor, and the black marketeers even took away his teleportation crystal. In this way, his body after death could not be resurrected. Life was passing by rapidly, and Jack no longer even felt sad anymore. He only felt sincere and sincere. He will be 50 years old next year. Among adventurers, he is an old guy who should have retired long ago. The reason why he is still active on the front line cannot even be explained by himself. Maybe it is because he does not want to give up the feeling of adventure? After spending half a lifetime as an adventurer, who can adapt to the boring life after retirement? So he tried his best and his health failed? Then I will invite other adventurers to form a team. Even if I am deceived and abducted, I still want to continue the adventure. Don't have enough money? It's a good idea to go to the black market and sell some contraband. You will be punished in the end. Jack laughed at himself. At this time, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the corpse of the monster on the ground. The gargoyle was beaten to pieces and looked quite miserable. Wait, why is there only one gargoyle? When the black marketeers were thinking about the future, a dark shadow suddenly enveloped the light. Ha! The black marketeer looked up and saw a huge figure holding on to the stone bricks on the ceiling, staring down at them. Is it a gargoyle? But why is it so big? No, everyone, run away. Hero gargoyle, great sword, mental power required per unit, 600, life, C, strength, C, intelligence, D, endurance, C, speed, C, overall combat power, C. Jack lay on the ground, blood splashing across his face. The new gargoyles were extremely powerful and quickly knocked the black marketeers to the ground without killing any of them. There were wailings all over the place. Jack thought this monster was coming to kill him too, but then, something beyond his comprehension happened. I saw the heroic gargoyle reaching out to him, not to kill him, but comparison? At this moment, Jack felt that the world had become magical. Compared to the outside world, the emotions of monsters in dungeons are somewhat suppressed, and they tend to follow their instincts to kill. Take goblins as an example. Goblins in the outside world can eat, sleep, reproduce, and build villages, but the goblins in the dungeon only know how to fight, have fun, and occasionally reproduce. But this does not mean that they have no desire. If you have to send the tied female knight to the goblins in the dungeon, then don't blame the family for having so many descendants. So when adventurers entered Thane Dungeon and found that the monsters here could use tactics, they were shocked. And this kind of behavior can only be understood by intelligent creatures? The gargoyle sprinkled some potion on him, and the wound on his chest squirmed to heal, and his body regained strength. Roar the gargoyle picked up a dagger and gave it to Jack, then pointed at the black marketeer on the ground. You mean, let me kill them? Jack grabbed the dagger and was at a loss. The gargoyle nodded. Kill me quickly, it hurts so much. When the black marketeers saw him coming with a dagger, they all showed expressions of I'm finally free. When they returned to the resurrection house, a priest was there to treat them, which was much better than lying half-dead in the dungeon, although they didn't understand why the gargoyle wanted to spare their lives for Jack to collect their heads. But who cares what the monster thinks? The only thing that made me feel uncomfortable was that it was Jack who killed them. This old guy was actually revived by a gargoyle. What was that stupid monster thinking? This is troublesome. After resurrection, we have to catch Jack. We can't let this old guy run away. No, we lost Jack's teleportation crystal. Ha, this old guy is going to be killed by a monster. Jack was silent. He could tell what these people were thinking just by looking at their expressions. The hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. "What are you doing? Kill me quickly," the black marketeers urged in pain. Jack slowly raised the dagger, but at this time, he did something unexpected. Why? I saw Jack taking off their teleportation crystals one by one. At this moment, there was deathly silence in the fortress. A sneer came from Jack, who couldn't help but weigh the dagger. He had never felt that holding a knife was so comfortable. "No, no, no, you can't do this, Jack." Looking at Jack walking slowly, a group of black marketeers cried out in despair. "Didn't you urge me just now?" Jack raised his dagger and stabbed it hard. Ah! There were no fatal injuries, and the black marketeer screamed but did not die. Another stab, still not dead. One more stab, but he didn't die. One more knife. Every scream stimulated Jack's eardrums. He trembled violently, blood spattered on his face, and he subconsciously licked his lips. "It smells like rust and a little sweet." A cheerful smile appeared on his face. I don't know how many times he was stabbed, but when his whole body turned into a bloody man, the screams finally stopped. He looked at the body of the person under him, and the strong stimulation short-circuited his brain for a while. He allowed the gargoyle to grab him, walked to the fortress gate like he was holding a hand, and returned to the swamp area. The stench permeates everywhere, and the monsters living here are either withered or swollen and rotting like giant corpses, which is scary to look at. Gargoyles roam the swamp, monsters stay away, and only traps will be triggered. Jack looked at the scenery here in a daze. Whether it was familiar or unfamiliar, it was all imprinted in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly realized something. Is this gargoyle showing him the map here? The gargoyle was indeed showing him the map. The main lines, branch lines, shortcuts, hidden doors, traps, and ambushed monsters were all displayed in front of Jack. Why do this? Aren't you afraid that the map will be leaked? At the end, the gargoyle showed him a magical contract, a slave contract. Jack understood something and put his fingerprint on it without hesitation, becoming the slave of the gargoyle. It's hard to believe it, but the gargoyle actually showed a pleased expression. Then he scratched the soil with his big hand and pulled out several light spots representing different items. Among the large white light spots, a purple light spot was separated. Outwardly conspicuous. These things were laid out in front of Jack, at his disposal. What do you want me to do? Jack believed that the gargoyle in front of him must be intelligent, and his smooth behavior made him lower his head at this moment. If he wanted to survive, he had to be a slave. Hee, the gargoyle laughed hoarsely, and then Jack heard a whisper that seemed to come from hell. Bring more people in. The gargoyles soared in the sky, and the monsters they passed by bowed their heads, as if kneeling to their ruler. Jack, who was caught in the hand, screamed in fear, and the strong wind poured into his mouth as soon as he opened it, which was very tormenting. When he was placed at the entrance of the dungeon, he felt lucky to have survived. But when he thought about the slave contract he had signed with the gargoyles and became the slave of the monsters, his mood was still very complicated. In his backpack were various props given to him by the gargoyles. After counting, there were more than 10 kinds, all of which were things he had never seen before, and there was also a weapon that was rarer than a big sword. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Moreover, the other party also saved him and let him avenge himself. This is obviously a great benefactor. But being a servant to the monsters, it was a bit. When Jack thought about the scene of killing his companions, his hands and feet trembled. He could no longer tell whether he was afraid or because of something else. Maybe he was excited? It was certainly worth celebrating to be able to return safely from the dungeon, but how should he explain it to others? Especially Sekman, with so many people dead, his anger can be imagined. Jack, whether you can survive depends entirely on your eloquence. You have to make up a good excuse. After the gargoyle flew away, he wandered at the portal at the entrance for a long time, but he couldn't think of a perfect reason, and finally left the dungeon with a bitter face. The perspective turned back to the hero gargoyle. After sending Jack away, he returned to where he should be, pointing to the boss room. He had to bend down to pass through the fortress gate because of his huge body, but there was another way that didn't require bending down. Remove the mimicry. With a command, the gargoyle's body turned into a light spot and dissipated, leaving a dry, shaky zombie in its place. It's Gong Chiang. I don't feel used to changing back. He looked at his thin arms and legs, as if the wind could break them, which was far from the feeling of being so powerful that he could do everything when he turned into a hero gargoyle. It turns out that it was him who crippled the black market dealer and signed a slave contract with Jack. But why did he go to such lengths to do this? I haven't tried it since I unlocked the transformation privilege. I have to find someone to satisfy my desire. Gong Qiaying also wanted to try the feeling of turning into a thunder wolf dragon, but it was too expensive. However, killing the black market dealers was not a whim, but a premeditated plan. He had observed this team for a long time and learned the identity of this group of people through conversation. Originally, he only planned to use them for training and didn't think about killing people, but when they planned to kill Jack, Gong Qiaying changed his mind. He wanted to kill these morally corrupt guys completely. He did this not because he had any friendship with Jack, but simply because he was unhappy with the ugly behavior of these people who crossed the river and destroyed the bridge. But the teleportation crystals on the adventurers seemed to have some kind of restriction. As a monster, he couldn't even touch them, let alone take them off. Only people who were adventurers could touch and take off the crystals. As for Jack, he was hanging out with the black market dealers and calling them brothers. How could he be a good person? The actions of signing a slave contract with him, showing him the map, and ordering him to bring more people, etc., all came from Gong Qiaying's sudden whim. He wanted to cultivate a person of his own. Slave contracts involve the soul, so even he cannot sign more than 3. Jack doesn't need to do big things, just lead the way. As more and more people come to attack the Sin dungeon, the map here will be figured out sooner or later. Instead of letting adventurers make a strategy, it is better for him to cultivate a person of his own and reveal the map information to Jack in advance. When adventurers have a lot of exploration experience in a certain area of the map but are not particularly proficient, let Jack directly send out the complete strategy, so as to establish prestige among adventurers, such as Dungeon Exploration Master or something. The value of the map that is about to be attacked has become lower, so it is better to play the last value. With him, he can also inquire about the movements of the adventurer group at any time. For him who cannot leave the dungeon freely, the news from the outside world is crucial. In the future, if Gong Qiaying has new maps, traps, and monster designs that he wants to test, he can also directly let Jack bring people here. There are definitely other uses, but this is just a spurofement attempt by Gong Qiaying. Other uses will be thought of later. The dungeon will automatically clean up the corpses, which is good. He turned back to look at the corpses of the black market dealers, and he couldn't take his eyes off. Gulp, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. An instinctive impulse made Gong Qiaying walk towards the corpse, gather the bloody pieces of flesh, and then take a deep breath. White streams of light flowed out of the corpse and merged into Gong Qiaying's body, and his dry skin suddenly became shiny. Although it still looks like skin and bones compared to normal people, it looks a little hydrated and is no longer a mummy. Strength, a little stronger? The zombie race can absorb the remaining vitality of the corpse to become stronger, and many necromancers like to summon zombies as cannon fodder. It is said that a legendary necromancer raised a cannon fodder zombie into a king-level big undead, and I haven't heard of a stronger zombie since then. It is good that strength can be improved, but what use is this to me? Gong Qiaying's expression became strange. As a dungeon lord hiding behind the scenes, the possibility of him fighting with others is smaller than the possibility of a meteorite accurately smashing to death an ant. Besides, apart from today's occasional situation, what he needs is adventurers to die and live again in his dungeon, and to kill people in order to improve his own strength. It's a bit of a loss. If he can leave the dungeon one day, this ability may be useful. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the crystal ball in his arm suddenly buzzed, and Gong Qiaying threw it into the sky. The fist-sized crystal ball immediately became larger and higher, showing the pictures of the adventurers. He set the movements of Stellan and her group to be particularly concerned, and any changes would remind him. Gong Qiaying didn't know why he cared so much about this group of people, when there were obviously a lot of teams that were stronger and more interesting than them. But there was a feeling in his heart that made him pay attention to these people. Looking at the crystal ball, he could find that Stellan's team had been separated. Wilder and the surviving experts, Stellan and the big guy Shoen, Ellie and Sharon, the whole team was dispersed by the torrent of monsters, and was divided into 3 small groups, running around like headless flies, in a very embarrassing situation. Shoen lost an arm, and his combat effectiveness dropped sharply. If it weren't for Stellan's protection, he would have been torn to pieces by the monsters, and the monsters chasing them were also the strongest. Ellie and Sharon, the second echelon of the team, had already left the monsters and rushed into the depths of the swamp. As for Wilder and the surviving experts, triggering the teleportation trap. Wow! Wilder screamed without elegance, waving the dagger in his hand everywhere, and bang hit the rock wall, and the flying debris hit his forehead. The pain made him sober. Where is this? He suddenly widened his eyes, because the scenery in front of him was completely different from the stinking swamp. The towering trees, dense jungle, fresh and humid air, chirping birds, and the town looming in the jungle in the distance are the middle level of the Shan underground city. Is this heaven? He was stunned for a moment. Russell just then, there was a sudden commotion in the bushes behind him, and Wilder's relaxed mood became tense again. What on earth is in the bushes? Pika pika. Shhhh. The noise in the bushes was getting louder and louder. Wilder was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, but was tripped by a stone and fell to the ground. He now regretted why he didn't learn martial arts in the past. He had been drained of his body by alcohol and sex over the years. When I go back this time, I must quit drinking. A low roar of a monster came from the bushes, but surprisingly, the roar was not too scary. Of course, Wilder was still scared to death. Pika pika. A yellow lightning bolt rushed straight at Wilder, making him scream and close his eyes subconsciously. Pika? But the expected death did not come, and there was a furry thing in his arms. He bravely opened his eyes and finally saw the full appearance of this strange creature. What? What is this? Wilder looked at the yellow creature in front of him in surprise. This creature had a round body, long and pointed ears, and a strange tail that looked like lightning. Mutated rat. Pika. Feeling the insult in the language, Pikachu was angry. Wild Pikachu used 100,000 volts. Excellent effect. Crackle! A burst of exaggerated special effects flashed, and Wilder, with a big afro, fainted. After an unknown amount of time, he woke up slowly with something wet licking his cheeks, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the big yellow rat that had electrocuted him. But this time he didn't scream. Uncle, Grandpa Rat, I beg you to give me a quick death, Wilder said sadly. I will never dare to come to the dungeon again, never again in this life. Pikachu was still licking his hands, and glanced at him when he heard the noise, and the latter saw the human emotion in its eyes. Pity. I was pitted by the monster? Wilder couldn't even get angry, he just kept asking Pikachu to give him a break, but Pikachu did nothing but circle around him. After a while, he stood up by himself. I won't kill you even if you give me a gift for free. How can there be such a strange monster like you? Picking up a branch as a crutch, Wilder limped in the forest. What he was thinking now was very simple: find a monster to kill him. Because he didn't dare to commit suicide, it would be too painful. The adventurer's teleportation crystals cannot be used actively, and can only be triggered after death. This is very pitfall, but it is the iron rule of every dungeon. Whether it is suicide or being killed, it can be triggered. The forest with birds singing and flowers is completely different from the poisonous pool swamp. It makes people forget that this is a dungeon full of dangers. Pika pika, why are you following me? Wilder poked Pikachu with a branch. If you don't kill me, get out of the way. Pikachu raised its tail and the electricity sizzled. Okay, if you wanna follow me, just follow me, don't discharge electricity. A down-and-out nobleman and a strange Pikachu, such a strange combination, began to explore the forest. There must be monsters in the town over there, I want to go there. With the undead town as the target, Wilder limped forward, but encountered an emergency halfway. When he passed a bush, something suddenly jumped out. Wow, what kind of strange monster is this? I've never seen it before. The appearance of the monster was a purple-black ball floating in the air, with eyes and mouth piled on the ball, looking ugly and cute. Wild Ghastly appeared. Wilder instinctively stepped back, but the desire to go home pushed him towards Ghastly. He believed that this fierce-looking monster would definitely kill him. He was not disappointed. Ghastly attacked. Wild Ghastly used Shadow Ball. Wilder opened his arms and did not dodge. He was about to embrace death, but Pikachu! Pikachu's figure rushed over and knocked Wilder to the ground, just avoiding the attack. What are you doing? Wilder got angry after realizing it. Pikachu gave him a look of looking at a fool, turned around and took a fighting stance towards Ghastly. Wild Ghastly used Strange Light. Missed Pikachu. Wild Pikachu used Electric Shock. The two Pokemon fought fiercely, and the special effects of the two eyes were flying all over the sky. Wilder, who saw the Civil War of monsters for the first time, was stunned. Is that monster protecting me? He felt absurd. As we all know, monsters are crazy and bloodthirsty. They can't communicate at all, let alone protect humans. Looking at Pikachu's struggling figure, he was moved for a while, and the idea of dying faded a lot. This monster looks pretty good, doesn't it? If it can survive, I will take it out as a pet. It has a good vision and knows how to protect me. The battle was settled soon, and Pikachu won the victory. Ghastly screamed and fled in disgrace. Ahem, Wild leaned against the tree and coughed twice, attracting Pikachu's attention. He posed in a self-proclaimed coquettish posture, stretched out his hand to it and said, I recognize your determination to protect me. Come with me, monster, I will let you live the most luxurious life. Pikachu looked at him expressionlessly, suddenly jumped up and flicked his tail. Pikachu uses Iron Tail. Puff Wild was knocked to the ground, covering his red face and trembling, saying, How dare you hit me? Pika Pika. Pikachu stood up with his hands on his hips, looking disdainful. It swung its tail a few times, and there was a crackling sound in the air. Seeing lightning forming, Wild was frightened and retreated repeatedly, begging for mercy. Stop hitting, I surrender. He really couldn't understand what this yellow mouse was going to do. Why did it inexplicably get entangled with him? It couldn't be that he wanted me to take him out. Pikachu showed an expression of this is more like it, jumped on his head flexibly, and patted it as if to declare sovereignty. Wild felt that he was being favored for some reason, not in a way that a pet would be favored by its favorite shit shoveler. Damn, I was entangled by the yellow devil. Under Pikachu's command, Wilder walked around in the forest like a puppet, not knowing where to go. Oh no, I'm not going to be taken to its nest and eaten. After the encounter with Ghastly just now, Wilder was scared to death again. Pika! Pikachu slapped his head fiercely, signaling Wilder to squat down and go to the bush over there. What could be in the bush? He muttered, groping in the bush with a look of disgust, and he really touched something. What is this? He took out a round ball that was smaller than his palm, with red and white colors, which looked simple and beautiful. Pokeball. Sharon huddled in the swamp, covering himself with filth. Tap tap tap. Several Murloc-like monsters were wandering nearby, their flippers making a sticky sound, their wide eyes looking for prey everywhere, and the harpoons in their hands shone with a cold light. Sharon didn't dare to express his anger. In the past, he could kill these fishmen alone, but now he lost his weapon. Not only that, his right leg was sprayed by the cursed frog, and small thorns had grown out. By the way, deprived of mobility. There was a magician named Ailey who ran out with him in the chaos before, but now she ran away to no one knows where. If she was there, she might be able to use magic to attract the fishman's attention. He is not afraid of death, he just doesn't want to die worthless. It would be too ugly to go home in despair after not finding anything in the dungeon. What's more, it will affect his father's evaluation of him. Originally, his father favored the third brother. If Sharon wanted to become the head of the family, he had to show his performance and defeat the third brother who was very talented in business. To do this, he will do whatever it takes. Do you want to use that? He clenched his fists, then unclenched them. He continued to lie dormant in the swamp, closely watching the movements of the monsters, like a crocodile waiting for its prey. At this moment, a beacon suddenly rose in the distance, a second beacon. Who lit it? Do Stellan and the others still have the intention to light a fire under such circumstances? The Murlocs also saw the beacon fire and immediately ran towards it restlessly. It seemed that the beacon fire also had the effect of attracting monsters. So insidious. But this is a rare opportunity. After all the fish people left, there was still a lone one that didn't move. It stood there stupidly and was naturally targeted by Sharon. Lend me your weapon. Sharon rushed over, instantly knocking the fishman to the ground, and a pair of iron fists came down like a shower. The poor fishman was hammered into a pile of mud before he could even scream. Sharon picked up the harpoon that the other party dropped and left, not wanting to waste a moment. What a crude weapon, almost worthless. Hey, what is this? His expression was confused at first, and then his eyes slowly widened in surprise. When I got the harpoon, a knowledge of combat skills called patience came into my mind. You can use it anytime you want. The harpoon, covered in mucus and filth, suddenly shone in his eyes. Sharon had a hunch that this magical thing might be a big help for him to seize the position of head of the family. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind, followed by a faint white smoke. Sharon immediately turned around to be on guard, only to find that the fishman's body had exploded. The diffuse white smoke made it difficult to see the situation at the center of the explosion. Corpse explosion technique? But this power is too small. How can it kill people? This is certainly not corpse explosion. Ouch! The roar of the beast instantly dispersed the fog, and Sharon felt that his internal organs were being impacted. A ferocious aura emerged crazily, and a giant bear like a hill suddenly appeared where the fishman's body was, grinning at him. Sharon was dumbfounded. What is the principle of this? Why did the fishman turn into a giant bear after it exploded? Magic? I have never heard of this kind of magic. Of course he doesn't know the principle, because this is not magic at all. Simulated teardrop, normal, mental power required per unit, 100, health, FD+, strength, FD+, intelligence, FD+, endurance, FD+, speed, FD+, overall combat power, FD+, ordinary imitation teardrops can transform into D+ level monsters. For example, the teardrops used by players in the game are the most advanced ones, and can even be changed into SSS. Unfortunately, they are too expensive, and Gong Qiaying cannot afford them, and they have not been unlocked. But even ordinary teardrops are very cost-effective, so there are limitations. Only 5 can exist at the same time. Giant Bear, mental power required per unit, 300, health, D+, strength, C, intelligence, F, endurance, D+, speed, D+, overall combat power, D+, a very ferocious beast that will definitely bring unexpected surprises to adventurers. Sharon looked at the opponent's giant claw that could kill him with a slap, and then looked at the tattered harpoon in his hand. Hee, ouch ouch, the huge swamp shook, and a ripple appeared on the water surface, which soon returned to calm. What a terrifying smell. Stellan looked into the distance, feeling palpitations in her heart. I hope no one encounters a powerful monster, Xiaoan said haggardly. He looked quite miserable now, and the muscles on the left side of his body continued to shrink. Black flies circled around him, seeming to announce that he was about to die soon. The negative effects of the cursed frog's bite are still continuing, and can not only be relieved by cutting off the arm, but he has entered a countdown to death. Let's worry about ourselves first, Stellan sighed and looked not far away. A fortress made of black stones is just 100 meters away, exuding a mysterious and solemn aura that makes people want to stay away. But Stellan and the others wanted to go in because the door to the fortress was opened. Looking back at the sky, 3 beacons were flying leisurely, the puzzle had been solved, and the gate of the fortress was opened. Not knowing who could light the beacon in this situation, Stellan guessed it was Sharon and Ellie. Do you want to go in? Stellan asked. Xiaoan nodded. We're already here, I won't be satisfied if I don't go in. Can you still fight? Don't hold me back, the elf girl joked, and the two of them took out their weapons and rushed into the fortress. Gah, gah! The gargoyle hanging upside down on the ceiling opened its blood-red eyes. Although he was at the end of his strength, Xiaoan exerted more ferocious strength than before, and one arm could fight the gargoyle equally. If his body was intact, he would probably have to hold him down and beat him. On Stellan's side, ordinary bows and arrows had no effect on the stone gargoyles, so she took out a hammer. This hammer, a trophy seized from the skeleton monster, has no combat skills. After all, there are only a few weapons with combat skills. Every archer has a dream of close combat. After abandoning the red tape of bows and arrows, Stellan, who fought with a hammer, was not less brave than Xiaoan. Ping-pong after a fierce battle, the two adventurers won. Awesome! Stellan raised her arms and shouted, her face full of joy. Something exploded, the 2 gargoyles turned into dust and disappeared, leaving a silver-white stone in their place? What is this? Zion was very confused. Since entering the Shan dungeon, he has encountered things he has never seen before, whether it is monsters or props and materials. Take it back to show the appraiser, Stellan said, putting the silver-white stone in her pocket. Boom boom boom. The back door of the fortress slowly opened, leading directly to the sick village, and the cold and smelly wind blew, mixed with the wailing of monsters. Stellan and Xiaoan looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Let's go. You mean, you just defeated 2 gargoyles and entered the next area, and you fell off the cliff and died before you even had time to explore? Bed City, the Lord's Manor, the room on the top floor. A dignified old man pushed his glasses and looked at the elf in front of him with suspicion. Stella's little face was red with shame. Really? Stella wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Aren't you silver level? Stella wanted to die. My second son hasn't come out yet, but you died before him? He doesn't even have a mid-level profession. Stella's waist was almost bent to the ground, and she shouted, it's really shameful. We are too embarrassed to ask for the commission fee. Alas, Philip Bed, the Lord of Bed City and the patriarch of the Bed family, sighed. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyebrows. A feeling of aging had already emerged on his face. Forget it, the commission fee will be paid as usual. Our Bede family will never break our promise, and you have indeed gained something. Except for Wild and Sharon, everyone else in Stellan's team has returned. Although everyone is still in shock, they all have gained something unexpectedly. The map expert drew a small map of the swamp area and brought information that the fortress gate can be opened by lighting a beacon. The drug expert brought back colorful moss balls, proving that these inconspicuous little things have detoxification effects comparable to high-level potions, but it seems that different colors of mossballs can detoxify different poisons. The ore expert accidentally opened the teleportation trap and entered the underground mine by mistake. He was chopped in half by the furnace knight, but before he died, he saw the blood ore all over the ground, and even the purple rare blood ore whose value was 100 times higher. Other experts encountered different monsters and brought back information, which can barely be regarded as gains. In addition to protecting the experts, the contributions of Stellan and other adventurers are similar to those of other experts. That's why she was so ashamed. The people she was supposed to protect died, which was definitely a big failure in her adventurer career. And she ended her dungeon journey in a rather embarrassing way. Back to when she and Shoan first entered the dungeon, as soon as they stepped into the territory of the sick village, they felt extremely gloomy and uncomfortable all over. After walking a few steps, they were besieged by monsters, big rats with pustules all over their bodies, which splashed juice when hit, and meat monsters made of unknown meat pieces that were similar to slimes but more disgusting. These monsters could smell a disgusting stench if they were slightly close, let alone fighting. Stellan almost ran all the way out, and she felt that her spirit had been greatly shocked. In the past, she had a strange liking for monsters, thinking that majestic monsters were handsome, and even if they were not handsome, they had their own characteristics and were worth appreciating. But after coming to the Shan dungeon, she knew for the first time that monsters could be both abstract and disgusting. I, Stellan, the monster killer, will kill monsters without mercy. In fact, both the big rat and the meatball are child's play. Although they may scare people at first sight, you will get used to them after watching them for a few more times. What really made her unbearable was the monsters she encountered when she passed the suspension bridge. They were several agile monkeys. It was difficult for her to hit them with her superb archery skills. The most important thing is that they can throw shit. One after another, fresh shit balls with residual heat. If they can't poop anymore, they will take out the pot of shit and throw it at people. When Shoan was forced to use his precious shield to block the shit, Stellan clearly saw him crying facing the rain of shit. When a large pile of shit was about to hit his face, Stellan chose to jump off the cliff and commit suicide. Shoan followed closely behind, and the honest and simple strong man showed a look of relief. After returning, he threw away the shield. Stellan also changed his equipment. The two never mentioned this experience, only saying that they fell into a trap and the suspension bridge broke halfway. Otherwise, they would have to spend the rest of their lives being laughed at by people. There is every reason to believe that the mental strength they burst out when they were attacked by monkeys was no less than that of an ordinary person. Ahem! Earl Philip's cough brought Stellan's thoughts back to reality. She realized that there was nothing to do and it was time to leave. It was originally her sense of responsibility that drove her to return the money, but she didn't expect the generous Earl Philip to refuse. This was really great. Then we'll take our leave. I wish you all the best, Mr. Philip. Stellan saluted gracefully and turned away. Her mind was now full of the Shan dungeon. If she didn't pass it once, it would probably become a heart disease for her and she would never be able to get rid of it in her life. But with the strength of herself and others, she might have to die dozens of times before she could pass it. Wasting time on passing the dungeon? Do you still want to make money by doing commissions? You can't even afford the teleportation crystal if you don't have money. So she thought of a good idea to call for help. To my sister, how is the elf forest doing? I believe that the warrior team you lead will be able to dispel all dangers. Is our mother still her queen? Sister, I have encountered something I want to do no matter what. Bang! When the door of the reception room was closed, Count Philip put on his glasses again and read the report of the mineral experts again. We found that this mine-like area has an amazing amount of blood, and it gathers together in large quantities, and even forms lotus-shaped crystal clusters. This was unimaginable in the past. I still remember the former Thane underground city, where the miners they spent a long time digging with mining picks to get the after digging out a palm-sized piece of blood hero in the stone wall, you have to walk a long way to the next collection point. You will gain very little throughout the whole day. You will have to dig again after the dungeon is refreshed the next day. Shibby, wasting labor on useless things. If you can find a way to quickly reach the mine area, the production of blood healing potions will explode, and your wealth will be comparable to that of the Duke. Even the most arrogant Parsi prince in the Southern Empire will invite you to his banquet. A light shone in Earl Philip's eyes. But the monsters in this area are too powerful. I encountered a giant lizard covered with blue crystals, and the most terrifying mysterious knight. Even if I used an advanced defensive magic scroll, I couldn't block his attack. Just one sword, I lost all consciousness, and he will become the biggest obstacle to your mining of blood heroes. But Lord Earl, please don't give up. Don't give up. I discovered the purple blood hero, purple. You must know what that means. With that, maybe we can make the supreme potion that exists in theory. Remember the king's strange disease? Maybe it can be used for that. If it works, you will become the first new duke after the war. What we want to say is, don't let the miners stop working. We have to invest more people. Even if only one can bring back the purple blood hero by luck, it will be a sure profit. Our expert group unanimously proposed to send at least 500 miners into the Thane underground city every day. Earl Philip put down the report in his hand, picked up the teacup and wanted to drink water, but found that his hands were trembling. He was excited, and he believed the pie the experts had painted for him. Go, you can go. I want to recruit all the miners in the territory. Dong dong dong, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Philip, who was interrupted from his thoughts, was about to yell angrily when a familiar voice came. Father, I'm back. I am begging to study and get my monthly pass. My grades are not very good and my Taoist heart is about to collapse. Finally back, Sally, did you have fun playing outside? Philip's expression suddenly became kind, he doted on this youngest son the most. Looking back at the door, the person who came in had red lips and a pink face, crossed out. Although the wording was a bit wrong, the person who came in was a man who could be described as seductive, or a boy. Different from the brown hair inherited from the Bed family, the boy named Sally had silver hair like a pale moon, with a simple ponytail behind his head, which made him look chic and capable. His travel clothes were also quite exquisite, revealing the dust of a traveler, and he looked like a handsome boy. The premise is to ignore his soft facial features and 1.6 meters tall. It is not appropriate to say that he is a pseudo-girl, because he has a manly heroic spirit, but if he is said to be a tough guy, it would be a waste of his beautiful facial features, so he can only be regarded as a feminine and handsome boy. The more Philip looked at this child, the more he liked him. He perfectly inherited the beauty of his late mother and the amazing wisdom of the Bed family. At a young age, he had his own unique insights on business and could even lead a caravan on his own. No matter how you look at it, he is the best candidate to inherit the Bed family. Unfortunately, he is an illegitimate child. He is the child of Earl Philip and Pingman. He was not taken to the Bed family until his mother died 5 years ago. Out of his debt to his mother, Philip always subconsciously favored Sally, but he did not expect that Sally would be hostile to his two brothers, and the servants also had a bad impression of him privately. So after the coming of age ceremony, Sally often went out to do business and rarely went home. As a result, he really pulled up a caravan with good benefits. How much did you make this time? Come and share your joy with your father, Philip greeted enthusiastically. As usual, nothing. Sally stood on tiptoe to hang the coat on the hanger and noticed the report on the table. I heard that something strange happened in the underground city. Has father finished exploring it? I'm afraid it will be difficult this time. Philip laughed and pushed a thick stack of reports to Philip. Here are the reports of experts and adventurers invited by the family, as well as some scattered information. Take a look and help me plan how to chew this hard bone? Is it really as dangerous as the rumors say? Sally picked up the report and read it. The corners of his mouth that had been raised before flattened a little bit. Finally, he put down the report expressionlessly, still frowning slightly. Seeing Sally, whose wisdom was not inferior to his, showing this expression, Philip actually felt a little happy. After all, he couldn't let himself be the only one with a headache. How is it? Is it difficult? I don't know where to start at all. It's really different from what I imagined. Sally stroked the jewelry ring on his right hand, frowned and said, Too easy? What? Philip suspected that he had heard it wrong. Too easy? Intuition told him that his son seemed to have a way to break the deadlock. Remember the letter I wrote to you, father? I said I met some friends on the trip and wanted to bring them to my home as guests. Could it be that your friends can? Yes, I haven't told you their identities yet. Sally smiled slightly, showing a look of confidence. It's brave. Achu Gong Chiang sneezed violently, scratched his head, and said to himself, Can zombies catch a cold? He looked at the crystal ball intently, and observing the way adventurers passed the level had become his favorite program. No TV program in his previous life was as interesting as this one. There are always some magical beings among the adventurers, passing the level in a whimsical way. Someone used a flying pet to light the beacon instead of himself, and unlocked the fortress gate without suffering any damage. Someone used some magic to transform into a murloc and mixed into the monster group. As a result, after lighting 2 beacons, he was surrounded by murlocs. Only then did he find that he had become a female murloc, and the murlocs in the dungeon were all male. The result was that the adventurer who could not bear the humiliation committed suicide. Someone found that there were two situations when the skeleton monster fell apart. Some of them always fell on the ground with the front of the skull, and some fell on the ground with the back. Combining the two, you get a perpetual motion machine. As a result, the speed was too fast to turn out the soul fire in the skull, and the skeleton monster died. In addition to these tricks, there is another type of people who will never be absent violent clearance. The most typical one is an adventurer with a little giant blood. After drinking a bottle of berserker potion, this berserker, who was about 3 meters tall, carried 2 axes and chopped all the way from the portal to the fortress gate. He chopped the gate like crazy and almost broke through violently. Gong Xiaoying was so scared that he was considering whether to pull the furnace knight to meet him. In the end, it was the brave army of curse frogs that solved him with curse spray. Curse frogs are really the greatest creatures in the world, hands clasped together. We should really add more monsters with instant kill mechanisms. Violent players are too scary. Gong Xiaoying's eyes turned, and suddenly, after seeing a certain picture. What the hell is this guy doing? The figure on the screen is somewhat familiar, with a thin figure, a pale face, and exquisite clothes. Isn't it Wilder? This guy is not dead yet. Gong Xiaoying remembered him. He originally thought that the other party was a templated arrogant and small-time young man, but he didn't expect that he was alive until now. He came in when the dungeon opened, and now it's almost closed and he hasn't died yet? It's not surprising that a young master is still alive. What surprised Gong Xiaoying was what the other party was holding, which was round and red and white. Isn't that an elf ball? I remember hiding the pokeball in a very hidden bush, and there were Bulbasaur guards around it. How could he get it? Well, the pokeball is nothing, you can get it if you are lucky, but, come on Pikachu, use discharge. Wilder was seen with one hand on his hip, throwing the elf ball towards the zombie soldier wandering not far away, and striking a coquettish pose. The next second there was a flash of light, and a Pikachu really jumped out of the ball. Pika Pikachu! The yellow electric light burst out, instantly roasting the living corpse soldiers until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. They fell to the ground with a bang, and they could no longer die. Well done Pikachu, you are worthy of being my partner. Pickup, although Wilder looked excited, Pikachu ignored him and jumped directly on top of him. No, how could he conquer Pikachu? He can't win no matter what. Gong Xiaoying didn't know what the problem was. He thought that the Pokemon would be conquered by adventurers, but he didn't expect that it would be conquered by a weakling. This Wilder can't be a one-goal Superman who can conquer Pokemon at full health, right? And once Pikachu is subdued, he can cooperate with the opponent in fighting. This tacit understanding always feels like even if Pikachu is killed the next second, he can stand up in order not to make the trainer sad. This guy is a good prospect, just for training Pokemon. Gong Xiaoying suddenly wanted to fight Wilder. A ball is engraved with space magic. It's really wild. Looked at the pokeball in his hand, and his expression was very tangled for a moment. Magic is divided into different attributes: wind, fire, water, thunder, earth, holy light, darkness, etc. But if you want to say what the most precious attributes are, it must be space and time. The compatibility of magicians with different attributes determines which attribute magic they can use. According to the survey, more than 80% of magicians can use holy light magic freely, followed by fire magic with a usage rate of 69% and water magic with the same usage rate of 69%. And the usage rate of space magic. Anyway, on the surface there are no more than 10 intelligent beings in the entire continent who can use it. Time magic only exists in legends. It is said that only the Lich Sage of the Demon Clan has seen it. Wilder wanted to say that it was a waste of natural resources, but then he thought that this thing was currently being used by himself, so how could it be said to be a waste? It should be said that everything is the best arrangement of fate. This young master is the favorite child of the goddess of luck. At first, he was shocked when he put Pikachu into the ball, but when he figured out the use of this thing, he felt like he had found a treasure. Even he saw the value of the Pokeball. Pikachu, can you find more of this ball? Wild asked the Pikachu lying on his shoulder. Why did he call it Pikachu? Of course, he got the inspiration from its cry. After spending a long time with Pikachu, he found that although this monster always looked disgusted and wanted to hit him, it actually had a good temper. Slowly, he let it go. Pikachu nodded and pointed in a certain direction with his little hand. It was the town in the center of the forest. It's there. Wild shrank his neck and instantly lost confidence. He had climbed up a tree and looked at the undead town from a distance before. He was deeply impressed because it was full of wandering zombies. There are different types of zombies. Some are dressed in tatters and hold broken weapons, some are wearing decent armor, and some are wearing a full set of fine armor. The weapons also look quite sharp. Not only zombies, he vaguely caught the traces of dogs, which are extremely fast. Creatures with amazing desire to attack are more dangerous than zombies. In addition to these, his intuition told him that there were more terrifying things hidden in the town. So Wilder wandered in the forest for so long, and he always walked around the undead town. Even so, he still encountered zombie soldiers wandering out of the undead town several times. At that time, he saw the zombie soldiers walking shakily and looked weak, and he was planning to go up and fight alone. As a result, when the zombie saw him, it was like taking stimulants, jumping several meters high, holding a big sword and slashing over. If Pikachu hadn't hit him in time, I'm afraid Wilder would be broken into two halves now. It can only be said that Wilder can live to this day, all thanks to Pikachu. No, forget it, I don't dare to go over. He tried to change the subject. Pikachu, do you have other companions, just like you, who are human, smart? During the communication with Pikachu, Wilder often felt that he was communicating with an ordinary person. Pikachu could perfectly understand all his meanings, and was no different from humans except that it could only say Pika Pika. It was amazing. Only the strongest monsters could understand human nature, but Pikachu was so smart. If there are many like it, I am afraid this will become the most significant discovery in the history of monster research. Pika, Pikachu nodded, pointed to a big tree, and made a gesture. You mean I should kick it? Pika Wilder kicked doubtfully, rustling, the dense tree canopy shook, and the next second, a shadow suddenly fell. What kind of monster is this? Wild jumped back in shock. The newcomer was crawling on the ground. Looking closely, it had a green body, a white abdomen, a-shaped antennae, and big eyes. It was a large bug, a caterpillar. Caterpillar, 10 units of mental power required. 1, life, F, strength, F, intelligence, E+, endurance, F, speed, F, comprehensive combat power, F. It was clear at a glance that the newcomer was a small fish among small fish. This was just what Gong Chiang brought to enrich the ecological environment. It was too cheap. I would be itching not to get a few. This caterpillar was still dizzy when it fell, but it immediately took an attacking posture when it saw Wilder. It looked like it was either bold or impatient. Then it was hit by Pikachu and killed in seconds. That. Wilder raised his hand and asked, why did you knock it out? Pika? Pikachu blinked, and he seemed to understand Wilder's words as wanting to fight Pokemon. I want to communicate with it. After thinking about it, Wilder took off his coat and wrapped up the caterpillar. He was most afraid of insects, so he didn't dare to touch it directly. But this monster is really weak. Is it really useful? He said to himself. Weak? Your view of Pokemon is really narrow, a voice suddenly came from the bushes. Who? You can call me Boss Sakaki. A strong wind suddenly blew in the forest, making Wilder unable to open his eyes. He finally waited until the wind stopped, and then he could see who was coming. How should I put it? He is a middle-aged man with an evil and tough look. Whether it is his appearance, clothes, or voice, he has a feeling of the mysterious boss of an evil organization, which is intimidating. Who are you? I told you, call me Boss Sakaki. Gong Chiang held a pokeball in his hand and used the mimicry ability to turn into Sakaki. What a strange name, eh? You have this kind of ball. Wilder looked at Gong Chiang in surprise. This is called pokeball, bumpkin. What, bumpkin? Wilder blushed all of a sudden. He has always been the only one who can say that other country bumpkins are good, but he didn't expect that today it would be his turn to be despised. I am a noble, I don't care who you are. Gong Chiang made a contemptuous expression and said, when you despise the green caterpillar for being weak, you are already a short-sighted guy, so it's called the green caterpillar, but it really feels super weak. Wilder took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. The man in front of him seemed to know these strange monsters called Pokemon very well, and he needed to build a good relationship and talk to him. But where did this guy come from? There should only be people from the Bede family and hired adventurers in this dungeon. Since Mr. Sakaki is here, why don't we cooperate? It's too dangerous to be alone in the dungeon, isn't it? Alone? I'm not alone. Gong Chiang pointed to Pikachu. Don't you have him with you? Wilder was stunned for a moment. He felt that the other person's words were a little strange, but what was strange about it? By the way, he also regards Pokemon as a companion of equal status, while Wilder, due to his deep-rooted ideas, still regards Pikachu as a strange monster. For some reason, Wilder felt ashamed at this moment. It seems that you are just a fledgling trainer. Well, since we have made eye contact, let's start the battle. Fight? Wilder asked puzzledly, I didn't provoke you, are you a robber? No, I mean the Pokemon battle. Gong Xiaoying threw the Pokeball in his hand into the sky and said, it's decided to be you, Beedrill. Let this kid see how powerful the bug type is. Looking back, it's a bit awkward and I don't know how to change it. Please don't spray it lightly. Wilder never thought that he could learn new things in his life. The man named Sakaki commanded a monster that looked like a wasp with two huge spikes on its forelimbs, playing with his Pikachu between the palms of his hands. After a short adventure with Pikachu, he believed that he had become a tacit and good partner of Pikachu. When commanding Pikachu to fight, he also had a clear mind and could hit wherever he pointed, with no disadvantages. But Sakaki. That man shattered his confidence. The needle bee used hold. Pikachu used Iron Tail, and the attack was blocked. The giant needle wasp used poisonous caltrops. The field was sprinkled with poisonous caltrops, and Pikachu was poisoned. The giant needle bee uses high-speed movement. The body becomes lighter. Pikachu used 100,000 volts. No hit on the sting wasp. As if he could predict the future, Sakaki completely predicted the moves Pikachu would use. And as if he wanted to show off, he would shout out loudly every time he directed Big Sting Bee to use a move, for fear that others wouldn't know what the next move would be. But even so, Pikachu still couldn't win. The giant needle bee used silk spinning, and Pikachu was entangled. The giant sting wasp used venom shock. Pikachu can't rise again. Pikachu! Wilder ran over anxiously and held the unconscious Pikachu in his arms. He was at a loss for a moment. It's time to treat Pikachu at this time, but he doesn't know healing magic, and the healing potion has been used up before. He had never felt so powerless. Use this. Gong Xiaoying came to him at some point and dropped a small bottle with a strange shape. What's this? Spray the wound medicine on the injured Pokemon. Like this, he sprayed the wound medicine on Pikachu. After a while, Pikachu transformed leisurely. Look, it's recovered. Wilder said nothing and held Pikachu tightly in his arms. After a moment, he said, thank you. Although Gong Xiaoying injured Pikachu, he also threw in strange healing items, leaving Wilder wondering what this person was doing. But one thing he knew was that Gong Xiaoying would definitely hold back. The commanding ability he showed was unparalleled, and the strength of the needle bee was also terrifying. No matter how angry Wilder is, he will not be stupid enough to have a conflict with Gong Xiaoying. The nobles are focused on making friends, especially the Bede family who rely on business as their way of survival. The reason he was so domineering before was because he never met anyone worthy of bowing his head, and because he was spoiled. But there is one more thing he has to complain about, and he wants to complain about it anyway. Your giant sting wasp is strong, but it has a hairy relationship with the green caterpillar. Are you trying to say that there are no weak bugs, only weak trainers? Speaking of which, the trainer is a strong person. It sounds like an animal tamer. No matter how good I am at training monsters, I still can't defeat the giant sting wasp with a green caterpillar. It seems that this is not a brainless guy. Gong Xiaoying nodded secretly and said, although I don't know why Pikachu chose you, you still need to work hard as a trainer, otherwise you will not be able to unleash the potential of Pokemon. I've had enough of fighting, see you later. Gong Xiaoying waved his hand, took back the Pokeball, and turned to leave. Please wait. Wilder quickly stopped the other person and asked, excuse me. You seem to know a lot about monsters like Pikachu. Can you please explain what a Pokemon is and what a trainer is? Why do these monsters understand human nature? There are so many questions. Gong Xiaoying pretended to be impatient and picked his ears. I will give you a thank you gift. Can you please leave the dungeon and come to my Bede family's manor to visit me? Wilder estimated the time and it was probably almost time for the dungeon to close, so he extended the invitation. Just go to your manor, I don't have time to run around. Gong Xiaoying also noticed the time and smiled slightly. It's getting late. If you want to know more about Pikachu, come here to find me next time. I'm always here. If you want to see me, let Pikachu use discharge. Okay. At the same time as Wilder agreed, loud and melodious bells sounded. His vision suddenly became blurry, and his body felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he had been driven out of the underground city. I came out alive. He pinched his face, feeling a little unreal. But the touch of Pikachu in my arms was so real. Hey, did he really bring it out? Gong Xiaoying turned back into a living corpse and placed the elf ball containing the giant needle bee on the table. After the incident just now, he came to a conclusion: fried fish is really good. Gong Xiaoying, how come you have fallen so low that you even bully novices? Can you still be considered a person of noble moral character? He, I am such a person. Gong Xiaoying figured it out. Frying fish was good for a while, and he felt good all the time. He had aroused Wilder's curiosity and was not afraid that he would not come. When Wilder goes back to promote, it is estimated that many people who are interested in Pokemon and other human-like monsters will flock to Thane Dungeon, and then there will be another wave of traffic. Speaking of foot traffic, I feel a little less energetic today than yesterday. Those adventurers who are not strong enough dare not set foot here anymore, and the miners are also unwilling to come in and die. I am afraid that they will have to give them a salary increase before they can continue to work. Gong Xiaoying had already figured out what these miners were here for. It turned out that they were here for the ore called blooding. This kind of ore is a specialty of Thane Dungeon, but it cannot be converted into spiritual power for secondary use. Even if he changes the terrain, he still has to find a place to throw these ores in. They were originally placed in the lower mine just because there was no place to put them. I didn't expect that someone would come here just for them. Therefore, tonight's project will involve replanning the distribution of blood quartz ore. It cannot be stuffed all in the lower layer, but some should be left in the upper area to attract miners to come in. In addition, the various settings of the dungeon still need to be polished. Gong Xiaoying has found a few novelty gadgets, and the mental energy he gained today is just enough. To be honest, even though the daily income is very impressive, but aside from the maintenance cost of the dungeon, if you repair a little here and there, and summon a few new monsters, you will be surprised to find that I have so much mental energy. Why have I spent it all? He desperately needs more people to die here. I hope the arrangements made a few days ago will be effective: weapons with built-in combat skills, new types of monsters, and frequently mutated dungeons. After the topic ferments, some good people will definitely come to explore it. Late at night, in Bed City, in a dark alley. Old Jack, finally let me catch you. Faced with the pursuit of several muscular men, Jack was finally forced into a dead end. The person coming was the person he least wanted to see: Sekman. Knight, have a good evening. Have you eaten? Jack smiled coquettishly. Fortunately, I caught up with the update. Few late night, alley, strong man. Just putting these words together gave off a gay feeling, but unfortunately Jack just felt extremely panicked now. After returning from the dungeon, he immediately wanted to escape, but instead bumped into an acquaintance of Sekman's, who noticed something was wrong, and then that's the situation now. Where are the others? Sekman, who was full of anger, felt a sense of oppression as he stood there. We are all human beings, there are some things that don't need to be said, you can tell just by looking at their faces. And he saw fear and avoidance on Jack's face, which showed that those who followed him into the dungeon would not end well. Boss, I just wanted to report to you. Jack said bravely, I just resurrected and was frightened by the monsters in the dungeon. My memory is a bit confused now, so fart, I checked the records of the resurrection house and you're not dead at all. Sekman snorted disdainfully. What are you trying to hide from me? Where are the others? Where are you going? The other strong men shouted angrily, making Jack tremble in fear. Die nonsense, of course I guessed that they died in the dungeon, but what about now? Where are they after they are resurrected? Jack hesitated, and finally said, they've been in the dungeon all along. Ha? You dare to go in again after being resurrected? This is not in line with their character, etc. What do you mean? Sekman suddenly reacted. They weren't resurrected. Jack nodded hard. A pair of big hands suddenly grabbed his neck and picked him up like a chicken. His field of vision was filled with the angry Sekman. Tell me everything you know. Sekman really wanted to strangle Jack to death. It was this old guy who volunteered to lead people to explore the dungeon, promising to bring back huge harvests. But what happened now? Everyone is dead, but this old guy still has the nerve to live. And he doesn't believe that those people will die. To explore the dungeon, you need to bring enough teleportation crystals. This is an iron rule that all adventurers must follow. No one will deliberately not bring it, let alone his companions. Everyone cherishes their lives. Jack was frightened and incoherent. You fucking hen. Sekman slapped Jack in the face, knocking out his front teeth. He handed Jack to another strong man and said, you come and torture him. I want to know the result as soon as possible. I like torture the most, the strong man said with a stupid smile. In Jack's eyes, this smile was more terrifying than a billion murderers. Jack also wanted to say it, but the gargoyles in the dungeon suddenly showed intelligence and took away their teleportation crystals before killing people. No one would believe it. What's more, Jack, participated in the murder and even became a slave of the monster in the end. If this was revealed, he would probably be executed as a spy who surrendered to the monster in the next second. Jack's teeth kept chattering. He longed for someone to save him now, even if it was the image of Gargoyle, played by Gong Chiang, suddenly flashed in his mind. If I could have that kind of power, I would no longer have to be threatened by scum like Sekman, no longer would I have to live my life by looking at others, and no longer would I have to use sweet words to trick others. Damn it, I really want to be strong. Damn it. Stop, a cold voice came from the entrance of the alley. Sekman turned his head and looked over impatiently, muttering, "Why are there still people meddling in other people's business in the middle of the night? Isn't it too long to live?" He didn't know it, but he was startled at first sight. When he saw clearly the appearance of the person coming, Sekman was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Look at her big, watery eyes, like precious sapphires, and her silky black hair fluttering in the wind. They match perfectly with the black and red travel outfit, making people want to praise her aesthetics. But there is one thing that destroys the balance of the overall beauty, and it is the sword on the girl's back. To say that it was a sword would be too big. It was huge, heavy, broad, and very rough. It was like a piece of iron. I couldn't imagine how the girl's slender arms would swing it. That giant sword was even bigger than hers. Tall and even bigger. Sekman thought that he would be seriously injured if he was hit by that giant sword. If the girl was not bluffing, that's a tough one. He clicked his tongue and said, "Don't mind your own business. This man caused several of our brothers to disappear. We must find out their whereabouts." Finally, he said, "We have the permission of the guards." "What's the matter with you? It's curfew time now. You don't want me to report it to the guards." No one wanted to be troubled by the guards, so Sekman was confident in forcing the girl back. "Oh? Got the guards' permission? How come I didn't know about this?" Another silver figure appeared. "Does the little guard dare to deceive me? It's impossible, you can only be lying." Sekman just glanced at who was coming and was so frightened that he could not speak. "Sasasa, Sally. The visitor is none other than the third young master of the Bede family, Sally. Why does he appear here again? Friend, can you do me a favor?" Sally said to the girl next to him, "Please help me catch these criminals, and I'll treat you to a big dinner afterwards." Good, the girl drew out the giant sword with her backhand, stirring up the wind and clouds with every move. The buzzing sound of the iron-like sword blade hitting the ground was like the death knell. "Are you going to kill them, friend?" Sally said helplessly, "It's not good to spread the news that a hero kills people." "Oh," the girl thrust the giant sword into the stone-paved ground with a swoosh and took a fighting stance with her bare hands. Cold sweat flowed down Sekman's forehead. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings, we are just stop talking nonsense." I don't know when she moved, the girl had come to him and threw a casual uppercut. Sekman's consciousness was broken. Awesome Jack knelt on the side, staring at this one-sided bullying game with wide eyes. The girl cleaned up Sekman and his gang as easily as cleaning up garbage. Sally whistled frivolously and said, "I'll ask the guards to clean up later. Let's go and have a feast." Okay, still without any emotional reaction, the girl picked up the sword and followed Sally's steps. The two never looked at him again from beginning to end. Dang, a bottle of potion rolled to Jack's feet. Sally waved to him and disappeared on the street with the girl. "I met a noble man." Jack stared at the potion in a daze, and reacted after a while. "Do I need to run anymore?" Report from Adventurer A, I am a bronze-level player, but I am not inferior to a silver-level player in terms of the ability to explore dungeons. I entered the Sen dungeon out of curiosity this time, wanting to see what it has become. The result was really unexpected. I have seen the poisonous swamp more than once, but I have never seen one so toxic. It is embarrassing because I did not think of preparing antidotes for my pets, causing them to die soon after entering. My reconnaissance ability has been greatly reduced. In my opinion, the terrain of the swamp area is not complicated, and can even be said to be simple. It is just because the same scenery is stacked in large quantities. As a result, it looks very homogeneous. Some people with a poor sense of direction can easily get lost. The terrain under the swamp is very treacherous. From time to time, you will step on deep pits or sharp traps. The common point between the two is that they do not cause much damage, but they can restrict movement. Once the movement is restricted, it is equivalent to being sentenced to death here. The monsters lurking under the water will rush in frantically. Unfortunately, I was killed by the monster because I stepped on a deep pit and couldn't pull my legs out for a while. Report from Adventurer B, fuck your swamp, fuck your skeleton monsters, fuck your fishmen, fuck your gargoyles, fuck your big rats. I will never come back in this life. I'm going back to the countryside to farm. Goodbye. Report from Adventurer C. A monster scholar entrusted my team to investigate whether new monsters were produced after the change in the Sin Dungeon. Because he was generous, we prepared more supplies than usual. I didn't expect it to be a big help. The levitation scroll I bought for fun came in handy. My partner and I didn't touch the swamp at all. The monster's anti-aircraft means were quite scarce. Except for some archers born from the skeleton monsters, the rest of the monsters could only throw mud at us like children. We only needed a low-level magic shield to block them all. After our continuous efforts in investigation, we really found a new monster. It was a monster with a very strange appearance, like an enlarged version of a frog, and the most important thing was its ability. Next is exclusive content. If you wanna know, please be sincere. Adventurer D's report. Oh my god, it's really exciting. There is a monster I have never seen before. It looks like a frog. The two big eyeballs almost scared me to death. It blew a breath at me and I died. The black smoke seems to kill people instantly. It's weird. Ha, I have to meet it again. Oh my god, when my wife opened the treasure chest, there was an explosion. Ha, it was so funny. Who would have thought that there would be a fire explosion in the treasure chest? She was killed on the spot. Later, I also saw a treasure chest and threw a fireball from a distance. Guess what? It was an ordinary treasure chest. I blew up the treasure with my own hands and got nothing. Investigators note, the adventurer is suspected of having mental problems. Adventurer E's report, get lost. Investigators note, the adventurer insulted the nobles and has been controlled by the guards. Miners report, well, I didn't collect any blood today. Will you deduct my salary? No, thank you. Thank you on behalf of my whole family. What did you say you saw in the dungeon? Well, let me think about it. It's the roaring monsters, the whirring wind, the chattering swamps, the rattling skeletons. Investigators note, I really don't understand. Report from a dungeon practitioner. People in my line of work, the older I get, the more regretful I feel. Over the years, I've done a lot of wrong things, disappointed a lot of people, and lost a lot of people. I'm too embarrassed to enter the dungeon again. I'm just walking around. Don't ask me. Investigators note, this person provides tour guide services for tourists from other places to visit the Sin Dungeon. Karen's report, I'll give you a detailed report later, so don't bother me now. Where is Wilder? Why hasn't he come back yet? Investigators note, Master Sharon seems to be in a bad mood. How do you see it, friend? Do you have the confidence to conquer this place? Sally brought a pot of black tea and poured a full cup of reddish-brown liquid for the girl with an elegant posture. The fragrant fragrance immediately attracted the girl's attention. 2 candies were immersed in the tea. Sally sat on the sofa opposite and stirred the tea with a smile. Her legs subconsciously closed. The girl stared at him for a long time and said faintly, I have a name, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, Elsa. Sally seemed to realize that his actions were a bit inappropriate, and crossed his legs again, and asked, do you remember what we agreed to do? If you help me take the position of the head of the family, I will become your companion. Yeah, Elsa nodded. If I can conquer the dungeon before my brothers, it will undoubtedly add a weight to me, so my friend, Elsa, please help me conquer here. Seeing the girl in front of him agree, Sally's smile was almost unconcealed. After a year of going out, Elsa is her biggest gain. A brave man who is alone and longs for companions, and is still an innocent little girl, it is too easy to gain her trust. Sally just made a plan and hired a group of people to pretend to be robbers to rob him on the road Elsa must pass. This way, after being robbed, he could naturally thank Elsa and approach her on the grounds of repayment. Elsa's identity was quickly revealed. She was an orphan who awakened as a hero when she was massacred by demons in an orphanage. From then on, she embarked on the road to kill demons, and the ultimate target was naturally the Demon King's head. In fairy tales, a brave man will be surrounded by a group of good companions. Elsa has only read fairy tales, so she firmly believes that she must find companions before defeating the devil. By the way, brave men are not the only ones. As long as you have hatred for the demons, enough talent, and just the right sense of justice, you can become a brave man. According to historical records, there were at most 23 brave men appearing at the same time. But only the one who successfully defeats the Demon King is qualified to be recorded and become a true hero. Sally clenched his fist, but felt that his arms were so weak that he couldn't lift his hands at all. This is the effect of overtraining. As for why overtraining occurs, because to become a hero's partner, you must at least have some strength. So he, the boy, the young master is exercising seriously and exercising. Although she is a little shrewd in some aspects, Sally is a person who keeps her promises, and she also believes that Elsa can really help her become the head of the family. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the environment in the past 2 days. When we get more information about the dungeon, we'll take action. How about that? Elsa held the black tea and sipped it in small sips, nodding slightly. Suddenly, she raised her head suddenly. Xiaoxian's nose twitched, as if she smelled something. What's wrong? Sally was attracted by this abnormal behavior. It smells disgusting. Elsa frowned in disgust, shook her head and said, the smell disappeared. Maybe I smelled it wrong. Sally's face turned red because he farted quietly just now. I need to spray more perfume in the future. In the corridor, a tall figure just passed by their door, seemingly about to go out. Through the light, you can see his face clearly. He is a very familiar person. Please support me by voting for more reading. Please support me. Gong Qiaying sat on the clean altar, staring at the ceiling in a daze. On a new day, the crystal ball was playing the adventurer's new activities, but he had no intention of watching. Because he suddenly realized something was his life too monotonous? What you have to do every day is to check for leaks and repair the dungeon. Although this is indeed very interesting, you can't just do one thing in your life, right? He doesn't want to be a dungeon immortal. But if he wanted to do other things, he couldn't leave the dungeon. He could only eavesdrop on the adventurer's conversations and imagine what the outside world was like from the conversations. It sounds quite sad. Search TWKAN on Google. People say that life is about establishing connections with different people, and he has been in this world for a long time and has not made a single friend yet. A little lonely Gong Qiaying had boredom written all over her face. Then she looked at the crystal ball and saw many familiar faces. Wilder is here again. He seems to regard the encounter with Sakaki, Gong Qiaying, as an adventure. He thinks that he can benefit from Sakaki, who seems to know a lot of mysterious knowledge, so he plans to have it all to himself. Break into dungeons. As a result, he died in any corner. I guess he wouldn't give up just like that. An adventurer with giant ancestry is also there, tirelessly challenging the dungeon every day like checking in, but unfortunately he hasn't even been able to see the gargoyle guarding the gate yet. This guy always wants to have fun fighting. He knows that the spray of cursed frogs can kill people instantly, but he still gathers cursed frogs together to fight. It's really respect, blessing, don't understand. I don't know if it was Gong Qiaying's illusion, but he felt that the time this guy was cursed to death seemed to have lengthened. Could it be that dying more would really improve immunity? Stellan was also there. She was not with her companions this time, and planned to meet the monsters alone for a while. Judging from her posture, she planned to figure out the map even if she died. With the awareness of death, she became more calm when exploring, and some insidious traps were no longer a threat to her. To sum up, we can find that the traps in Thane Dungeon have several common characteristics: high density, low damage, strong obstruction, secret location, and the need to cooperate with monsters to kill them. Stellan herself concluded a rule: wherever there are a large number of monsters, there must be traps, and where there are traps, there are not necessarily monsters. The actual exploration is indeed very similar to the rules she summarized. This guy has some talent. Gong Qiaying came to appreciate her. This elf has made the fastest progress among all adventurers so far. His performance may not be very good at the beginning, but he can apply what he has learned. Look, Stellan meets a corner on a narrow road. What will she do? Stellan stopped the moment she saw the corner, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it tentatively. Pap tap tap, the stone fell on the water, making bursts of sound, but nothing else happened. Does this mean that there is no monster ambushing around the corner? Absolutely not. The best way to deal with Lao Lu is she took out a bomb and threw it quickly and accurately. Boom, yeah. The explosion sounded together with the screams of the monsters, and the smell of burnt flesh and blood came. Stellan took a deep breath intoxicatedly. Phew, I'm happy, that's it. Gong Qiaying snapped his fingers. He was very happy to see the progress of the adventurers. It's time to give me a reward, let me see. Not long after, Stellan saw a strange living corpse staggering towards her, carefree and completely unprepared, as if he was deliberately leading her to kill him. This is actually the cannon fodder sent by Gong Qiaying to deliver rewards. However, Stellan frowned, dodged to the side, and watched helplessly as the living corpse passed by, but she didn't even attack. It's weird. This monster won't explode after being hit by me, Stellan said to herself, or will it turn into another powerful monster after it dies? She has been trained into a suspicious character by Thane Dungeon. Gong Qiaying was silent for a moment, thinking to herself, why are you thinking so much, so hurry up and fight. He manipulated the living corpse to walk in front of Stellan again, staring at the other party motionlessly, trying to move his hands away as if to give him a hug. Stellan showed a look of disgust, bent down and got past the living corpse, and walked away quickly. Hey, can you tolerate this? Really running out of tricks, Gong Qiangming ordered the living corpse to rush over and attack Stellan. Sure enough, you've revealed your flaws. Stellan kicked the zombie's head away, jumped back instantly, and stared at the corpse of the zombie with vigilance, fearing that something might happen. There are no variables. As soon as the living corpse dies, it turns into ashes and disappears, leaving 2 light spots in place. Ah? It's not a scam? Stellan was stunned for a moment, even a little uncomfortable, but she still walked over and picked up the light spot. A weapon and a prop. The weapon looks like a pair of hooks. She doesn't know how to use this type of weapon at all. How about selling it for money? As soon as she thought this, knowledge about a combat skill called Hound Step appeared in her mind. This was Hook Claw's own combat skill. And when she understood the role of the hound's pace, she smiled happily again. It seems to be a very strong combat skill. No, why can the weapon bring me combat skill knowledge? She tried to take off the hook, but she forgot the hound steps in her mind, as if this knowledge had never appeared. So magical, Stella was amazed. She had the urge to send the hook to the elves to find a craftsman to study it. It's a pity that it's too far away and it takes too much time to send it there. In addition to the hook, another item made her a little confused. It was a small box with a simple appearance. After opening it, there was something golden inside, and it was completely impossible to tell what it was. As if afraid that she couldn't understand it, a piece of information was directly poured into her mind. Summoning Hook Medicine X5, after using it, you can see the summoning mark drawn by the assistant or fighter in the same underground layer. Summon the assistant, he will help you conquer the dungeon until you defeat the regional boss. Summon the fighter, he will fight with you. What kind of magical thing is this? It was the first time that Stellan knew that there was a prop that could summon other people across regions. Can I really summon it? Is the person I summon a living person or something else? Do they have this kind of prop? A lot of questions came to her mind. She looked at the summoning finger potion hesitantly. This thing seemed to be a consumable, but if there were 5 in total, she could try one, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to raise the summoning finger potion and sprinkle the contents into the sky. What changes will there be? What will the summoning mark look like? I'm so looking forward to it. In her expectant eyes, a golden summoning symbol slowly emerged not far away. Want to touch? Stellan carefully touched the summoning mark, and a golden phantom suddenly appeared on it, making her jump back in fright. Because he no longer touched the summoning mark, the golden phantom disappeared immediately. You can actually see the appearance of the collaborators. She touched the summoning mark again and looked at the man's face carefully. The body shape looks like that of a man. Why use the word like? Because the other person is wearing full armor, his face cannot be seen, and his sexual characteristics are not obvious. This armor doesn't look very valuable. It's a very common armor style. He holds a lance in his right hand and a large, safe-looking shield on his left hand. A name appeared above his head, Marita. I've never heard of this person. Stellan chose to summon. Isn't he an adventurer? After a moment of waiting, a flash of golden special effects flashed by, and the golden Marita made his grand appearance. Hey! As soon as he appeared on the scene, he said hello generously. He seemed to be a warm and cheerful person. Such a person would definitely not do such despicable things as plotting against others. Of course, this Marita was also Gong Qiang's trap. This outfit is inspired by Dark Souls 2's enemy NPC and the people's best friend, Marita. After all, Gong Qiang's current appearance is that of a living corpse, so of course he can't show his true face to others. Hello, my name is Stellan. Stellan walked around and looked at Gong Qiang, marveling that the summoned helper would turn into a golden spirit body and look so handsome. Are you also an adventurer? Why did you draw the summoning mark here? After finally encountering a novel existence, she wanted to ask questions carefully. Gong Qiang hadn't talked to anyone for a long time and seemed very excited at the moment. No, I'm not an adventurer, I'm just traveling and training myself. As for the summoning mark, you need to use a tool called a hook finger. Use your hook finger to draw a summoning mark on the ground, so that it can be seen by the person who used the hook finger summoning medicine. Stellan immediately stepped forward and asked, "Where can I get the hook finger?" After she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong and quickly added, "I can pay you in exchange for information." Gong Qiang shook his head and said enthusiastically, "No reward is required." We are all working hard in the dungeon. Helping each other is basic common sense. I really met a good person this time. Stellan hasn't heard the word mutual help from strangers for a long time. Today's adventurers are afraid that others will get benefits from the dungeon before themselves. After meeting, it would be better if they don't cheat others. If only they could give some casual advice. He can be regarded as a great virtuous person. Her favorability towards Gong Qiaying increased significantly. Gong Qiaying pointed to the fortress in the distance and said, "Go out from the back door of the fortress, enter the village there, pass through a large number of enemies, and you can pick up Goji on the edge of a cliff in the village. You can enter the lower level not far from Goji. An area that looks like a huge tree hole." "Hey," Stellan's eyes widened, "did you say that you have conquered that disgusting village?" Gong Qiaying nodded noncommittally. In Stellan's eyes, this was the margin that belonged to the strong. For a time, the image and status of Marita in her heart improved. Stellan's eyes were fiery, as if she had seen a treasure. "Can I ask you to lead me to the village? I will also prepare a reward, you can say whatever you want." I thought Gong Qiaying would take the opportunity to ask for reward, but he just shook his head and said, "I really don't need reward. If you want to repay me, just talk to me. In fact, I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. Regarding the outside world, I don't know much about some news. It's on me. I have to watch the news every day." Not long after, the golden Gong Qiaying and Stellan walk side by side in the swamp, but if you look carefully, you can find that Stellan has been following the other person. In the swamp, Gong Qiaying showed unparalleled proficiency. He could often find small paths to avoid monsters, and even hidden shortcuts leading directly to the beacon fire. These paths were completely undiscovered by Stellan and her companions. What's even more clever is that Gong Qiaying seems to know the range of perception of monsters. He can avoid the range of perception of monsters at an extreme distance and walk swaggering in front of them. It's like entering a deserted land, and Stellan is looking at it. "I admire you again and again. You must have been groping here for a long time, right? Just a little serious exploration, this is the style of a master." Stellan admired everyone who was stronger than her. Regardless of their strength, just in terms of their ability to explore the dungeon, Gong Qiaying's abilities far exceeded hers. Stellan thought that it was impossible for her to discover those hidden shortcuts at tricky angles. Those things were hidden too deep. During this period of time together, Gong Qiaying also gradually completed the information database. Before, he only knew that there was Bead City nearby, where adventurers lived. Now he learned from Stellan about the main members of the Bead family and their respective characteristics. For example, Sharon is a big fool, and Wilde is a sissy, and Sally is directly a beautiful transvestite. The subjective impression of these evaluations is quite heavy. Later, he learned more about the power grading of this world, which is a very simple grading method. There is no upper limit on the professions that a person can learn in his life. As long as he has the talent and time, he can continue to learn. There is basically no limit. Even weapons, props, magic, etc. can be simply and roughly applied to the power classification method. The setting of this world is too easy to understand. Although Stellan was puzzled as to why Gong Qiaying asked such an obvious question, she was just puzzled. Gong Qiaying's reliability made her completely doubt the possibility that the other party was a monster. Just kidding, how could a monster with low intelligence learn human language? In addition to these basic knowledge, Gong Qiaying also learned some knowledge that is useless now, such as gossip about the president of the Adventurers Guild. The top combat power in human society seems to be a magician named Kawade, who is the magic consultant of the royal family. His strength has long reached the legendary level, but he has not appeared in the public eye for decades. Some people rumored that he has died. The place where the elves live is called the Forest of Elves. The ruler, the Elf Queen, also has legendary strength, but most of the elves love peace, so they live in a corner in the beautiful forest. Dwarves like to live in the mountains and are extremely talented in forging and brewing, which fits the outside world's stereotype of them. They gather under the command of the Dwarf King and are also a force that cannot be underestimated. The large amount of information obtained today made Gong Qiaying quite satisfied, so satisfied that he wanted to burp. After a while, they arrived at the gate of the fortress. "You opened the door so quickly," Stellan looked at him with respect and admiration. This was the first person she had seen who could pass through the poisonous swamp quickly. "Get your weapons ready, the battle is about to begin." Begging, the author of The Failed Street asks for some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Stella took out her weapon, a mace as long as her forearm. She had prepared a strategy. Gargoyles are highly resistant to slashing, stabbing, and hacking, but weak to hitting. Hammers and the like can easily break their defense. There is nothing to be afraid of. At this time, she saw Gong Xieying leisurely took out a large shield and a lance, and it seemed that he was going to use these two weapons. Stellan hesitated and asked, gargoyles are resistant to gun weapons, right? Isn't the damage from the lance not enough? The damage is not enough, but why do I have to hurt it? Without damage, you can't beat the monster. Gong Xieying smiled mysteriously. Just watch my performance in a while, don't interfere. He really left enough suspense, and Stellan just liked it. Entering the fortress, she obediently stayed near the door and didn't go deep, so that the gargoyles would regard Gong Xieying as the first target. I want to see how you fight. Stella was still a little unconvinced. From ancient times to the present, what is the most important thing in fighting monsters? All adventurers will answer that it is damage. Without enough damage, every attack on the monster is just a tickle. In today's era, adventurers have a consensus focus on damage, ignore skills, and don't defend. Even the sword and shield warrior Shoin, his most common means of attack is actually to hit people with a shield, and defense is only occasionally. So when Gong Xieying took out a heavy shield, Stellan was a little puzzled. Holding a large shield would affect the battle too much, not to mention that it would affect agility. No matter how you look at it, it is not cost-effective. While hearing the roar of the gargoyle, Gong Xieying threw a flying knife at the monster on the ceiling, successfully attracted hatred, and the gargoyle opened its wings and rushed over. Get out of the way, Stellan whispered to herself. But Gong Xieying did not get out of the way. He stood there, just holding up the big shield, waiting for the gargoyle's attack like he was scared. Bang! The gargoyle's huge claws hit the big shield. Gong Xieying's body trembled, but his posture did not collapse. The big shield took the blow perfectly. This time he should be able to dodge it, right? Stellan stared at it with eyes wide open. If he dodges now, he can give the gargoyle a surprise attack, which is a very profitable approach. However, I poke, hidden behind the big shield. Gong Xieying poked the gargoyle. An exclamation mark appeared above Stellan's head. This attack was weak and only scratched a little skin of the gargoyle. No wonder Gong Xieying walked around the monsters on the road. It turned out that his hard power did not allow him to open the invincible. Let me go! Stellan shouted. No, you stay over there. Gong Xieying poked the gargoyle again and again. The latter was stunned. It might be the first time it encountered such a light attack since its debut. But then, the monster was enraged, and the attack fell like a storm, vowing to smash this weak human. A magical thing happened. Although the attack was fierce, the big shield was better, and it took all the attacks of the gargoyle. Roar! The gargoyle roared, opened his hands and was about to lift the big shield, but Gong Xieying seemed to have seen through his movements long ago, and bent down and rolled lightly to avoid it. Then he hid behind the big shield and poked. If the gargoyle could speak, he would have started to curse at this moment. Poke, poke, roll, poke, poke, roll again. At some point, Stellan was stunned. She had never seen such a wretched fighting style. Even if another gargoyle rushed over, both of them were bombarded, and the big shield did not deviate. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Soon after, the gargoyle was already broken, and Gong Xieying passed the lance forward and pierced its head. The same method was followed, and the other one died as well. How is it? Gong Xieying thrust his lance into the ground and proudly said, "What a hearty battle, your battle is a fart." It's really eye-opening. Stellan didn't know what to say, and her expression was quite interesting. She held it in for a long time before asking, "May I ask what kind of style this is?" "Shield poking style. An invincible style." Stellan opened her mouth and didn't speak for a long time. After beating the gargoyle, Gong Xieying didn't disappear, but continued to take her to explore the sick village. Encountered a highly mobile dog monster, and used a shield poking to solve it. Encountered a monkey monster that could throw weapons, and used a shield poking to solve it. Encountered a corner and didn't know if there was an ambush of monsters, but used a shield poking to solve it. Stellan was confused. After seeing Gong Xieying use shield to poke away a bunch of monsters that she thought were difficult to deal with, she looked at the mace in her hand and asked carefully, "Are you still accepting apprentices?" Under the helmet, Gong Xieying showed a bright smile. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Come, take my shield and weapon, and you walk in front. Yes, hold the shield like this, and rush over to kill the monster in front of you." Stella recalled in her mind how Gong Xieying used shield to poke, and launched an offensive against the monster in front of her in the same way. The big shield was heavy, but she was an elite among adventurers after all, and she could hold on even when facing the impact of large monsters. It was not bad at the beginning, but as the battle became increasingly tense, her hand holding the shield began to tremble. The monster seized this opportunity and pushed forward violently. Her shield was broken. Stella quickly took out her mace and smashed the monster's head. Why won't your shield be broken? She was now full of doubts. Gong Qiaying waved his hand cheerfully and said, "Didn't you notice that I would choose to put down my shield to recover my energy when I couldn't hold on?" Boom, like a lightning bolt hitting her head, Stellan suddenly realized. It turns out that shield poking is not something that can be played casually, and it requires some skills. When the enemy attacks, raise the shield, and when you stop, put down the shield to recover your energy. When the enemy makes a move to lift the shield, roll to avoid it. In just 1 or 2 hours, she felt that she had learned something new that she couldn't learn in the past 10 years. The most important thing is that this knowledge is really practical. The only drawback is that the damage is insufficient. But if she pokes alone, the damage will seem insufficient. What if there are 2, 3, or even 10 people together? Stellan's mind flashed with a scene where she and 10 of her companions held up a large shield and surrounded the monster in the middle, with a long hard object in her hand stabbing the monster, and all the monster's attacks were ineffective and furious, and she watched herself being stabbed to death. Her body was trembling with excitement, and she was about to blow it just thinking about that scene. Seeing Stellan's excitement, Gong Qiaying smiled even more. Celebrate, a great shield-stabbing player is born. Stella was happily holding a shield in front to kill the enemy, immersed in the almost rogue style of shield stabbing. And what about Gong Qiaying? He silently took out a small sickle. All living things will instinctively seek comfort, especially intelligent creatures. A living example is Stellan. "Aha, you can't touch me, you can't touch me." Faced with the siege of 2 fat brothers, she was not afraid at all holding a big shield. She could win with just a poke. If she uses a bow and arrow, she needs to observe where the monster's weaknesses are, and consider using arrows with different attributes to get the best effect. She must also maintain a high degree of concentration at all times and not let the monster get close. There is basically no way to defend when using a bow. If she used a mace, she would have to fight at close range with monsters like the sick village, which were much more dangerous than the swamp area. She would have to walk under the tip of the knife and lose everything if she was not careful. However, shield poke solves all problems. A big shield and a spear, how could there be such a perfect combination in the world? You don't need to think too much, just pay attention to your own energy and the enemy's throwing skills, and occasionally dodge the magic that can penetrate the shield. This style of shield poke is most suitable for adventurers who are too lazy to use their brains. Even players like Stellan, who have a certain understanding of combat, fell in love with the shield poke once they tried it. The sense of security brought by the large shield cannot be replaced by anything. She found her comfort zone in the shield and didn't want to step out at all. Today's trip to the dungeon was really fruitful. Not only did she learn the shield from Gong Qiaying, but she also learned about it from this suspected dungeon exploration expert. The map structure of the swamp area and the diseased village area is established. It was Qin Shi Huang who touched the switchy one. Gong Qiaying was observing Stellan's condition from behind. The latter was worthy of having martial arts skills. He mastered the use of shield poke in a short time and applied it perfectly in actual combat. He was very pleased to see it, and lamented that to play Souls games, you really need to learn how to find a wheelchair. He cultivated Stellan just because she looked more pleasing to the eye, and Gong Qiaying really wanted to find someone to talk to, so he could only choose a suitable candidate among the adventurers in the dungeon. Then, Option A, dual-wielding tomahawks as a lunatic who only enjoys fighting. Option B, Wilder died in the dungeon. Option C, adventurers who have a fixed team and explore carefully. Option D, a beautiful elf girl who looks easy to fool when she is alone. Everyone knows to choose D. There is another reason, that is, no one has been able to clear Thane Dungeon yet. The changes in Thane Dungeon have not yet attracted widespread attention from the outside world. Those who can come here cannot clear the level. Who of the masters who can clear the level will come here specifically? There must be something worthy of their trip. Gong Qiaying thought that he had prepared a big gift for those who cleared the dungeon, an eye-catching reward. Once the news spreads, it would definitely attract experts. But the key is that no one can get the reward. The news can't spread at all. Only by attracting more people and gaining more spiritual power can he create better and more outstanding dungeons. This must achieve a virtuous cycle of spiritual power. That, Mr. Marita, Stellan subconsciously used honorifics, which meant that she really recognized and admired Gong Qiaying. What's wrong? Gong Qiaying looked in the direction of her finger and felt happy at this sight. Can shield poke also cope with the previous situation? The place she was pointing to was the only wider road in the sick village, with dilapidated houses on both sides. As long as you walk through this street, you could find a direct road to the middle area. However, the house is full of fat brothers. Giant man living corpse, mental power required per unit, 80, life, D, strength, D+, intelligence, F, endurance, D, speed, D, overall combat power, D. The giant living corpse comes from the sick village in Dark Souls 1. It looks like a bloated and huge living corpse. It is more durable and stronger than ordinary living corpses and is not easy to be beaten hard. They will definitely bring adventurers an authentic sick village experience. If you don't want to fight, you can try running over directly, Gong Chieying suggested. Look, they are so fat that they will never catch up with you. Just parkour all the way over. I always feel like something unexpected will happen. Stellan felt that this method was very unreliable. What if these living corpses just looked fat but were actually very agile? If she was caught up, she would probably be chopped into pieces by the living corpses of nearly 10 giant men. Not to mention she took out the telescope from her arms and looked carefully at the houses on both sides. Sure enough, there is a monster hiding on the roof. They were monsters as short as goblins with rag hoods on their heads. They were lying on the roof of the house. You couldn't tell them unless you looked carefully. If she really ran over boldly, she would probably be blocked by monsters jumping from the sky, and then chased by her fat brother. Oh, you actually noticed it, Gong Chieying clapped his hands and said, you have good observation skills. It all depends on experience. Although she didn't want to admit it, the reason why she thought of looking at the roof was because she had been attacked too many times in the swamp area, which made her very suspicious now. As long as there was an obstacle that looked like it could hide something, she would do it. Test it carefully. It can be said that she is already an entry-level soul player. Think about what you have on you that can be used, such as the weapons and equipment you picked up in the dungeon, Gong Chieying hinted. What can I use? Stellan thought about it, took out a strange-shaped hook and put it on her hand. This is the weapon with the hound step combat skill. Use the bow and arrow to lure a monster to try. Thinking so, she shot a lone giant zombie and lured it over. The giant zombie raised the stick and smashed it down. Stellan activated the hound step in time, and the next second, the stick hit the air. And she appeared a few steps away in an instant, still confused at this time. This combat skill seems a bit strong. Stellan's eyes lit up, and she played the game of eagle catching chicken with the giant zombie on the spot, and waited until she was completely proficient in using the hound step before killing the zombie. If you use this combat skill, you can parkour all the way through. She emerged with confidence, turned back to look at Gong Chieying, and asked, what are you going to do? Gong Chieying took out a grappling hook of the same type and said, I have one too. You haven't already taken all the rewards that can be obtained in the dungeon, have you? Stellan felt that even if Gong Chieying said that he had already conquered the dungeon, it would not be outrageous. No, there is still a lot to go. Gong Chieying equipped the grappling hook and said, you will encounter elite monsters when you cross this street, be prepared for battle. Of course, Stellan stroked the shield, as if stroking a friend she hadn't seen for a long time. What should you do when you encounter a bunch of monsters? The answer is Houndstooth, Houndstooth, Houndstooth. This combat skill is very strong in the game, and it is also ridiculously strong after coming to another world, because it really has an invincible frame. When the giant man's living corpse smashed down with his big stick, Stellan quickly used the pace of a hound. The next moment, her figure disappeared without a trace, and when she reappeared, she was already a few steps away. Wow, she really didn't expect that this combat skill with an inconspicuous name could be so powerful. Woo, if you can't hit me, you can't hit me. She was completely immersed in the game of teasing the giant man's living corpse with the pace of a hound. However, after using it a few times, Stellan felt exhausted and had to stop and rest. Ouch! The giant living corpse seized the opportunity and rushed over, about to hit her. Gong Chieying grabbed Stellan and also used hound steps to dodge the attack along with her. Don't be too arrogant, you will die if you make one mistake. Oh, after recovering a little strength, the two of them repeated the steps of the hound and passed the dangerous streets without any danger. Combat skill rereading is so powerful. Stellan was slightly injured. The monster lying on the roof hit her but with a poisonous arrow blown by a blow dart. Her face was so painful that she looked uncertain. As soon as they leave the confines of the street, the monsters will no longer pursue them, but there are still many monsters that are very troublesome. Gong Chieying is sure that the adventurers will be greatly reduced in energy after clearing Fat Brother Street, so he deliberately sets up a powerful monster. But for Stellan, who has understood the true meaning of shield poke, she can pass through these monsters as long as she handles them carefully, not to mention the protection of Gong Qiaying. Finally, they came to the fog door. What is this? Stellan looked at the door in front of her that was filled with white mist, feeling that something terrible would happen to her once she walked in. The boss's room, Gong Qiaying asked, pretending to be casual. There is no such thing in other dungeons, right? Stellan shook her head. In other dungeons, you will fight the boss after entering the door, but there is no white mist. She looked at the fog door inside. It's quite oppressive. After passing through the fog door, Stellan's face froze when she saw clearly what the boss monster looked like. Because that's a giant cursed frog. She instantly recalled the painful experience of being chased by a group of cursed frogs in the poison pond swamp, and the arm holding the shield trembled. Seeing her reaction, Gong Qiaying showed a satisfied smile. It was true that after seeing Stellan, he deliberately placed a giant cursed frog here just to appreciate this delicious expression. I'm going to fuck. Only by overcoming fear can we move forward. Stellan went up with the big shield. The cursed frog stuck out its tongue. The big shield was swept away. Hey! Suddenly losing the protection of the big shield, Stellan felt at a loss, as if she had been stripped naked and insecure. However, she quickly reacted and rushed over with her lance and pierced the jaw of the giant cursed frog. The monster was so painful that it spat out the big shield with a wow sound. My baby, Stellan smiled happily after taking back the big shield, and used the classic shield poke to deal with the giant cursed frog. After a while, the cursed frog was covered with cuts and bruises. Puff! The giant cursed frog suddenly spit out the cursed black mist and pushed Stellan back, then jumped up to the ceiling and let out a loud roar. The wall shattered, revealing large holes, and many strange light spots lit up slowly. Hey, isn't it? Stellan's hair stood on end. If she saw it correctly, the true identity of these light spots was a small colony of cursed frogs. At first glance, there seemed to be more than a dozen cursed frogs. These were all the little brothers summoned by the giant cursed frogs, and they were staring at Stellan at this moment. She looked back at Gong Qiaying and called out, "Help!" Good, Gong Qiaying took out a small wet sickle, but this thing was a PvP special attack and was useless against monsters, so he took out a staff. Meteorite staff, combat skill, turn and turn, mental power required per unit, 200, rating, C, pyroxene magic gravel. Magic sword. Meteorite ball. He used various spells with ordinary special effects but very practical effects one after another. The cursed frogs had no time to resist and were all wiped out. Stellan's expression turned into a subway old man's mobile phone, because she discovered that these magics were something she had never seen before. The magic you used was also found in the dungeon, she asked curiously. You can pick up scrolls recording magic in deeper layers, Gong Qiaying said. Want to learn? Stellan nodded repeatedly. It's a pity that the scroll can only be used by one person, he shrugged. If you want it, just go down and get it yourself. Stellan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, the giant cursed frog found that his group of cursed frogs had been wiped out. He let out an angry roar and rushed over with a kick of his two hind legs. I'll do it. She took the initiative to raise her big shield and stood in front of Gong Qiaying, standing as still as a mountain. Gong Qiaying was silent for a moment. I wanted to say that I could avoid it. Next comes the occasion of the shield poke. Soon after, the giant cursed frog crashed to the ground, its huge body turned into smoke and dissipated, leaving a purple light spot on the spot. Stellan glanced at Gong Qiaying, who made a gesture of invitation and said, "Take it, that thing is no longer useful to me." Thanks, she bowed, walked over and picked up the light spot, and a piece of information suddenly appeared in her mind. The soul of the giant cursed frog. Use it at a campfire to slightly enhance your physical fitness. You can get a lot of souls by using it directly. A bonfire? What bonfire? Stellan suspected that there was something wrong with her ability to understand words. Can she get a lot of souls by using it directly? What soul? What do I need a soul for? I'm not a necromancer. At this time it is the turn of the commentator Gong Qiaying to appear. This is the bonfire. Looking in the direction he pointed, I saw an unlit bonfire suddenly appeared in the room after the cursed frog died, with a strange-shaped spiral sword stuck on the fire. You try lighting a bonfire, mysterious. Stellan threw a match into it, and the bonfire immediately lit up with warm light, as if sitting here for a while could relax the spirit. At this time, a line of text appeared in front of her. Use the soul of the giant cursed frog? Use it. The soul of the giant cursed frog was thrown into the bonfire. The next moment, the bonfire burst into flames. At the same time, Stellan felt warm all over her body, with an indescribable comfort. Then she was surprised to find my power has become stronger? What's going on? Stellan was surprised and found another line of small words appearing in front of her eyes. Current number of souls, 5677, available for upgrade. Upgrade. As soon as she thought about it, a panel suddenly opened in front of her, startling her. Stellan life, 3 strength, 3 intelligence, 1 endurance, 1 sensitivity, 1 induction, 1 souls required for upgrade, 644. What is this? She looked helplessly at Gong Xiaying. This thing was beyond her understanding. That's what I call a surprise, Gong Xiaying applauded and said, congratulations, you have cleared the upper area after defeating the giant curse frog. You can now explore the next level. There are more adventures waiting for you, thank you. No, I'm asking you about this thing. That's a reward for those who get through to the upper levels, Gong Xiaying said. I don't know much about it, so I can only briefly explain it. When you clear each level, you will encounter a bonfire. Resting here can quickly replenish lost physical strength, and you can also use your soul to upgrade. No matter how strong you are, everyone's default level is 1. You ask me where the soul comes from? It was dropped when you killed the monster, Gong Xiaying said. This is a unique mechanism of Thane Dungeon. After killing monsters, you can obtain different amounts of souls. After obtaining the souls, you can upgrade them in the bonfire. Yes, the so-called upgrades make you stronger and strengthened. The effect does not disappear after leaving Thane Dungeon. Stellan's breathing became heavier. She realized something and said, in other words, as long as I keep killing monsters, I can become stronger? That's the truth. She hurried over and looked at the panel. She didn't know why the life and strength were 3 and the others were 1. Could it be because of the use of the soul of the giant cursed frog? What life and strength represent is easy to understand. Intelligence is different from the IQ you think of. It is related to the damage caused when using magic. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the power of magic. Stamina is related to energy. Stamina upgrades the more you have, the longer you can hold up your shield. I don't need to tell you what sensitivity means. You can think of this thing as luck. The higher the sensitivity, the more likely you are to get the items on them when you kill monsters. Stellan was stunned for a while and said to herself, this is really an unheard of mechanism. At this moment, she realized how great the potential of the campfire mechanism was. If it could be upgraded continuously, people from all over the world would flock here, right? Let's take a look at upgrading our stamina. Her endurance became 2, and she shook her hand, feeling no obvious changes. Souls required for upgrade, 807, the endurance rose to 4, and Stellan finally felt a change in her body. This was a very subtle feeling. In short, she became stronger. She then upgraded a little strength, a little induction, a little sensitivity, focusing on a balanced development. Souls required for upgrade, 1899, current number of souls, 78, no more money. Stellan was still not finished and reluctantly closed the panel. This feeling of becoming stronger just by moving her fingers was really fascinating. And it's quite outrageous. If she relied solely on training, the time it would take to become stronger would be measured in years, but in Thane Dungeon, she only needs to kill monsters. She couldn't even imagine how crazy those who had encountered a bottleneck in their practice would be when they learned that they could upgrade easily and quickly here. By the way, Stellan didn't think of asking Gong Xiaying until she finished upgrading. Do you have any suggestions for upgrading? Gong Xiaying thought for a while and said, first increase the life to 40. What's the point? No, it just improves your survival rate, alright. Stellan was about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. She pointed at Gong Qi and said in incoherent English, me? Gong Xiaying tilted his head. Your body is disappearing. Gong Xiaying, who was originally a golden spirit body, is gradually becoming transparent and will disappear in a few seconds. It's normal. A helper like me will return after helping you defeat the final boss monster in the area. Don't worry, I'm not dead. Stellan understood and no longer panicked. She took a deep breath and said loudly, thank you for your help. Gong Xiaying waved his hand, and his figure completely disappeared from her eyes. Really disappeared. Looking at the empty room, she felt a little lonely for a moment. But this loneliness was soon diluted by the novelty of the bonfire, and she looked around the bonfire. Should I continue killing monsters on this level to collect souls, or should I go to the next level? Stellan thought about it carefully and felt that the meaning of life lies in progress and exploration, so she decisively entered the middle area. Soon after, Gong Xiaying saw that the spiritual power collected in the dungeon had increased by more than 200. It seemed that Stellan was defeated in the middle level. He looked thoughtfully at the increasing mental power. Sure enough, the upgraded adventurer can explode more spiritual power, or even double it. Mechanisms such as campfires and souls were discovered by him accidentally. At first, he just found the bonfire from the world of Dark Souls when he was looking through the available buildings. As a result, after placing it, the entire Sin dungeon underwent mysterious changes. In simple terms, this change means that you can get souls by killing monsters, and you can upgrade at the bonfire with enough souls. It is really surprising that such a dramatic change can occur just by placing a bonfire. Dong Qianying is confident that this mechanism can attract more people to the Sin dungeon. Because becoming stronger is the ultimate temptation for everyone. Adventurers become stronger in the dungeon, and they also explode more mental power when they die. It is a win-win situation. Before, he was still distressed that the Sin dungeon could not come up with an ultimate temptation to attract adventurers. Now, it seems that the bonfire mechanism has perfectly solved his problem. Then again, no adventurer wants to be the sword god of Shalipo, right? In order to prevent adventurers from only brushing souls in the upper area, the monsters he arranged are all worthless goods, weak in strength, and the number of souls exploded is also small. Adventurers may be able to brush them in the early stage, but once they level up a few levels, the number of souls required will increase greatly. Therefore, in order to upgrade faster, adventurers must enter the lower area to explore and challenge stronger monsters. Then die, and turn the mental power into the nutrients of Gong Qianying in this dungeon. In order to prevent strong people from brushing levels, when the adventurer's strength reaches a certain level, the mental power required for the upgrade will not be able to upgrade a few levels even if all the monsters in the dungeon are killed, brushed every day, brushed every month, and the effect is not as good as training by yourself. Controlling the value is very important. I hope Stellan can spread the news. After leaving Thane dungeon, Stellan clenched her fists, feeling a little unreal. Sitting by a campfire not only replenished the status, but also really upgraded? Just clicked with your finger on that weird-looking panel and became stronger easily? Although it is said that the soul used for the upgrade was earned by her hard work fighting monsters, it is still a bit untrue. The average lifespan of elves is about 300 years. With a little exercise or learning some health-preserving magic, they can easily live to 400 years old, which is 4 times that of humans. There has always been an enduring question in history: why did the long-lived elves not replace humans as the most powerful race? There are 2 answers to this question. One is that the probability of elves getting pregnant is low, and you may not be able to get pregnant even if you work non-stop for several years. Second, elves' enthusiasm for learning is lower than that of humans. It's like the god of creation deliberately balanced the strength of the elves. Corresponding to the long life, the elves take longer to learn a certain technology than humans. There is no problem with the IQ of the elves, and their understanding ability is normal, but there is a force somewhere that prevents them from learning a completely unfamiliar technology in a short period of time. The same is true for cultivation. The time it takes for elves to raise their professional level by 1 level is longer than that of humans. But in Thane dungeon, this situation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Stellan could feel that the levels of strength she had improved in the dungeon would probably require a year or 2 of training if placed outside. A day's work is worth a year. She gasped, thinking how terrifying it was. I had to call my compatriots over. But before that she looked at the sky. It was still early and it was time to go to the weapons store. The large shield and lance that Gong Qianying lent her disappeared together when the other party disappeared, but her heart had been deeply imprinted by the shield. Not holding up the shield for a minute makes my heart itch. Weapons like spears are easy to buy. She quickly bought a spear that she found handy. The tip of the spear was made of the horns of high-level monsters and was inlaid with poison attribute magic gems. It could poison the enemy with just a slight scratch. The shop owner said that this gun has never been sold. Although the quality is very good, no one likes to use poison-type weapons. Everyone pursues fast-paced battles, and not many people have the patience to wait for their prey to be slowly weakened after being poisoned. Therefore, when he learned that Stellan wanted to buy it, the boss was deeply moved and took the initiative to offer a 20% discount. Stellan looked at the spear in her hand. The poison attribute gem gave the tip of the gun a strange dark green layer. She originally wanted to buy a fire or thunder attribute, but when she saw this gun, she suddenly thought the disadvantage of shield poke is that it does insufficient damage and takes a long time. Isn't it just right for poisoning? I'm really a genius, she secretly rejoiced, thinking that she would have to show off when she saw Marita in the future. However, it was difficult to buy a large shield. She went to several weapon stores before she bought a decent large shield. It was usable, but the feel was not as good as the one Gong Chiang lent her. Hey, don't you have long ears? Why are you here to buy weapons? Just as Stellan was holding her shield and preparing to walk home, several uninvited guests appeared. Is it possible that the monsters in the dungeon beat me to the point of crying for my father and mother, and that I lost my weapon when I ran for my life? Her face suddenly darkened. The visitors were 3 human youths, all dressed in classic gangster attire, and their appearance could be compared to that of a skinny and energetic young man. Stellan knew them. These people were well-known racists in the neighborhood. They had conflicts with many non-human races, but they only bullied ordinary people. This was the first time they came to trouble the silver-level Stellan. Could it be that his strength has improved? She guessed and continued moving forward as if it was nothing. My elder brother is talking to you. The gangster brother grabbed Stellan, her eyes narrowed, and she was about to take action, but at this time the person called the eldest brother stopped the little brother. You agreed to let me practice today. The eldest brother glared at the younger brother, who retreated angrily. My name is Morgan, the boss of this street. I heard that you are an adventurer with long ears. I'm coming to see you today. Hey, stop. While he was speaking, Stellan walked out several meters away. Ya one ya two, stop her. Understood brother. Gex2 seeing that passers-by were attracted by the movement here, Stellan turned her head helplessly and said, Go away. Oh, you have a temper, Morgan said amusedly, just listen to what I say, don't be so reluctant, what on earth do you want to do? She felt like she was coaxing a psychopath. As for me, I've been feeling like something good is going to happen recently. But when I was working as a security guard for a wealthy family, I was spotted by an expert who passed me a combat skill. Morgan excitedly took off his gloves, revealing a pair of shiny black hands. This is the combat skill passed down to me by an expert, called Black Hand. I've been wanting to find someone to try it for a long time. Come and give it a try, you foreigners. Well, it was obvious that this gangster was looking for trouble at random. Even if the person he was looking for was not Stellan, there would be others with long ears, or even short ones or furry ones. Beat this guy half to death so he won't cause trouble to others anymore. With this thought in mind, she raised her shield. Who knew Morgan would stop as soon as he saw the shield? What are you doing? Stellan had just prepared her shield stance, but she was extremely confused at this moment. It's not fair, it's not fair. I have nothing but you holding a big shield. How can I fight? Stellan was so angry that she laughed and said, You came to make trouble first and you still want to care about how I fight back? This is not looking for trouble, this is a sacred duel, Morgan said with an upright face. Do you want me to throw my gloves in front of you as a ceremony? Chun-Chun is sick, Stellan stabbed out without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the kid moved very quickly and actually dodged. He shouted while hiding, Throw away the shield if you can. What kind of hero is he holding a shield? That's right, a coward with a shield, X2, the 2 younger brothers shouted happily. Veins popped up on Stellan's forehead, and she threw a shot, which flew past Morgan's scalp and instantly caused a chunk of his hair to disappear. There was silence. With a bang, she dropped the heavy shield on the ground, clenched her fists and said with a ferocious smile, Come on, I can beat you with my bare hands. Morgan broke out in a cold sweat, but still managed to laugh out loud and said, Okay, that's cool. Ha, this stupid elf fell into the trap. He rushed forward happily, his black hands shining brightly. This combat skill could enhance his strength. How could a mere elf with a slender body be able to resist? He has been looking for a long time, a tiger-backed orc? Yes, a muscular dwarf? Pass. His eyes lit up when he saw Stellan, who was on the thin side and seemed to have little strength. Come on, big brother, X2 take my move, black crack. Morgan flew backwards. Thank you for your monthly recommendation votes. Please read more by the way. Wow. That woman beat my brother to his knees. She must be forcing him to be a slave. The 2 brothers, Yai and Yair, saw that the situation was not good and immediately shouted. What should we do? Should we save my brother? I think my brother will forgive us, yes, please forgive us, brother. You too. Morgan, who fell to the ground, stretched out his hand tremblingly, stared at the 2 brothers who fled, and said weakly, Come back to me. He vomited blood all over the floor and didn't understand why Stellan, who looked so thin, had such great power. In fact, her power was not that great, but it was more than enough to knock Morgan away. A shadow suddenly enveloped Morgan. It was Stellan. She looked down at him with disgust. Morgan trembled and said with a wry smile, Chief, ahem, elf lady, spare my life. Stella said nothing, took back the spear and rushed towards Morgan. Wow, help! It was the first time that passers-by saw a man scream so loudly except when he was being raped. Morgan was so scared that he closed his eyes, but he didn't feel any pain at all. I'm dead? So death doesn't hurt at all? No, I'm not dead. He opened his eyes, and the world in front of him was still the same world, not hell or anything like that. He was intact, but my hair is gone. Just a cold head. Stella turned the spear in her hand and said, first, now is a harmonious society, and slave trading is not advocated. Second, the big shield hit Morgan's head, shaking the ground. Don't let me see you outside the city, you bastard, I won't hold back next time. Morgan finally breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, thank you, lady, for sparing my life. Stella glanced at the guards who were staring at him on the side of the road, and silently put away her weapon. If there were no law enforcers watching, she would at least poke a hole in this guy, but it would not work with the guards watching. The law enforcement in Bed City is notoriously indiscriminate. They arrest everyone first. After all, there are too many people coming here every day, and the troubles are endless. Law enforcement must be efficient. If she had been more serious just now, she would probably be arrested and sentenced to mutual fighting. In this vibrant city, veteran adventurers like her know how to keep their distance. You ruined my good mood for the whole day. Stellan stepped on his face angrily, turned around and left without looking back. Ahem, it seems like a broken bone. Morgan couldn't even get up, lying helplessly on the ground, muttering to himself, where does she get so much strength? Stellan stopped, without looking back, and said lightly, because I was tempered in the dungeon? Tempering? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Can being tempered in the dungeon make one stronger? This is obviously unlikely. Killing monsters in the dungeon will not give you double experience or anything like that, so this elf must have had an adventure in the dungeon. God knows why passers-by would think so, probably because of their strange thinking. Morgan was stunned, sighed, and said, but I am a member of the Anti-Dungeon Association. Then go to hell, bastard. Stella was no longer bothered to pay attention to this guy, and left quickly. Interesting, that Stella has become so much stronger. Is it really the credit of the dungeon? On the roof, a figure witnessed the whole process and put down the monocular telescope in his hand. I'll go in and take a look. She lifted her hair, revealing her pointed ears, and she was also an elf. Two strange things happened recently in the Bed family. First, the eldest son Sharon suddenly left the city of Bede with a group of people, leaving only a letter saying that he had found a business opportunity and was going out to make a fortune. Second, the second son Wilder suddenly fell in love with the dungeon. The first thing he did every day when he opened his eyes was to go to the dungeon, and he didn't bring any followers with him. No matter who asked him, he couldn't figure out what he wanted to do in the dungeon. If you want to say which of these two things is the weirdest, it has to be Wilder. Karen's matter is understandable. Everyone knows that Count Philip, who is in charge of the Bede family, is old. In the past 2 years, he has been looking for a new heir from his descendants. The most likely to succeed to the throne are the eldest son Sharon and the third son Sally. In terms of ability, Master Sally is the strongest, so it is possible that Master Sharon did this kind of thing in order to try his luck. As for the second son Wilder? Why would anyone consider letting this playboy who eats, drinks and has fun all day as an heir? Who knows if he will lose his entire family property one day? Everyone in the city knows that Wilder is a loser. He is good at eating, drinking, and gambling. He once lost all his money in a casino, which made Count Philip very ashamed. He wanted to kill this loser's son. Even if he had some knowledge in mineral identification, he couldn't save his bad reputation. Everyone thought that this was the end of his life. He couldn't survive without the protection of a big family. As a result, Wilder has become more motivated recently. Although he was just struggling in the underground city of Seine, exploring the underground city was considered a serious matter in people's eyes. Earl Philip was shocked when he learned about this, and then he gave Wilder his support a box of teleportation crystals. So Wilder explored more recklessly. However, there are rumors that the second young master has not been able to get out of the swamp yet. What are the big brother and the second brother doing? Sally walked around the room, still unable to figure out what the two were doing. The brave Elsa was curled up on the sofa, eating snacks while flipping through entertainment novels. She looked like a homegirl, and was raised like this by Sally. Perhaps she was annoyed by the sound of footsteps. She looked up at Sally, said nothing, and lowered her head again. They stayed in the house every day, analyzing the reports about the Sin Dungeon received from adventurers. Recently, several reports have attracted much attention. Unknown adventurer, I clearly remember that there was a stone near the swamp last time I went there. Standing on the stone and jumping a few times could stun the nearby monsters, but when I went there again this time, I found that it didn't work. Instead, a monster came out from under the stone and bit me to death. This dungeon is really weird. How come it changes every day? It changes every day. Sally silently recited the words above, turned to Elsa and said, "Do you think this is consistent with our guess?" What? Elsa was immersed in the novel and didn't hear what Sally said clearly. Sally said helplessly, "That's it, if an underground city changes frequently, it means that there must be Stellan. I heard from others that you seem to have become stronger." Is it true? At Stellan's house, members of the Morrowind team gathered together. They all heard that Stellan was being troubled by roadside gangsters, so they came here in a hurry. After seeing that the real owner was not injured at all and even looked radiant, everyone was visibly relieved. Stellan showed a reassuring smile, and she was very happy to see everyone caring about her. "I just went to heal that gangster and beat him up. He is really strong," Shoen asked. "I should be considered equal to you, but passersby say you killed that guy instantly. What's going on?" "I actually encountered amazing things in Thane Dungeon." Stellan recounted her experiences in the dungeon, and as expected, everyone looked surprised after hearing this. Call for hook finger medicine? Friendly helpers and hostile fighters? Hound pace? Bonfire and fire sitting upgrades? Something they had never heard of opened their eyes. What does the summoning finger medicine look like? Is the person helping you alive? I'm more curious about the bonfire you're talking about. That's right. Killing monsters can, what do you mean by that word, upgrade in the panel? What is the panel again? In line with Stellan's expectations, everyone was most interested in the bonfire. For adventurers, strength is everything. Now that something that can become stronger quickly comes out, everyone will pay close attention to it. That is, you get souls after killing monsters, and use the souls to upgrade in the bonfire, soul. Magician Ellie's expression changed. Using soul to become stronger is a sacrilegious act that only a necromancer would do. Oh, the soul is not the same as the soul you think of. Stellan didn't know how to explain it, so she simply said, "Just tell me whether you want to use this bonfire or not." Use, isn't that enough? She stood up and clapped her hands. Just talking is useless. I will take you to see it with your own eyes tomorrow. The next day, everyone arrived at the entrance of Thane Dungeon early in the morning. The surface building of Thane Underground City is a damaged and collapsed ancient city. It is not large and has been covered with vines and moss. People can't help but wonder what happened here back then, why the ancient city was destroyed, and where the residents went. But now, due to the arrival of large numbers of adventurers, the ancient city is bustling with people. Some merchants have also paid to repair the houses and built shops inside. The flow of people here is more than that of the commercial street in Bede City. Even some and small traders and vendors who have nothing to do with the underground city come here to set up stalls, attracting nearby residents. Many people who had nothing to do like to gather here and comment on the adventurers who came in and out of the dungeon, so people with business minds opened a tavern nearby, and business was booming. Under the shining of the morning sun, the lost ancient city glows with vitality. Is it my imagination? I feel like more people are coming here again? Ailey looked around and felt that there were indeed more people here. Most of them are miners, Danya said. Count Philip sent out twice as many miners, which allowed the output of blood heroes to be barely the same as before the mutation. Wouldn't that be a loss? Shoen said. No, Stellan shook her head. Every few days, miners bring out rare purple blood. Just a small piece can be worth the investment of the Bede family. Oh, Shoen nodded, not sure if he really understood. The number of miners has doubled, but the number of adventurers has not increased much compared to before, because the sudden increase in difficulty of Thane Dungeon has persuaded a large number of people to retreat, and new adventurers who came from other places after hearing the news have filled the gap. As soon as there is a vacancy, with the reduction of handicapped gang members and the addition of high-level players, the number of adventurers will definitely increase in the future. The only way to enter the Thane Underground City in the entire ancient city is actually a portal at the end of the city. You have to queue up to enter, and you have to pay attention to the time interval between each person entering. If the entry time is within 2 minutes, you can explore the dungeon together. If you enter the dungeon within 2 minutes, you will not meet each other. You can explore your own way without affecting each other. Queuing is the most disgusting thing you have to experience in life, even more disgusting than the Poison Pond Swamp in Thane Dungeon. After a long and boring queue, the Morrowind team finally got what they wanted and entered the dungeon. Stellan was already familiar with the route in the upper area and led everyone through the swamp area quickly. When they came to the sick village area, she took off the large shield on her back. Shoen twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Although I have long wanted to ask you what you are doing with the big shield on your back, but you don't want to use it here, do you?" "Why not?" Stellan shrugged her shoulders, set up her shield and spear, and walked at the front alone. While fighting the monsters, she never forgot to look back and said, "Why don't you give them a try? I'm sure you'll fall in love with them." Shoen hesitated and refused. Not to mention Danya and Ellie, both of whom have even lower powers. However, people's thoughts will change. After watching several battles in Stellan, Shoen suddenly said, "How about you give me a try?" Stellan remembered what Gong Xieying once said, so she smiled and said, "If you want to learn, I will teach you." After a while. Shield poke is so fun. Not long after, the adventurers defeated the giant cursed frog and lit the bonfire. The whole process was led by Stellan, a veteran who had passed the level once. Except for some injuries, no one among them died. But fright is inevitable. The disgusting traps with all kinds of evil tastes made everyone's mental energy explode as much as if one or two people died. And the shield poke is not omnipotent. If you encounter something that cannot be solved, you still have to change to the weapon you used before. As soon as they sat down by the campfire, the other three people immediately started shouting. They finally knew what the so-called panel looked like. The last time Stellan came, Gong Xieying basically asked her to fight monsters throughout the whole process, so she was able to save thousands of souls. But this time there were more people, and everyone had killed monsters, so the amount of souls obtained was naturally dispersed. Danya and Ailey had a few hundred, and Shoen had more than 2,000. Danya said, "It takes more than 400 souls for me to level up." "Eh? I only need 200, Ellie said in surprise. Shoen was silent for a moment. "I need thousands to level up. The initial data on everyone's panel is 1, but currently, the amount of souls required to upgrade is different for different people. Probably the stronger the person, the more souls they need to upgrade." The giant cursed frog also exploded the prop, soul of the giant cursed frog, this time, but there was only one. After some discussion, everyone decided to give it to Shoen because he contributed the most in the battle. Stellan discovered that she could no longer use the giant cursed frog's soul to enhance her physique in the campfire. She could only use it as a soul upgrade. It seemed that the special effects had an upper limit for everyone. "Power, I feel the power coming up." Shoen activated all the power in his soul and suddenly said oh excitedly. If he added a golden special effect, he could become a Super Saiyan. Danya clicked on the first level of agility, and Ailey clicked on the first level of intelligence. The improvement of just one level was not very obvious, but the growth in strength still surprised the two. With this thing, it won't be a problem to become a gold-level adventurer. Ellie's eyes were full of longing for the future. "It's hard to say. When others find out about this place, they may be able to upgrade faster than us," Stellan said. Danya looked up thoughtfully and asked, "Besides you, has anyone else discovered this place?" "I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone being able to pass this level." "What's wrong?" "I think so." Danya stared closely at the bonfire and said slowly, "This kind of thing can only be enjoyed on a small scale." He was shot into a sieve by the crossbow ratmen of Shaman village, and recalled the painful past of Huanin city. And who did he learn this quick and slow knife from? The bad omens are not so outrageous, gone. Is it okay to enjoy this kind of thing on a small scale? Are you kidding me, you selfish guy? Gong Xieying's fingers were hovering over the available monsters and he almost couldn't help but throw a furnace knight over. Everyone has selfish motives, he can understand this. After observing and raping her for the past few days, he felt that Stellan's character seemed pretty good, and he felt good when he came into contact with her, so he decided to observe her again for the time being. "You want to take this place to yourself?" Ellie asked. "Don't you think this is a God-given opportunity, Ailey?" Danya's eyes flashed with fiery light. "You and I are stuck at the bronze level and can't be promoted. Isn't it because we don't have enough strength to complete the promotion task? With this bonfire, it's not a bad idea to grow to gold level." The more he talked, the more excited he became, and all kinds of memories from the past came to mind. "It's because Stellan was kind enough to take pity on you that she allowed you to stay in the silver level team. Both she and Shoen can complete the task that only 5 or 6 people can complete. Why should they let you join? TCH, you're just a loser who's just trying to gain seniority in a silver level team, can't even complete the promotion mission? Sure enough, you don't have the talent to be an adventurer. Aren't your legs very fast? Go work as an errand boy." After thinking about it, he quickly pulled out the dagger and actually wanted to go back and kill monsters to upgrade. Danya. Stellan held his shoulders and said, "Are you serious? Do you really think that just you and us can monopolize the bonfire?" Shoan also said at this time, "Everyone can explore the dungeon, and this is the only way to go. Sooner or later, someone will find this place. We just happen to be lucky and we're a little faster than others." That's right, Ailey agreed. Just like Stellan said, Mr. Marita who helped her must have known about this place for a long time. Maybe there are others. Danya was stunned for a long time and said, "Then I will tell the Lord to control this place." A crisp slap was given by Stellan on his face. Okay. Gong Xiang gave her a thumbs up from a distance, a brilliant person from another world. Are you crazy? Facing Danya's dull gaze, Stellan said angrily, "Didn't you think that the Bede family would arrest you and us all? Do you think those nobles would be so kind and prohibit others from entering? Just let you in?" Danya opened his mouth, his eyes became clear again, and he said in a lost voice, "Then what should I do? The Lord will definitely know about the bonfire here through other adventurers. If he sends troops to guard it? Danya, think about it, what are you most proud of?" Stellan poked his forehead with hatred. "My forehead," he said blankly. "It's your fucking connections." Stellan really wanted to slap him again. "Don't forget that your profession is a shadow walker. Every shadow walker joins the Shadow Brotherhood by default, which is the most newsmaking gang in the world. How can you describe a great brotherhood as a gang? Shut up." Oh, Danya didn't dare to say anything. The so-called Shadow Brotherhood sounds like the name of a killer organization, but in fact this is a paparazzi team. The members believe in the goddess Shadow Joy, and they like to make big news when they have nothing to do, such as secretly using a photo camera to take pictures of the private life of nobles and nobles, or revealing that a certain legendary mage sold money when he was young. The Archbishop of the Holy Light Church is actually heterosexual and doesn't like little boys. The organization's funds come from major newspapers. As long as there is big news, the rewards are quite generous. Every Shadow Walker is happy to deliver news to the Brotherhood. Danya is also one of them. Although he has not made any big news, surprisingly he is very popular and can talk to the leaders of the organization. "There is only one way we can fight against the Lord," Stellan said sonorously and forcefully, "spread the story of the bonfire throughout the land and make it known to everyone, so that the Bede family will not dare to block the dungeon in the face of public anger." Papa Gong Xiang applauded repeatedly. It was wonderful. It was so wonderful. Although he didn't know about the Shadow Brotherhood, Stellan's heroic look was worth admiring. He also considered the situation where the local lords would block the Thane dungeon for their own selfish purposes. This was the most unacceptable scenario for him. So he also kept a hand. They also reminded me that the aristocracy in the feudal era was notoriously greedy, so I should advance my plan. The day passed quickly. Before the bell rang in the underground city, he knocked on the stone altar under him and said to himself, "Old Jack, come see me at once, Lamb and Corn Tavern, Bed City." There was a joyful atmosphere in the tavern. Several wealthy patrons bought all the tickets and everyone drank happily. The smell of alcohol and hormones was everywhere. There was even a magician setting off a few fireworks to add to the fun and juggling. Artists tossed colorful handballs everywhere. The skinny Jack sat at the main seat, with a beautiful girl with exposed thighs in his hands, and a maid feeding him fruit stood behind him. Not to mention how chic and happy he looked. Today is simply the peak of his life. "Come, Master Jack, let me toast you." The speaker was a fat man wearing gold and silver. He was one of the big patrons. "Thanks to you today, I had a great time in the dungeon. I will definitely bring you back when I go back. Recommended to my good brothers to get to know each other." "Hey, Boss Arthur, you're welcome." Jack quickly lowered his body and said flatteringly, "You can still have fun in the dungeon without me." "That's impossible. I would have died without you." Arthur waved his hand. "The swamp is just like yours. You actually know where there are pitfalls. You have saved me several times and you can afford to call me a master." Jack chuckled, quite pleased with it. On that day, Sekman, who was chasing him, was arrested and jailed for hundreds of years. He suddenly lost his worries in Bed City, so he chose to stay. But why stay? He was already on the guard's supervision list, and he couldn't do any more black market business. The adventurers who had been tricked by him also found him to settle accounts and asked him to pay compensation. When he was in a dilemma, his master, Gong Xiang, spoke. Let him become a dungeon tour guide, specializing in leading people through the swamp area. Jack didn't dare not do it. He had some ability in memory and remembered the huge swamp area clearly. At first, only a few people believed that he could lead the team through the swamp area. After all, the old man looked dry and did not look like a capable person. As he led several teams for free and cleared the swamp area with a very low casualty ratio, people's views changed drastically. The title of him changed from that old man to old gentleman, and the people who asked him to lead the way also changed. More and more. Jack also took over the business of wealthy people. For example, Arthur in front of him was a wealthy businessman who had always longed for an exciting adventurer life. He happened to hear about Jack's reputation and hired him to lead a safe dungeon trip. The trip turned out quite satisfactory. Some people have tried to imitate Jack and plagiarize his tour guide route. As a result, they either encountered monsters that shouldn't be there in unexpected places or encountered new traps. On the other hand, Jack's side was always safe. It's definitely not some dungeon lord who was practicing favoritism. Gradually, those who questioned him had to admire him. Jack's life was getting better and better, and his fear of Gong Xiaoying gradually decreased and was replaced by respect. Drink, everyone drinks. Jack raised his glass and drank. At this moment, a voice came from his mind. His expression suddenly changed. Late at night is when most living things should fall asleep. But the closer it gets to midnight, the more lively Bead City becomes, because when the dungeon closes at midnight, all the adventurers stranded in the dungeon will come back. Whether they gain something or gain nothing, everyone needs wine. Wine, either drink to your heart's content, or drink to drown your sorrows. Midnight is the time when all the taverns in the city make a lot of money. Similarly, the Adventurers Association, potion shops, monster material shops and other shops closely related to adventurers will also open their doors at this time. Brother, how was your harvest today? It's getting better gradually. I'm starting to get familiar with the routes in the dungeon. It's only a matter of time before I clear the swamp area. We ended up in that shabby village twice. I heard that someone is forming a strategy team, and the leader is the silver-level Lion Leon. Should we join in the fun? Taiwan Novel Network. Strategy team? Give me a break. They are a group of guys who are obsessed with dungeons. I doubt their XP is from dungeons. Stop talking, let's go drink. Let's tonight. Hey, do you see how that person walked outside? As the adventurers returned to the city one after another, a slightly stooped figure walked upstream and headed out of the city. That person looks familiar. I seem to have seen him recently. Jack walked to the portal uneasily, and entered the dungeon under the curious eyes of everyone. It's less than half an hour before the dungeon closes. Who would choose this time to go in? The familiar swamp, the familiar dark sky, the familiar stinky air. The number of teams he has led in these days should be in double digits. The scene in the swamp area is really disgusting. Everyone has a CD when entering and exiting the dungeon, so he can only lead one team a day, and the other teams you can watch him write and draw on the map. In fact, with Gong Xiaoying's permission, Thane Dungeon is open to Jack at any time without CDs, but others don't know this, so Jack still has to pretend to be like everyone else. There are always adventurers who think that if they can treat the swamp area as their back garden, then the area behind them must not be a problem, and they always want to pay more to let Jack take them deep into the dungeon. Whenever this happens, Jack can only smile and say, let's explore the area ahead later. It's not that he doesn't want to make money, it's just that he has never seen what the map behind him looks like. He stood still and waited for a while. Crack! A wooden treasure box fell in front of him out of thin air. He skillfully opened the treasure box, and thick smoke immediately spewed out from inside. Teleportation trap triggered. After a while, Jack appeared in the boss room in the swamp area inside the fortress, where a tall and mighty figure was standing. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Master, yeah, Gong Xiaoying, who attacked in gargoyle form, responded lightly. Jack was wondering in his heart what his master wanted to do. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid, but the benefits he received from Gong Xiaoying far outweighed his fear, so he became awe, respect, and other emotions. Moreover, this person had a life-saving grace for him. How is your popularity? Gong Xiaoying asked. It still needs to be developed, Jack said truthfully. Local adventurers can basically light the beacon and open the fortress gate with a low casualty rate. The only thing missing is the exploration of the map, and the adventurers from outside need my help even more. I have gained some popularity in a small circle of people, but when it comes to the entire group of adventurers, in short, my role in the adventurer group is not that important. If there is updated map information. Jack did not continue. Gong Xiaoying understood what he wanted to say. He wanted a map of the area behind. Regarding this point, Gong Chiang had actually been thinking about this for a long time. He could tell Jack the information about the sick village. But first take it, he threw a book over, and Jack quickly caught it. There were several big words written on it, the actor's self-cultivation? Jack looked so confused that he looked up at Gong Chiang. From now on, you will be the master of the dungeon field. You must perform well. Gong Chiang smiled and grabbed Jack, waved his hand, and the back door of the fortress opened with a bang. He flew in the sky, allowing Jack to have a panoramic view of the entire sick village, and ordered all monsters and mechanisms to stop operating, allowing Jack to walk a few times to familiarize himself with the route. And in the end, he showed the bonfire to Jack. Without any explanation, Jack understood the principles of this mechanism, and his understanding was better than Stellan. Guide more people to discover this place, expand its popularity, and become the dungeon authority in the hearts of adventurers. 2 tasks. Gong Chiang raised 2 fingers. It can definitely be done, Jack said enthusiastically. I've long been tired of seeing the scenery in the swamp area, so it's time to change the map. Just when he thought everything was okay and wanted to resign. One more thing, please tell me, have you given away the things I gave you? Those weapons and magic? Jack nodded repeatedly. I used my connections to send them out to the Secret Magic Order, Holy Light Church, and Warrior's Home. I should be able to receive them in a few days. Very good, take these. Gong Chiang gave Jack a ball of erratic white light, which was the soul of the giant curse frog. Try it next to the campfire. This is the opportunity you have always dreamed of. Thank you very much. Jack's heart was pounding. The ball of light in his hand was his chance to become a strong man. And these, Gong Chiang threw a bundle, exuding a rich aroma. This aroma was like a hodgepodge of various foods, and a few sniffs would make people's stomachs growl. What is this? Jack untied the bundle and looked at it, and the things inside made him a little incomprehensible. A fish with lobster claws, a snake with a bulging head like a frog, a mushroom covered with chocolate, and a cabbage that smelled like almonds. This full bundle is actually full of ingredients. Where did such strange ingredients come from? Lobster fish, small, from the prisoner of gourmet food and all the following. Spiritual power required for every 10 units. 1. Comprehensive combat power. G. Snake frog. Spiritual power required for every 10 units. 1. Comprehensive combat power. G. Almond cabbage. Spiritual power required for every 100 units. 5. No combat power. These things will be the specialty of the dungeon in the future. Gong Chiang showed a scary smile. You can just advertise that the hidden areas of the dungeon will produce more of these things. Jack blinked. He didn't understand, but he was shocked. It feels like I'm crowdfunding a book. Looking at the baggage full of ingredients in his hand, Jack didn't know what to do with it for a moment. In the end, the most eye-catching way he could think of was take a look, the delicious ingredients produced in the underground city. It is definitely a delicacy you have never tasted before. Just hawking on the street. It was now the time when the adventurers were getting off work. The ancient city on the surface of Thane Underground City was bustling with activity. The streets were extremely noisy. There were many businessmen working harder than him, and no one paid any attention to him. No way. Jack dragged his baggage and squeezed around the street, but he couldn't find a good position with the merchants. In the end, he could only set up a stall on a relatively deserted street corner. No one can be greeted by shouting, and no matter how good the goods are, they can't be sold. Jack rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. Thump, thump, thump. After a while, he set up the barbecue rack, put on plenty of charcoal fire, and put on a few lobsters, snake frogs, and other strange ingredients, seasoned with some seasonings that could be bought immediately. Old Jack's barbecue stand is freshly baked. Fortunately, I learned the art of barbecue when I was young, Jack said while fanning himself, thankful that he had learned many life skills in his youth. A late-night snack should be beer and barbecue. It is the same no matter where in the world. In addition, the ancient city is currently at the peak of the day's traffic. As long as the stalls are not too rubbish, someone will always take a look. Whether to buy is another matter. What do you want to eat tonight? Several adventurers passed by. Whatever, I can do it. Would you like some stew? Forget it, it's too oily. The stew soup reminds me of a swamp. Please don't remind me. Didn't you say it's casual? Then what do you mean to eat? Whatever, I can do it. Okay. The adventurer was so tortured by his companions that he didn't want to speak. Suddenly, his nose moved and he subconsciously said, "It smells good, but I can't tell what it is." His companion also twitched his nose when he heard this, and echoed, "It smells like barbecue, but I can't tell what kind of meat it is." Their serious looks confirm a classic joke. When you fart, just say, "What does it smell like?" and others will greedily absorb your fart. Over there, that barbecue stand. When Jack saw customers coming to the door, he showed a professional smile, which he had practiced as a part-time waiter when he was young. "What do you guys want to eat?" "Boss, what are you selling for?" The adventurer guy was about to speak, but when his eyes touched the things on the barbecue grill, it suddenly stopped working. "What the hell?" he couldn't help shouting, attracting the attention of passers-by. Jack looked at the strange things on the grill, was silent for a moment, and introduced them all calmly. "This is lobster fish, this is snake frog, this is bacon leaf, this is called, tuna octopus." "What?" The little brother understood every word, but still didn't understand. When you are an adventurer, you will always see many strange monsters, but in fact, monsters also evolve naturally, and their appearance follows rules. And lobster fish, snake frogs, bacon leaves, etc., don't look like things that can be formed naturally at all. If I lived on Earth, I would probably say, didn't this fish mutate after drinking too much nuclear sewage? It's a pity that he wasn't. He finally said after holding it in for a long time, "Can this be delicious?" His companion looked at him in shock, thinking that it was not a question of whether it was delicious or not. These things looked like the products of an alchemist's insane experiments. "You can't eat it. Why don't you choose one to try?" Jack noticed that the crowd around him was getting bigger and bigger, so he raised his voice and said, "This is a specialty of Thane Dungeon, and you can't eat it anywhere else." Dungeon specialty. It turns out it came from Thane Dungeon, so it's not surprising. Everyone actually came up with such an idea, because after the mutation in Thane Dungeon, the monsters inside changed into something that no one recognized, and professional monster experts had to catch them blind when they came. The Thane Dungeon produces strange creatures has recently become a consensus among adventurers. "Then, give me a piece of this." The boy at the beginning chose a bacon leaf that looked normal. This is a kind of yellow-green thick leaf, but its appearance looks like beef with a high fat content. After being roasted over charcoal fire, the fat drips off. It does look much more attractive than lobster or fish. Here, Jack cut a small piece and handed it to him. He didn't add any extra seasoning and let him eat it as it was. The little brother hesitated and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's so salty," the little brother exclaimed, but after chewing it carefully, his eyes lit up. It has such a special texture, like eating fine beef, but it also contains the crispness of plants and the unique fiber texture, grilled over charcoal. It's just right, and the salt is from the meat, right? It relieves the greasiness and stimulates the taste buds. He gave a thumbs up excitedly and said, "Full marks from me. When did you become so eloquent?" His companions looked at him even more shocked. "Give me 1 piece, no, 3 pieces, no, 5 pieces. The little brother pointed back and forth on the barbecue grill, "That one, and that one, I want to try them all, boss, please count the money." "No hurry, no rush, if you order so much, how can others eat it?" Jack pointed happily behind him. The young man then realized that a group of people had gathered behind him, all watching. "Hey, kid, is it really delicious?" A strong man swallowed his saliva. The young man knew him. He was the strong tell of the strategy group, a silver-level adventurer. In the past, when he met a silver-level senior, the young man would be quite respectful, but this time, facing the food, he was tough and said, "I've reserved 5 bacon leaves first, you go buy something else." "Hey, kid," Tell glared at him and said to Jack, "Old man, ahem, sir, please give me a lobster fish." Here, Jack disassembled the grilled lobster fish, simply sprinkled it with salt, and handed it to Tell. The white fish meat exuded a fresh fragrance, with not much fat, but just enough to make the surface shiny, and it looked very beautiful after being sprinkled with salt. The 2 claws were cut in half and poured with a layer of melted cheese. Jack also thoughtfully sent a small box of butter as big as a thumb as a dipping sauce. Tell opened his mouth wide and swallowed the smooth fish meat in one gulp. He picked up the tender white claw meat, dipped the cheese with butter, and slurped it all down. Everyone was watching his reaction. After all, he was a silver-level adventurer, and everyone believed in his judgment. After swallowing the last bite, Tell pondered for a while and said, "I didn't taste it, another one." Although he frowned deliberately, anyone with a discerning eye could see the cunning in his eyes. So everyone couldn't bear it anymore. "Give me a lobster fish. I want the octopus legs of the tuna octopus. Don't listen to that picky guy, sell me a whole tuna octopus. Bacon leaves, I want bacon leaves. Get out, that's what I ordered." Jack was very happy. Thank you very much to the book friends who provided inspiration. Please give me some more suggestions for me to copy. The ingredients were quickly sold out, and even the grills that still had the smell of ingredients were bought by people. Gold, silver, and copper coins piled up in front of them. There was no doubt whether these ingredients were worth so much money. As long as they were rare things produced in the dungeon, people in this world would definitely be willing to buy them. Before Jack could even figure out how much he should sell them for, customers started bidding spontaneously. The excitement here naturally attracted more people, but the ingredients were limited, so in the end, most people naturally didn't buy anything. So someone found Jack and asked where he found these things in the dungeon. Jack smiled but didn't say anything. Because he could only smile but not say anything, Gong Chieying didn't tell him where the hidden map of the ingredients was. Everyone thought he was hiding it on purpose, so that they could make more money in the future. Many people at the scene immediately ran to find their companions, forming gangs and preparing to find the place where the magical ingredients were produced in the dungeon. Many ordinary people present showed envious eyes. They envied the adventurers for their ability to explore the dungeon to find food. Apart from doing some odd jobs outside the dungeon, they dared not go deep at all. On weekdays, they always saw adventurers coming out with new games to make a lot of money, not to mention how jealous they were. If the origin of these magical ingredients was in a less dangerous place in the dungeon, it is estimated that half of the people in the city would be willing to give it a try. This number is not an exaggeration. For people in this world, the dungeon has become a part of daily life. There are more than 300 dungeons found in the entire continent, and nearly 100 of them have become empty dead cities. The monsters and rewards in the dead cities no longer appear, and they may even collapse. The other more than 200 dungeons are still operating normally. As long as the geographical environment is not too extreme, there will always be intelligent creatures building cities around the dungeons. After all, there has never been a case of dungeon monsters appearing on the surface to attack others. As long as you don't enter the dungeon, it is an absolutely safe unit. To be more extreme, if there is an invasion by foreign enemies, you can temporarily hide in the dungeon. It is said that there are at least 2-digit underground cities in the western continent occupied by the demons that have not been explored, but this is not something that humans should consider. The western continent is full of miasma, and ordinary people cannot survive. Even if the underground cities there are good, how many people dare to go there? It was late at night and it was time to go to bed, but Jack looked at the pair of gold coins in front of him and couldn't sleep excitedly. He had never seen so much money in his life. How great it would be if these were mine. Wait a minute, do I need to give this money to the master and the demon? It lives in the underground city and doesn't need money, right? Jack swallowed his saliva and his hands trembled slightly. But in the end, the fear of Gong Chieying finally defeated greed. He sighed, packed up the coins, and suddenly found that he had no container to hold so much money. Not only the barbecue rack, but also the bag containing the ingredients had been bought by someone. According to the buyer, he wanted to use the bag as a medium to perform tracking magic or something. It would be a ghost if he could find it, Jack said in his heart. What he didn't notice was that there were several sneaky eyes staring at him from a distance, as if they were planning something. But these eyes disappeared instantly when they saw someone, and it was unknown whether they gave up the idea or retreated temporarily. "Hey, sir, please wait a moment." Just as Jack was about to buy some bags, a rough voice called him. Looking back, it was a muscular man over 2 meters tall, the silver-level adventurer Gang Lytel. "What's the matter?" Jack asked politely. Tel showed a friendly smile, but it looked a little scary on his face. "Are you interested in joining the strategy team?" While the outside world was bustling, Gong Chieying was designing the map of the dungeon. Where should the food area be placed? In his imagination, the food area is a map with lower difficulty than other areas, and the rewards are more attractive to most ordinary people. There are no weapons, magic, props and other rewards with powerful combat skills, but some are closely related to people's food, clothing, housing and transportation. The first thing he thought of was the ingredients in The Prisoner of Food. The ingredients in that comic are not only attractive and unique, but also dangerous. Take the lobster fish as an example. A normal lobster fish is 7 meters long, and one claw can crush an adult's head. The creature called roasted whole pig is not only covered with hot barbecue, but also a huge mountain. It is not a problem to crush 3 or 4 people with 1 foot. Putting these things together to design an area as a gimmick to attract people is quite appropriate, absolutely appropriate. Just put it next to the swamp area, and add a shortcut, but the shortcut has the toilet door that Hidetaka Miyazaki encountered when he was a child. It can only be opened from the inside. You must run from the main road first to unlock it. In order to reduce the difficulty, he also deliberately moved the monsters heading to the food area to a distance, hoping that ordinary people can run to the food area without injury after dying a few times and gaining experience. After doing everything, he looked at today's mental power income, which was no more, no less, still 4 digits. I'll save up for another half a month, or at most a month, Gong Xiaoying said to himself, and I'll be able to upgrade my permissions. I hope I can get permissions that allow me to go out. It's too boring to stay here every day. The next day. As soon as the Shan dungeon opened, Gong Xiaoying noticed a surge in traffic, more than 1 or 2 times more than the same time yesterday. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. You are here to find food, right? Not only adventurers, but also a considerable number of ordinary people came in to try their luck. The end result cannot be said to be a complete annihilation, but there are almost no left. The morning passed quickly, and several strong adventurers wandered around the hidden door of the food area, and it was estimated that they would be found before the end of the day. But Gong Xiaoying's attention was not on these teams, he was looking at other places. In the swamp area, a fierce battle was taking place. "Senior, surrender, you shouldn't steal the teacher's research results, and hiding in the dungeon is useless," said a woman. Although tall but not sexy, thin like ribs, skin glowing with the paleness of death, she touched the ground with the staff in her hand, and the eyes of several skeleton monsters hidden underground glowed red, and they actually listened to her command. It was the first time that someone could control the monsters in the dungeon. Gong Xiaoying sensed it and found that he could take back the control of the skeleton monster at any time if he wanted. The dungeon lord had absolute supreme authority over the monsters. "Lena, you should know why the teacher studies this thing, and you should also understand that he trained the 2 of us just for his research." A vicissitudes of life man covered his chest, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked like he was dying. He gritted his teeth and said, "That old guy wants to take our bodies away." "Shut up, you are not allowed to say that to the teacher." The woman was furious and shouted with a staff across her face, "I'm going to kill you." "Then come on, do you think I'm really going to die?" A burst of fancy special effects bombarded, and the swamp was agitated. A moment later, Gong Xiaoying teleported to the 2 corpses and began to touch the corpses. These 2 people didn't bring teleportation crystals. It seems that they are not professional adventurers, but just entered the dungeon by chance. He rarely saw people who really died in the dungeon. Even children know that they have to bring teleportation crystals to enter the dungeon. The woman was very clean, very poor, with only a few silver and copper coins, a few bottles of open potions, and a magic wand. It was rated as not as good as a meteorite wand. The man was also very clean, but he had a thick stack of manuscripts tightly in his arms, which were stained with a lot of blood. The first page had a few large characters that could be vaguely recognized, which said "Rebirth by Corpse Borrowing." Since everyone doesn't like it, it's time to get someone offline. Anyway, it's not a beautiful girl character, I am already a hopeless illiterate. Gong Xiaoying flipped through the manuscript, and there was only one thought in his mind: I couldn't understand it. It's not that he couldn't understand it at all, but that the middle-class students in the class couldn't read it when they saw the super difficult questions done by the top students. Thanks to Godwin's memory, Gong Xiaoying could understand every professional term in the manuscript, and he could also understand the connection between the terms and the experimental steps, but he often felt dizzy halfway through. Some content required him to think carefully before he could understand it. The consequence of doing so was that the more he read, the more annoyed he became, and he couldn't read it anymore. The general meaning of this manuscript is that through a certain magic ritual, one's own soul is transferred to the corpse of the same race. Under the effect of magic, the corpse will become the appearance of the soul in all aspects, whether it is appearance, voice, or more internal things, such as genetic genes, will be changed. The only thing that remains unchanged is probably that it is still essentially a piece of meat. Magic, it's amazing. Gong Xiaoying feels that this manuscript is very useful to him. Maybe he can leave the dungeon by reincarnation. He tried to leave the dungeon, but every time he approached the exit, he would be blocked by an inexplicable force, as if there was an air wall in front of him. He felt so depressed watching the adventurers coming in and out every day. The Holy Land that you yearn for but cannot get has actually been entered and exited by people without any care. Fog. I don't know how the Shan dungeon relies on identifying the identity of the city lord. If it is to identify the soul, Godwin's soul has long died. How could the dungeon choose him, Gong Xiaoying? If it is to identify the body, will he lose his identity as the city lord after leaving Godwin's body? Thinking about it carefully, he felt that being the city lord was still happier than going out. But people need hope to live, and he still needs to study this manuscript. Deep Blue, add some. For efficiency considerations, he decided to use mental power to add some intelligence to himself. The intelligence on the panel has nothing to do with his personal IQ. Increasing intelligence actually increases the damage when using magic. But there must be a cause for every effect. The increase in magic damage is the result of many factors, such as casting speed, total magic power operation efficiency, and comprehension of magic and speed of learning magic. Gong Xiaoying upgraded his intelligence to improve his ability to understand magic-related things and help him understand the contents of the manuscript. E+, D+, he upgraded his intelligence to CIN1 Go. He did it step by step. Looking back at his mental power, he had already spent a furnace night. The mental power spent was unexpectedly not too much. Gong Xiaoying was prepared to hurt. Oh, I can understand it now. Not only can he understand it, but now he deeply understands why some steps are done in that way, why some symbols are drawn where, and a series of other problems that he had only half understood before. After he could understand it, he found that the corpse rebirth technique was somewhat different from what he understood. When reborn through a corpse, the soul needs to be transferred to a new body, but this does not mean that the original body will be abandoned. The original body still exists, and the soul can shuttle between the two bodies. It's just that the original body will have a little problem in this process. The handwriting of the manuscript when describing this problem was very sloppy, and the strokes were very angry. There were even several red words written: cannot be solved, cannot be solved, cannot be solved. Gong Xiaoying was a little nervous, but when he really saw what the side effect was, he suddenly laughed out loud. It turned out that the side effect was that the original body would become a zombie. I laughed to death. I was a zombie. Now he was relieved. Since the soul can shuttle between the two bodies, it doesn't matter to him whether the dungeon's recognition mechanism recognizes the soul or the body. What needs to be considered now is where to get a suitable corpse and the corresponding magic materials. Unfortunately, in order to thank the two strangers for sending the manuscript, he has put the bodies of the two into the Curse Frog group for water burial. It is estimated that there is nothing left now. As for magic materials, there are some things that Godwin doesn't remember. They must be new things that have appeared in recent years and need to be purchased from the outside world. Buying is not a problem, just ask Jack to go there. However, please come this way, Mr. Jack, Boss Leon is waiting for you. Under the leadership of Tell, Jack walked into a tall building, the Adventurers Guild, nervously. It was not the first time he came to the guild, but it was the first time he went to the second floor. The guild had a rule that only adventurers of silver level and above could enter the second floor unless invited. The second floor was as quiet and majestic as he imagined, completely different from the noise on the first floor. Once on the second floor, the soundproof magic would isolate the noise on the first floor and would never disturb the rest of the elites. You don't have to be so nervous, I just asked you to meet my companions, Tell smiled. Well, Jack's forehead was sweating. He accepted Tell's invitation in a moment of excitement and joined the Raiders group. That was the Raiders group, and only the most elite adventurers were qualified to join. Who hadn't imagined himself and the elites of the Raiders group experiencing a thrilling adventure in the dungeon? As a result, he was called to meet the big guys today. When he thought about the people he was going to meet were all big shots to him, Jack regretted his impulse yesterday. The door of the lounge opened, and a handsome and gentle young man sat in the center. When he saw Jack, he smiled warmly and said, Mr. Jack, right? Tell has introduced you to us. I am Leon, the Lion Leon, nice to meet you. Jack felt inferior as soon as he stepped into the room, and he couldn't even straighten his back. There were adventurers sitting in groups of 3 or 2 around, each of them exuding the spirit of a strong man, and their fighting spirit and patience were amazing, and they could surprise the enemy at a glance. Let me introduce them to you, Tell took the initiative to say. The one wearing the mask is the Black Fist Peitan, the dwarf sitting next to him is the Rock Drew, the little one over there is the Silver Cat Maru, and who do you say is the little one? Maru waved her little fist and protested dissatisfiedly. Okay, let's talk about the introduction later. Leon waved his hand, and the lounge immediately became quiet. Mr. Jack, I heard that you know this dungeon very well, often lead teams in and out, and found special products that no one has discovered so far. I guess you must be a dungeon exploration master. I don't deserve it. Jack shook his head repeatedly. I was just lucky to be on the right path. I really don't deserve to be a master. Leon narrowed his eyes. I have a few questions I want to ask you. I wonder if it's convenient for you to answer my doubts. It's convenient. The morning passed quickly, and when Jack left the Adventurers Guild, his back was wet with cold sweat, and his hands were shaking slightly. For many years, he thought he was already a smooth person, but he didn't expect that after spending a morning with the silver-level adventurers, he would show such an ugly appearance. In the final analysis, it was his inferiority complex that was at work. When he met people of the same class, he was slick and deceiving, and once he met someone in a higher position, he would tremble uncontrollably. But at least he didn't find any flaws. Jack breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. These people are strong, and Leon is even stronger. If these people help, maybe even that guy can be killed. The hideous face of the gargoyle flashed through his mind, and he hesitated for a moment, but soon he became firm. At this point, there is no need to talk about lifesavers. My new life is just about to begin, and I definitely don't want to be bound by monsters. Jack looked up at the sky and felt that the sun was shining brightly, representing happiness, joy, and vitality. My new life is just about to begin, he couldn't help but sigh, and suddenly caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eyes. Hey, why is that person running? It seems to be coming towards me? Puff. When the sharp object pierced his heart, Jack's mind went blank. P.S. After the criticism of readers, I realized that the protagonist should not come out or should come out less, but now there is no way to change it. The plot of the protagonist leaving the dungeon will be greatly reduced later. It is the negligence of my first writing of this kind of article. Sorry, I feel the rewards in monthly tickets from the big guys. The second floor of the Adventurers Guild. After Jack left, Leon stared at his leaving figure from the window, thoughtfully. What's wrong, boss? Ter asked. What are you thinking about? Leon looked away, smiled, and said, Tyr, you were deceived again this time, ah? Ter scratched his head and asked in confusion, what do you mean? It's very simple, that Mr. Jack is a liar who is not very good at deception, Leon said, slightly bored. Blackfist Paytan nodded in agreement. I've long seen that something was wrong with that old man. He was shaking all the time. People thought he had a heart attack. Malu shrugged and said with a bitch look on her face, there are only those who are stupid and big. You may have been deceived, you. Ter glared at her, who hid away from Leon with a smile. Okay Malu, stop teasing Ter. Leon stopped the dispute, looked at Ter again, and said, don't you notice something is wrong? I have a feeling, but, Ter angrily sat down on the sofa. Jack, his understanding of the dungeon is not fake. Didn't he answer all your questions? He also discovered that you deliberately made mistakes. Place. Leon chuckled lightly, smoothed his blonde hair that was as bright as the sun, and said, yes, he can't lie about his knowledge of the dungeon, but the more true he acts, the more I doubt one thing. What is it? Everyone asked in admiration. There may be someone behind Jack who was giving him guidance. Leon smiled proudly, and his blonde hair seemed to sense his emotions and became brighter. I'm going blind. Where's the hat? Hurry up and put a hat on the boss. Malu covered her eyes and shouted, didn't we already agree that we should wear hats indoors? Wearing a hat when meeting guests is too disrespectful, Leon said helplessly. Blackfist Paytan nodded in agreement. In short, I am very interested in the person behind him. If he can be invited to join the strategy team, our progress will surely be much faster. Leon's eyes flashed with the famous ambition. At least, the speed will not lag behind. A strategy team that is currently conquering other mutated dungeons. Maru. I'm here. Malu covered her eyes and didn't dare to look here at all. You go to follow Jack. If there is someone behind him, remember to be polite to them. Okay, I really can't stay in this house any longer. Maru was about to leave after saying that. She had a bit of nightcat blood in her blood and couldn't stand the bright light at all. However, something unexpected happened. Our murder screams came from below the guild. Bead City, inside the resurrection house of the Holy Light Church. Dozens of priests who specialize in resurrection are online around the clock. When the adventurer's body is transported to the resurrection house, they will immediately start resurrecting it. It only takes less than 10 minutes to bring a recently dead person over and revive him. If he had been dead for longer, it would be troublesome. If it lasted more than a day, then any resurrection spell would be ineffective. Not every resurrection house is contracted by the Holy Light Church. In fact, churches large and small are rushing to contract the resurrection house business. Leaving Bead City, other resurrection houses may be contracted by the Forest Church, or the Luminous Church, or the Church of the Dead or something. After all, the resurrection house is a big business. Every time an adventurer is resurrected, he or she needs to pay a resurrection fee, no more, no less, just enough for everyone to grit their teeth and accept. In a study room of the resurrection house, the young priest with a naive appearance asked the old man next to him, Teacher, as long as the death time is within 1 day, can the resurrection technique save someone? Isn't the legendary god of death angry? Why are you angry? The old man asked kindly. Because, the young priest hesitated, resurrection is considered a blasphemy against death, right? The god of death is not that stingy, and not all deaths can be resurrected by resurrection. The old man lovingly stroked the little priest's head and explained, only those who die in the dungeon can be resurrected in such a simple way by the resurrection spell, because the dungeon will lock the human soul in the body. Since the soul has not left the body, as long as the body is repaired and the soul is awakened, the person can naturally be resurrected. Once someone dies in the outside world, except for special circumstances, the soul will be immediately pulled into the underworld. At this time, the body is an empty shell. If you want to resurrect this empty shell, you need to arrange a complicated and expensive soul-calling ritual to pull the soul out of the underworld. Return, the old man said, that is the real blasphemy of death. People who cast resurrection spells will be marked by the god of death. The little priest said with some fear, what will happen if I mark it? The old man said seriously, it will be written down in the notebook by the god of death? The little priest blinked in confusion, and finally said as if he suddenly understood, oh. It turns out that it will be recorded in the notebook. How terrible! The corner of the old man's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the study calmed down, and the little priest's voice sounded again, so, the old gentleman who was sent just now is hopeless, right? There is help, but there is no help? The old man sighed and said slowly, he couldn't afford to be saved. In the morgue, Jack's body lay alone. The morgue is the least used facility in the resurrection house, because the corpses sent here are basically from the underground city. Most of them can be resurrected, and Jack's situation is rare. My heart was broken by a sharp blade and I died on the spot. Please express my condolences. The priest lowered his eyes and said to Leon sadly. I'm not his family member, Leon said without any expression on his face. Oh, it's okay then. The priest changed his face in a second, stretched and asked, do you know where his family members are? If they can't be contacted, they will have to be buried underground. This old man is an adventurer, right? Yes, Malu was shocked by the priest's face changing at the speed of light. The so-called underground burial is the final destination for a lonely adventurer. If there are no relatives to handle the funeral arrangements and no cemetery is purchased before death, the adventurer's body will be sent to the underground city. In addition to surface adventures, exploring dungeons is an indispensable part of every adventurer's career, and most people will agree with this approach. The murderer is really cruel, the pastor continued. The anti-dungeon organizations have gone too far recently. They even dare to kill people in the street. This old man is also unlucky. The person who killed Jack was from the anti-dungeon organization. This is a mysterious organization that strongly opposes dungeons. It preaches that ancient evil gods are hidden in dungeons. It believes that people must destroy the dungeons where demons are dancing and destroy all things obtained from the dungeons. Everyone regards this organization as a clown, but what they didn't expect is that in the past 2 years, the anti-dungeon organization's behavior has become more and more excessive. They first organized protests and marches, and today they actually dare to kill people in the street. There are even rumors that the organization has the means to permanently destroy the dungeon. Maybe it was Jack's behavior of selling ingredients yesterday that caught their attention, or maybe it was because Jack led people to attack the dungeon. In short, he did become a victim. Boss, Malu suddenly said, do you want me to stay here for a day or two to see if someone will come to collect his body? If so, maybe that person is the person behind him. Leon was silent for a moment and nodded. Jack is dead. The slave contract transmitted the last scene Jack saw before his death to Gong Xiang. The murderers were 2 young human beings with aggressive expressions. It seemed that their actions were premeditated. One stabbed Jack through the heart with a knife, and the other cast some kind of spell on the soul to prevent resurrection. The 2 men were pushed to the ground by the enthusiastic crowd and then restrained by the guards. The final scene showed Jack falling on his back, surrounded by onlookers. I don't know if it was an illusion, but 2 transparent threads flashed behind Jack's murderer. They appeared for such a short time that Gong Xiang suspected that he had seen it wrong. But anyway, he was a little angry. He had no idea whether those 2 men had a grudge against Jack or whether they carried out the murder because of some grudge. He only knew that the subordinate he had just trained was killed, which was equivalent to a slap in his face. After going out, you must find these 2 people and collect the hoods for them. He still has many ideas that have not yet been implemented. Should he train another one of his own? Never mind. Gong Xiang lay on his back on the altar and muttered to himself, it's more reliable to do it yourself. Once Jack died, there was no one left to help him collect the magic materials needed for the ritual. Contacting adventurers is something he has to do. Think about it, who is the person he has contacted so far that he can trust? He glanced at the picture on the crystal ball and nodded. The decision is yours. Swamp area, in front of the gargoyle gate. After Stellan used the summoning finger medicine, she stared at the ground expectantly. However, contrary to expectations, the familiar summoning mark did not appear. He didn't come today either. She said, feeling slightly disappointed. After receiving help from Gong Xiaying that day, she often came to the dungeon to use the hook-calling medicine, hoping to see him again. It's not that I have a good impression of that person, I'm just curious about why the other person can navigate the dungeon with ease, curious about the other person's life experience, and curious about why the other person helps people in the dungeon. Definitely just curious. As a result, she hadn't seen the summoning mark once since then, which made her wonder if the summoning finger medicine in her hand had expired. Fortunately, as long as she doesn't summon a helper, the hook-calling medicine will not be consumed. Otherwise, based on her frequency, it would have been used up long ago. Go back to find Ellie and the others, Stellan sighed. She and her companions heard that there was a hidden map that could produce special ingredients in Thane Dungeon, so they met to explore together, but she went one step ahead and came here to see if she could meet Gong Xiaying. Just when she turned around to leave, golden light flashed behind her. Ha! It's a familiar summoning symbol. Stellan was overjoyed and pressed the summons without thinking. The next moment, the dazzling Gong Xiaying appeared on the stage under the pseudonym Marita. Long may the sun shine. He raised his hands high in a posture that looked full of vigor. Although Stellan couldn't understand what he said, she felt inexplicably courageous. It's you, we meet again, Gong Xiaying pretended to be surprised and said with a smile, What, do you still need my help? With an excited heart and trembling hands, Stellan calmed down and said, I still have many questions to ask about what you taught me before. Excuse me, do you have time? Of course, after hearing the affirmative answer, Stellan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the other party would leave her because she thought she was messing around. I've come to see you several times, but I never see you. She naturally walked ahead, heading towards the sick village area. She had already killed the gargoyles in advance. As for her companions who are waiting for her to explore together, they will forgive her. Gong Xiaying walked side by side with her and said, I only come here once in a while to help people in need. As soon as he said this, his image in Stellan's heart became brighter. I remember you said you were traveling to train yourself. Is it really okay to stay here all the time? She regretted saying this as soon as she said it, because it sounded like she was driving people away. Did I ever create such a character before? Gong Xiaying indeed forgot. He was silent for a moment and said, I was going to leave, but I have seen too many people stumbled by the difficulties here, so before leaving, I plan to help others here. No matter what, there is no problem in shaping your image towards a good person. Most people like good people. Stellan didn't know what she thought of, her eyes flickered, as if they were hiding stars, and she involuntarily moved closer to him. By the way, what question do you want to ask me? After chatting for a while, Gong Xiaying couldn't help but ask as he almost reached the boss room of the giant curse frog. Ah, what? Stellan tilted her head blankly as if she had just come back to her senses. I said, what question do you want to ask me? Gong Xiaying repeated helplessly. Oh, Stellan nodded, staring at him, what do I want to ask? Gong Xiaying looked at her with more and more strange eyes. Are you here to entertain Sagia? Aha, Stellan smiled awkwardly, realizing that her behavior was quite strange, but in fact, she really didn't have anything to ask. Even if she did, it was about Gong Xiaying himself, such as being curious about his experience, but with their current relationship, it would be bad to ask such ambiguous questions. She came here to use the finger-calling medicine purely out of habit, and after seeing Gong Xiaying, she was even more surprised than before, so why would she want to ask questions? By the way, I don't quite understand how to use the shield jab. She could only think of something temporarily, please teach me, that's easy, let's target the fat brother over there. Gong Xiaying naturally reached out and held Stellan's wrist behind her, saying, to use force like this, don't make your wrist too stiff. Why do you hold it tighter the more you talk? Stellan glanced at Gong Xiaying's hands that were in contact with her with an unnatural expression, and finally said nothing, adjusting her posture according to the other party's request. We are innocent, what are we thinking about? The fat brother was quickly attracted and killed. Gong Xiaying then let go and asked, have you learned it? Yeah. Stellan only felt the pain on her back from the armor. The two of them were just sticking together. I will definitely cherish the technique you taught me, she said. I want to use the shield as skillfully as you. She said this just to be polite, but who knew that Gong Xiaying suddenly said seriously, no need. Stellan was shocked. She didn't understand why the other party's tone suddenly changed. Did she say something wrong? Gong Xieying said, "You don't need to imitate me, just be yourself." Stellan understood instantly. The other party seemed to have misunderstood something, but before she could explain, Gong Xieying continued, "You are obviously a ranger specializing in agility, high mobility and attack power are your advantages. Shield stabbing is completely opposite to your field of expertise. I teach you shield stabbing just to provide a way of thinking, to provide another way of thinking to deal with the enemy, not to tie yourself to it." He kept talking, one set after another, like an old player who saw a newbie go astray and rushed to make up for it. Stellan looked at him blankly, and after a moment, a smile appeared on her lips. "It feels good to be worried about." I don't know how long it took, but Mr. Gong's class was finally over. "Do you understand what I said?" Gong Qieying showed a look of disappointment. He had seen all kinds of people who went astray when he was guiding newbies in the game. For example, the newbie who was a little knight a few days ago suddenly became a soul 5 with a small sickle in one hand and a ring in the other. This made him very sad, so he developed the habit of preaching. He knew that this habit was annoying most of the time, but he couldn't help but say a few words, as long as the newbie could listen to it a little. I understand. Stellan's expression suddenly became sunny and cheerful, and suddenly pulled his arm and said, "I still don't understand the shield poke a little bit. You teach me again like you just now. Didn't I just teach you once?" Gong Qieying sighed repeatedly. This generation of reincarnations, this generation of adventurers is not talented. No matter how the process was, in the end, he finally told Stellan about the request to purchase magic materials on his behalf. Although the latter was puzzled, she agreed and scheduled to deliver the goods in the dungeon a few days later. Congratulations. Female characters are a must. I think it's better to just try them out. After all, heroes are always loved by beauties. Even the despicable Soul 5 has the love of the firekeeper girl/doll girl/little wood, right? Actually, I'm here to stack shields. I promise there won't be any lame and idiotic plots related to female characters. Please don't criticize. At the same time as Gong Qieying and Stellan were adventuring, the Morrowind team members Shoen, Ailey, and Danya who were waiting in the swamp area encountered a big speechless incident. I'm really sorry, let's leave now. Right now, a strange team of adventurers were bowing and apologizing to them. Okay, you didn't mean it. I forgive you. Ailey smiled a little reluctantly. The last time she saw so many people bowing was at the farewell ceremony of the body, which felt weird. I'm so sorry. The captain of the strange adventurer team Hammerfall, a seemingly weak magician Courage, looked hopeless and turned into a repeater that could only repeat "I'm sorry." Let's talk about what happened in the middle. We are all new in the team. We haven't memorized the rules yet. We don't know that we need to wait for a while before entering the portal. I'm sorry to disturb you. This team, composed of pure newcomers, lined up behind Stellan and others when they entered the dungeon portal, but they forgot to wait a few minutes before entering, and the result was like this colliding with the Morrowind team. It's a coincidence that the time between the two teams entering the dungeon was less than 2 minutes. However, the Morrowind team took a shortcut based on their experience in many explorations and went a long way in the blink of an eye. This was the first time for the Hammerfell team to explore. They were unfamiliar with the underground city and were immediately lost in the vast swamp. With only 100 seconds difference, the two teams miraculously did not meet. Later, it was Danya who heard the screams of the Hammerfell team being surrounded by monsters, and then brought people to rescue them. Without Danya and the others, this novice team would have been fed the curse frog. The portal can automatically identify whether the person entering is a teammate. The probability of such an own-goal incident is only 2%. Danya clicked his tongue twice. I should go out and buy a lottery ticket. I'm really sorry. Okay, Ellie helped everyone in the Hammerfell team up one by one. Is this really okay? Kiraj said anxiously. Their team made a mistake first, and the other party was a silver-level senior. If he didn't express his apology properly, he might be retaliated against. Thinking this, his waist trembled and he wanted to bow again, but his shoulder was suppressed by an iron hand. When he raised his head, he faced Ailey with a dark face. This girl, who was always known for her gentleness and good temper, had an expression on her face at the moment: if you bow to me again, just wait until you go home and be bowed by your parents. Although she was smiling, her smile was extremely scary. Alas, the young magician stood at attention in fright. Captain. A weak little girl tugged at the hem of Kiraj's clothes and said with a grimace, let's go. Including Kiraj, there are 4 people in the entire Hammerfell team, namely the weak lowly priest, the sultry magic swordsman with glasses, the chubby heavy armor warrior and Kiraj, the thin magician. All members are bronze level, and everyone has a face. They all have the greenness of a fledgling. It's really hard to face the Thane dungeon when you just debut. It probably only takes one night to fade away the youthfulness. Ah, Kiraj said with a smile on his face, then we'll leave first. No one on Morrowind's side spoke, but when Kiraj and the others just turned around, Xiaowen said, wait a minute. Kiraj had beads of sweat on his forehead and asked, what's the matter with you? We're all here, let's come together, Xiaowen said in an unexpected reply. Ah? Everyone in the Hammerfell team was shocked. Looking back at Morrowind, no one's expression changed. After all, you have to wait a long time before you can come back in again. What a waste of time, Ellie said with a smile, you all have flowers of victory on your chests. I guess you bought them from the flower seller near the portal. Then the ant can tell at a glance who was exploring the dungeon for the first time, and then comes over to sell the flower of victory, saying that wearing the flower will make you invincible, right? Kiraj's face turned red. The other party had guessed everything right. Only a newbie would be fooled into buying this thing, Danya mocked ruthlessly, and then changed the subject. But people who don't have the passion and longing for adventure won't spend money to buy a good omen, and you have to pay for it out of your own pocket. If your companion buys flowers, he must be a good captain, and it doesn't matter if he takes you with him. Ha? Kiraj showed a confused expression. He indeed paid for these flowers, but how did the other party guess it? No need to guess? Danya saw Kajila's question at a glance and thought to herself, you see, your companions are all wearing ordinary or even tattered clothes. At first glance, they don't have money to buy flowers. You are the only one. Although your clothes are also tattered, you still have roots. Nice magic wand. Regardless of the doubts, the Hammerfell team was so grateful that they cried. They never expected to meet such a considerate senior team. This is a precious opportunity. You can learn a lot by following a silver-level adventurer on an adventure. Thank you very much. Remember to buy me a lottery ticket after you go out to repay my life-saving grace. Danya waved his hand. Ailey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Kiraj and the others did not bow again. Xiaowen didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth raised a bit. The two teams temporarily moved together. They lit a fire, took a short rest, and waited for Stellan to return to the team. This wait lasted all morning. Seeing that Stellan had not returned for a long time, and harming the Hammerfell team, Xiaowen and others were also wasting their time. Xiaowen and others couldn't stand it any longer, and immediately decided not to wait. The purpose of both teams is to find the specialty ingredients that appeared not long ago. In fact, they are to find the area where the ingredients are produced. The Morrowind team believes that the area should be located in a place they have not yet explored, such as the middle level and the lower level. It is no secret that there are levels full of forests and levels full of ores in Thane Dungeon. Many people have accidentally encountered it. The teleportation trap is teleported to the middle and lower floors. Except for a very few lucky ones like Wilder, most of them were instantly killed by the elite monsters guarding near the teleportation trap, leaving them with no time to explore. So adventurers know that Thane Dungeon has 3 floors, but it is unknown if there are more. But when the Morrowind team decided to explore further, the Hammerfell team gave different opinions. I bought this from an old man who sells specialty ingredients. Kiraj took out a dirty furoshiki, which had a strong smell of seafood, which is rare near the inland beach city. Rarely seen. It turned out that he was the one who bought the bag containing the ingredients from Jack that day. Because of the friendliness of the Morrowind team, he didn't mind sharing this secret with them. Are you going to use tracking magic? Ellie asked. Yes, originally I was worried that my magic power was not enough to support long-term tracking magic. Kiraj looked at Ali. If I can't support it, please take over from me. He drew a magic circle on the ground and placed the magic materials. After chanting for a while, a layer of shimmering light appeared on the surface of the baggage, soared into the air and flew towards the swamp, leaving a visible trajectory along the way. Unexpectedly, the place where the baggage flew was actually the outskirts of the swamp area. Either the tracking magic failed, or the real location of the food area is much closer than they thought. After chasing for a while, Bali stopped in front of a mountain. The entire swamp area is surrounded by high mountains. The high mountains serve as the boundaries of the map. No one has time to climb the mountains yet. Is it the end? Kiraj looked around in confusion. There were bare mountains all around, and there were no roads anywhere. Could it be that he had to dig a big hole out? No, I can't walk anymore. The fat, heavily armored warrior let out a long sigh and leaned against the mountain wall. But He fell to the ground on his back. What's wrong? Everyone was attracted by the movement here, and then they were all stunned. Oops, it hurts me so much. Why did I suddenly fall down? The heavily armored warrior rubbed his head and sat up. Hey, does it smell good? Kruger, behind you, Kiraj said in disbelief. There's a big hole behind you. Please invest some money, I still have 30 people to go before I can give you a small recommendation, please, Kowtow, Gulu. Everyone present could not help but swallow their saliva, not because of nervousness, but because fragrant. The aroma of flowers, fruits, meat, vegetables, all the unexpected aromas that people can think of, converge into a torrent, stimulating everyone's senses crazily. Ai Lee rubbed her belly. She had obviously eaten a lot in the morning, but now she felt super hungry. Go in and take a look? Go in and take a look. The deep and long tunnel, but there is a little light at the end. This little light makes everyone move faster and faster, and the little light grows into sunshine that fills the eyes. Take the last step, the whole world suddenly became enlightened. Sunshine, dazzling sunshine shone from the sky. Although people knew in their hearts that it was just a fake sun created by the underground city, they felt a vigorous vitality and dispersed the darkness of the swamp in the blink of an eye. The endless plains immediately appeared, green plains, towering giant trees rising from the ground, treetops covered with oversized meat-like leaves, pitcher plants filled with drinks hanging from the vines, green onions taller than humans abound. Yes, the mushrooms, which have the same texture as pudding, are flowing with cocoa, and the white river is flowing slowly and calmly. Judging from the smell, what is flowing in it is actually milk and honey. Looking into the distance, strange birds and beasts are showing off, including a giant roasted pig with steam flowing all over its body, a lion with a super high-grade sponge cake as its mane, a koala with cocoa beans on its back, and a giant mammoth with patterned brown fur. And in the farthest distance, at the limit of what human eyesight can see, a huge and unparalleled plant sits there like an emperor, its branches bent by cherry-like fruits, shining with 7 colors of rainbow. Just look at it. You can tell at a glance that it must be the most precious existence in this area. This area is like a fairy tale. Who didn't dream of a paradise full of delicious food when they were young? Kiraj was stunned. At this moment, a locust suddenly fell on his hand. The insect looked a little weird, with a high bulge on its back and seemed to be filled with brown liquid. He caught the locust by mistake and took a sip of the brown liquid. Wow, it's so salty, he said in surprise after coming to his senses. It's actually soy sauce? Ellie squatted down and picked up a dandelion. However, this dandelion also looked very strange, with a fleshy top. She hesitated and took a small taste. This is, she said in disbelief, the taste of beef tongue? With the precedent set, others could no longer hold back their impulses and rushed into the food area with cheers. Look, the trees are actually covered with bone and barbecue. These mushrooms. Hey, is there chocolate sauce on the umbrella cover? This tulip looks so weird, holy shit, it has garlic in it. These grapes are so small and the color is weird. Why are they fish rose? The weak priest walked the farthest and walked directly to the river. He took a sip of the white river water and felt a warm feeling spread throughout his body. What was flowing in it was actually hot milk. No matter who you are immersed in the delicious food, and you will have a new taste experience every step you take. This feeling is much more exciting than the dungeon. Even Shoen, who looked the most staid, couldn't help but immersed himself in the barbecue tree. He had eaten 3 barbecues in a short period of time. There were all kinds of drinks in the pitcher plants beside the tree. He was lucky enough to find beer and took a sip of barbecue. Drinking wine, fatigue suddenly flew to the sky. What beautiful oysters! Kiraj picked up a bright red oyster by the river. The surface of the shell looked like layers of rose petals, and it smelled like a rose. Putting aside the rationality of the appearance of oysters by the river, he couldn't wait to pry open the shells with a knife. The rich oyster meat exuded the aroma of roses. With just one breath, the soft and smooth shell meat and the fragrant soup flowed into his mouth. It entered the intestines without even having time to chew it. Ah, Zyraj groaned, his eyes blurred. This is called delicious food. What I used to eat was all kinds of food. While everyone was intoxicated, a huge shadow slowly emerged from under the river, swimming faintly towards Kiraj. And he was still immersed in the explosive taste experience brought by rose oysters. Boom! The water splashed and the shadow completely enveloped him. Team leader! The weak priest was the first to react, his body moved subconsciously, and he suddenly pushed Kiraj to the side. Ah, help! Everyone was attracted by the changes here and turned around to take a look. It was a giant tuna, but it had octopus-like tentacles at the end. At this moment, the skinny little priest was rolled up and dangled by the tentacles, and he almost fainted from fright. Isn't this the tuna octopus that Jack sells at the barbecue stall? It turns out there are such large individuals. Oops. Shoen was the first to react. He drew out his dagger and threw it out. The dagger smashed the tentacle like a cannonball. The priest screamed and fell. Fortunately, Kiraj came to his senses at this time. Not only did he catch her firmly, he also released a blast of wind, which instantly summoned a strong wind and blew the two away from the tuna and octopus. The tuna octopus screamed and quickly sank to the bottom of the river, leaving the people on the shore terrified. You're careless, Danya said with a stern face. After all, this is also a dungeon, and it's also the Thane dungeon. Good food can really soothe the soul, but it can also make people let their guard down. No, we are too close to the river. Kiraj was shocked, but he was the only person in the Hammerfell team with a higher level of adventure literacy, and it only took him a moment to figure it out. The river is the limit. He pointed to the cave where everyone came from and said, I think the distance of 1,000 meters from the cave to the river is safe, but on the other side with this river as the boundary, there are monsters starting to appear. His analysis is not unreasonable. As long as you don't get close to the river with monsters, then this vast plain is open to anyone to play with, and there is no danger. At most, you have to be careful not to push yourself to death. And once you cross the river, you will come face to face with the monster. Roasted whole pig, trumpet lion, cocoa koala, mussel crab, Dorothy King Kong. These creatures, which are both delicacies and terrifying monsters, seem to follow certain rules. No matter how much humans make trouble, as long as they do not cross the river, they will not attract their attention. It was at this time that Shoen and the others realized that they were able to stand here unharmed not because this was a paradise where they had no worries about food and clothing, but because certain rules of the dungeon were protecting them. This is still a dangerous dungeon after all. But as long as we don't cross the line, ordinary people can come here to explore, Ellie said to herself. I feel like many people will come here to make money in the future. Danya nodded non-committally. The distance from the portal to the food area was not far, and there seemed to be few monsters along the way. If they were familiar with the road, it would not be a problem for ordinary people to come here. Bed City's economy may be about to see a surge. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly realized that they seemed to be the first people to find the food area. What should we do? Shoen asked. About the information here, this is a considerable fortune, of course, assuming that no one else has found it yet. But it's not that difficult to find, and it's only a matter of time before the map is made public. After some discussion, everyone came to the conclusion sell the information in time. Everyone is self-aware and knows that they are not good at doing business, and they also know that sooner or later, more people will discover the food area. It's better to sell the information now and get the highest price. I'm going to take a look over there, Shoen said suddenly. He pointed to the towering plant in the distance and said, my intuition tells me that that thing is absolutely valuable. Facts have proven that returns are directly proportional to risks. After crossing the Milk River and leaving the safe area, Shoen and the others were attacked within a few steps. It was a wild boar that was bigger than a tank. To be honest, the animals and plants in this area were all too big. I couldn't think of any other adjective besides huge. Roast whole pig, mental power required per unit, 60, vitality, E plus D, strength, E plus D, intelligence, E, endurance, E plus D, speed E plus, comprehensive combat power, E plus D. This monster looks delicious. The body surface of the roasted whole pig is emitting heat, and it will be burned if you get close to it. After seeing Shoen and others, the monster's emotions became excited, the heat emitted became even hotter, and the meat smell became richer. After a slightly difficult battle, the whole pig died, 2 members of the Hammerfell team were injured, and Shoen was bitten by the pig. This monster's combat effectiveness is not strong. 10 strong ordinary people with weapons can take it down, but casualties are inevitable. While everyone was busy dividing the spoils, Danya fell into deep thought. What are you thinking about? Ellie asked. He played with the bloodstained dagger and said with a strange expression, this pig is good for stabbing. No, I can't say it is good. I should say that I have never stabbed a monster with such good meat. I feel like I can't stop. Ellie silently took 2 steps away from him. What is the reason why this monster can survive? After treating the injured, Kiraj stood around the roasted pig and marveled. He has roasted himself, why is he still alive? After much hesitation, he used a knife to cut off a piece of meat from the roasted whole pig, put it in his mouth and tasted it carefully. Everyone was watching his reaction. Kiraj opened his eyes and said, it's absolutely the best quality roast pork. The whole body of the roasted pig is filled with fragrant and hot roasted meat. It is perfectly fine to eat it directly. The only pity is that the fighting time was a bit long. The roasted whole pig was stimulated and emitted more heat, causing most of the meat to be burnt. Everyone tried to taste it out of curiosity, but got out of hand and started eating the roasted whole pig on the spot. Even without any seasonings, the barbecue was so full of flavor. Kiraj suddenly had a whim and caught another soy sauce locust. He dipped the barbecue in the soy sauce on its back and took one bite. It was so delicious that he almost burst out of his clothes. He thinks he's discovered the right way to use the gourmet section, combining different ingredients to find the menu that works best for him. The Thane dungeon is really amazing. The weak priest sighed while eating. I have never seen a monster in the book that can roast itself. I've only heard of milk rivers, chocolate fountains, pudding mushrooms, and trees with barbecued meats in fairy tales. Ellie suggested with a happy voice. From now on, we might as well come here to eat after we finish exploring every day. How about a meal? You save money on meals. Danya raised his hands in agreement. Shoan's mouth was full of barbecue, and he said vaguely to agree. I don't know what Stellan did. It's a shame that she didn't come. After eating and drinking, the two teams continued exploring. The area of the food area is no smaller than that of the swamp area, and the density of props is greater than that of the swamp area. This allows adventurers to make new discoveries every time they take a few steps. The bat hanging upside down in the tree has broccoli on its tail. The rats passing by are covered with crispy French fries, while ordinary mushrooms have a sticky texture like pig's trotters and are full of collagen. There were so many new things. At first they would carefully record the newly discovered species, but later they even ran out of ink, while new ingredients continued to appear. They were numb from the impact of the new thing. It always feels like the Adventurers Guild has not discovered as many new species in the past year as it has in just one day here. At this moment, the exploration work of the two teams encountered an unprecedented crisis too full. They ate and walked along the way, and encountered very few monsters. There was no time to exercise, which caused everyone's stomach to bulge slightly. We had no choice but to take a rest under a tree. General, hiccup, let's sum it up. Danya was lying on the grass without any image. The beef tongue and dandelions beside him were fragrant, but he really couldn't eat it at all. Okay. Kiraj rubbed his belly and took out his notebook. He and Ally recorded the various discoveries along the way. For the time being, the area from the cave to the Milk River is called the Safe Zone, and the area after crossing the Milk River is called the Danger Zone. There are currently as many as 46 new species discovered in the Safety Zone, including both plants and animals. It is estimated that the real number far exceeds what we have discovered. I guess there are at least hundreds of species, Ailey added. All new species have edible value. It seems that the things we have discovered so far only have edible value. We have not found any materials that can be used to make magic props, nor have we found any treasure chests. I always feel that this place is specially created for food. It's the same, Kiraj continued. There are giant aquatic creatures lurking in the Milk River, and there are also strange aquatic plants, but everyone present is not very good at water and did not explore the bottom of the water. Leave this matter to those who come in the future, Danya said. We can't be perfect. Ailey flipped through her notes and said with interest, at present, this area still has a complete ecological chain. The first thing you can encounter after crossing the Milk River is roasted whole pigs and some small creatures. After walking for about half an hour, you can encounter bread lions and giant crocodiles that feed on roasted whole pigs. The crocodiles live near a river wider than the Milk River. You can find a lake by following the river. You can find a variety of fish creatures just by looking at the water surface. The strange thing is that the closer you get to the lake, the safer it is. There are only some harmless small creatures. I feel that this place will become a fishing paradise in the future, she joked. The entire food area seems to be divided by the river. After crossing the river where the crocodiles live, it is a more dangerous area. Even the members of the Morning Wind team feel the danger and will inevitably have a hard fight in it. But the giant plant at the end is full of temptation, and the nature of adventurers drives them forward. Perhaps the area from the Milk River to the Crocodile River can be renamed the low-risk area. Shileji closed his notebook and sighed. Even ordinary people can come here. If you hire one or two adventurers as bodyguards, there should be no danger. He collected a lot of food along the way and planned to sell them for a good price. Dong dong. The melodious bell sounded from afar, and everyone realized that it was time to close the dungeon. Time flies so fast, Ailey said reluctantly. I don't want to leave. Others had the same feeling, and some even thought of living here. What a pity, Shuan looked at the giant plant in the distance with regret. With the last bell ringing, the adventurers' figures blurred and disappeared. Please read and vote the Kingdom of Aner, the royal city of Rold. It is said that the king of the royal city is the king, and every day he eats and sleeps, nothing else. Rural places like Bed City are not taken seriously. It has been 400 years since Aner I established the kingdom in troubled times. War, civil strife, foreign relatives interfering in power, premature death. Under the influence of various factors, the blood of the current King Ains III has long been turbid. Perhaps the orthodox royal bloodline has been lost long ago, but blood is just a name, only strength is the hard truth. Ains III is very lucky. His father conquered the surrounding countries and left him a country with strong soldiers and stable order. The 4 border dukes are all models of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, so he has few worries and lives happily all day long. But the gods seem to want to let this lucky king feel what distress is. There are 4 things that bother Ains III. The first thing is the revival of the demons. 100 years ago, the demons were driven to the barren lands of the West by all the peace-loving races. These insidious and cunning creatures lay dormant for nearly 100 years, and finally showed their fangs a few years ago. Ains III still remembers that it was a night of thunder and rain, when the court magician stumbled into the castle, looked at him with panic, and brought the bad news that the demons had massacred several border cities. Damn it, the stinky country demons came to the kingdom of Aner to beg for food. However, when the country was ready to attack the army, the demons had disappeared without a trace, as if they had calculated the day. Since then, sporadic demons have often invaded border cities, and some people have even found traces of demons in the interior, and the same is true for neighboring countries. No one knows to what extent these guys have infiltrated this continent. People have also thought about counterattacking the demons, but the terrifying miasma of the western continent is daunting. Fortunately, the massacre of the demons aroused the blood of the people, the rate of joining the army was greatly improved, and the number of adventurers increased dramatically. Among them, there were demon killers who specialized in hunting demons. They watched the momentum of the demons being suppressed day by day. However, news came from nowhere that the Demon King was about to be resurrected. The second thing was the change of the dungeon. This happened this year. A dungeon called Sean had a change. It is said that unprecedented monsters appeared in it. The layout of the dungeon has also undergone earth-shaking changes, and the danger has greatly increased, approaching the top batch of dungeons. This matter spread quickly in the adventurer circle and aroused a lot of interest. Originally, nearly half of the adventurers planned to take a look, but what happened next stopped them. Because more and more dungeons have changed. On the 3rd day after the change of the Sin dungeon, the Aomori dungeon and the Echo dungeon changed. On the 5th day, the White Blood dungeon, the Puppet dungeon, the Water Dragon dungeon, and the Onion dungeon changed. Day 6, Day 7. To this day, new news of the mutation continues to flow in, and the Adventurer Guild is extremely busy. Adventurers are like chicken blood, rushing to the nearest mutation dungeon, and the flow of people originally planned to go to the Sin dungeon is instantly diverted. I don't know whether the mutation is a good thing or a bad thing, or is it a precursor to a major event. The third thing is Ains III's own strange disease. Ah, hiss! The strange roar of neither human nor beast echoed in Ains III's bedroom, as if he was trying his best to suppress the pain, but the messy thoughts and mumbling in his mind made him roar again. In the huge bedroom, there was no servants serving here. They were dismissed by the king's order. Even without the order, no one dared to stay here. Because the king has a strange disease. When it breaks out, it will really kill people. It is said that it will also eat human blood. The most knowledgeable court wizards are helpless against this strange disease. The Holy Light Church is preparing a blessing ceremony, hoping to use holy light to eliminate the king's disease. But now, Ains III can only use one thing to relieve the pain. Blood healing potion. In the thick curtain, a strange hand covered with messy long hair suddenly stretched out and grabbed a handful of bright red blood healing potion. After a while, a comfortable groan came from behind the curtain. A dozen empty bottles were thrown out at random, and a syringe was thrown out. It's not enough, I need more. The comfortable time only lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Ains III's voice was immediately filled with pain again. The fourth thing is that Ains III has no offspring. Or no name offspring. So at this time, there is no one who can be trusted to take care of him. It's extremely sad. Bed City, a peaceful and tranquil place. The Adventurers Guild was quiet, a change from the noisy style of the past. Everyone was looking forward to it and listening carefully to the noise coming from upstairs. The fireplace was burning quietly, the crackling of firewood and the ticking of the pendulum clock, these sounds that were usually ignored were clearly audible at this moment. Occasionally, an uninformed person came in and shouted loudly, and was immediately saluted by the angry crowd, and then joined the crowd in confusion. The reason why they did this was because of a big thing: someone found the hidden map of the Sean dungeon. It was the area where special ingredients were produced. I didn't expect it to be discovered so quickly, and most people were still in the dark. Now, the discoverers are talking with the guild leader upstairs, selling the information to the guild at a suitable price. When the guild verifies the authenticity of the information, it will be sold to the general adventurers for a fee, and the price is not expensive, just equivalent to the price of a meal. Quite a number of adventurers are willing to pay for it, which not only means that they can know the news at the first time, but also represents another thing: paying respect to the discoverer. Adventure is never a journey of one person, but a story that everyone starts together. In this story, some people can get information that others have not discovered, and make strategies ahead of others. These discoverers share the information with everyone, no matter for what purpose, whether it is paid or free, as long as it is correct and everyone has gained something. It deserves respect. Smart people know that when the information is sold publicly, it will be known to everyone in a few days, and then they can enjoy the information without spending a penny. But are those who buy information fools? Absolutely not. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs, and a slender man with half-elf features walked down from upstairs. Someone recognized his identity. It's Shadowless Geralt. It is said that he has a unique talent that is 1 in a million and can run thousands of meters in an instant. Every time the guild needs to verify map-related intelligence, they will ask him to come out. Great, it seems that there will be results soon. Sprint, sprint, rush, rush. Under everyone's gaze, Geralt turned into a residual image and disappeared, rushing towards the direction of the Sin dungeon. Time passed bit by bit, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the pendulum, counting every second carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. Bang. The door of the guild was kicked open violently. It was Geralt. Everyone held their breath and looked at him, who was sweating profusely, but the appearance of this senior adventurer looked a little strange. Burp. Geralt rubbed his swollen belly and wiped the food crumbs from the corners of his mouth. Then, he smiled evilly and gave a thumbs up. Oh hi. The crowd was boiling. Outside Bede City, a carriage bearing the Adventurers Guild emblem fell from the sky. The Pegasus folded its wings, and after the car came to a stop, the driver diligently ran over and opened the door. Arrived so soon? Accompanied by an old yet spirited voice, a well-dressed old man with thick gray hair like a lion's mane stepped out of the carriage. He had an aura of calmness and dignity like a black boss, and took out a gold pocket watch, took a look and said, "It's 2 hours earlier than expected. The guild people estimate that the welcome ceremony is not ready yet. Let's go to the city to take a look first. It is said that a lot of interesting things have happened recently, Mr. West Germany, I think, ugh. I think we should go first, ugh. We should go and meet with the local guild first." Then someone walked out of the carriage. No, a woman with a capable temperament climbed out. Her face was pale, and she couldn't help retching from time to time. "After all, your identity, ugh." The old man named Sid said with a straight face, "Gina, as my assistant, you still get motion sickness. It's really ungraceful. I order you to rest in the car. Isn't it because you insist on racing?" Gina finally climbed out, scratched the tree and vomited for a while, then barely supported her body and followed. She didn't trust the old man to act on his own, as he might cause some trouble. As soon as the two of them entered Bede City, they felt a different kind of vitality. There is an endless stream of adventurers of different costumes and races, and there are figures with weapons on every street. When there are more people, there is inevitably noise. In order to attract customers, the shops along the street use magic speakers to cycle GG loudly, so that if you want to talk to your companions on the street, you need to shout loudly. Most of the people were walking in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. Are they going to work? No, definitely not going to work. West Germany was keenly aware that the eyes of these people revealed desire and hope, and there were even smiles on the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that what they had to do was full of fun for them. So it is absolutely impossible to go to work. Were there so many people here before? Sid's mouth didn't move, but the voice already appeared in Gina's mind. According to reports received by the headquarters, since the mutation occurred in Thane Dungeon, the number of adventurers who stayed in Bede City for more than 3 days has nearly tripled, and this number is still growing rapidly. Gina looked through the notebook in her hand. Especially a week ago, a hidden area called the Food Paradise by adventurers was discovered. Businessmen across the country sensed business opportunities and rushed here non-stop. A week ago. Sidmo stroked his gray beard. Earl Phillip, who manages Bede City, has transformed a commercial street into a gourmet paradise and specialty market. Do you want to go take a look? Gina suggested. In fact, she was also very interested in so-called specialties. Count Philip's business acumen is as high as ever. He completed such a big project in just a few days. Sid sighed and said, let's go and take a look at the so-called market. As soon as they arrived at the food market, the two of them stopped. Because a giant thing exuding a hot breath was hung upside down on a wooden stake at the entrance of the market, making it impossible for everyone who entered the market to ignore its existence. It was a roasted whole pig, and its body was very large compared to similar pigs. It had obviously been dead for a long time, but it still exuded heat and a strong fragrance. Anyone who enters the market will first be shocked by the sense of giantness, and then smell the rich aroma of meat. When they look for the source of the meat aroma, they will clearly understand this market and the true nature of a gourmet paradise. Meaning, was this pig roasted after being killed, or was it cooked from the beginning? Gina's eyes widened and she murmured. West Germany took a few steps closer, and someone who looked like a manager immediately stopped him. But after seeing that he was well dressed and must be a big shot, the manager said politely, this is not for sale, it is just for display. If you want to taste it, please go to the stall inside. Sid nodded, pointed at the roasted whole pig and asked, which chef created this? He can actually roast such a large ingredient to perfection. I really want to visit him. The manager suddenly became energetic and explained with excitement, Sir, have you just arrived? No wonder you don't know that this giant pig has not been handled by any chef. Sid frowned in confusion. The manager has seen many similar reactions these days, but every time he explains it, he feels a sense of superiority. Look, I know a lot more than you. It was ripe from the mother's womb. Are you mature from your mother's womb? After walking far away, West Germany still didn't understand what this sentence meant. If a living thing is mature from birth, how can it still be alive? It's not an elemental creature. Sir, look over there. Gina's voice woke him up from his meditation, and his assistant said with excitement, they are all things I have never seen before. Something you haven't seen before? I grew up in Rold, the royal city, and there is nothing else I haven't seen. Sid looked at the vendors on both sides of the street with slight disdain, and then froze. Fish with octopus legs, trees covered with bony and barbecue, willow trees with soba branches, lobsters that shine like jewels. Damn it, he has never seen these before. He scanned the area, trying to find even one ingredient he had seen before, and hey, there it was. A pastry shop was selling sponge cakes, and finally there was something he had seen before. Sponge cakes can't be related to monsters, right? Sid walked into the pastry shop and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly became sharp. Because there was a corpse of a lion monster hanging in the pastry shop. The fat boss was cutting the lion's mane with a sharp knife. The mane looked very strange, square, and seemed to be full of elasticity like a sponge. Isn't that a sponge cake? He looked at the sponge cakes on the counter, and his mouth twitched. It turned out that these cakes were cut from lions. Hey, do you want something? The boss noticed him and greeted him warmly. I'm just looking around. Sid left in a hurry. In fact, he wanted to taste it, but it was a bit embarrassing. Sir, try this. Gina suddenly brought 2 skewers of fried food covered with batter, which looked like potatoes. Potatoes? No, it smells more like. Sid took it and tasted it, and his eyes widened immediately. Schnitzel? It was indeed a schnitzel. Both the texture and the taste were the feeling of a top-grade schnitzel made by a famous chef. I thought it was a schnitzel at first, but, Gina said while eating, it's actually a potato. I saw the boss pull it out of the soil with my own eyes, and it was fried right after it was pulled out. It's amazing. Sid looked at the potato pork chop in his hand and felt that his worldview was collapsing bit by bit. Even the alchemists who like hybridization the most can't come up with such a wonderful combination. And these things are actually from the Thane dungeon? The two ate and walked around. Although the market was built in a hurry, the facilities were complete. In addition, the things sold by each merchant were more or less different, and walking around made people feel like they couldn't stop. At this time, Sid suddenly found a unique stall, because the other stalls were full of things, but this one was empty, with only a tightly sealed box. The boss looked like a young man, with his hands folded and sleepy. He looked strange, with black hair and black eyes, which was rare. He was interested and walked up to ask, Boss, what are you selling? Well, Gong Qiaying rubbed his eyes, looked up at Shide, and said, rainbow fruit, only a small piece, he added, it's very expensive, do you want to buy it? Seeking some investment yo, you're playing a trick, right? Sid smiled and looked at the stall owner in front of him, with the mysterious goods, the unknown rainbow fruits, and the weighty rhetorical question, it's very expensive, do you want to buy it? Although the tone was flat, but it contains an attitude of looking down on others, it's just that he thinks too much, which makes people hate him. This is simply the most common market tactic. First arouse your strong emotions, sell it off, and then take the opportunity to sell your own goods, selling worthless things for a price that far exceeds its own value. West Germany has seen this kind of thing a lot, so he has no worries in his heart. Coupled with his ferocious appearance, people feel that he will cause trouble anytime and anywhere. Tell me first what you are selling, he said with a smile, let me see what kind of treasure it is. Can it be sold at a sky-high price? Gong Qiaying looked around, held up the box, and said, I've been sitting here all morning, and you are the first one to ask about the price. Come on, open it and see for yourself. The box was thrust into West Germany's hands, and he was stunned for a second. This routine seems to be different from what he imagined. Generally speaking, this routine is like the classic construction site turtle. The seller first fabricates a bizarre experience, and then inadvertently explains that he only intends to make a small amount of money. Seeing that the buyer sincerely wants it, he sells it cheaper. In fact, the price sold on is much higher than the normal price. He glanced at Gong Qiaying and said tentatively, have I opened it? Open it, have I really opened it? Let's go, won't you stop me? Are you sick? Gong Qiaying raised his eyes and looked at the old man in front of him. He looked very smart and capable, so why was he such a fool? Somewhere in the dark, West felt as if he had misunderstood Gong Qiaying, but at this point, he could only continue to open the box with a stubborn head. Let me see what amazing things are inside this box. As soon as the box was opened a crack, colorful light came out immediately, it was a rainbow. Immediately afterwards, an aroma that cannot be described in words flowed out. It was an extremely sweet smell. Just one sip made people feel like they were soaked in honey. I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat. Desire is rising crazily in my heart. At some point, a group of people gathered around Sid, urging him to open the box while drooling. What is in this? West Germany swallowed his saliva and opened the box at once. And the things inside were different from what he imagined. The thing inside was like a piece of crushed fruit pulp, only half the size of a fist. It seemed to have been torn off from the flesh of the fruit in a hurry. The surface was filled with light, and the 7-color rainbow seemed to be the color of the pulp. What is this? Sid asked. He could no longer hold back his saliva. If he hadn't had strong self-control, he would have taken a bite right now. I told you, a small piece of rainbow fruit. Gong Qiaying stood up, raised his voice and said to the crowd, this is the fruit of that giant plant in the deepest part of the food paradise. What, is it actually that plant? There are monsters all around there. How could anyone break through the monsters? All the experienced adventurers I know died on the way. The closer you get to that plant monster, the stronger it gets. Why do I remember that the fruit looks round? You're not lying to us, are you? Gong Qiaying shrugged. Believe it or not, I had a hard time avoiding the ferocious monsters, but I was almost discovered when I picked the fruit. I barely managed to grab such a small piece from the fruit before I died. I believe it. Sid closed the box with a snap, and the aroma disappeared instantly. He was afraid that he could not control himself. Excuse me, does this fruit have any effect? He automatically used honorifics. What do you mean if you don't buy it? I'll buy it. West Germany said boldly, please take a step to speak. It's not convenient here. Okay, Gong Qiaying nodded, but at this time, the onlookers were not happy. You want to monopolize it, right? It's too selfish. What's the virtue of an adventurer? That's right. What's wrong with talking about it here? Sid looked at the noisy crowd calmly and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the sound within a radius of 500 meters disappeared. Advanced group silence technique? Gong Qiaying looked at him with interest. It seemed that the old man had a lot of background. This way, please. Only Shide and Gong Qiaying could still make their voices heard. This feeling was quite strange. The crowd automatically made way for them, not voluntarily but because West Germany was controlling them. The three of them walked all the way to the Adventurers Guild. The guild staff looked frightened when they saw West Germany and quickly called the person in charge. The person in charge was also shocked, but when he was about to say something, Sid also silenced him. It wasn't until Shida and Gong Xieying walked into the reception room on the third floor that the sound from downstairs was restored. The lady at the front desk asked doubtfully, "What is this big guy doing, and who is the person next to him?" The person in charge smiled bitterly. "How can we understand the thoughts of the West German branch president?" In the luxuriously decorated reception room, Gina served hot tea to the two of them and silently retreated behind West Germany. "Please allow me to introduce myself." Late, Sid crossed his arms and performed Commander Ikari's signature move. "I, Sid, is one of the branch presidents of the Adventurers Guild. I will take over the guild's branch in Beat City." He smiled and said, "You can also call me Sid," who barely made it to the gold level before retiring from his adventurer career. "This is one of the few things I am proud of." Gong Xieying on the opposite side really showed a shocked expression, and quickly stretched out his hand and said, "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. My name is Marita, just an ordinary adventurer. I didn't expect to meet a big man like you." The shock was all fake. Today is the third day since Gong Xieying came out of the dungeon. He has just figured out some common sense in this world, and has no idea what the so-called chairman of the Adventurers Guild is. But seeing Sid's very proud look, he took the opportunity to praise him, and the effect was not bad. 3 days ago, Stellan gathered enough magic materials according to his commission and sent them to the dungeon. As a reward, Gong Xieying once again taught her how to use the shield poke. As soon as Stellan left, he immediately started to perform the corpse rebirth technique. As for where the corpse came from? It's Jack's. Not long ago, Jack's body was suddenly sent into the dungeon by a group of people wearing church clothes. They performed some simple rituals that Gong Xieying couldn't understand, and then left. Based on the principle of not wasting, he used Jack's body to be reborn. The corpse borrowing rebirth technique is indeed magical. Jack's body was melted into a mass of flesh and blood. When Gong Xieying's soul entered, it immediately turned into his previous life. But I don't know what affected him. He still looks a bit like Godwin in his full state. In the end, he is more like the people in this world. Only black hair and black eyes look a little rare. With a body, he immediately tried to see if he could leave the dungeon. The result was surprising. He really could get out. And his absolute control over the Shan dungeon is still there. In the next few days, he wandered around the outside world like a madman, and made up for a wave of knowledge about the other world. As for why he set up a stall in the market, that's another reason. "I'm retired now, and now I'm just an ordinary old man." Sid was very satisfied with Gong Xieying's reaction. He asked with a smile but still serious, "How much do you plan to sell this rainbow fruit for?" I'm about to return to the dungeon plot. Sid started with a heavyweight, 500 gold coins. Gong Xieying has learned a little about the purchasing power of money in this world these days. People use copper and silver coins the most. Gold coins are only used when it comes to large-scale transactions. The purchasing power of gold coins is also quite strong. He bought a shop on the commercial street near the food market 2 days ago and rented it for a year. In addition to the decoration and other miscellaneous expenses, he only spent a few dozen gold coins. A small piece of rotten rainbow fruit can be sold for 500 gold coins, which seems to be quite cost-effective. "Add another 100, and I'll tell you how I avoided the monster," Gong Xieying said. "No problem," Sid agreed quite readily. This time he really met a rich man. After a while, Gina brought a check from the Magic Crystal Bank, which can be exchanged for gold coins at any time. Gong Xieying described his method of avoiding monsters and drew a shortcut map on the spot. He added a lot of luck to his description, making his method seem difficult to copy. In fact, it is not that complicated at all. The monsters in the dungeon will not attack him. He just walked to the rainbow fruit and tore off a small piece. But if you don't make the process a little more difficult, how can you attract people? "You are really lucky," Shida said with emotion after listening. Gong Xieying didn't say anything. Even the shortcut he just drew was made up. He would temporarily change the map when he returned to the dungeon at night. Of course, even if they made a shortcut for Shida, the difficulty would not be greatly reduced. At most, the distance would be closer and there would be 1 or 2 fewer monsters than other places. But luck is also part of strength. If the guild wants to set up a rainbow fruit exploration team, I hope to invite you to join. Shida threw an olive branch. "Do you have a place to stay in Bed City so that we can contact each other later? In fact, I just bought a store recently and plan to sell some props produced in the dungeon." Gong Xieying wrote down the address on a piece of paper and slid it in front of Shida. "A prop store?" Sid looked at the address and asked casually, "You already have a store, why do you still set up a stall on the roadside?" "Because the publicity effect is better in places with many people." "Well, That's true, Sid nodded. Promoting the treasure on the street can indeed attract customers for the store, which is also a common method used by businessmen. However, Gong Xieying's intention is actually to attract more people to the dungeon to die. The publicity effect has actually been achieved. The rainbow fruit showed super temptation as soon as it was opened. I'm afraid that those who smelled the fragrance at that time are now eager to explore the dungeon. Moreover, the sensational effect of the high-level magic that Sid displayed at the market even overwhelmed the rainbow fruit. People will discuss a mysterious strong man showing his strength at the market, and why does he want to show his strength? Because of a fruit produced in the Shan dungeon. What kind of fruit can actually attract the attention of a strong man? If I can get it to look, the publicity effect is here. After leaving the guild, Gong Xieying planned to spread the news that the fragments of the rainbow fruit were sold at a sky-high price of 600 gold coins to add fuel to the publicity. After a meeting, both the host and the guest were happy, and he left the adventurers guild with Gina. A moment later, when Gina returned to the reception room, a sweet fragrance almost made her drool. She saw Sid open the box and stared at the rainbow fruit in thought. Frowning and thinking while swallowing hard, this scene is quite funny. Sir, is it worth spending 600 gold coins to buy a fruit that I don't know what it does, or even a small piece? It must be worth it. Sid slowly closed the box, licked his lips with reluctance, and said, when I looked at it, there was a voice in my head that kept telling me to eat it, eat it. Once I relaxed my mind, the voice would get louder and louder, and even using sedation could not suppress that thought. What do you mean? Gina understood something. Just because this piece of fruit can have a significant impact on my spirit, it is worth the price. Sid smiled and said, if it is used to make illusion props, what kind of effect will it produce? I am looking forward to it. Looking at the old man smile as if he was a villain behind the scenes, Gina finally couldn't help but whispered, sir, your saliva is flowing down. What? I'm trying to control it. Do you want me to cut a small piece of rainbow fruit for you to taste? This is a precious research material and can't be eaten. Don't you want to try it? Hee, it's you who wants to eat it. Don't use your power to tempt me here. Don't you really want to try it? Then I'll take it away. Wait. Cut a little for me. Sid covered his forehead helplessly. He had never wanted to eat something so much before. Then he thought of what Gong Xieying said before he left. The sweetness of the rainbow fruit is unimaginable to humans. If you want to taste it, I suggest you drink its juice in water. As for the ratio, 1 drop of juice should be mixed with the water of the entire swimming pool. Originally, he sneered at this, thinking that the other party was just bragging, but now he was a little hesitant. He said to Gina, where is the nearest swimming pool? Take me there, and ask the guild members to come along, and treat it as a meeting. Later, the Adventurer Guild of Bed City was closed for a day for some reason. It was said that the staff members drank juice crazily until they fainted, and all of them were sent to the hospital. But because this statement was too ridiculous, no one believed it. The perspective returned to Gong Xieying. He came to the commercial street called White Whale Street and found the store he had bought. It was a store that was neither big nor small, with a just right area. It was located in the middle of the commercial street. There was a potion store and a fashion store on the left and right, and the customer flow was not bad. The consumption level of this street was slightly above average in Bed City. Adventurers accounted for the vast majority of the frequent visitors. In addition, there were some wealthy but not so wealthy customers. In short, they were petty bourgeoisie, and ordinary people would occasionally come here to shop. Originally, there were no vacant stores on this street. Gong Xieying happened to meet the owner of this store who was urgently selling it, so he bought it. In the future, this store can be used to sell some special products of the dungeon, which can also be regarded as a channel for exporting information to the outside world. He is not interested in doing business, and opening a store is just an attempt, so he will not focus on this. The store is still under renovation, and it is estimated that it will take a few days to complete. He bought some fruit drinks for the workers, and after receiving a lot of thanks, he found a corner that was not in the way, pulled a recliner, and lay on it pretending to fall asleep. In fact, his consciousness has returned to the dungeon. He can switch between Gong Xieying and Godwin at any time, and can detect what is happening around the two bodies in time. At first, I was not used to it, so I could only learn to accept it slowly. Let me see what tricks the adventurers have done today. He looked at the food area, where something unexpected happened. Fishing rods, buckets, and stools. The food area was actually crowded with fishermen. Taiwan Novel Network. With a bucket on his head and a fishing rod on his back, Courage lurked in the smelly swamp like a crocodile. Several skeleton monsters were walking around him, but they didn't notice such a big living person. It's not their fault, because an adventurer not far away made a more noisy sound, attracting the attention of the group, and the monsters chased the adventurer one after another. "Thank you, brother." Kiraj looked at the adventurer's retreating figure with tears streaming down his face. He knew that his brother was probably gone forever. "I will catch one more fish for you to commemorate your sacrifice." He stared at the monsters until they were far away. There was no way they could catch up with him, and then he stood up suddenly. However, he was not the only one who got up. There was another group of people, counting him, there were 9 in total. Everyone is dressed in the same dress, with a bucket on their head, a fishing rod on their back, and fragrant fishing bait tied around their waists. Their faces are full of grief and anger, and their eyes seem to read, "The meaning of the dead must be given by the living." These are the brothers Kiraj met in the food area a few days ago. They are like-minded and want to go fishing in delicious areas no matter what the cost. It's not for anything else, just because there are so many fish in the food area, it's not easy to catch them, and it's super satisfying to catch them. Moreover, the price is good and it can subsidize my family's income. My family will never object to my fishing again. And there is food everywhere, so you only need to bring a bucket and a fishing rod when you go. It is simply a paradise that you have always dreamed of. In recent days, the food area has not only become the biggest topic of conversation in Bede City, but has also attracted a large number of people into Thane Underground City. To put it simply, it has expanded the circle. Originally, many people were not interested in dungeons, let alone difficult dungeons, because dungeons gave people the impression that they were all about fighting, killing, and being exhausted at the end of the day. But if you say that a sunny place suddenly appeared in the underground city, where you can eat and drink without any worries and full of delicious food that you have never seen before, then everyone would have to take a look. After all, delicious food is often more attractive than fighting and killing. The rich fish resources in the food area have attracted a large number of fishing enthusiasts. What is the most enjoyable thing in a fisherman's life? Isn't that just catching new fish? It just so happens that the food area is full of fish that have never been seen before. So during this period of time, the fishing guy went crazy opening illustrated books. However, there is a problem that deeply troubles everyone. That is, everyone orders food. It probably can't be said to be a la carte, but an extraordinary dish. Among these 10 people, Kiraj actually has a T1 level of combat effectiveness. The rest are either ordinary middle-aged uncles or bad adventurers with little combat effectiveness. Once they enter the Thane dungeon, they will have a narrow escape, even if the shortcut to the food area has been it was developed by the big guys, but the road is still extremely dangerous. Because Thane dungeon is alive, the monsters in it will not stay in a fixed place and wander around. The backboard may be able to remember the location of the trap, but the wandering monsters will definitely bring you unexpected surprises. So, the rookies gathered together to keep warm, and then they became an idea king and came up with a good idea. Hey, every time we are surrounded by monsters, wouldn't it be great if we choose a warrior to lure them away? Let's take turns to ensure that everyone can catch a fish at least once every 2 days. Wouldn't it be nice? Everyone thought about it and realized that this was a good idea, so they readily agreed. Don't ask why you don't hire adventurers as bodyguards. With the difficulty of Thane dungeon, those who can save their lives are gods. Besides, the fishermen present are all ordinary people and don't have the spare money to hire bodyguards. I heard that the strategy team that was in the spotlight not long ago suffered a setback here. The members became discouraged and have not recovered yet. Everyone, run! With an order, everyone ran as fast as lightning and as fast as the wind. Time is life and time is fishing. The movement on their side naturally attracted the attention of other monsters. No matter how brave everyone was, as long as they entered the food area, these monsters would not chase them in. However, they were still a step slower after all, and were surrounded by a group of monsters. At this critical moment, a person jumped out and shouted, "I'll go too." Goodbye, hero. I saw that person yelling wow 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 while running in a different direction from everyone else, and successfully separated a large wave of monsters for people. This is what a true man should do. After another life-threatening run, when everyone finally rushed into the food area where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, there were only 7 people left in the team. A total of 3 heroes sacrificed themselves so that everyone could catch fish. Write down their names, Kiraj said solemnly. Next time, it will be our turn to sacrifice ourselves. Everyone responded enthusiastically. If there were any uninformed outsiders here, they might have thought that these people were going to sacrifice themselves for some great ideal. A pot of tea, a cigarette, and a fishing rod for a day of fishing. The morning passed quickly. Kiraj stretched his body, looked at the empty bucket, and couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that he was in the Air Force. Being able to fly in a gourmet area with such abundant fish, I have to say that he is quite capable. Alas, if I don't make some extra income, I won't be able to guarantee the money for today's meal. His teammates are currently afraid to enter the Sin dungeon, saying that they want to do some small commissions outside to gain experience. Shileji is not interested in the commissions they have accepted to find cats and dogs, so he went fishing with a group of new fishing friends. If you can catch fish and sell them at the market, it will be enough for 3 or 4 days of food. If you can't catch any fish, it doesn't matter. He also accepted some commissions to collect specialties from gourmet areas, which can be done with the skills of Fishing Air Force. Let me see, ox-tongue dandelions, at least 20, this is easy, everywhere, soy sauce locusts, this thing is too fast, it's not easy to catch, hunting a roasted whole pig, who put this thing in my commission, isn't this looking for death? 5 speed mushrooms, 2 life durians. Shileji grinned, he was too anxious when he accepted the commission and didn't read the content carefully. Speed mushrooms, it is said that it is a magical ingredient that can temporarily increase speed after being cooked. Life durian, after eating, can make a seriously injured and half-dead person alive and kicking. These ingredients have special effects, which are in sharp contrast to most of the ingredients in the food area that only taste delicious, and the market is also larger. But the problem is that these ingredients grow deep in the food area. As we all know, the food area is divided by rivers, and the resources available in each small area are limited, and the types are almost fixed. If you want to get more and better resources, you have to explore in depth. This increasing difficulty mode separates ordinary people from adventurers. Ordinary people can collect general resources in the Milk River Safety Zone, and adventurers can explore in depth to find greater opportunities. To be honest, Shileji appreciates the rules of the food area, but only when he doesn't need to go deep. He handed the fishing rod to his companion, gritted his teeth, and crossed the Milk River. 5 minutes later, a prompt came from Gong Qiaying. Mental power plus 91. He glanced at it and no longer cared. There were many pictures on the crystal ball, but one picture was enlarged by him. There were several figures inside, and they seemed to be adventurers, but a closer look would reveal a sense of disharmony. Because these guys had dark skin, extremely strong bodies, horns growing on their heads and limbs, and various features, such as tongues that were long enough to hang on the ground, several pairs of bat wings growing on their backs, and scales on their bodies. At first glance, they looked like a fusion of humans and monsters. These things. Gong Qiaying muttered to himself, it seems to be called the Demon Clan, how did they get here? It's the end of the month, thank you all for your monthly tickets, love you. The demons are a cruel, cunning, evil and bloodthirsty race. Chaos is the biggest feature of this race. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, etc. all have more or less common racial characteristics, such as pointed ears, short stature, etc. But the demons are not like this. Each of them looks strange. What they look like depends entirely on what kind of monsters their parents have eaten. The more monsters they eat, the more the demons born look like that monster. But the authenticity of this statement remains to be verified, because some people have tried to feed the demons only vegetarian food, and the result was that no vegetative people were born. In short, as long as there are horns on the head, a tail behind the back, dark skin and miscellaneous mutant characteristics, it is a demon. They have wisdom no less than that of humans, but their desire to kill is far greater than that of humans, so they are notorious on the continent. Every 1 or 200 years or 200 or 300 years, a super individual will be born in the Demon Clan, called the Demon King. At that time, the Demon Clan will obey the command of the Demon King and set off a disaster that sweeps across the continent. When the Demon King destroys the world, there will be heroes who stand up. According to historical records, the Demon King has never defeated the heroes. Today's demons are hiding in the Western continent, waiting for the Demon King to revive. So how did these things get into the Sun underground city? The east side of the Kingdom of Aner is adjacent to the sea, the north side is surrounded by thick fog all year round, the south side is separated from other human countries by a vast desert, and the west side is adjacent to the Western continent where the Demon Clan is entrenched. Fortunately, there are continuous mountains between the two places to block the miasma, but there are not many people living on the border of the Kingdom of Aner. Bed City is located in the southwest, which is not considered a border, but it is a bit of a stretch to classify it as an inland area. It is stuck in the middle. If the demons want to come to Bed City, they will have to pass through dozens of big cities. There are strict demon detection magics at the border. How did they get here alive? Is there anything in Bed City that is worth their risk of death to come here? I want to catch a few and ask them questions. Gong Xiaoying became interested. Although his current race is a zombie, and his daily job is to harm adventurers who are mainly humans for the time being, he always thinks he is a good person. For the demons, who are hated by everyone, he also has a simple emotion: he wants to kill them. Whether it is public or private, he can't pretend not to see it. After all, the demons will kill people. If the demons kill one more person, his dungeon will have one less potential customer. You ask why demons are not used instead of humans? Anyway, they earn the same mental power. The answer is that Gong Xiaoying prefers humans to demons. It's that simple. Catch two and torture them, break the limbs of the rest and throw them out of the dungeon, and let the people outside deal with it themselves. He immediately came up with a plan and continued to watch the demons' every move to see if there was anything he could do along the way. The direction they were going. I remember there was a new trap over there, which could be used. 5 demons walked in the swamp. There was no light in their eyes, as if they were covered by a layer of shadow, but this also made their appearance more terrifying. There was no communication between them, and it seemed that they regarded their companions as nothing, but when a demon rushed over to attack, their attacks were very tacit. Gada, under Gong Xiaoying's control, several skeleton monsters rushed towards a demon whose whole body was covered with blades, and even his arms were like long swords. According to common sense, the skeleton monsters had resistance to attacks with slashing attributes. The demon also knew this theory. He turned slightly sideways, and a sound of breaking through the air came. An iron ball as big as a human head suddenly appeared and smashed the skeleton monsters. Fragmented to this extent, even if he didn't die, he couldn't get up for a while. A demon silently took back the iron ball. After a closer look, it turned out that the iron ball was growing on his body. His left arm was a tentacle, and the top was tightly connected to the iron ball. The way these demons attack is to use their physical characteristics. Those with long swords on their arms use slashing, and those with wings on their backs fly up and collide. Good reaction speed. Gong Xiaoying then used his hand to control the monsters to attack the demons. However, whether it was a sneak attack or a heating confrontation, the opponent had a way to parry it, and at most paid some injuries as a price. He controlled 5 waves of attacks, and the final result was that 2 demons were seriously injured and 3 were slightly injured. But the flesh and blood of the demons squirmed for a while, and all the injuries he had caused with great difficulty were restored. This shows that the demons have a strong recovery ability. However, even if the appearance was restored, the steps of the 2 seriously injured demons began to become weak, and the consumption of physical strength could not be made up in a short time. It's just that the appearance is intimidating, and the actual combat power may be worse than Stellan. Unconsciously, Gong Xiaoying has used the people around him as a unit of combat power. The good news is that the combat power of these demons is not particularly strong, and they can be taken down. The bad news is that demons of this strength can sneak in. What do the guards of Bed City do? Are the people near the portal blind? Under the pursuit and interception of the monsters, the pace of the demons has also become hurried, running around in the swamp like headless flies, and soon lost their way. During the escape, any monster that ran in front of them would be ruthlessly killed. Obviously, they were still being chased by many monsters, and if they were a little slower, they might be surrounded and wrapped in dumplings, but the demons were willing to waste time killing the nearest monster. Is it true that the demons are bloodthirsty as the rumors say? Are they bloodthirsty to the point of not caring about anything? At this moment, a treasure chest appeared in front of them. There were many dead trees around the treasure chest. At first glance, it seemed that the treasure chest was surrounded, and there was only a hole facing the demons. The demons looked at each other and still said nothing, but they had made a decision to go over and open the treasure chest together. Should we say that they were careless or ignorant? In short, they walked into the circle of dead trees together. A demon knocked on the treasure chest to make sure there was something inside, and opened the treasure chest with a little force. The nearby demons also surrounded it curiously. There was indeed something in the treasure chest, but the content was very strange: a slippery and sticky tongue, and a row of fangs on the edge of the box. This is a fucking treasure chest monster. Before the demons could react, 2 skinny and pale arms suddenly jumped out of the treasure chest and grabbed the demon closest to it tightly. They opened their big mouths and bit off half of the demon's body. The surrounding demons also came to their senses, and their attacks fell on the treasure chest monster like a storm, tearing it apart in the blink of an eye. But it was too late. When they wanted to turn back, the retreat disappeared without a trace. Dense dead trees surrounded them, and even the sky was covered. At this time, a dangerous breath appeared, and a bright light appeared on the ground. It turned out to be a magic circle. It was dazzling at a glance. It was estimated that there were 20 to 30. In each magic circle, there were figures of monsters slowly taking shape. Finally took the bait, Gong Chieying's zombie face grinned, revealing a terrifying smile. This trap was thought up by him when he was recalling Sword Art Online. Total destruction. The demons were all wiped out just like Mr. Ton's Black Cat group. They were chopped into pieces by the monsters that attacked, and their death was even worse. But their powerful vitality made them squirm and try to resurrect even after being chopped into pieces. Gong Chieying stopped the monsters who wanted to continue attacking. This group of monsters was composed of more than 20 zombie knights wearing strong armor, and among them was a heavyweight character, the Black Knight. Make sure that anyone caught in the trap can be killed by a wave of recklessness. Black Knight, big sword, mental power required per unit, 650, life, C, strength, C+, intelligence, D, endurance, C, speed, C, overall combat power, C. After a slow and long squirming, the demons barely took shape, but their consciousness fell into a coma. Gong Chieying picked 2 smart ones to keep, and threw the rest outside the portal as monsters. Outside the portal, there was a long queue of adventurers preparing to enter Thane Dungeon. People in front, please hurry up, I've been waiting for a long time. Wilder shouted impatiently that he also came to challenge the dungeon today and would not give up until he saw Sakaki. After these days of life and death, his survival time in the swamp area has been extended to a full half hour. This is a small step for him and a small step for mankind. However, with the discovery of the food area, the number of people pouring into the underground city increased sharply. In the past, he could only queue for an hour to get in, but now? He has been waiting in line all morning. Not in yet. Pikachu was clamoring to come out of the Pokeball, but Wilder always felt that now was not a good time and people should not let Pikachu see it. The person in front of him glanced back at him impatiently. He originally wanted to quarrel, but after recognizing who Wilder was, he shrank his neck and stopped talking. After waiting for another half an hour, after lunch, Wilder finally stood in front of the portal. It's not easy. He took a deep breath and cheered up. I must find that person again today. As soon as he stepped into the portal with one foot and put his face in, he saw several unknown objects rushing towards him. Ah! The next second, there was only a pop sound, and the meatball formed by the demons hit Wilder's face directly, and his whole body flew backwards. Wow, that person is flying. Something flew out of the portal. Does anyone want to take a look? Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Wilder was lying on the ground, his body shaking, and he had obviously been knocked unconscious. The culprits who knocked him unconscious were piled on top of him, and he was still twisting unconsciously. For the first time, everyone saw something running out of the portal in the opposite direction, because there were 2 portals in Thane Dungeon, one in and out. These 2 have never mixed. So everyone gathered around to watch this rare scene, but when they saw clearly what was flying out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Hey, why do these things look so strange? Could they be demons? Hurry up and inform the city lord. Compared to the noise outside, Gong Chieying's side was much quieter. 2 unconscious demons were lying next to him. For safety reasons, he turned into a heroic gargoyle in advance, because there was still some transformation time left, so he didn't use it in vain. Fatal injuries are also very difficult for demons to recover from. Their animals have been unconscious since they healed, and even questioning them becomes a problem if this continues. Gong Chieying thought for a while, took out a bottle of ordinary healing potion, and drank half of it for each of the demons. By the way, he bought this potion from the outside world. As soon as he drank the potion, the demon's face immediately looked much better and his breathing became longer. He found a big iron chain and tied their necks, and immediately poured a basin of cold water on them. While patting the demon's face, he urged, "Get up quickly. If you go to sleep again, I will throw you into the cesspool." The 2 demons opened their eyes in confusion, and then saw Gong Chieying. They thought they would be emotionally disturbed by the ferocious appearance of the heroic gargoyle, but what was puzzling was that they just stared at Gong Chieying in shock. Silly? Gong Chieying stretched out a finger and shook it to the left. The demon's head then shook to the left. The finger moved to the right. The demon's head also moved to the right. Repeatedly, their heads almost shook like rattles, but they just didn't speak. These 2 things are just dementia. The angry Gong Chieying slapped them both, causing them to spit out blood. It seemed that this slap had an effect. The demon's eyes became clear, and he actually reached out to fiddle with the iron chain around his neck, apparently trying to free himself. Hey, Gong Chieying held back his strength and poked the demon's head, asking, "Where did it come from and what are you doing here?" The demon didn't say anything, but still fiddled with the chain, which made a rattling noise. Gong Qiaying sighed and tried poking the other one, but the result was the same. No wonder these demons looked dumb just now, they turned out to be fools. He made many attempts, but he just couldn't communicate with the demons. These guys seem to have lost their language function. No, not only had they lost their language function, they might have also lost their intelligence. It would be nice if there was a magic that could read minds. Gong Qiaying looked through the available monsters, looking for monsters with abilities like mind reading. During the time he was looking through, the two demons realized that they didn't have the strength left to break the chains, so they sat there blankly, not knowing what they were thinking. After a while, a little steam came out of their bodies, and their body temperature slowly rose. As their body temperature rose, their appearance also changed strangely. The deformed bodies were actually melting slowly? Their bodies melted like heated candles, gradually turning into a flowing mucus, boiling and bubbling on the ground. Gong Qiaying frowned. This scene was a bit embarrassing. Maybe he could consider adding it to the monsters in the dungeon. When the demon's strong and deformed body melted, the things inside were exposed. It turned out to be human? Gong Qiaying leaned over, picked up a human from the mucus with 2 fingers, and examined it carefully over and over again. No matter how you look at it, this person is a human, a young man with a shabby look, and his hands are black. Just one look at him reminds you of a man who feels weightless. If Stellan were here, she would recognize him. This is Morgan, one of the hooligans who had picked a fight with her. The other human who was revealed after the demon melted was one of Morgan's followers, Yai. Humans. Can they become demons? At this time, Morgan's eyelids moved. When Morgan opened his eyes, he met Gong Qiaying's eyes. He opened his mouth and made a strange sound like his throat was being pinched. He waved his hands at the other party, but when he wanted to pounce, he was pulled by the iron chain on his neck. Gong Qiaying had just locked him with the iron chain. Interesting, you don't want to escape but you come to me. When a normal person wakes up and sees a terrifying monster standing next to him, there are generally 2 reactions: either they are so scared that they can't control themselves and run away quickly, or they pick up weapons to fight. And Morgan actually belongs to the latter? His face was full of deep disgust for the monster. He bared his teeth and claws at Gong Qiaying, his hair was blown up, and he kept breathing out of his mouth. Tribute to the legendary Hajime. This behavior doesn't match his appearance, because he looks like he is very good at running away. Gong Qiaying raised a finger and pressed him to the ground, unable to move, and suddenly felt bored. He found that Morgan was still stupid. This guy's movements were exaggerated, but his eyes were chaotic, revealing a sense of stupidity, and he didn't have a complete sentence. Throwing him into a mental hospital would be a perfect match. Obviously, his mind was affected by some aspects and became incomplete. Is it the price of transforming into a demon? Gong Qiaying thought about it, but since the price is so high, why do you still want to become a demon? What you get and what you lose are completely mismatched. In this case, there is usually a reasonable explanation. Morgan and others are controlled by the mastermind behind the scenes. Someone is turning humans into demons and putting them in the dungeon to do something for unknown purposes. He came to this conclusion. This is not purely based on speculation, because he found that Yai and Morgan had the same brand on their necks. The brand looked like a long winding snake, but there were crooked things on the body. Was it horns or tentacles? Gong Qiaying wrote down the pattern of the brand. Perhaps it was the mark of a certain organization. Why do these organizations always like to put some marks on their bodies, for fear that others will not recognize them? Just when Gong Qiaying was about to make a cell and throw the 2 demented people in, something strange happened. Morgan and Yai's bodies swelled to several times their original size in the blink of an eye, and their skin was stretched to be transparent, and even the internal organs in their bodies could be seen clearly. Just when Gong Qiaying reacted and 2 stone-like wings immediately protected him, they exploded. Anti-dungeon. Destroy the dungeon. Bang! Bang! The huge body of the hero gargoyle was shaken back a step, and filth exploded everywhere. Fortunately, after resisting the explosion, the gargoyle's transformation time was up. Gong Qiaying, the appearance of the hero gargoyle, degenerated into Gong Qiaying, the appearance of Godwin. Destroy the dungeon. He kicked someone's skull on the ground and said, "Just you?" Morgan and the others' last words made Gong Qiaying very unhappy. He had a little pity for them before, but now he was just indifferent. Is the purpose of this organization to fight against the dungeon? He temporarily presumed that there was an organization behind Morgan and others, an evil organization that aimed to destroy the dungeon. But how can they destroy the dungeon? As long as they have mental power, even if they kill monsters and destroy the scene, they can recover. Soon, Gong Qiaying found the clue. After Morgan's death, the mental power of the dungeon did not change. He was silent for a while. Mental power is the foundation of the dungeon's operation. If everyone who enters the dungeon does not burst out mental power when they die, then the dungeon will indeed slowly die. No matter how Morgan and the people behind him did it, it is indeed a correct idea, an idea that can destroy the dungeon. If I don't find them and kill them, my mind won't make sense. The anti-underground city organization can no longer be allowed to exist in the world, and they must all be sent to Morgan. But the first thing to consider is how to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Gong Qiaying felt that this matter could only be carried out in the outside world, and the news of the underground city was still too closed. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt that his body in the outside world was being touched. With a thought, his consciousness went there. What's wrong? He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and pretended to have just woken up. The ones who pushed him were the workers who were doing the renovation. One of them saw him wake up, and his excitement was overflowing, and he said, "Sir, something big happened outside." What? Gong Qiaying could probably guess what happened. It's a demon. Another person danced and said, "It is said that they are so big, with all kinds of strange things on their bodies, which is very scary. Fortunately, they were all beaten to pieces." "If you want to say it, just say the key points," said an older worker. "We also heard about it from others. It seems that several demons were suddenly thrown out of the underground city of Sen, and they knocked out the young master of the bed family. Now the whole city is under martial law." "Demons?" Gong Qiaying said, surprised. "How could there be demons here?" The workers looked at each other and said, "We are also shocked. I have lived so long and have never seen a living demon. It is said that the demons are now being escorted to the dungeon and will pass through the street in front of us, so we think." Gong Qiaying understood, waved his hand, and said, "Go and see, just take a break for half a day." Thank you, boss." The workers ran over in a hurry, and Gong Qiaying followed them. They saw the half-dead demons locked in cages. They had not yet turned into human beings, and their strange appearance attracted a large number of people. The people here have only seen the images of demons drawn by painters in newspapers and novels. This is the first time they have seen the real ones, which are much scarier than illustrations. One is missing. Gong Qiaying noticed that the number was wrong, and one demon was missing. Escaped? Impossible. How could he escape in public, and he was seriously injured? Maybe he was taken away by the guards, but why didn't he stay with the rest of the demons? The prison car escorting the demons entered the dungeon, and people watched strongly from behind until they completely disappeared and left with reluctance. The workers said hello to him and went to eat, leaving Gong Qiaying alone to return to the store. However, 2 guards were standing in front of his shop. "What are you doing?" Gong Qiaying frowned and walked over to ask. "Are you Marita?" a guard asked. "It's me. What's wrong?" The reason why he used the pseudonym Marita was that he was worried that there would be magic in this world that would curse or track people based on their names, so he was just cautious. "Do you know Tamura?" The guard took out a portrait. Although the brushstrokes were abstract, the characteristics could be seen. "Is it him?" Gong Qiaying knew this person because it was this person who sublet the shop to him. He is a member of the anti-dungeon organization, and the city lord has issued a wanted notice for everyone in this organization. Please come with us and accept the investigation. Bead City, City Defense Station and Prison. "Elsa, how do you feel? Is he a pure demon?" The third young master of the Bead family, Sally, and the brave Elsa, who had been offline for a long time, make their grand appearance. They were in the most heavily guarded prison. A young man was tightly chained to the cross. The gentle holy light continued to heal his body, but at the same time, it also suppressed his mutation. If Stellan learned the shadow clone and appeared not only in Thane Dungeon but also here, she would definitely recognize the person tied to the cross as Yair, another follower of Morgan. The classic setting of the trio will never be absent. With Morgan and Yair, it is not surprising that there is Yair among these demons. The brave Elsa circled around Yair. One moment she bared her shark teeth and showed a fierce look on her face, and the next moment she looked suspicious. Sally was a little confused about the situation. Because of her childhood experience, Elsa has a keen sense of demons. If there are demons or monsters around her, she can detect them immediately. But what does her current wavering attitude mean? This person seems to be, but also seems not to be. Elsa pinched her nose and moved away from Yor. In her eyes, demons are shit, and Yor's whole body smells like shit, and occasionally turns into shit. People call him a human, but he can turn into a demon. Call him a demon, but he is essentially a human. Can't you even tell? Sally leaned against the wall, his thoughts drifting to the past. When the demons were thrown out of the dungeon and knocked unconscious by his good-for-nothing second brother, the guards quickly arrived to control the situation, and captured all the demons and escorted them to the prison. But during the transportation process, one of the demons suddenly melted, revealing the person inside Yair. No one has ever seen a demon that can turn into a human being. The head of the guard regiment immediately decided to imprison Yair separately from other demons, so Yair was imprisoned in the most heavily guarded city defense station. Originally, Sally's father, Earl Philip, should have come personally to do this, but the old man personally brought a batch of blood therapy potions to the royal city a few days ago, leaving only Sally, the most trustworthy person, to look after the house. If the eldest young Master Sharon was here, he should have done this job, but unfortunately he has not sent a letter home since he left, and the Bede family has no way of knowing what he is doing. Sally rushed over as soon as he learned the news, taking Elsa with him. It's really incredible that demons turned into humans. Yair's identity was quickly investigated. He was just a street gangster. Where did he come into contact with the demons? Unless he was unknowingly replaced by the demons at some point, but this theory is not true. The demons were replaced by what are you doing? So the guards continued to trace Yair's interpersonal relationships, and finally found clues anti-dungeon organization. Yair and his good friends are all members of the anti-dungeon organization. In fact, they are not even considered peripheral members. They can only be said to be ideological sympathizers of the anti-dungeon organization. However, following this clue and further investigating, it was discovered that Tamda had contact with them. Tamda is a genuine member of the anti-dungeon organization, and has organized 2 demonstrations. The members of his organization who killed people in the street a while ago were too bad, and the Bede family was just preparing to deal with them. However, the emergence of a gourmet area disrupted the plan. By the time everyone recovered from the temptation of gourmet food, Tamda had sold all his property and fled away. This world is just a huge grassroots team. After a period of speechless silence, the guards who were pursuing this matter immediately began to investigate the people who had contact with Tamda. No matter what the contact was, they would be questioned as long as there was contact. We'll take a look after the pastor of the Holy Light Church arrives. Sally rubbed his brows, wondering why there were so many strange things happening recently. Let's go, Elsa. She decided to go see the guard's interrogation. Elsa left the interrogation room with 3 turns. She was thinking about whether to kill Yair, but she was not sure whether he was considered a demon or not. For Elsa, the demons are to be killed without mercy. Watch this place, don't let anyone in. After instructing the guards, Sally walked near the interrogation room and looked through the window to see a young man with black hair being interrogated. What does he have to do with Tamda? Sally asked the guard beside him. He rented Tamda's shop, the guard said. It should be just a coincidence. There is no suspicion. Sally shook his head. No matter how small the suspicion, we must carefully investigate it. This is a matter related to the demons and we must not take it lightly. Yes. We need to quickly ask magicians to conduct demon testing on Bede City, Sally thought while absent-mindedly listening to the conversation in the interrogation room. Name, Marita, race, purely human, gender, ... Gong Qiaying looked down and said, the owner of Nyonyo, what the hell? The interrogator looked at him strangely and wrote male on the paper. You also know that I am a boy. Gong Qiaying complained, and wanted to add how dare you assume my gender, but when he thought that this was a different world and no one could understand his joke, he had to give up. How do you know Tamda? The interrogator then asked. I saw in the newspaper that GG is for rent. It's that simple. Every inch of land in White Whale Street is worth a lot of money. The rent offered by Tamda is so low. Have you ever thought that there is fraud? I am poor. Gong Qiaying looked at the interrogator dimly and said, when a person is poor enough, he has no time to consider whether there is a scam or not. He just wants to take advantage of it. What a twisted logic, the interrogator and Sally outside said in unison. The interrogator then asked a few more questions and finally concluded that Gong Qiaying really had nothing to do with Tamda. He was just a tenant and a landlord. You can go now. Thank you for your cooperation, the interrogator waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. This is what I should do, Gong Qiaying said politely. Unexpectedly, this sentence was very useful to the interrogator. The people who were interrogated just now were all old hands who didn't cooperate in various ways. Gong Qiaying's attitude was very good. In comparison, he was simply a modest gentleman. So he said, "Wait a minute, go to the finance department to get a loss of work fee as compensation, thank you." In fact, Gong Qianying gained a lot from this trip. He learned about the existence of the anti-dungeon organization from the interrogator's words, and Hundred-Horned Snake was the name tattooed on the necks of its members. From this, he determined that his enemy was the anti-dungeon organization, and his landlord Tamda was also a member of the organization. But he ran away and couldn't be caught, and other members of the organization also hid. Gong Qianying walked in the corridor, thinking about how to catch a member of the anti-dungeon organization, and he had to be conscious. Thump, thump, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and at the same time there was a boy's anxious cry, "Elsa, stop!" Gong Qianying turned around in confusion, and a shadow enveloped him. I saw a girl rushing straight towards him. It was Elsa. What happens when the speed of a person's thoughts exceeds the speed of the body's reaction? That is to watch yourself being attacked but your body is unable to respond. A certain Mr. Bucciarati, who wishes to remain anonymous, understands this very well. Gong Qianying's body also inherited the original panel data. The increase in intelligence attributes increased his thinking speed a lot, but his weak body could not keep up with the command of his brain. Dong with a muffled sound, people have already begun to imagine the ambiguous plot, right? The strange girl throws the boy down, and a wonderful encounter begins. However, Elsa did not knock him down and stabilized her figure steadily. Instead, Gong Qianying was startled and fell down. Shame on you, Ndafa. He was about to get angry, but in a blink of an eye he saw the huge sword the other party was carrying. To say that it is a sword is too big. I have tasted it enough, let's pick it up quickly. Well, what does this heroin do for you? He decided to take it seriously. I'm sorry. Elsa bent down and stretched out her hand to him, looking apologetic. What kind of number is this? Gong Qianying chose to hold the girl's hand. It was not soft at all. There were calluses left on the palm from serious exercise. It felt like he could squeeze his fifth girl with just a little force. He originally thought that Elsa would gently pull him up, but once again, something unexpected happened. Elsa suddenly pulled him in front of her with all her strength, and their faces almost hit each other. Damn, I'm really angry. Gong Qianying glared. If you weren't so teasing, I would have to greet your whole family even if I was slapped into a pile by the giant sword. It's a pity that he doesn't know that Elsa has the same harmonious family relationship as Batman. Sniff sniff. What are you doing? Elsa suddenly came closer, stood on tiptoes, and sniffed around Gong Qianying's neck. Her black hair swept across her skin from time to time, bringing a tingling feeling. The warm breath was very ambiguous, but it made Gong Qianying feel like there were green caterpillars crawling on her body, making her very uncomfortable. She also wanted to explore the smell higher up, but no matter how she tiptoed, she couldn't reach the area above her neck, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Gong Qianying grabbed her shoulders, pushed her away, and said, "Don't come near me if you're not polite, girl. How can you hug her in broad daylight? If you are really hungry, I know a good dungeon with monsters in it." It's all very interesting. Elsa stared at him and said, "The smell of monsters, what?" Gong Qianying's eyes changed, and he asked with a smile, "I am an adventurer, so it is normal for me to smell like monsters, right?" It was strange, since his body had obviously not been in contact with monsters for several days. It's not that. Elsa shook her head and showed a confused expression again, as if she didn't know how to describe it properly. She felt that the smell of monsters on Gong Qianying's body was not the ordinary smell, but a breath that went deeper into the soul. It was not possible for people who stayed with monsters for a long time or even lived together to have such smell. A taste. She had seen people who tamed horse monsters before, and those people had similar tastes, but the taste of Gong Qianying is more intense. If you want to compare it, it is the difference between Cantonese spicy and Sichuan spicy. And the smell of monsters he was contaminated with was even more dangerous. So far, Elsa only knows that she has the ability to smell the unique smell of demons and monsters. Sometimes, this special ability is more effective than magic. This was the first time she saw someone coexisting with dangerous monsters, and her curiosity led her to act irrationally. Gong Qianying looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a vague feeling of rejection in his heart, and just wanted to stay away from her. Just as he was about to ask what kind of smell it was, a voice interrupted them. "Elsa, what are you doing?" Sally panted and caught up. It was not easy for his small body to catch up with Elsa. "Sally, I." Sally came to Gong Qianying, bowed slightly and said, "I'm really sorry, sir, this child scared you. Is this the third young master of the Bede family? How polite." Gong Qianying had heard of the name Sally, and heard that he was a beautiful boy. Now he saw that this was not the favorite transvestite of the old thief Miyazaki. No, I can't judge a book by its appearance. What if he can become a muscular guy in the second stage? He shook his head and said with a smile, it's okay. You can be more lively and girly. If it's okay, I'll leave first. You guys should be busy first. After saying that, he left in a hurry. Sally watched Gong Xieying go away, his head turning to look at Elsa, his face darkened, and asked, what were you doing just now? Elsa felt the murderous intent, silently took 2 steps back, and said, he smells of dangerous monsters, then he got it in the dungeon, I guess. I read his file and he is an adventurer. Adventurers who hang out in dungeons all year round have some taste. Don't be too nervous. I'll ask someone to check it out. Is his information ready? Sally was talking and suddenly got stuck. He only took a cursory glance at Gong Xieying's background. The guards also collected the information in a short period of time. There was not much detail, and it didn't even fill half a page. But now that I think about it, one piece of information stands out. Merida, bronze-level adventurer, registration time, the registration time was 4 days ago. A bit weird. He thought for a while and decided it would be better to ask the guards to investigate carefully. When Gong Xieying returned to White Whale Street, the workers were sitting in front of his shop, all with worried faces. Why don't you continue working? He walked over and asked. Boss. The workers showed a look of horror and said, we heard that you were taken away by the guards, and we thought you had committed some crime, which made us very worried. Are you worried that no one will pay you when you are halfway through the work? Gong Xieying touched his neck, and always felt as if there were still hairs on it, itching. Don't worry, they were just called in for questioning because of something. You can just work as usual, and you don't have to worry about not getting paid. After comforting the workers a little, he didn't stare in the store, but strolled outside while thinking about what Elsa meant by the smell of monsters. Is it possible that if you stay with monsters for a long time, there will be any characteristics? No, those veteran adventurers don't have any smell. He was also puzzled by the thought of staying away from Elsa that emerged in his heart. This thought seemed to be instinctive, and instinct told him not to get close to her. I'll have less contact with her in the future, Gong Xieying said to himself. A few days later, a piece of news was published in the newspaper. Marita Magic Tool Shop officially opened today, specializing in dungeon specialties, everything is available, welcome to the store. Gong Xieying's shop was finally decorated. Thank you for the monthly ticket, thank you for the reward, and thank you for following. Gong Xieying's mysterious store has just opened, but now the perspective is going to the other side. The strategy team is a symbol of the strong. It is generally composed of elite adventurers, representing the most cutting-edge combat effectiveness. Once a certain dungeon forces adventurers to form a strategy team, it means that the dungeon is terrifyingly powerful. The Thane Dungeon strategy team is led by Lion Leon, and its members include Silver Cat Maru, Black Fist Peitan, Strong Tur, Rock Drew and others. The adventurers in Bead City all have high expectations for the strategy team, hoping that they can kill everyone in and out of the dungeon and avenge everyone ruthlessly. The handsome and unrestrained Leon is very popular among adventurers, and is even the dream lover of many people. Whenever someone asks him when the strategy team will officially attack Thane Dungeon, he always smiles confidently and says there is no rush. Once they take action, they will be able to quickly clear Thane Dungeon in one day and prepare a good start for everyone. A bad breath. People are always impressed by his warm and sunny smile, and are convinced that this handsome guy can be invincible. However, boss, we can't find our way back, what should we do? Malu, who was all dirty, was lying on the canopy of the tree, her face full of exhaustion. Leon, regarded as the dream lover by many women, sat cross-legged under the tree with a dark face and said nothing. His beautiful silver armor was missing several pieces, and they were all lost while running away. The teleportation crystal would not bring back the things he had lost, which meant that the expensive armor was truly lost. Tur was lying on the ground panting, covered in sweat, and Drew was in a similar condition. Where on earth is this place? Malu said frantically, why is it all a forest? Zooming out, they were in a lush forest. No matter which way they looked, they were filled with vibrant green. As they watched for a long time, their eyesight was getting better. Although I have long heard that there will be a teleportation trap in the treasure chest, Tur said angrily, but I never thought it would be that one. What bastard came up with the idea of mixing a trap treasure box into 2 normal treasure chests? Drew hammered the ground angrily. The first 2 treasure boxes are normal. Who would be wary of the last treasure box? Bastard, asshole. Although everyone on the strategy team claims to be recharging their energy, they have not yet entered Thane Dungeon. In fact, this is their second time here. There is no such thing as clearing the level in one life, it's just that they practiced hard behind the scenes, just like the top students always say that they didn't review at all. After collecting a lot of information from adventurers, everyone in the strategy team was familiar with the swamp area. However, it was difficult to get there when we arrived at the sick village. We had to explore slowly and step by step. This is also the progress of most adventurers today. None of them have been able to explore the sick village area, and naturally they have not even been able to find a bonfire. As a strategy team, they had already pushed half of the way to the sick village when they first saw it. This achievement was far better than that of ordinary adventurers, but it did not live up to the reputation of a strategy team. There was a small accident the first time. They were walking on the suspension bridge. They relied on Drew's magic to kill the monsters that were shooting arrows on both sides of the suspension bridge, but then, a monster that was not dead cut it off. Suspension bridge rope strategy team, Robert. The second time they learned the lesson, and instead of walking on the suspension bridge, they took a long detour and passed through a bunch of broken houses. Every room can be entered, and the screen will not load when you open the door. This will satisfy your desire to explore. Although you will encounter monsters hiding by the door, monsters hiding behind the door, monsters hiding on the ceiling, monsters hiding underground, and monsters hiding in broken cabinets. Strange. But there are so many props in the house that people want to explore. Just imagine, you see a bright white light spot inside the house from outside, can you resist picking it up to see what it is? Even if I knew it was a scam, I would definitely go. They have already picked up weapons with combat skills, as well as throwing knives, arrows, flame pots and other miscellaneous items, as well as some jewelry. It's just that these jewelry pieces seem a bit like the styles that are popular in Bed City recently. Upon closer inspection, the items I picked up were mostly useless, but occasionally some interesting props would appear. For example, a glowing skull can attract nearby monsters after being thrown out. It is more effective than magic, but it is a pity that it can only be used once, otherwise they really want to keep it with them. But the vicinity of the light spot often means that there are hidden monsters. Along the way, everyone in the strategy team has become accustomed to it. As soon as they see the light spot, they immediately start to search whether there are monsters hidden nearby. The result is often that there is a monster. After clearing the monsters, you can now pick up props with peace of mind. However, this habit harmed them. After defeating an elite monster with several dogs and a sheep's head, they found 3 treasure chests. There will definitely be gains after the battle. Besides, they have cleared away the nearby monsters, so there is absolutely no danger. Then they happily opened all the treasure boxes, and then arrived here, the middle area, the forest of Immortal Town. No matter which way you go, it's the same scenery, Ter said gloomily. Are we under an illusion? I'm more inclined to think there's something wrong with this forest. Drew propped himself up and said, Peyton has been out alone for a while and hasn't come back yet. He must have died somewhere. This guy is always so irritable. In order to conceal their identities, the raiders set the destination of the teleportation crystal at the home of a priest they knew. If they died, they would let the priest revive them to avoid being seen by others in the resurrection house. At least he dared to go out. Malu swung her arms boredly. I don't dare to go anymore. Generally speaking, a teleportation trap like this will teleport people to a dangerous place. I'm a weak woman, so I don't dare to act alone, okay? Leon, who had been silent all the time, stood up, and everyone stopped talking immediately. Everyone, get up. I'm going to set a fire. He took out a magic scroll, which was a mid-level firestorm. Oh my god, boss, be careful. Several people quickly ran to the side. It seems that the boss was forced into a hurry and was planning to use the scroll at the bottom of the box. Setting fire to the mountain will cost you a lifetime in prison. He silently chanted the spell, and a large number of sparks emerged, and the vortex of flames slowly formed. If this magic really took shape, I'm afraid that the nearby forest would be burned to ashes. At this moment, the things lurking nearby could no longer hold back. Hualala, the surrounding trees suddenly rose. No, not rose, they stood up. It turned out that these big trees were disguised by tree people. No wonder they couldn't get out. Finally exposed, Leon smiled, and the flame suddenly extinguished, revealing his right hand holding the sword. A layer of wind pressure has surrounded the sword. The magic scroll is so expensive, he can't bear to waste it on it, just use it as bait to lure out nearby monsters. His sword can also crush the body of the monster. You squat down. He shouted, spinning his body, and he actually wanted to cut off the tree people surrounding them at the same time. This is a purely physical attack, driven by a powerful force, which can knock down all obstacles. Sanasi! There seems to be a strange cry? Leon suddenly discovered that there was a blue slime-like creature hiding among the treemen. It looked fragile and could be killed with just one sword. But he had a bad feeling in his heart. It was too late. His sword had already chopped on the wild Goran Wang. The wild Goran Wang used double return. To put it simply, double bong is a move that can double the physical attack on oneself and return it to the attacker. If you successfully predict the enemy's attack and use a double return, the enemy will usually be defeated, either dead or severely disabled. The next second when Leon's sword struck the slime, he enjoyed the same treatment as one of the strongest spellcasters in modern times, cut in half. Goo! Leon's eyes widened and he fell to the ground amidst the shouts of everyone, blood gushing out like spring water. A few seconds before he lost consciousness, what he saw was his lower body standing there. What happened? When he woke up again, what he saw was Drew's thick beard. The other party put his big furry hands on his waist and groped back and forth. Finally woke up, Drew wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's not easy to cure you. Fortunately, I asked the priest to burn a lot of healing magic scrolls. With my hard work, it's not easy. Let you die." Dwarf Drew, different from his rough appearance, is actually a magician with a formal degree in the Magic Association. He is good at auxiliary magic, and he can use magic such as healing, speed increasing, and attacking with ease. If there is an emergency, he will also take out the giant axe behind his back and join the battlefield in person. Leon seemed to have been drained of energy, covering his face and said, "What's going on with that blue monster?" "I heard that it's a newly discovered monster, meow, boss." Malu looked at him with concern. "Many people have met it. It is said that once the shadow is stepped on by it, the shadow cannot escape. There are many requests in the guild to capture one. Only living commissions, I know that." Leon gritted his teeth and growled, "I'm asking why it can bounce my attack back. You obviously look stupid. Why do you use such advanced magic? Why?" He seems to think of Pokemon's abilities as magic. Calming technique. Seeing that Leon was suspected of breaking his defense, Drew quickly used magic to calm his emotions. A burst of green light flashed above his head, and Leon saw through the world of mortals like an enlightened monk, and his eyes immediately regained clarity. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper." He slowly sat up, and there was still a pain in his waist, but under the influence of the sedation, even the pain was weakened. "Boss, I'm helping you." Turl grabbed his arm. Because of Sure Enough Wang's sudden appearance, Leon only had time to kill half of the tree men. After he passed out, everyone had to fight for a while before the surrounding area was temporarily cleared. After resting for a while, they had to continue on their way because more monsters were attracted by the movement here. Although Leon was tricked by Goranwang just now, it was because of insufficient intelligence. As a senior silver-level adventurer, he still had strength and quickly led everyone to break out of the encirclement. In front of the strategy team, the strength of the monsters in the middle level is a bit underwhelming. Whether it is a skeleton that jumps suddenly or a group of zombie knights, they can only feel the pressure when they first meet them. Once they get used to the monster's attack rhythm, it is impossible to get hurt again. The only thing that makes everyone uncomfortable is you can also see the same big rat from the sick village here. The big rats here have been replaced by green skin, the pustules have been replaced by spores, and the maggots on their bodies have become parasitic plants. But isn't this special girl's job just to change her skin? Winter smashed several large rats with a sledgehammer. The spores on them burst immediately, emitting a disgusting stench, and even inhaling a little could make people see terrifying hallucinations. It has no lethality, but the spirit will be greatly stimulated, and naturally more mental power will escape. In addition to the big rats, those monkeys that throw shit are also here. And their equipment has been upgraded. From throwing a shapeless ball of feces to throwing a pot of feces, it hurts more and is more humiliating when it hits the person. And it's also poisonous. Drew held up the magic barrier with a dark face the whole time. The range of the barrier was large enough to cover all his companions, which also consumed more of his magic power. But it doesn't matter, even if their magic power is exhausted, they definitely don't want to get stuck on shit. This point is absolutely unanimous, whether it is a strategy team or a general public adventurer like Stellan. Looking at it this way, it seems that the team lacks long-range attack units. Originally, Pei-Ten could release air cannons from a distance to kill the enemy, but now he is missing. This resulted in the attack team being helpless against the monkeys in the tree. They could only pick up some rocks from the ground and throw them over. The magic scroll can kill monkeys from a distance, but the gains outweigh the losses, and these bastards have no lethality. I really want to rush out and kill them. The hand holding the weapon burst into veins. Don't be impulsive, Malu said quietly. If you get covered in that thing, you won't be welcome in any laundromat in the city. Then we can't just stay like this. These monkeys are gathering more and more. No, Leon suddenly said. Didn't you notice that they are deliberately leading us somewhere? Eh? Malu said in surprise. I didn't pay attention at all. The shit has blocked my vision, I can't see anything, Tur said sullenly. Drew, can you prepare a large-scale magic while maintaining the barrier? Leon asked. I'll try my best. Drew said, but it will take a long time. If you help me pour the magic potion into my mouth, I won't be able to spare any time. Leon explained while filling him with potion. Although there are forests all around, the space becomes narrower as we walk. These twisted trees block the space on both sides like walls. These monkeys take advantage of our anger and want to lure us to a narrow place to catch turtles in the urn. Boss, you used this adjective a bit awkwardly. We will use our tricks to catch them all with magic. As expected of an experienced adventurer, Leon was absolutely right. After a few minutes, the monkeys' lewd attacks finally stopped. Squeak, 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 continuous high-pitched screams resounded all around, which was frightening for a moment. Countless pairs of eyes with gleaming eyes stared at everyone in the dark. This place is tightly wrapped by airtight trees, forming a natural circular coliseum. Unexpectedly, the area here is not narrow, and can even be said to be open. Several logs stood scattered in the field, with no idea of their use. Why don't these monkeys come down? Leon frowned, feeling as if he had missed something. Squeak! 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 The monkeys suddenly screamed so loudly that even the earth trembled, as if something was about to come out. Everyone, get ready for battle, he drew his sword and stared into the treetops. On the top of the tree crown, a white figure hung leisurely on the branches, with a pair of long knives beside it showing a cold light. Leon narrowed his eyes. That seems to be a white-haired monkey? Doublesword white ape, from Sekiro, mental power required per unit, 80, vitality, E+, strength, D, intelligence, E+, endurance, E+, speed, D+, overall combat power, D, this white-haired monkey. Leon clenched his sword tightly and thought to himself, just from the way it stands, you can tell that it is terrifyingly strong. It's not an ordinary monkey, it's a monkey that can use two swords, and it's a very fierce-looking monkey. When he said strong, he didn't mean how high the value of the panel was. If you only looked at the panel, I'm afraid even a roasted whole pig could break the white ape with two swords at once. What Leon was referring to was the technique of the doublesword white ape, or his strong martial arts. Looking at the plump muscles, the slender figure, the secretly exerting strength of the legs and feet, and the eyes that are staring at this side of the monkey seemingly inadvertently, you already know that it is the best among monkeys. He suddenly felt the urge to discuss. I want to challenge him to a duel, Leon said. You can tell at a glance that this white ape is good at swordsmanship. Let me fight. I understand, Malu waved her hand and said helplessly, if you can't hold on, boss, let's just swarm him and beat him up. After all, this is what we have always done before. That can't be called a siege, it's too vulgar, Drew corrected, stroking his beard, that's recognition and respect for the enemy's strength. I really want to fight it, Tur looked at it eagerly. I'll take your place next time I come back. Leon walked to a few steps away from the white ape and stood still, holding a long sword in his hand and assuming an offensive posture. He comes from a famous swordsman family, and has acquired good swordsmanship since elementary school. His biggest characteristic is that he is good at attacking, and he can use violent attacks like a storm to overwhelm his enemies. Hey, come down, Bai Yuan glanced at him, turned over and jumped down from the tree. He held a long knife in each hand and stood leisurely without saying a word. He really looked like a master. Squeak! The surrounding monkeys shouted more and more excitedly. At this moment, the white ape with two swords moved. What a fast knife, just hearing a bang, it jumped in front of Leon and slashed hard with both swords. Leon was not a weakling either. He raised his sword and swung away the white ape's weapon, suddenly changed direction and slashed towards its chest. Bang! The invigorating sound of blacksmithing sounded, and sparks intersected. The white ape perfectly blocked Leon's slash. Something technical. Leon smiled, his sword power became more and more fierce, and he had a complete posture of killing the white ape without giving the opponent a chance to counterattack. On the other hand, although white ape can parry swords and swords, the strength of his arms is gradually decreasing, and the level strength is not enough for him to fight Leon for a long time. The level of Sekiro is still a bit low. Elite monsters such as Fire Bull and Red Oni cannot even compete with minotaurs in other worlds. Only Sakura Dragon, Ghost of Resentment, etc. have some strength. Gong Qiaying placed the doubles word White Ape in the dungeon mainly because of their skills. This skill is a special attack on adventurers or people. Furthermore, flexible humanoid monsters are actually more troublesome to deal with than large monsters, and their interference effect is stronger than their combat power. Leon's breathing became heavier and his strength gradually decreased. Perhaps it would be a wise choice to stop and recover. But as soon as he saw the white ape, he couldn't hold on anymore, and his competitive spirit made him continue to swing his sword. Not only was he influenced by his competitiveness, he wanted a battle to wash away the shame of his death at the hands of Gui Ranwang. When he thought of being killed by that inconspicuous monster, he became furious, and his emotions affected his judgment. Force. This guy wants to take advantage of the knife. As we all know, the greedy sword is a symbol of a master, and it is a strategy that can only be adopted when the enemy's moves are completely grasped. When you don't understand your opponent's moves, rushing to take advantage of them will only ping. There was a crisp sound of striking iron. This crisp sound was very pleasant to the ear, and it sounded much better than the previous banging sound when the swords collided. Looking at Leon again, his sword was bounced away. In the words of the game, his posture was broken. His expression was still a bit dazed, and he immediately swung his sword to resist, but it was too late. The white ape with two swords slashed down with a cruel smile. Bang! There was another sound of iron striking, but this time it was the white ape's turn to be confused. Because his knife is broken. Leon looked at his silver armor with two scratches, and then at by ape's broken swords, and suddenly he couldn't hold himself any longer. Fa ha ha ha! He immediately seized the opportunity and killed the white ape with his sword, winning the victory. The decision to take out a loan to build this fine armor was a great one, and he couldn't help but be thankful for his past self's foresight. The wolf holding the indestructible Kakamaru couldn't cut down Robert in armor, so it's normal for the white ape's double swords to be broken by the enchanted armor from another world. It's a defensive victory. Not only did Leon laugh, but even Gong Qiaying, who was watching the rapier, laughed angrily. TMD, I only paid attention to the strength of the monsters but forgot to upgrade the weapons, and things went wrong in unexpected places. However, this group of people is also very strong, and they are still the first to find this place. Gong Qiaying recognized their strength. The design of the middle area requires you to defeat elite monsters in two places to obtain keys to open the stone door leading to the Big Tree Cave. The strategy team is currently located where one of the keys is located. The teleportation treasure box in the sick village will teleport people into the trap. If you are lucky enough to escape from the trap, you will come to the middle area. For those with strength, it can be regarded as a shortcut, because the location of the trap and double the location of Dao Bai Yuan is relatively close. In fact, the placement of the teleportation treasure chests in the entire dungeon is very particular. There must be traps nearby. If you successfully pass the traps, you can find clues or props for clearing the current area and other rewards. Of course, the location of these rewards is relatively hidden, and it is impossible to find them unless you are a picture-licking fanatic or have a little bit of luck. Smile, just smile now. Gong Qiaying also showed a sinister smile. He never said that the only elite monster guarding the key is the white ape with two swords. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing the white ape being killed, the monkeys were furious, and their screams filled the ears like a demonic sound, making people extremely irritated. Only a few rustling sounds were heard, and 3 or 4 more white apes with double swords jumped down from the tree crown, glaring murderously at the team of attackers. The ordinary monkeys also found a knife from nowhere and cut it. They were surrounded in groups, with a swarming attitude. Humph, a beast is a beast, Drew snorted coldly, and the magic he had accumulated for a long time finally found the opportunity to release it. He raised his left hand high, and a round ice ball suddenly rose into the sky. The temperature dropped sharply, and even snowflakes started to float, and a layer of ice slowly formed on the ground. A layer of frost. When a monkey roared and rushed towards them, a miniature ice storm formed instantly, completely freezing them into ice sculptures. Then the storm circled around everyone, forming an unbreakable line of defense. Intermediate Ice Magic Storm Ice Prison, used to both trap enemies and protect oneself. Ice Storm will move with the user's movement. Just when everyone was about to start the final battle with the monkeys, Malu suddenly pointed somewhere and said, "Look, everyone, the purple light spot." In the deepest part of the tree arena, a little purple light fell faintly among the dense vines. The waterfall-like vines hung from the towering trees, making it impossible to tell what was hidden behind them, but the purple light it was lying there brightly, exuding a fatal attraction. A white ape with two swords sensed their intentions and immediately rushed towards the purple light spot, trying to steal the light spot before them. This was a plot deliberately designed by Gong Xianying. Normally, monsters would not be interested in the light spots. Maru! I know! Malu arched her body and shot out like an arrow. Not only did she get the purple light spot first, but she also kicked away the doubles word white ape. Let me see what baby this is. It was a golden ring, well made. The moment she got the ring, a message appeared in her mind. Pamper ring imitation, slightly improved vitality and endurance, can also be used to open a door. Before Malu had time to be happy, she suddenly heard a strange sound coming from behind the vine waterfall, like heavy breathing. But with such a loud breathing sound, its owner must be a very large creature, right? She subconsciously raised her head and caught sight of a huge creature hidden behind the vines. This stinky smell that goes straight into the nose must be a monkey hiding inside. But this is too big. Ouch, 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 the lion ape roared. Lion ape, from Sekiro, mental power required per unit, 380, vitality, C, strength, D++, intelligence, E+, endurance, D++, speed, D+, overall combat power, D++, whoa. Malu screamed in fright and ran away. The lion ape waved his hand and slammed it to the ground. In an instant, earth and rocks flew into the air, and the gravel hit Malu like a downpour. A round stone happened to fall at her feet. Yeah! Her foot slipped and she fell to the ground like a dog chewing shit. However, she maintained her balance in a weird posture under extreme maneuvers. But the price is that the favor ring in his hand flies out. Not good. Malu turned around and wanted to grab the ring, but the speed of the lion ape was not unworthy. At this moment, it jumped up and roared at her. Mage's hand. At this critical moment, an illusory big hand grabbed her body and pulled her out of the attack range. The whole weight of the lion and ape fell down, causing the earth to tremble, the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The surrounding trees even fell to the ground in response, and some unlucky monkeys were smashed to death under the trees. Thank you, Drew. Malu took a deep breath, calmed down, pulled out the two swords from her waist and took a fighting stance. Be careful, Drew simply told him, holding the staff with both hands and mumbling something. Is this the leader of the monkey group? Leon stroked his hair confidently, his bright blonde hair shining brightly. The lion ape has a ferocious look, with white hair all over its body exploding with fighting intent, and the broadsword stuck on its neck adds a demonic aura. He raised his sword and pointed it at the lion ape, and said energetically, "Come on, everyone. Low-level energizing technique, low-level strengthening technique, fire attachment, intermediate sharp edge enhancement, intermediate rock defense, you have been strengthened, come on." One after another, buffing spells flashed across his body. Turl, who was already strong, now saw his muscles grow sharply, and powerfully. A ball of fire erupted from the giant hammer in his hand. He was really like a legendary hero. TMD, at this moment who can defeat him? Ouch! The lion ape beat his chest and roared. Come on! Tur swung the giant hammer around and pounced on it like a giant bear. The powerful hammer collided with the giant claw of the lion ape, and the air made an explosion. Both of them retreated, and then rushed forward to fight at the same time. Even though they are very different in size, the noise they make is like two giant beasts fighting for their lives. During the fierce fight, Tur's skin gradually turned green, and a fang bit hard on the back of the lion ape's hand, tearing off a piece of flesh. He is half green-skinned orc blood, and his normal appearance is the same as that of a human being, but he will transform into an orc appearance when he gets hot-blooded, and he can only gradually recover when his mood calms down. Roar! The lion ape was in pain and slapped him away with a sudden slap. Danteer rolled in the air and landed heavily, letting out a loud roar that had a mocking effect on it. The lion's eyes turned red. In an instant, Tur's figure turned into a hateful wife-killing enemy in his eyes. He had to cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Come here, beast! Tur puffed his chest wildly and fought with the increasingly violent lions and apes. The surrounding monkeys fled in panic. If they missed the mark, they would be crushed into pulp. The lion ape jumped into the air and hit Tur with its hard back. The latter quickly retreated, but was still shaken by the aftermath and was about to pursue the monster before it could get up. However, the lion ape suddenly rolled its body, rolling back and forth like a naughty child. Tur couldn't block it, and was hit hard twice, causing blood to spit out. The lion ape screamed excitedly. Just when it was about to take advantage of the victory, severe pain suddenly occurred in its feet, and then it lost balance and fell to the ground. Malu's figure was erratic like a ghost behind it. She shook off the blood on her two knives. It was these two blades that slashed the legs of the lion ape. Her best combat skill is accelerating slashing, where she can instantly increase her speed and then deliver a killing blow. Although when facing enemies whose strength is too different, they can often only assist. The lion ape struggled to stand up, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a majestic heat, followed by dazzling sunlight. Well done, Malu. Leon raised his sword high, and the sword was wrapped with dazzling holy light. It shot straight into the sky, as if it could cut off any obstacle in front of it with one sword. This is his family's inherited combat skill, the light of victory. Go to hell! Amid the roar of the lion ape, Leon slashed with one sword. At this critical moment, it curled up and chose to use its hard back to resist the attack. The dazzling light dissipated, and the ground was soaked with blood. A ferocious wound was cut on the lion's back, but he was not killed. Kill him while he's sick. Drew, help me regain my energy. Leon was panting, and a combat technique consumed him a lot of energy, and he needed to use magic to recover. To continue to rush over and pull the lion ape, he wanted to give Leon time to recover, and Malu also appeared behind him, staring closely at its plump asses. At this moment, it made an action that is most consistent with the characteristics of a monkey climbing up a tree. Are you timid? Leon smiled disdainfully. It will only give me time to use the next move. Ouch! The lion ape roared and took out behind his back, to be precise, behind him and below. Leon suddenly had a bad feeling, but he was charging up combat skills and couldn't even move. The lion ape moved, and he took out a large ball from behind shit. This shit ball went beyond everyone's imagination. It's not an exaggeration to call it a meteorite, and it just hit Leon directly. The only one who could possibly block the shit ball was Drew, but he was using other magic to restore Leon's energy and had no time to release the defensive shield. No hitting the target perfectly, this slam dunk was beyond even Kobe's reach. Plop-up-chip shitballs hit the ground and splashed everywhere, but the two people in the center. Although I wanted to scream, I couldn't open my mouth. When I opened my mouth, the flow came in. Is it such a disgusting stereotype that monkeys like to play with shit? Can't we come up with something new? All aesthetically exhausted. You, his, mother. In the end, Leon couldn't help it anymore. His blonde hair showed a strange green color when mixed with feces, and he was covered in feces and shot out like an arrow. In a state of anger, a person's combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. Leon, who was furious, showed his hand-to-hand combat ability that Turtle could never match. Not only did he hit the lion ape with an uppercut, but he also grabbed the big knife inserted in the neck of the lion ape. Go to hell! He roared and twisted the sword, and amid the wails of the lion and ape and the sound of flesh and blood tearing apart, the monster's head fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Even though the head was gone and dead, Leon still refused to let go of this disgusting guy, hitting its body with punch after punch. Okay, Turtle came over quickly and grabbed Leon, and comforted him regardless of the dirt. Boss, please wake up, can I ask you to take a bath? Let me go, I'm going to kill it. It's dead, meow. Alas, I can still encounter such vulgar things at my old age. Drew sighed, summoning water to wash away the dirt on the two of them. They all turned their backs to the bodies of the lions and apes, completely letting down their guard. That's right, who would be wary of corpses? It won't get up again, after all, it has no head. However, the headless lion ape's fingers moved. When Leon stood at the entrance of the Shan underground city and wandered around, he would never forget the day when he fought with the monkey in the forest. That was the most humiliating moment in his life. He was drowned in shit and was at a loss. This was not only an insult to his personality, but also an insult to his soul, and the ultimate insult to a man's dignity. No matter how miserable a person is, after suffering such a great humiliation, his mind must be full of killing the other party and cutting him into 8 pieces, no, cut him into 16 pieces, 32 pieces, 64 pieces, 168 pieces. Leon thought he had succeeded in revenge, thought he had washed away the shame, but that roar ruined his dream of the underground city. Squeak, squeak! Shan underground city. When the leader was killed, the monkeys shouted excitedly, but there was obviously a layer of sadness in the shouting. Leon washed away all the dirt and listened to the monkeys wailing, and his heart was bursting with joy. So much so that a few ha-ha-s could not help but blurt out. He was laughing wildly, and the monkeys were screaming wildly. Every monkey was screaming heart-wrenchingly, and the sound even exceeded the previous scale, so that everyone in the strategy group could only hear the screams and could not hear any other sounds. No sound could be heard, even if the sound was right behind them. These monkeys have deep feelings for the giant ape, Drew said with emotion. The monsters in the dungeon are obviously indifferent, but they are still so loyal and righteous. Alas, old men like to be sentimental when they get old, Malu complained. The dwarf was covered in shit but was not angry. He had a good psychological quality. Tel sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to control his breathing. The color of his skin gradually faded, and the fangs in his mouth also faded. By the way, I just picked up a ring. Malu suddenly thought of the pet ring. It said that it could open a certain door, which made her very concerned. Could it be related to the mechanism on this floor? She turned around and froze. Ha ha ha, Malu, what are you doing? Come with me to kill all the remaining monkeys. Leon laughed at the sky and turned his head, then froze. What the hell? He saw the strongest dead undead. The headless figure that should have fallen stood up at this moment, holding a knife in one hand and holding his head in the other, standing there straight, extremely weird. A beam of light shot from behind the headless lion ape, making its shadow completely cover the people in the strategy group. Why did it stand up again? Is it an undead creature? No, it doesn't feel like undead magic, so why? Everyone, hurry up, Leon shouted halfway, and a louder roar completely overwhelmed him. It was the lion ape. The head in its hand roared unprecedentedly, and the roar contained the shrillness of the undead, the wildness of the beast, and the screams of insects. What's more important is that the sky and the earth changed color, and a large amount of red mist instantly wrapped around everyone with the roar, bringing a strong sense of crisis. Leon wanted to push his partner out of the red fog, but when he was in the range of the red fog and heard the shrill roar, a strong fear arose in his heart. Yes, it was fear, a fear that made people want to die. Fear crawled all over his body like a poisonous snake, strangling his breath tightly, as if it was going to crush all the bones in his body, and the most terrifying thing appeared in front of him. It was at this time that his fear bar was full. Leon let out a short scream, and then fell on his back. Die! Looking back at everyone in the strategy group, they were all lying on the ground in a mess. Die! 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 The roar of the headless lion ape can accumulate the player's fear bar in the game. Once it is full, it will trigger instant death, which is similar to the nature of cursed death. In the other world, the effect of the roar is to awaken the greatest fear in people's hearts and die in extreme fear. In other words, only Feng Bourgeois can resist this move completely. The reason why the lion ape can still live without a head is because something is playing tricks in its body. Watching the people in the strategy group disappear into a stream of light, the lion ape shook his body, holding his head, wondering what he was thinking. One day later, Leon curled up in the bed, his face pale, his limbs cold, and his body trembling. Ever since he was roared to death by the lion ape in the same dungeon, he has become like this. As if he was scared out of his wits, even the slightest sound could make him extremely scared, so scared that he could only shrink himself in the quilt to feel a little pitiful sense of security. Resurrection can heal physical injuries, but once it involves the mental aspect, the effect is mostly not good. Sadly, the Yi terror effect brought by the lion ape acts on the mind. Not only Leon, but everyone in the strategy group has the same reaction at this moment, trembling, extremely timid, and afraid of the outside world. Don't come over, don't come over. Leon stared at the corner of the room, as if there was really a vengeful ghost there. From his perspective, a woman who looked about 70% similar to him stood there, looking at him with contempt, sneering, "Leon, the shame of our family, have you had enough of playing adventurer house games? Why don't you dare go home? Are you afraid that I will beat you to a pulp when you go home? He, do you remember the banquet when I beat you and made you cry in front of your father? From then on, my father never spoke to you again. You brought shame to him. Is that why you ran away from home? You are a coward. You will never be better than me. You will always be a disgrace to the family." No. Leon's anger broke through his fear. He waved his hands and jumped off the bed, shouting and waving his arms, trying to smash the phantom in front of him. However, the more excited he was, the louder the phantom's laughter became, and in the end it turned into the roar of a lion ape. The fear was so strong that it melted his brain. He rushed out of the door and ran wildly in the surprised eyes of everyone. It seemed that as long as he ran fast enough, the fear would be left behind. Thanks to his fast running, people on the street did not recognize his true identity, otherwise the name of Lion would be ruined. The lion originally represents courage, but his current performance is not even as good as a sick cat. I don't know how long he ran, he suddenly came to his senses and found himself standing in front of a store. The sign read Marita Magic Prop Shop, a very ordinary name. He suddenly noticed that passers-by were looking at him. It turned out that he ran out of the door in messy pajamas, which was really eye-catching. In panic, he ran into the prop shop. If this was a normal prop shop, it should sell some costumes with special effects. Welcome, what do you want to buy? The owner of the store suddenly looked at Leon, and he felt scared when he saw the latter. Hee, it seems you need this. The owner laughed and took something out from under the counter and put it on the table. It was something wrapped in yellowed paper, which seemed to be powder. Leon took a look and saw that the paper package said, terror-repelling powder. Realized the problem with the plot. So the plot of the protagonist in the outside world was greatly reduced, and only the necessary small plot was retained. What's this? Leon opened his mouth, but his voice was so hoarse that even he was shocked. After coming out of Thane Dungeon, not only did he not get a drop of water, he couldn't even sleep. Coupled with the intrusion of fear, his current appearance was no different from that of a living corpse. No wonder no one recognized him on the street. A high-spirited lion Leon in the past would not be such a bad guy. Fear-repelling powder, a medicinal powder that can drive away fear, is just right for your current situation. Gong Chiaying pushed the paper bag in his direction and said, "One bag is worth 1 silver coin, so you can be honest." 1 silver coin? This guy must be crazy. Leon thought that 1 silver coin was enough to buy a high-quality blood healing potion, or 2 or 3 bottles of mid-level healing potion. The effect of 1 bottle of mid-level healing potion was equivalent to Drew's healing magic. In other words, is this boss confident that the effect of his packet of medicinal powder can be compared with that of blood therapy potion? He had never heard of such a thing as fear-repelling powder. Besides, to expel fear? You mean I'm afraid of something? That's impossible. Leon's current mental state is very unstable. Gong Chiaying's words about the effect of antiphobic powder turned into sarcastic and mean words in his ears, which made him furious. Ha, you are just an idiot. You actually think that strangers are mocking you? You are nothing more than that, brother. Shut up. The faint voice came from behind again, and the harsh words made Leon almost go crazy. He turned around and waved his hands randomly at the air, as if to kill the ghost that was haunting him. Just as he was about to hit the counter behind him, a pair of strong hands suddenly clamped down on his arm. What are you doing, ugh? Leon didn't have time to struggle, and his mouth was pinched open in an instant and a packet full of terror-repelling powder was stuffed in. The powder sucked up the little moisture in his mouth in the blink of an eye, making him cough. When he really struggled hard, Gong Chiaying couldn't hold him down any longer and allowed the other party to take 2 steps back, staggering and falling to the ground. You cough. Leon pointed at Gong Chiaying and wanted to say something with an angry look on his face. Suddenly, as if a freeze button was pressed, his whole body stopped. Because he found that all the messy voices in his head disappeared? How is this possible? He murmured and stared at his hands. The moment he took the terror-repelling powder, his eyes became clear. There are many questions in this world. For example, can you summon jobs by playing pen fairy with Apple Pencil? Can Kobe be resurrected by collecting 7 golden basketballs? Did Miyazaki Hidetaka pass scarlet corruption on his way home when he was a child? Was the amusement park he often visited called Sane Ancient City? Did his friends have the surnames Yang and Foam? Which is the most torturous map, the Path of Pain, the White Blood Church or the Pagoda? Leon's current doubt is that this medicinal powder that he has never even heard of can actually cure his abnormal state. He was stunned for a long time, and after confirming that there were no more strange sounds in his ears, he said with a complicated expression, "Thank you, boss, it's really surprising that this ordinary prop shop owner in front of me has such magical things." The education he received since childhood told Leon that now is the time to express gratitude. 1 silver coin, thank you for your patronage. Okay, Leon touched his body and found out awkwardly that he didn't bring any money. That's right, who would put money in pajamas? Sorry, I didn't bring any money. Can you ask my companion to come over later? He got stuck mid-sentence because he suddenly remembered that everyone in the strategy team was currently in the same negative state as him, and they were probably half useless. Boss, can we discuss something? Leon smiled sarcastically, having never felt so downtrodden before. Can you pay the bill on credit first? I'll go home and get the money. Okay, Gong Chiaying nodded indifferently. Didn't you just ask your companions to send it over? They are all the same as me just now. He was silent for a moment, and raised his hand to smooth his hair. This was his signature move when he felt confident. His shiny blonde hair made his fashion value soar by several levels. But this time, my arms felt extremely heavy and I couldn't lift them up, so I had to hang my hands and ask, "Can you lend me a few packs of antiphobia powder first? I'll come back and give the money as soon as I cure my companion." Only those who have personally experienced fear can know how terrible it is. The most terrifying thing in the past came like a wave, and a wave swept you into the dark and dark sea. You were surrounded by indescribable things that stared at you, but they could be concrete. Become your fear. After waking up from that state, he wanted to immediately free his companions from their fear, and didn't want to make them wait any longer. Although he is obsessed with face and sometimes has a bad temper, he is still a person who values his partners. Gong Xiaoying looked him up and down but said nothing. I promise with my face that I will never default on my debt. Leon pulled back his hair, revealing his pale but handsome face. Are you going to rip your face off and give it to me? Leon blinked, as if he did not expect to receive such an answer. After a moment, he suddenly understood and asked, You don't know me? Should I know you? Gong Xiaoying said deliberately. In fact, he had known you for a long time. Leon opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. He felt a little disappointed but also a little happy at the same time. Disappointed because his fame has not yet reached the level of household names, happy because his embarrassing appearance will not be spread. He took a deep breath and said, Okay, I'll go get the money now. Please prepare 3 packets of anti-terror powder for me. I'll be back soon. Because he has not eaten or drunk anything until now, his body is still a little weak, but for his companions, he still has to run with his sick body. Wait, just as he was about to go out, Gong Xiaoying suddenly stopped him. Take these away, and pay together later. He lined up several packets of anti-terror powder on the counter and smiled. I know from your face that you won't break your promise. I believe you for now. If you dare to run away from the bill, don't even think about staying in the Shan dungeon. Leon was deeply moved. He grabbed the anti-terror powder on the counter and said loudly, Thank you, boss. I'll leave first. Wait, there's one more thing. Gong Xiaoying threw him a piece of candy and said, Eat this to restore your physical strength. I'm really afraid that you will die suddenly on the way. This also costs money. Candy? Leon threw the candy into his mouth and smacked it twice. It tasted like apples, sour and sweet. Ha! He suddenly found that his physical strength was recovering rapidly, as if he had drunk a bottle of physical potion. Facing his surprised eyes, Gong Xiaoying said lightly, It's produced in the food paradise, don't make a fuss. Apple soft candy, from Dawn Legend, mental power required for every 10 units, 5, no combat power, can restore a small amount of physical strength after consumption. Thank you, boss. Leon thanked him more sincerely and turned to leave. There's one more thing. Gong Xiaoying threw a pair of slippers over and said, Put on your shoes before leaving. The good news is that under Leon's ghostly pace, the fear-repelling powder was delivered to the partners as soon as possible, and everyone's abnormal state was resolved. The bad news is because their state after returning from the dungeon was extremely abnormal, many people have already exposed their rhetoric that they would not enter the Sin dungeon for the time being, and their secret internal role was discovered. The reputation of the strategy team became a little subtle for a while. This matter is not big or small. At most, it broke everyone's deification of the strategy team. It turns out that the strategy team, as strong as it is, will also fail in the dungeon. It turns out that I am similar to them. We are all losers who died in it. Some people who blindly worshipped them also broke the filter and looked at Leon with strange eyes. When he went home to get money and passed by the Adventurers Guild, he met some people and understood everything from the look in their eyes. Good things take a long time to ferment before being known by people, but bad things can spread all over the city in less than an hour. Secretly rolling inward is nothing, but you still pretend to be cool in front of everyone, packaging yourself as a master who cleared the dungeon in one life, which is a bit of a loss of popularity. It is far from the level of moral corruption, but it is undoubtedly a devastating blow to Leon. He has 3 hobbies in his life: pretending to be cool, showing off, and showing off in front of people. Aren't these the same thing? Because of childhood trauma and other factors, he became a person who longs for attention and hopes to be cheered wherever he goes like a star. So he worked hard to practice sword skills, studied adventure knowledge seriously, and made a name for himself in one adventure after another, becoming a senior silver-level adventurer. Sweat-earned fame. This is an inspirational story, but he has a problem. He likes to brag, and the more he brags, the bigger it gets. The most typical example is that he brags about clearing the dungeon in one life, but he is actually practicing secretly behind the scenes. Once the cowhide is exposed, other people in the strategy group don't feel much, but for Leon, it is like the sky falling. Boss, money. Leon walked into Marita Magic Prop Shop with erratic steps, absent-mindedly put a bag of coins on the counter, and even forgot to take back the extra money, and turned to leave. A hand pressed his shoulder, and a voice came from behind, Since you are here, sit down. He was pressed on the chair almost without resistance, staring blankly at the front, looking like he was wandering in the world. The mechanism of the lion ape is quite scary, and it scared the child into a fool, Gong Qianying sighed. Since his prop shop opened, the customers who came were ordinary, and they sold some trivial gadgets. He didn't want to sell the treasures at the bottom of the box to those customers who had no potential at first glance. First, the other party would not have much publicity effect if they bought it, and second, they had no money, not yuan people. He didn't expect this store to be prosperous, but just regarded it as a medium to connect with the outside world and as a publicity outlet. Recently, he found that interacting with people could relieve his mental state. From the memory of the zombie Godwin, we know that many dungeon masters are tortured to madness by loneliness. He also became demented in the long loneliness and almost died. In addition to their nature, most intelligent creatures actually need to socialize. Interacting with people is like leaving anchors in the world. These anchors pull their spirits and keep them stable. This is the research result of a certain school, and Gong Qianying agrees very much. These days, in addition to repairing the dungeon in real time, he has been soaking in the public library of Bed City, absorbing the knowledge of this world like a greedy dragon. Keep the interaction with people to a minimum, do not have too much contact with others, and at most bargain with customers when lonely. He realized that the real purpose of this body is to understand the outside world and contact with individual potential people, rather than showing up, wandering around and pretending to be cool. Today, Leon accidentally ran into Gong Qianying's store, which surprised him a little. As luck would have it, he was the only one who had the antidote, which was probably the only antidote to the state of terror. I said probably because the magic in this world might also be able to treat it. Now that he was here, he was ready to enlighten this lost lamb. What are you worried about? Is it love? Gong Qianying put a cup of hot tea in front of Leon. The other party shook his head blankly. Money? Leon shook his head again. Disease? Leon shook his head again. Career? Leon still didn't say no. He didn't shake his head, but looked at Gong Qianying in surprise, as if to say, how do you know? Gong Qianying's smile almost didn't hold back. Damn, how do I know? I asked all the questions about fortune-telling. If I can't get the answer, it's a ghost. Leon thought Gong Qianying was a stranger who didn't know Lion Leon, so he was quite relaxed in front of him and could barely chat. In fact, if he wasn't really confused and had just recovered from a negative state and his consciousness was still unclear, he wouldn't chat with strangers. In short, Leon is in a state where he can be easily fooled. He finally spoke in a broken voice, Boss, I seem to have done something wrong. Gong Qianying turned sideways, like a real listener. When I was a child, my mother died early, my sister always bullied me, my father ignored me, and I had no playmates in my childhood. He started from the beginning of the world when Pango created the universe, and told all his childhood experiences. That's why I want to stand out, I want to be noticed by people, He lowered his head and said as if he was telling a story or talking to himself, but I messed up. Is it just because he was found bragging that he became like this? Gong Qianying looked at him with pity, thinking that the psychological quality of people in the other world is not very good, and they are far less thick-skinned than people in the internet age. Do you think you did something wrong about this? Gong Qianying asked softly. Leon hesitated and said, maybe it was me. Don't be a guess, it's your fault. The sudden loud voice shocked Leon for a while. He lowered his head again, thinking that the other party was going to say something to condemn him for bragging, but Gong Qianying would not be that kind of person. He said in a rhythmic tone, if your power can knock down everything and turn those who doubt you into shit, who would think you are bragging? After all, you still lack this. He pointed at Leon's hands. My hands? It's power. Gong Qianying pointed at his temples with both hands and said, think about it carefully, my friend, think about it carefully. The root cause of everything nowadays is that you are not strong enough. If you have enough power, even if the king is despising you now, what can you do? Leon asked. Beat him. Gong Qianying slammed the counter. Leon was stunned by this outrageous speech. Beat the king? Then I will be beaten by the guards. Then beat the guards, ah? If the king is not convinced, then keep beating him. If the minister is not convinced, then keep beating him. If the guards are not convinced, then beat him too. Only by beating them constantly and making them submit to your power can you become a real star, and everyone will love you, respect you, and fear you. Leon was stunned by what he said, and actually showed a fascinated expression, even if only a little bit. He looked at Leon's expression and said slowly, if your father is not convinced. Leon subconsciously said, then beat him. He covered his mouth after he said it, surprised at why he said such a thing. Gong Xiaoying was very satisfied and said again, "If your sister is not convinced, beat her." Leon blurted out. If the adventurer beat him. Great, you have learned to answer questions quickly. Gong Xiaoying patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction, "So, you still need to exercise your strength, young man." Leon regarded Gong Xiaoying as a master who could answer questions, and asked, "Boss, where should I go to exercise my strength?" You finally asked this. He took out 3 envelopes and placed them in front of Leon, saying, "The way to salvation is in them, 10 gold coins each, seize your opportunity." Leon looked down and saw words written on the envelopes: information about the bonfire, information about the flaming straight sword and cancellation, information about the lion ape. The most correct thing I did was to ask for everyone's advice. I am now full of inspiration from everyone's suggestions. I am the king of inspiration. Please give me boys and girls. Just kidding. Thank all the readers, thank you. When Leon walked out of the prop shop, he had 3 more letters in his hand. 30 gold coins is not a small amount, and it would be painful for him to spend it. What is even sadder is that he currently does not have the liquidity of 30 gold coins. So he mortgaged his lion's ring, a magical item that could weakly boost his spirit as long as he wore it. Unfortunately, it was of no use when facing a horror state. This thing was considered a souvenir he brought from his family, but as his mind changed, he felt that he didn't want it anymore. As soon as he left the prop shop, he couldn't wait to tear open the envelope and read the contents greedily. Information about the bonfire. Deep in the sick village filled with stench, the fireless ashes are longing for the flame. Light it, and then, the time to eat food has arrived. Information about the sword of fire and its cancellation. At the bottom of the uninhabited village, in the forest where hundreds of elves are active, go to the sealed prison where the stone statue of the little devil is located. Defeat the knight from the distant ancient city, and obtain his weapon. Use it as a long sword. In hand, the secret of the cancellation will be revealed to the public. Information about the lion ape. The giant ape that drinks unclean water can still stand up like an insect even if its head is missing. Its secret is hidden in the broken neck. If there is a weapon, it can be pulled out. It's all a riddle. Leon said to himself rather resentfully. But these riddles are not so riddles and give people a sense of interpretation. For example, the hint of the first campfire is very obvious, almost showing the position on the face, except for the last sentence, which is unclear. But it's just a bonfire. Can it help in becoming stronger? The name Breaking Fire and Straight Sword reveals a strange feeling, and the weird cancellation always feels like it is not a good thing. There is a feeling that once cancel is used, it will be doomed. Lion Ape, although he didn't know why the boss took out this envelope, it just met his needs. After recovering from the terrifying state, what he wants to do besides becoming stronger is to seek revenge on the lion ape. If he hadn't been attacked by surprise, he could definitely defeat the huge ape. In addition, the state of fear made him look ugly. It can be said that the lion ape has been on the top of his must-kill list. As his mental state gradually improved, he actually felt that Gong Xiaoying's words were not quite right, but they were also slightly correct. Rest for 2 days before entering the dungeon. When he was going home, he took a special detour in order to avoid the Adventurers Guild. Now that his humiliating defeat had become a hot topic among adventurers, he didn't want to take the initiative to go nearby and act like a monkey to others. Watch. Even after being enlightened by Gong Xiaoying, he still didn't know how to face the adventurers who admired him in the past. He couldn't really beat them up, right? Believing that people can be subdued by beating them is such a crazy person to come up with the logic. I will never agree. Leon returned to the mansion he rented, only to find that someone was waiting for him at the door. Be an adventurer. His expression changed, but when he took a closer look, he found that he was not an adventurer, because he knew that person. Zanka, what are you doing here? He asked sullenly. Zanka, a servant of the Leon family and his childhood friend, but also his sister's squire. Ever since Leon had a falling out with his sister, Zanka, under the instruction of his sister, had been looking for trouble with Leon, sometimes secretly playing dirty tricks to make him look foolish in public, which were not very harmful but extremely insulting. Leon's father knows all these things, but he doesn't care about Leon, and he still expects this weird parent to come forward? Without the master's acquiescence, the servant dares to jump up and down? It can be said that this guy can be regarded as one of Leon's childhood shadows, but because he belongs to his sister's influence, the hatred towards him is also attributed to his sister. Master Leon, long time no see. Zanka deliberately said the word master very hard, with a joke hidden on his handsome and fair face. If you fart, hurry up. Leon didn't chase people away immediately because he had improved his temper recently. Don't be so impatient, young master. think about our happy times back then. I even took you to catch the little fragrant pigs, then you took a photo of me running around being chased by Shangju's parents with a photographic crystal, and showed it at my birthday party. Leon didn't speak, just stared at Zenka. At this moment, his blonde hair was spread out in all directions due to neglect, and it was somewhat similar to a lion's mane. Coupled with his golden eyes hiding anger, he actually looked like a lion. Zenka felt bored, shrugged, took out a gold-gilded envelope, handed it to Leon with one hand, and said, "Next month is Mrs.'s birthday, and there will be a grand banquet. You haven't been back for so many years. Miss hopes that master, you can go home and meet." Leon clenched his fists inadvertently when he saw an attendant dare to hand him something with one hand in a casual manner. Zenka said in a long and mean tone, "You haven't been home for so many years. Don't you want to go back and have a look? Everyone says that you are promising. If you go back this time, maybe the master will be willing to see you." Woolen cloth? As he said that, he smiled. There was no other meaning, it was all a joke. Beat him. Gong Chieying's voice suddenly exploded in Leon's mind, like a thunder. No, I can't. His reason tells him that using violence at will is a bad behavior and violence cannot solve any problems. Zenka frowned when he saw that he didn't respond for a long time. He almost stuffed the invitation into his face. He felt that he was despised and said more harshly, "If you apologize to the young lady at the banquet, everyone might accept you again. Young master, you also want to come back home. I know. You are working hard outside just to get angry with the master. You recruited a group of scumbags and actually made a name for yourself full of anger." Zenka didn't finish his words because his fist had already hit his face. "How dare you insult them? Beat him. Beat him. Beat him. How dare you hit me?" Zenka fell to the ground, covering his swollen cheeks, and screamed, "The young lady won't." His words were interrupted by a fist again. Leon said nothing, but his fists fell one after another. Each blow was powerful and heavy, and also blessed with anger buff. Fuck violence, it can't solve the problem. That's just because you're not violent enough. I agree with beating. Zenka's body twitched and would never move again. Leon wiped his bloody fist on him, looked at the gold-stamped envelope, and stepped on it into the soil. Is my sister's birthday party next month? Okay, I will definitely go. He looked at the door of his house and turned away. No more waiting, Leon will enter the Thane dungeon again today. It's a sunny afternoon. There are still huge crowds of people in front of the portal in Thane dungeon. If the number of portals is not increased, all the hard-earned traffic will be wasted. People come in and come out at any time, and most of the people who come out bring strange animals and plants, which are all brought from the food area. Going treasure hunting in Gourmet Paradise has become a daily routine for many people. If you know the route, you only need to die 3 or 4 times before you can successfully enter the food paradise. The harvest this time is enough to make up for all the expenses caused by the previous deaths, and there is also a lot more. Surplus. Gourmet hunters are what people who hunt full-time in Gourmet Paradise are called. There was a sudden commotion among the adventurers who were queuing up, and everyone's eyes were on a certain team. Hey, look, is that the strategy team? I heard they just returned from a huge defeat a while ago. Oh, I brag about how powerful I am every day, but it turns out that I secretly entered the dungeon behind my back. How shameless. By the way, why didn't anyone notice when they sneaked into the dungeon? Did they use disguise-type magic? Amid everyone's discussion, the people in the strategy team were in high spirits, including Lion Leon, Strong Tur, Silver Cat Malu, and Rock Drew. Everyone walked to the portal with expressionless faces. The adventurers who were originally in front of them all stepped forward with one foot. When they saw them, they were so frightened that they trembled and pulled their legs back to let them go first. The whole place was silent for a while, and it wasn't until the attack team entered that the noise started. Is that really Leon? Why does it feel like a different person? It's so scary. Didn't you notice that they all have gloomy expressions? Are they cursed? He looked at me and I was almost scared to death. Inside Thane dungeon. Gong Chieying observed everything through the crystal ball. Since entering the dungeon, the strategy team has shown overwhelming strength, clearing away all the monsters on the road and demonstrating what it means to speed through the cesspit. Each one of them seemed to be stimulated by something. They used to make noises during the battle, but now everyone is concentrating on killing the monsters. With their high strength and tacit cooperation, they are like a large lawnmower at the moment. It's hard to imagine that they, who had just recovered, could actually show strength that was not inferior to that of the past. Is this serious? After entering the heaviest sick village area on the upper level, their relative speed slowed down, but they still reached the previous progress as quickly as possible. With the last experience, Leon did not take the branch road where there was a teleportation trap before, but chose the road with the widest road and the most monsters. Facts have proved that this decision is very correct, because this is the right path. Roar! Fat Brother's living corpses roared and rushed forward. Tur, who was also a big man, defeated 3 of them one by one and beat them all to the ground. Malu then dealt with the finishing blow. Whoosh, the blowgun player lurking on the roof fired a rain of poisonous arrows, and Drew opened a magic barrier in time to block the first wave of attacks. When the barrier was broken, a second wave of arrows hit. Leon and Tur struggled to resist with their weapons. Drew and Maru fired a long-range shot and a melee slit throat, quickly clearing the blower, and then dealt with the remaining living corpses. Click, la, la, la. A giant man's living corpse did not die after being knocked down. Instead, his body made a strange sound. Immediately afterwards, a large number of indescribable giant monsters, like wriggling black snakes, emerged from the living corpse. Human pus, mental power required per unit, 99, comprehensive combat effectiveness, D. The sudden appearance of a huge black snake-like monster caused confusion in the battle of the strategy team, especially since there were still 2 or 3 fat brothers left around who were watching eagerly. It is still the familiar strategic allocation, Tell MT, Leon's main C, Drew's assistant, and Malu's kite. After suffering some injuries, they quickly figured out the fighting style of human pussy and successfully killed it. At this point, Stellan's Fat Brother Street, which she passed just after repeating the steps of the Hound, was officially declared a strategy by the strategy team. Sure enough, strength is the last word. The pressure that the giant cursed frog brought to them after that was even less than that of the weird-looking man's pus, which exploded with gold coins in 3 strikes, 5 and 2. Just pretending to be the leader. After the giant cursed frog died, Leon finally saw the bonfire he had longed for. That was different from what he imagined. It's just a fire covered with ashes, with a weird-looking sword stuck on it. The blade of the sword is actually spiral. Can this kind of thing really kill people? He tried to pull out the spiral sword, but his palm was burned at the moment of contact. There was nothing on the hilt, but it felt like blazing fire. Magic, Leon smiled. He felt that he had found the right place, so he lit a flame and threw it into the bonfire. Boom! The bonfire lit up instantly, and the bright fire was full of vitality and warmth, as if as long as the fire was still burning, the world would not end. When the pupils reflected the firelight, an old voice suddenly sounded in the ears of everyone in the strategy team. In ancient times, the world had not yet differentiated, shrouded in a heavy fog, surrounded by gray rocks, towering trees, and immortal ancient dragons. A low sound of music came from nowhere, and everyone's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a different world. The strange scenery slowly unfolded with the narration of the old voice. But one day, the world ignited the first fire, and all the differences were born from it. A ball of fire dispelled the fog, and the world was burning. In the darkness, the race that was born picked up something from around the fire. Several races born from the darkness were lured by the flames and found the king's soul next to them. The music suddenly became loud at this moment, as if someone was singing in unison. One mysterious figure after another emerged. First Deadnit, Izalith Witch and the daughter of Chaos, Sunlight King Gwyn and his knights, and the dwarves no one has ever seen. They gained the power of the king and challenged the ancient dragons. The loud and fierce music, the magnificent war unfolded in front of everyone. The Sunlight King pierced the ancient dragon's body with a lightning gun. The first Dead released the death miasma. The Izalith Witch's firestorm burned everything, and the scaleless white dragon stood on the ancient dragon's body and roared. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A ball of blazing flames danced in front of their eyes, and the world prospered under the blessing of fire. The age of fire begins here. The music stopped abruptly, and Leon and others were ejected instantly. The bonfire burned quietly, as if nothing had happened just now. He sat in front of the bonfire, his mind still not coming back from the scene he had just seen. Was it an illusion, or something else? Why was it so real? Could it be something that happened in the past? What on earth was that? Everyone in the strategy team looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After a moment, Malu asked with a trembling voice, "Did you also see it? What on earth is that?" Tur was still immersed in the grand scene of the ancient dragon war. Gwen's powerful sun spear amazed him. The seemingly invincible immortal ancient dragon was like a chicken or a dog under the sun spear. This strength is probably more than legendary. Leon looked at Drew. This dwarf was the most knowledgeable among them all, because he was a magician and a serious magician with a degree certificate. Just the knowledge he needed to learn was enough to make ordinary people dizzy. Drew didn't have time to pay attention to his companions. He kept twirling his beard and muttering to himself, "That's not right, that's not right. Is this how history is? The history of this world is actually lost." Even the great elf library, which claims to have recorded thousands of years of history, is actually only more than 1,000 years old and has stood up to the sky for 2,000 years. It is said that 2,000 years ago, the root cause of historical loss was a demon king who launched a war of destruction that swept the world. People today have no idea how big the war was, how many forces participated in it, or what the names of the demon king and the hero were. Everyone only knows that after that war, there was a blank in history. The history before the war seemed to be erased by a mysterious force. All the history books disappeared, and all the wise dragons and liches who knew the history and had long lifespans were gone. The elves disappeared, and the elves were slaughtered until only ignorant children were left. The elves and sages who were proficient in knowledge were all made into incense sticks. There were heavy casualties on the mainland, and very few survived. For a long time, how to survive was a big problem. By the time people came back to their senses and wanted to sort out history, it was already too late. There is no doubt that the history of 2,000 years ago will never be known again. But people's efforts to pursue the truth of history have never stopped. Now, a rare thing that records history actually still exists. That's the dungeon. Dungeon legend goes back to ancient times. It is said that every dungeon has its own story. These stories really happened and are completely part of history. If the stories of each dungeon can be collected, perhaps the truth of that time can be restored. Unfortunately, until now, only the stories of double-digit dungeons have been revealed, and the rest are still unclear. It is believed that even if something changes in the dungeon, no matter how earth-shaking the changes are, its story and history will not change. So Drew thinks, maybe what he saw at the campfire is history from ancient times? Oh my god, is it so exciting? The stories in other dungeons often record the love and hatred of a certain person, the history of a certain race, and the legendary experience of a certain person. The scope is very narrow and simple and easy to understand. And a video of the birth of the world came directly from Thane Dungeon. Compared with it, other dungeons suddenly seemed boring. Our world was born from flames? But something is wrong, Drew said to himself. Gwen, Azaris, Knight, the immortal ancient dragon. If they are as important as shown in the image, it should be enough. The church was established to take the place of the god of holy light and the goddess of dark wind. The gods believed in by various churches have existed since before the loss of history. The teachings of each church are also the research objects of archaeologists, such as the birth process of their gods, etc. Unfortunately, most of the contents are nonsense and basically worthless. The superior gods do not personally explain history to humans. Even in the past 100 years, fewer and fewer people have been blessed by gods. Oh, gods, did you close your eyes? The last words of the former Holy Light Church Pope. How's it going? Do you have any clue? Leon looked at Drew eagerly and asked, is that really true? Drew shook his head, stood up, and said, let me use the spirit summoning ritual to seek enlightenment from the spirits of my ancestors. As he spoke, he began to do the magic unsteadily, muttering obscure incantations. He now looked more like a shaman than a magician. The so-called spirit summoning ceremony is a magical ceremony to seek help from ancestors related to one's own bloodline. The ancestors that are shaken out are random and of varying quality. The souls of the ancestors will give one or two answers, which may be useful, but most of the time you will only get some sentences with unclear meaning. If this magic was really effective, people would have used it to summon their ancestors to learn about history. If his brain couldn't handle the huge amount of information, Drew wouldn't want to use it. Not long after, a strange voice came to his ears, which was the whisper of his ancestors from a distant era. Dead animals are delicious, but roasting them over fire is even better. It's fun to pick up gray stones by the river and use them to hit other stones. Drew's expression suddenly became unbearable. Which era of ancestors am I summoning? He cancelled the ritual dejectedly. Maybe he shouldn't have used this thing in the first place. I'm not sure. There are too many things related to this thing, and I can't decide it alone. Drew looked at the bonfire with complicated eyes. After I go out, I have to go to the Magic Association to talk to the president. Report this, the Thane Dungeon hides the history of ancient times. Who would believe it? The mental state of several people was extremely excited by this video. They no longer looked like the expressionless killers before. At this time, they exuded a lot of mental power. Originally, they bought a lot of fear-repelling powder from Gong Xiang, and they were holding back their anger and planned to seek revenge on the lion ape. Unexpectedly, they had unexpected gains. After a heated discussion for a long time, they discovered the function of upgrading at the campfire. As expected, there was another round of exclamation. The amount of souls required for the strategy group to upgrade to a higher level was even greater. Even the lowest Malu needed more than 4,000, and Leon even reached 10,000. Even if he mapped all the monsters on the upper level by himself, he would just upgrade to a higher level. Boss, this is for you. Malu handed the giant curse frog soul she picked up to Leon and said, you need it more now. Everyone knew about the mess at Leon's home. Leon didn't say anything, and used the giant curse frog soul with gratitude. Everyone was familiar with it to a certain extent, and there was no need to say thank you specifically. He has decided to come here every day to brush souls, and brush as many as he can before leaving for home. The information about the flaming straight sword and the cancellation mentioned the little devil statue and the sealed prison. It seems that they have to explore with these as their goals. What Leon and his friends didn't expect was that they found the little devil statue less than half an hour after entering the middle area. There was a circular altar made of bricks and stones on the ground. There was a faint light in the center, but they stood on it but there was no response. Could it be related to the statue? Leon touched the little devil statue, and a line of text appeared in front of him. Find and defeat the 3 wise beasts, and the prison will unlock automatically. Not only text, but even 3 simple sketches of wise beasts appeared. They are a bear, a lobster, and a big hand with many fingers. Is this really the original wise beast? Bear, shrimp, hand. Except for the last one, which is a bit weird, the other 2 look pretty harmless, and the simple bear drawing is even a little cute. It shouldn't be too difficult. Leon looked up at the sky and saw 3 blue beams of light falling from the sky, landing in different locations. Everyone can see this after coming into contact with the little devil statues one after another. It is speculated that this is where the 3 wise beasts are located. Go to the nearest one first. I don't know if it was his illusion, but I always felt that these 3 light beams were quite close to the location of the sealed prison, as if to improve the efficiency of the decryptor. When they approached the first light pillar, the light disappeared, and there was an open space that was previously shrouded in light. It seemed that they still needed to find the specific location of the wise beast. Is this a bear, a shrimp, or a hand? Boss, there's a spot of light over there. Malu suddenly pointed to a spot of white light in the open space and said. This light spot was placed exactly in the center of the open space, with more than a dozen bamboo shoot-like spikes surrounding it, which looked a little weird. Wait a moment, Leon looked at the sky warily, but there were no monsters up there, let alone an ambush. There's nothing in the nearby forest either. Turtle cooperated with Leon tacitly and searched the surrounding area at the same time. Strange, there are no monsters where there are light spots? This is so inconsistent with the characteristics of Thane Dungeon. Something felt wrong, but Leon couldn't tell what was wrong. I'm quick to pick it up and come back right away, Malu said as she walked towards the light spot. Leon stared at the light spot with a thoughtful look on his face. He always felt that the bamboo shoot-like stones nearby looked a bit like he accidentally glanced at his hands. His nails hadn't been cut for a long time and were a bit sharp. His eyes suddenly widened. Maru, don't move. It was too late. Malu had already stepped into the circle of spikes with one foot. When she heard Leon's yell, she subconsciously wanted to step back up. It's moving, the spikes are moving. They clenched their fists fiercely, and even though Malu was already retreating, one of her feet was still caught. At this moment, the true face of the spike was finally revealed. It was a giant hand with more than a dozen fingers and a jewelry ring. It turns out that this is one of the 3 wise beasts. Whoa! Malu screamed, pulled out the dagger and cut the hand monster, and took the opportunity to pull out her left leg. The hand monster was enraged by this blow, and more than a dozen fingers wriggled angrily, which was extremely visually impactful. The weirdness of this thing was no less than that of undead creatures. Accompanied by the anger of the big hand monster, one small hand monster emerged from the soil one after another, each one squirming. This scene is too sans. What a disgusting thing. Everyone in the strategy team swarmed forward and fought against the hand monster group, killing everyone with blood dripping from them. Not long after, Leon thrust his sword into the body of the giant hand monster, completely killing this wise beast. During the melee, Tur was hit by a strange magic released by a hand monster. As a result, his movements were instantly restricted, and his mouth was muzzled several times by the little hand monster in vain. This is the only injured person. The hand monster is not very strong, but it will be intimidated by its terrifying appearance at first sight. No, how can this thing be so smart? Malu said with disgust, it's so disgusting. Because it will attack by surprise? Drew said. Is it considered smart to know something that my cat knows? Who knows, Drew said nonchalantly, we can't put it here intentionally just to make people sick, right? It always felt like he had stumbled upon the truth. Everyone moved towards the second light pillar, but the fog around them became thicker and thicker as they walked. There was a damp smell in the air, and the visibility plummeted. Why is it suddenly foggy? Tur waved his hand, as if trying to dispel the fog, but of course it didn't work. Stop, Leon said softly and stopped everyone. Stab, stab, stab. Roar suddenly, a low beast roar came from the front. Everyone squinted their eyes and tried their best to see, and found a huge black figure. It's a giant bear. At this moment, Rune Bear was scratching a big tree, but he didn't notice the team members behind him. Leon looked at the ferocious giant bear in front of him, and then thought of the cute little bear in the simple drawing. Such a fool can't even connect the two. I'll do it, Tur clenched his fists. Melee combat with powerful creatures was his hobby, and this giant bear just met his requirements. Be careful, Drew cast auxiliary magic on him as usual. Tur, who felt the rising power, roared and rushed straight towards the Rune Bear. No, Tur, why are you shouting so loudly? Wouldn't it be discovered? Leon was speechless. Roar! The Rune Bear turned around in confusion, only to be pounced upon by Tur. The powerful force immediately knocked it to the ground, and the ground was shattered. Ha, it's my strength that prevails. Tur yelled happily, but Leon's scolding sounded behind him. Watch out for monsters, idiot Toll. Pay attention to monsters? Beast fighting in the oldest way of fighting hand-to-hand combat. The ground shook, and trees fell one after another. The noise of the battle was too great. How about I help him? Malu said helplessly, I think he's addicted to beating him and won't be able to finish it for a while. Go. Malu leaned down, shook her waist like a cat, and ran out in the blink of an eye, pointing the cold gleaming blade directly at the Rune Bear. However, just then, puff, a high-pressure water cannon suddenly shot out of nowhere and hit Malu accurately, sending her slender body flying far away. Ah! Faced with this turn of events, everyone was stunned. Where did the water gun come from? Aren't there no monsters nearby? No, over there. Drew deliberately used the magic to enhance his eyesight, eagle eye, and instantly discovered the culprit. Far, far away, the third blue beam of light is located, above a puddle. A very large lobster was accumulating power and preparing to shoot a second water gun at them. He accurately hit the petite Malu from 800 meters away. Hang up. I wanted to add pictures, but inserting 3 pictures at once feels a bit awkward. Then please leave the almighty comment section. Super long range, super power, super large size. Leon and the others have never seen such a lobster. Can magic hit it? Leon turned to look at Drew, who shook his head hard. This distance is too far, and ordinary magic cannot hit him at all. He is also a full-time auxiliary magician. How can he hit him with his head? Maybe he needs a crazy sniper. Leon glanced at Tur, who was fighting the bear, and immediately made a decision. I'm going to kill it. Drew, go and see if Malu is okay. Why hasn't she gotten up yet? Drew simply applied several buffs to Leon, and a gust of wind magic blew him in the direction of the lobster, while he ran in the direction where Malu was knocked away. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the monsters here. They are all very evil. Leon was charging up his combat skills while he was in the air, preparing to release the light of victory again to kill the lobster as quickly as possible. This kind of Carapace-type monster doesn't have a high IQ, so it will definitely be able to react before it can react. Puff. Leon was blasted down by a water cannon and hit the ground heavily. He raised his head suddenly, his red face full of disbelief. Why is the speed and impact of this water gun so fast? And can he shoot a second shot in such a short period of time? When used, the combat skill Light of Victory will give the user a temporary tough state. Even if he is attacked to a certain extent, the charge will not be interrupted unless the impact of the attack was too great. How can a lobster be so strong? That shot made half of Leon's body numb. No wonder Malu couldn't get up for a long time. The fragile person was probably resurrected by this shot. He no longer dared to underestimate the enemy, and rushed towards the lobster with all his strength. After dodging 2 water guns in a row, he finally dodged to the side of the lobster. Activate the combat skill, Heavy Smash. With one strike of his sword, he cut off half of the lobster's body. Good. But at this moment, the large pliers slammed into his face, sending him flying several meters away. Leon hit the tree and suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. How could this lobster be so tenacious? Even though it was fatally injured, it could still attack as if it was unaffected? He couldn't understand that logically speaking, living things would feel pain after being injured, and they would be sluggish when in pain. To put it simply, the Xiaxinwang's toughness was too high, and he was not beaten hard by him. Fortunately, although the toughness was a little higher, it was fatally injured after all. The lobster struggled for a while and then fell to the ground, completely dead. Wagter's excited roar could be heard in the distance, and it seemed that he had also won. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He was exhausted both physically and mentally from this trip. These monsters were not really strong in fighting, but they could always disgust people in strange places. He was stimulated to the point where the mental power he emitted became 3 or 4 times its usual size. Is there a light spot? A purple light spot suddenly appeared under the lobster. This thing was equipped with explosive equipment. Leon picked it up and looked at it, and was stunned. What the hell is this? Extended lobster head, combat skill, water jet, shoots a stream of water with a very long range, which can interrupt the enemy's actions. He looked at the small lobster head that looked like a glove on his hand, wondering how there could be such a weird weapon in the daytime. Before he could think about it, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of him. The seal somewhere is opened. Finally Leon quickly took his friends and returned to the sealed prison. Although Malu was shot once, he was treated in time and was no longer affected. Tell is still green and beating his chest excitedly. Drew is in good condition, but nearly 1/3 of his magic power has been used. He has to wait for the natural process. It will take an hour or 2 to recover. Overall, everyone in the strategy team is in good condition and can proceed to the sealed prison. Everyone, get ready. Leon thought about the message written on the envelope. There was a knight from a distant ancient city in the sealed prison. If you defeat him, you can get the flaming sword in cancellation. Since the straight sword and cancellation are called powerful things by Gong Xiang, then the knight who can master them must also be an upright and strong man, right? In his mind, he pictured a strong and heroic knight uncle. He always had a good impression of powerful people. Entering the sealed prison, everyone was surprised by the strange scene inside. The venue was restricted to a small circle, and there were things like magic flow blocking it all around, so no one could get out. It's quite pitiful for that knight to be locked up in such a small place, Malu said. But where is the person? Drew looked around, but there was no one there. Wag. Tur was still in a state of excitement. Leon took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a strange sound effect sounded, and a dark blue figure slowly appeared in front of him. Everyone held their breath and wanted to admire the heroic appearance of this strong man. However, the opponent's equipment was different from what they imagined. Tall is indeed very tall, but the peaked black cloth hood hangs down like Majin Buu at the end, and the dark eyes seem to be shining with the desire for victory. It's a very fat armor. Yes, a piece of armor can be described as fat. Wearing it is like carrying a big belly. There are several small pots hanging on the belt around his waist, which contain indescribable green objects and smell like excrement. These 3 things combined make the knight in front of him look very strange. How to say it? There is a momentum of doing whatever it takes to win. The most normal thing is probably his weapon, a black metal shield in his left hand and a straight sword of the same color in his right hand. Could it be the flaming straight sword? Questions emerged in Leon's mind, but more of a sense of crisis. His sixth sense told him that the knight in front of him was much more difficult than the bear shrimp hand trio just now. Come on, knight, let me see your strength. The knight on the opposite side suddenly swung the straight sword, tilted his head, swung it again, and moved the shield while swinging it. Ha! Malu poked Leon in surprise and asked, did you see his move just now? Duck no, the opponent raised his shield while swinging his sword. At that moment, his sword-collecting movement disappeared, and he directly connected to the second swing, as if it was cancelled. Hiss, Leon's heart was alarmed, and he always felt that something bad was going to happen. Hee, I must win. The knight on the opposite side suddenly laughed sinisterly and strode towards the crowd. Incarnation of Soul 5 Ring Take version, mental power required for each unit, confidential, comprehensive combat power. See, this thing was made by Gong Xiang using different monsters. The update is a bit late, maybe I am too hypocritical. I am a little upset when I see the bad reviews, but it is indeed my poor writing, so I can only work hard to change it. At this moment, a burst of exciting music should be played. Hey, the pet is so loud. Hey, the ring will glow when it is rubbed. Hey, we love the wet sickle. Hey, the thief's headgear, return to its place. Copied from the forum, the Dark Souls forum is really a treasure. Google search TWK and Leon has never felt that a battle can be so aggrieved. He has thoroughly experienced the strength of the flaming straight sword and the cancellation today. Everyone's attack will have a backswing. If you swing the sword, then the backswing is the action of retracting the sword. If you shoot an arrow, then the backswing is the action of drawing the bow. But the flaming straight sword is different. In the game, you only need to lift the Black Knight's shield in your left hand to cancel the backswing, thus causing unlimited attacks on the enemy. In reality, it is shown as follows: ding 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 dang 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 dang. The incarnation of Soul 5 slashed more than 10 times in 1 second, slashing the shield that Leon was holding with sparks continuously, without stopping from beginning to end. If he dared to put down the shield, he would be chopped into pieces in an instant. Where did the shield come from? Drew saw that the situation was not good and quickly made it with magic. Once the attack reached the upper limit, it would disappear by itself. Leon tried to use the shield to deflect the opponent's attack and then attack when the opportunity arose, but what he didn't expect was that as long as he was hit by the ring, he would be irresistibly stiff for a short time. Even if the stiffness time was less than 1 second, it was enough for Soul 5 to chop him with the next knife. This was an unsolvable situation. He couldn't confront the incarnation of Soul 5 alone. But I still have companions. With the help of companions, everyone rushed to beat up the incarnation of Soul 5. Finally, we can win, right? The answer is impossible. Whenever everyone showed the action of beating up Soul 5, this guy would show a speed completely different from his fat appearance, quickly escape from the encirclement, and even throw flying knives at them after escaping. Alas, Marathon. The venue of the sealed prison is obviously not that big, but everyone just can't catch him. Isn't this guy's body movement too good? Stop right there, you bastard. Maru chased the incarnation of Soul 5 in a rage, and the two sharp blades danced fiercely. As long as Soul 5 dared to stop Marathon's steps, she would be killed directly. Not only that, Drew kept by Yubi of fireballs from a distance, trying to intercept the incarnation of Soul 5. Leon and Tell were still looking for opportunities to steal a knife at any time. No matter how you look at it, this is a must-win situation. However, more than 10 minutes later. Hey! Leon looked around and was a little confused. Why am I the only one left? The incarnation of Soul 5 was shaking his knife at him triumphantly, looking very proud. The bodies of Malu, Tell, and Drew turned into streams of light and were teleported out of the dungeon. This was the second time they died in a short period of time. Even if they could be resurrected, they would probably become drowsy in a day or two, because frequent death and resurrection in a short period of time would cause great pressure on the spirit, which would cause headaches and fever at the least, and amnesia and confusion at the worst, just like the undead whose humanity was constantly decreasing. The only thing that can alleviate this side effect is time, and perhaps magic props and magic to soothe the spirit. Leon blinked and recalled what had just happened in his mind. In a chaotic scene, Soul 5, who was trying to escape with all his heart, suddenly turned around and killed Drew, the only one who could use long-range means, under everyone's attack. Although he had the physical bonus of a dwarf, Drew was a fragile magician and could not withstand it for a few seconds. What was even more hateful was that everyone had directed their attacks at Soul 5, but after he ran away, he actually took out a red bottle and drank it all, and his injuries were almost recovered. How can the fucking boss recover blood? Then, it was an endless marathon hell. After a long time, people will always reveal their flaws. Malu and Tell were killed one after another, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The reversal came so fast that Leon couldn't believe it. After shaking the knife, the incarnation of Soul 5 threw a few feces pots hanging on his waist to the ground, and immediately a foul smell came, and then he began to circle, while turning and making a blood pressure-raising action, finger down. Or the most sarcastic spiral finger down. The Marathon Soul 5, who played the ring-taking, showed the highest etiquette to the despicable adventurers who liked to fight in groups. Now I don't know which side to blame. Gulyulu, Leon swallowed his saliva, and his sword-holding hand was shaking slightly. This is the power of the flaming straight sword and the cancellation? How can I compete with this? Waste, you can't even beat my sister, so this is how your life will be, hee. At this moment, his mind suddenly played the dusty memory deep in his heart, which was a childhood memory that he couldn't bear to look back on. Just like the protagonist of the comics always recalls the past after his teammates have left the field to gain the power of explosive species, the obsession of defeating his sister appeared in his heart. This made his heart full of determination. Leon let out a long breath, stabilized his mentality, and pointed the sword with both hands at the incarnation of Soul 5. The already dimmed golden hair was now burning, and his fighting spirit was constantly rising. I must win. Towards the despicable Soul 5, the passionate young man launched a fearless charge. Leon lay on the ground, his consciousness gradually faded away. The last scene he saw was that the fat boy kept squatting in front of him, throwing the feces pot very happily, as if winning this victory would win his life. Fuck you. After cursing with all his strength, Leon fell to the street happily. The city lord's room deep in the Shan dungeon. Gong Chiang covered his face helplessly inside. In the end, did I make the Soul 5 too strong? This boss was originally slightly weaker than it is now, but the people in the strategy group are very powerful. In order to dynamically balance it, he chose to temporarily strengthen it. He wanted Leon to get the ring, but he couldn't let the other party get it too easily. For example, the original Soul 5 would not drink the element bottle, the marathon would only last for a while, and the body skills were not that outrageous. Unexpectedly, the strategy group was still killed. Have I overestimated the strength of the people in this world? Gong Chiang leaned on the altar, scrolling through the city lord panel, and muttered to himself, is it necessary to add these monsters? In the Available Monsters panel, he specially selected a few. Explosive Scale Dragon, Earthworm Face, Cursed Swordsman Practitioner, Royal Ghost, Shanmen Village Rat Shooter, Big Ejection Mushroom. It can be said that there are so many immortals. Forget it, let's talk about these later. He waved his hand to close the monster list and turned to open the dungeon microscopic model. I have been collecting data these days, and it's time to update it. The first thing to bear the brunt is naturally the food area that ordinary people love to go to. Thank you everyone. I am touched. If we talk about the most popular place in the Shan dungeon, it must be the food area. Weapons, equipment, magic props, etc. are only used by adventurers, but food is different. Everyone likes food, especially those who like to try food that they have never discovered before. Taiwan Novel Network. The situation of Smoke Peak. Coincidentally, the food area perfectly meets these conditions. I believe that no matter what kind of gourmet, you can find your favorite food here. Therefore, once the food area is discovered, it is considered to have great commercial value. With the support of the Bed family, a whole specialty street in the food area was successfully completed. One caravan after another was loaded with goods and went in and out, bringing the specialties here to all corners of the world, and spreading the news far away. As expected, the food with strange appearance and wonderful taste has become a hot commodity everywhere. To this day, there are still a steady stream of people coming from other places. They may be businessmen who want to make a fortune, or adventurers who have accepted commissions, or diners who want to see what kind of place can be called a food paradise. In short, there are a lot of people. If these people want to enter the food area smoothly, they can't do without one thing: hiring adventurers. On the commission column of the Adventurer Guild of Bed City, the commission requesting to hire adventurers to accompany into the food area has skyrocketed, accounting for a terrifying 70% of all commissions. People urgently need a safe and stable route to the food area. Unfortunately, the location of monsters and traps will always change along the way. Even experienced adventurers can only control the success rate to half. In this regard, Gong Chiang said, I designed 18 different traps and monster configurations for this route, and the route each team sees when entering is random. However, although the configuration is always changing, the overall difficulty is not that high. After all, it still depends on attracting people here, and people can't be stopped from entering. For now, even though the various ingredients in the food area will consume mental power, the mental power of the dungeon is still profitable. How much has it earned? It is enough for him to throw the Furnace Knight with his eyes closed. He will soon be able to upgrade the City Lord authority again, but after thinking about it all night, he decided not to upgrade for the time being. If he upgrades, the mental power he has saved will be spent instantly, and in this case, the ability to resist risks will be greatly reduced. At least wait until my backup hidden mental power reaches twice the amount required for the upgrade, and then upgrade. Gong Chiang closed the upgrade interface and took advantage of the time when the dungeon is closed to make a series of repairs to the food area. The overall pattern does not need to be changed, and only some small changes need to be added. The entire food area is roughly divided into an absolutely safe zone, a dangerous zone where there are monsters such as roasted whole pigs, and a super dangerous zone where the rainbow fruit is located and guarded by a group of stronger monsters. To this day, people are still only exploring the safe zone and the dangerous zone. The edge of the super dangerous zone is better, but once you go deep, you will often be inexplicably wiped out. I don't know if it was instructed by the current branch president, Sid. Every day there are teams of adventurers who enter the super dangerous zone without hesitation and then die. Gong Chiang originally thought that Sid would come to him for help after repeatedly hitting a wall, but surprisingly, he didn't. Since he didn't come, he was too lazy to get involved. Add a batch of new ingredients to the safe zone, reduce the unpopular ingredients, and by the way. He hesitated for a while, and finally gave up the idea of burying a few potato mines in the safe zone and threw this thing into the dangerous zone. The absolute safety of the safe zone must be made real, and the signboard must not be damaged. He also counted the most popular ingredients, and must choose those that people like to collect the most. Then he secretly lowered the quantity a little bit. Since it is popular, you should make 2 more trips. Thank you for your patronage. The ingredients produced in the food area are absolutely impossible to be cultivated in the outside world, so they can only be obtained by entering the dungeon. After designing, he was silent for a while, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. Although the safe zone should be safe, it would be too uncomfortable for him to bear not to put some things from the underworld. Just add a little bit. Gong Qiaying did not choose to add monsters, but added ingredients, some ingredients with strange effects. Puffer whale, that can kill people but is extremely delicious if the poison sac is not removed, hallucination mushroom, that is also delicious but will give you nightmares after eating it, and electric banana, with super high volts. No more. Just these 3. Gong Qiaying's left hand tightly grasped his right hand, as if he was trying his best to control the demon in his body. Finally, the evil Gong Qiaying was suppressed by the justice Gong Qiaying. The safe zone produces delicious ingredients, and in addition to delicious ingredients, the dangerous zone also has many ingredients with special effects. Energy grasshopper, life durian, dispelling fruit, pomelo fruit. The monsters wandering here, such as roasted whole pig, trumpet lion, gala crocodile, mushroom pig, etc., are all large and easy to guard against. In order to make up for this shortcoming, Gong Qiaying added some monsters. Small Ganoderma essence, from Black Myth, required mental power per unit, 65, comprehensive combat power, D. Xiaojunjin, from Black Mythology, required mental power per unit, 65, comprehensive combat power, D. The squash, piranha plant, potato mine, from Plants vs. Zombies, these should be about the same. Gong Qiaying clapped his hands in satisfaction. As for the trap mechanism, Leon sat in the lounge on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, his mind full of the scene of the incarnation of Soul 5 pointing at him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Headache. The side effects of multiple resurrections in a short period of time manifested at this moment. Not only did he have a splitting headache, he even felt that his memory had become a little fuzzy. I'm afraid he would have to rest well before he could rest. I really want to seek revenge on Soul 5 right away. Leon sighed and had to accept the fact that he had failed. The next time he entered the Shan dungeon, it would probably take 2 or 3 days, so he had to get his spirit back. He felt uncomfortable all over if he didn't enter the dungeon for a day. Boss, Malu pushed the door open and said, I just heard people downstairs talking about something interesting. What is it? Leon asked listlessly. It's about the Shan underground city, Malu said mysteriously. It's been spread in the past 2 days. We were so busy exploring inside that we forgot to exchange information. When Leon heard that it was related to the Shan underground city, he immediately became interested. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Okay, Malu spread her hands and said, recently, many people have discovered an item called summoning finger medicine that can summon assisters and fighters. What is that? Don't be impatient. Malu came up to him and said, Boss, do you know the Sun Warrior? Sun Warrior? Leon chewed on this strange name carefully. He knew that the sun was hanging in the sky. What was the Sun Warrior? It sounds like someone who regards the sun as their faith, just like the people of the Church of Holy Light always call their knights the Knights of Holy Light. Somehow, the scene he saw at the campfire suddenly appeared in his mind, the Gwen who was called the King of Sunshine. Does it have something to do with him? No, him? Speaking of which, as soon as Drew came back from his death, he ran non-stop to the Magic Association in a nearby city without even taking a break. I was really worried that he would die suddenly on the way. But Leon also wanted to know what the scene he saw at the campfire meant. Elaborate. Malu recounted her experiences. Recently, a prop called hook calling medicine has become popular. There is a place in the swamp that can steadily produce 5 or 6 products every time you enter it. I even asked for the specific location. She said proudly, it is said that after using the summoning finger medicine in the dungeon, you can see the golden and red summoning marks. The golden one represents the helper and can temporarily become a companion to explore the dungeon together. The red one is called the fighter. Once you summon it, you have to fight with the opponent. Is anyone really free enough to summon enemies in such a hellish dungeon? Disliked that he didn't die quickly enough? Wait a minute, let me take a moment. Leon rubbed his eyebrows, showed a puzzled expression, and asked, are the so-called helpers and fighters real living people or what? For what purpose do they want to help or fight with adventurers? Is this going to do them any good? Why were they able to leave the summoning mark? What special props did they use? Malu opened her mouth, but nothing came out for a long time, and finally she said with bulging cheeks, how could I possibly know if you asked me so many questions? Looking at how confident you are, I thought. Malu slumped down on the sofa and said, I just know the news a little earlier than you, boss. How do I know what they are for or what props they use? But the only thing that is certain is that those people are real living people. Leon raised his eyebrows. How to say? Because many people have met their facilitators in reality. Malu thought for a while and said, there is an elf named Stellan, who has been quite popular recently. She is one of the Sun Warriors. It is said that she was the one who spread the news about the hook-calling finger medicine. Stellan? Stellan sat in front of the fortress in the swamp area, with the matza she brought under her butt. There is a shining golden summoning mark under her feet, waiting for the summons of the destined person. She had a short knife on her waist and a long bow and arrows on her back. She had returned to her previous classic attire. The only difference was that she wore a bronze medal on her chest along with a human face. Although the expression of the sun is very serious, the overall look is a bit abstract. This medal is the representative of the Sun Warrior. And she is the first Sun Warrior born in Fane Dungeon. It all started not long ago. After meeting Gong Xieying again that day, she heard about the food area from her companions. Then, a large number of people poured into the food area, and the number of commissions for that area increased sharply. Naturally, their team accepted a lot of them. They were busy clearing the commissions for a long time and made a lot of money. When Stellan finally got around to it and wanted to look for Gong Xieying again, she couldn't find the other party's summoning mark. Ever since she sent the magic materials needed by the other party as requested, she has never seen Gong Xieying again, which made her very depressed. But then I thought about it, the other person was originally traveling around, and now he probably left Bead City and went to adventure somewhere else. Although I feel a little reluctant to leave, I guess this is where fate ends. I hope we can meet again somewhere in the future. After that, she and her Morrowind team devoted themselves to exploring the middle area, but unfortunately, due to the lack of hard power, they always died in various strange ways. For example, he was beaten horribly by a huge white ape and several monkeys wielding double swords. Another example is when I saw a cute yellow monster that looked like a rat, but as soon as I got close to it, it was shocked by 100,000 volts. He also killed a strange monster that looked like a fat black man. As a result, when the other party died, he also died inexplicably. Until now, Stellan still doesn't understand the principle of this. The answer is that Jengar used Tongming. After many deaths, the entire team lost motivation and became depressed. Can't beat it, really can't beat it. At present, the only way to break the situation is to upgrade at the campfire, but there is a problem. Gong Xieying's numerical values are designed so well. A middle-class existence among adventurers like Stellan. Now if you want to level up, you have to kill the monsters in the entire swamp area alone, plus some fat ones in the sick village. Elder brother. You know, she has only reached about 10 levels now, and she is stuck? If you want to upgrade, you must go to a deeper level to explore and kill monsters, such as the middle level. The souls of the monsters here are completely different from those on the upper levels. A double-sword white ape has 2 fat brothers on top. So, why has their strength remained unchanged despite taking risks in the mid-level for so long? Because after death, the number of souls in the body will be cleared and cannot be retrieved like in the game. They rarely return to the campfire with enough upgraded mental power, and they almost always die. This is sad. However, not long ago, Stellan found a new way to improve her strength. While adventuring in the middle level, she got separated from her companions and accidentally discovered a cliff at the edge of the woods. Standing on the edge of the cliff, you can see the sun rising in the distance. She knew that the sun was just a figment of the underground city, but when the sun pierced the clouds and cast its light on her body, she felt a majestic light and heat, and she uncontrollably longed for the sun in her heart. At that time, Stellan suddenly remembered Gong Xieying. When she met him once, the other party said something she couldn't understand. Praise the sun. Later, Gong Xieying said that those words were what a hero he once met liked to say. He said that people who believe in the sun are good people. They help others and give hope to people in desperate situations. They long to transform into the sun and warm others with their own light and heat. Stellan was wondering at that time whether Gong Xieying helped her because of his belief in the sun. It's just that I didn't ask the question at that time. On the edge of the cliff, she saw an altar. The stone statue on the altar had long been destroyed, and its original appearance could not be seen. However, when she got closer, a line of text suddenly popped up: whether to sign an oath and become a sun warrior. She chose yes in confusion, so she got a sun badge and a hooked finger like a mummy. With this, she could draw a summoning mark and be summoned by others. This further strengthened her idea that Gong Qiaying was a sun warrior. Although she could no longer see her, the scene of Gong Qiaying helping her was still vivid in her mind, so Stellan was thinking, could she also help others? So she drew a summoning sign in front of the double gargoyle door, hoping to help those who couldn't pass this level. Then, she discovered an unexpected surprise: help others defeat the boss and get a lot of soul rewards. Taiwan Novel Network. When Stellan defeats the double gargoyles alone, she can get nearly 1,000 souls. When teaming up with others, the amount of souls exploded by the double gargoyles remains unchanged, but will be evenly distributed to each person participating in the battle according to the number of people. In other words, the more people go to the dungeon together, the fewer souls each person gets. This mechanism may be encouraging adventurers to level up alone, but that is too dangerous and will only increase more deaths. The first time Stellan served as an assistant, she was summoned by a bronze-level adventurer team with only 2 people left alive. The 2 people had run out of ammunition and food, and were thinking about giving up. As a result, they accidentally used the summoning hook medicine to discover the summoning mark. They were saved from a desperate situation. The moment they saw the assistant, they were so moved that tears almost came out. Stellan helped them defeat the double gargoyles. Logically, after the souls were divided among 3 people, she should have received about 300. However, that day, she got as many as 900. It was 3 times as much, almost equivalent to her single-handedly killing 2 gargoyles. She wanted to ask the other 2 how much soul they got, but they were novices among novices, and they couldn't even conquer the swamp area, let alone find the bonfire in the sick village area. Later, after many experiments, she finally came to the conclusion: when helping the summoner kill monsters as an assistant, you will randomly get 1 to 5 times the soul. If you can trigger multiple souls many times during the assistance process, the upgrade efficiency will be much faster than her own monster killing efficiency. Since then, she has fallen in love with helping others. However, Gong Qiaying is unlikely to do a business that loses money. The cooperation mechanism actually has an absolute benefit to the dungeon. At present, there are very few people who can get the summoning finger potion, so Stellan sold the information about the location of the refreshed summoning finger potion. After obtaining the consent of her partners, she also sold the information about the bonfire. It was only after the sale that they found out that a small number of people already knew about the bonfire, and Stellan was the first to openly sell the information in the Adventurers Guild. It seems that there are still people who can open up the sick village area, but they just don't make it public. The experts are among the people. Just as they expected, the information about the bonfire caused quite a stir as soon as it appeared, and even temporarily overwhelmed the food area. When they heard that there was a place to improve their strength in the dungeon, everyone was very curious. Under the extreme temptation, the enthusiasm of the adventurers was mobilized again. Then the tragedy happened, and they didn't live to find the bonfire. The dungeon seemed to respond to people's enthusiasm, and the locations of monsters and traps became more treacherous and tricky, killing a large number of people. In this situation, the adventurers began to form gangs, hoping to keep warm together. So, the finger-calling medicine began to shine. When encountering difficulties, people's imagination is endless, and any means of skipping classes will be used by them. And Stellan found that she was the only sun warrior in the current Shan dungeon. If you don't go to the sun altar in the middle level to sign the oath, you can't get the hook finger, and if you don't get the hook finger, you can't draw the summoning symbol. Even if she once again announced a series of information about the sun altar, the number of sun warriors did not increase, because no one could find the location of the sun altar, and Stellan didn't remember it. As a sun warrior with a small number and who has announced information, Stellan has undoubtedly become a highly discussed figure. By the way, because they were the first to find a way to the food area, the popularity of the Morning Wind Squad and the Hammerfall Squad has ushered in a wave of surges. Now, some adventurers who really can't beat the double gargoyles will pray that they can meet Stellan. After all, the summoning mark will disappear once someone else gets there first. Someone is calling me again. Stellan felt a call from afar, and a moment later, her figure disappeared on the spot and turned into a golden spirit and appeared in the summoner's world. In the summoner's world, the 2 adventurers were shivering in the swamp, hiding their bodies among the piled-up monster corpses. Even though the stench rushed straight into their noses, they dared not make any reaction, not even to move. Because if they made any noise, they would die. Pa, the webbed feet made an unpleasant sound when stepping on the swamp. At the entrance of the fortress, several monsters with extremely strange looks were wandering around, as if looking for the traces of the two adventurers. Their physical characteristics are similar but also somewhat different. The similarity is that they all have webbed feet, but the difference is huge. Some have tempered wings all over their bodies, but above their necks are black pythons, some have 4 heads and 8 arms, and are like a meat mountain, and some look like tiger beastmen, but with purple tentacles wriggling behind them. That's right, their true identities are demons. Why did the two adventurers encounter the demons? Baron and Sally are the names of these two adventurers. You may not be impressed by the name alone, but their adventurer team is called Hammerfall. Yes, it is the Hammerfall team that discovered the food area with Stellan's team. Their previous nicknames were the weak lowly priest, Kylie, and the sultry magic swordsman with glasses, Baron, both of whom were passers-by. Their team hadn't acted together for a long time since the food area was discovered. Because the Captain Courage is now a super fisherman. He runs to the dungeon every day as soon as he opens his eyes. He is more obsessed than knocking on the ice. The remaining team members are seriously lacking in strength. If they want to explore the dungeon, they can only form a team with other adventurers. Baron and Sally formed a team of 10 with a group of adventurers they had just met. They planned to see what the so-called bonfire was. Everyone had the dream of becoming stronger. However, this dream suddenly shattered after defeating the twin gargoyles. Because 4 people suddenly turned into demons. The 4 demons went on a killing spree, and now only Baron Sari survived. The others were all killed in a very tragic way. What's more important is their bodies were not teleported away by the teleportation crystal. Whether there is something wrong with the teleportation crystal or the demons have done something wrong, in short, if they are discovered by the demons now, they will probably die. Before hiding in the pile of corpses, they accidentally saw the summoning mark and thought of the recent rumors. With their last hope, they chose to summon Stellan. Please save us, no matter who it is. Their hearts are almost filled with despair. The footsteps of the demons are getting closer and closer, close enough to hear their roars, and they are not far away from discovering the hiding place of the 2 people. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. At this moment, a strange piece of music sounded, and all the demons looked towards the entrance of the fortress, where a golden spirit slowly formed. You guys? She planned to say hello as usual, but was stunned for a moment when she saw the current scene clearly. Stellan blinked and subconsciously said, "So ugly. Do you have any stories about when you met the good brother Taeyang?" Gather inspiration during her days as the sun, Stellan had seen all kinds of people. Most people are polite, but there are always weird ones. Some people think that since she has been summoned, she should do her best to be a good nanny and assume a superior attitude. Some people thought that Stellan must have bad intentions when helping others for free, so they criticized her severely. Some people had a nice attitude, but their adventure experience was a mess and they often died in strange places. She couldn't save them even if she wanted to. Whenever she encounters the first 2 types of people, Stellan will go out for a run and attract a large number of monsters to teach these weird and retarded people a lesson. Because the assister's attack could not cause damage to the summoner, the Fire Lord, and she did not have the tools to cut off the connection, she had no choice but to make this decision. She would be sent back after the Fire Lord died. By the way, no matter whether the assistant is sent back or dies, he will not leave the dungeon, but return to the place where the summoning mark was drawn. This is a point that is deeply appreciated by Stellan. However, when she was summoned too many times in a day, she would inevitably feel dizzy and she didn't know why. I digress. After being an adventurer for so long, what haven't I seen? Stellan could say this confidently before. But now, looking at the strange demons in front of me. Sorry, I've never seen this before. The summoner is not here? Stellan quickly glanced around and did not see any trace of humans. Did the demons summon me? Why do demons appear in dungeons? Could it be related to what caused a lot of fuss a few days ago? I remember there were rumors that demons would disguise themselves as humans and sneak into the city. However, the Bede family invited magicians and priests to search the city several times, but they were unable to catch another demon in disguise. All the captured demons died mysteriously one day, causing the incident to go unsolved. However, Bede City's security strength has increased. Seeing that the reaction speed of the demons was much slower and they were still confused about the situation, Stellan raised her hand and shot an arrow. Put! The arrow penetrated deeply into the belly of the tentacled demon, causing it to scream in agony. Although I am not old, my arrows are still sharp. It seems they are not summoners, that's easy to say. Stellan smiled confidently, turned around slowly, and then run away. Ouch! The angry roars and running sounds of demons could be heard behind her. It seemed that her behavior had angered them after all. This is a tactic. Facing 4 demons at the same time was simply not something she could do with her strength. The only way to win was to defeat them individually. To do this, you have to run a marathon for a while. This is similar to the tactical choice made when playing the Invading Soul 5 when encountering a trio of squatting spirits. And the direction she ran in was the sick village. Although she can't say that she fully understands the terrain of the sick village, she can still do it by making appropriate use of traps. It's a classic pile of monsters. Swish swish. Stellan shot back a few arrows every time she distanced herself, which continued to drain the demon's physical strength. The latter was not to be outdone, and the steel wings on her body shot out like bullets. Stellan was scratched in several places due to her carelessness. She was so frightened that she quickly checked whether she was poisoned. After finding out that there was no such thing, she was still a little bit disappointed even though she was happy. It is obvious that monsters such as the Dark Player in Thane Dungeon use poison. It's a bit disappointing that the demons, who are known for their cunning, don't use poison. No, I'm so disappointed. Isn't this a good thing? Stellan quickly slapped her face. She was horrified to find that she had been tamed by Thane Dungeon, and she actually began to dislike the enemy for not being strong enough. She ran away, they chased her, but she couldn't fly. Are we okay? After a long time, when Stellan and the demons entered the sick village, Baron and Sally finally dared to show up. Should we go over to help? Sally asked hesitantly. Baron quickly waved his hand and said, "Are you crazy? How can we defeat the demons? But they are fighting for us. I heard that the facilitator will not really die after being defeated. Miss Stellan's life is not in danger. If we go, it will impair her protection of us." Baron said quickly, "What we should do now is to leave the dungeon and report to the city lord, asking him to launch a strict investigation into Beat City again." Stellan was running through the sick village, with the demons in hot pursuit. The dilapidated houses all looked the same, making it easy for people to get lost. I remember being there. She noticed that the road ahead was getting narrower and narrower, so narrow that only one person could pass, and there was even a corner ahead. Stellan jumped decisively, ran on the wall, never letting herself fall to the ground, and just ran around the corner. The group of demons didn't think too much and ran straight into the narrow alley and rushed through the corner. Then the leading tentacle demon was suddenly thrown to the ground by 2 giant living corpses hiding in the corner. The giant living corpses swung the big sticks in their hands and smashed them into pieces, causing the tentacle demons to scream in agony. The other demons were blocked for a moment, and at this moment, several living corpse soldiers jumped out of the broken house on the side of the alley and rushed towards the demons. This narrow alley that can only be passed by one person is really malicious. Full. Good opportunity, Stella smiled happily, because she had died here once, and she was very happy to be able to trick the demons. She activated a certain combat skill, allowing herself to stand on the wall like Spider-Man, and directly pulled the longbow in her hand to the full. The stream of light like flames gathered on the arrow, indicating that this attack must be extraordinary. The tentacle demon that was thrown down felt threatened, roared, and waved its claws, resisting the interference of the giant zombie. Combat skill, breaking flame strike, attaching flames to the weapon. If the next attack is made with full force, there is a 50% chance of critically hitting the enemy's weakness, but this probability will increase with the user's combat experience. The arrow wrapped in flames was shot out instantly, and at the same time, the tentacle demon finally tore the fat brother apart, but it was too late to resist. Ah! With an unwilling roar, it was hit on the forehead by the arrow, and only heard a bang. The head exploded in an instant, and the charred flesh and blood burst all over the ground. The burning of the flames prevented the demons from recovering. If they could not recover for a long time, they would probably die. The other demons had a higher hatred for Stellan, and even turned on the violent mode, doubling their pursuit speed. Stellan relied on her ability to control the terrain to dodge and trap the demons from time to time, and for a while it seemed that she had a chance to win. However, no way, lost? She looked at the dead end in front of her and was speechless for a while. Sure enough, even if she explored the sick village many times, she would still get lost. What should she do next? The demons surrounded her angrily. In such a narrow place, she could no longer use bows and arrows, so she had to draw out her short knife. She could only fight to the death. By the way, Would there be a sole reward for killing the demons? Stellan crouched down and planned to use her few melee skills. The demons waved their mutant limbs, like a group of demons dancing wildly. At the tense moment, she caught a glimpse of something. That's it. Stellan opened her eyes wide in shock, because the figure she had been thinking about appeared behind the monster. Yes. It's the Crucible Knight. By the way, I'll collect the stories of Soul 5 Kick Ha. I'm about to write about this aspect in addition. Thank you very much for your rewards and monthly tickets. Thank you. Oh my god, the furnace. Stellan felt like she was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and the memory that she didn't want to recall so far emerged uncontrollably in her mind. That was the first time she was cut in half, the first time. And she lost inexplicably, because the shadow of the stupid-looking blue slime stepped on her and she couldn't escape, so she was cut in two by the furnace. If she had fought normally, she would never have lost so badly. Stellan thought so herself. Unfortunately, she never found the teleportation treasure chest that led directly to the Furnace Knight, let alone a new battle. There was still a teleportation treasure chest that teleported to the lower level, but she couldn't find the Furnace Knight at all. Then again, she didn't know that the Furnace Knight was called the Furnace Knight, she only knew that she died at the hands of a mysterious knight-shaped monster. In the first few days after her death, she had nightmares all the time, in which she was killed by the powerful combination of the Furnace Knight and Guoran Wang in various fancy ways, which made her uneasy. Now that she has seen her long-cherished old friend in the same dungeon, how can she not be surprised and shocked? No, how did this thing get to the upper level? How can those adventurers with weak strength explore further? Stellan felt her legs were a little weak, but even so, she still showed a tough look at the Crucible Knight. How the demons sensed a great sense of danger from the Crucible Knight and immediately decided to turn around and kill him first. The Crucible Knight did not say anything, but his raised head showed his disdain for the monsters. Come on, unknown monster knight. Stellan actually cheered for him in her heart. If she had to choose how to die, she would rather die at the hands of the furnace than be killed by the demons. At least the former's appearance is so handsome. Ah! The demons took action. The first to bear the brunt was the demon covered with tempered feathers. His feathers were all shining with metallic luster, and his upper body was more like a bird, but he had a snake head. With such wings, he certainly couldn't fly, but his defense must be the best among the best in this group of demons. Moreover, the feathers can be shot out like darts, and 10 to 20 can be fired at a time. Its impact and sharpness should not be underestimated. Wait, can his feathers do anything to the armor of the Crucible Knight? That armor looks quite heavy, so it shouldn't be dang. The sound of steel collision of ping-pong balls sounded like a chain of firecrackers. The demon exploded in an instant, and shot out 40 to 50 feathers, sweeping away like a storm. And what about the Crucible Knight? He just raised his shield, and the high-quality large shield easily protected him from the rain. Yes, they have shields. The corner of Stellan's mouth twitched, and she found that her worries seemed to be completely unnecessary. Ah! The demon was very shocked that his attack could be blocked, and subconsciously made a strange cry as if his neck was stuck. These demons transformed from humans seemed to have some intellectual defects. The other two demons were not idle either. Seeing that the situation was not good, they also took out their signature skills. The 4-meat mountain demons used a brutal collision, and the other skinny demon inserted his hands into the ground. In an instant, dense twisted plants gushed out and attacked the Crucible Knight. The other party chose to put down the shield. What are you going to do? Resist the attack? Stellan remembered that many strong people like to use the method of resisting the enemy's attack to show the terrible gap in strength between themselves and the enemy. No, she guessed wrong. The Crucible Knight suddenly lowered his body, and a burst of ancient light suddenly lit up. The next moment, a huge hard horn suddenly grew on his shoulder. The horn of the 100 phases of the furnace. Gah! The feathered demon immediately had a bad feeling, but it was too late to run away at this moment. The distance between the two was too close, and most importantly, there was no way to avoid it here. He could only hope that the attacks of the other two demons could stop it, but, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, the Crucible Knight rushed at an incredible speed, so fast that the creatures present could not react. Boom! The attacks of the two demons missed, and a big hole was smashed on the ground. It seemed that they had the strength to explode the wall. But the attack that could not hit people was meaningless, and it still depended on the Crucible Knight. The horn of the 100 phases of the furnace made him slam into the feathered demon like a dump truck. The two of them crashed through the wall of the dead end and crashed directly into the broken house behind. The screams of the feathered demon resounded in the sick village, revealing a dying desolation. Boom boom boom, the broken house collapsed, raising a lot of dust, choking people and making them cough, and their vision was blocked. Heavy footsteps came. Stellan tried her best to open her eyes, and finally saw who came out. It was undoubtedly the Crucible Knight. The law of smoke without injury was completely invalid at this moment. He casually threw the head of the feathered demon on the ground, and then stepped on it to pieces. The remaining two demons stepped back in fear. The instinct of the creatures told them to run away at this moment, but as soon as this thought came up, something hidden deep in their minds immediately controlled their minds. As a result, their eyes became chaotic and bloodthirsty, and they rushed over without caring about the difference in strength between the two parties. Have the demons always been so brave? Wow! Suddenly there was a scream, coming from Stellan. The Furnace Knight kicked her out of the way, raised his hand and used his big shield to drive away the Roshan demon clan without difficulty at all. He kept swinging his sword with his other hand, cutting off the thin flesh in a wide range of motions. Plants controlled by demons. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly threw out the big sword in his hand and stabbed the skinny demon to the core. He was nailed to the ground and could not get up no matter how hard he struggled. The Roshan demon clan rushed over again. Now that the Furnace Knight had no weapon and his back was turned to him, it was the perfect opportunity to take action. The Crucible Knight didn't even look at him, but a thick tail suddenly appeared from behind and whipped him away. The end of the furnace, boy. Before the Roshan demon clan could get up, the Furnace Knight raised his shield and struck at him. The thick shield kept hitting him in the blink of an eye. The Roshan demon clan became the Flesh Mud demon clan. Next, the Furnace Knight easily eliminated the Slender demon. Since then, all four demons have been wiped out. He looked at Stellan, but made no move. Stellan suddenly became nervous. To be honest, considering the thunderous method used by the Furnace Knight to deal with the demons just now, this guy's real strength is higher than Stellan thought. How should I fight now? Just when she was nervous, the Crucible Knight remained silent for a long time, as if he was hesitating for something. What's going on? She took a tentative step, and the Crucible Knight's eyes were fixed on her, but he made no move. Why don't you attack me? A ridiculous idea appeared in her mind. She wanted to let me go, right? Of course, Stellan would not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and ran away quickly. Just when her upbringing made her look back and want to say thank you, the Crucible Knight's sword kept enlarging in her field of vision. Why? Her eyes were spinning, and her upper body fell heavily to the ground. Before she fainted, she saw her lower body. No. Why come again? Stellan was speechless. Seeing Stellan's body disappear into place, the body of the Furnace Knight turned into smoke and dissipated. Gong Qiaying appears here using teleportation authority. They were split into two. The teleportation crystal can also teleport both halves of the corpse away? This recognition is too smart, he sighed. At first, I wanted to let Stellan go, but then I thought, it would be bad if some flaw was discovered. The Furnace Knights have killed all the demons, so why should I let you go? Could it be that there is someone behind the scenes? Well, a normal person would not think that there is someone behind the dungeon, but it is definitely a good defense. Gong Qiaying summoned several living corpses and ordered them to move the demon corpses together. This is the second time. He squatted down and fiddled with the twisted flesh of the demons. Waves of faint white air rose from the corpses and penetrated into his body. As mentioned before, the body of Gong Qiaying, a living corpse, can absorb the remaining vitality on the corpse and become stronger. The vitality of the demon race is several times that of other races of the same strength, which is a great supplement to the living corpse. This time, it's worth spending dozens of points of mental power to upgrade. But the focus of his visit this time was not to absorb life force. This is the second time a demon has invaded the dungeon, and actually sneaked into the group of adventurers to start a massacre. This is the second time, and it's hard to say whether there will be a third, fourth, or even more. This also confirmed that these demons were indeed hiding in Bede City by disguising themselves as humans. But is it really a disguise? Is it possible that these demons were really humans before they transformed into demons? Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the invincible demon detection magic fails. There must be a mastermind behind all these problems, and we have to catch him to answer the questions. The biggest advantage of going to the outside world is that Gong Qiaying has a free way to collect information. For example, the demons detect magic and so on, which he inquired about. As for the mastermind behind the demon incident, he did have some clues. Tamda, the owner of the shop he currently rents, is a formal member of the anti-dungeon organization. It is said that his status in the organization is not low. This guy has been on the run for a long time in fear of crime, and no one knows his whereabouts. Morgan, Yai, and you too, who mutated into demons, are all members of the anti-dungeon organization. Tamda has many connections with them, and the demons escaped immediately after the incident. So, he must know something. It would be great if we could catch him, Gong Chieying thought. How could he know the whereabouts of Tamda? The simplest way is to capture a demon for torture, but these demons have problems with their intelligence and can only scream. Hey, there is an answer. Just catch them before they transform into demons. His crystal ball has a playback function. After the demons appeared here, Gong Chieying immediately understood the cause and effect through playback. In the process, he realized that the demons had normal intelligence when they were still humans. If you can interrupt and capture them before they transform, you can ask for information. This was undoubtedly a difficult challenge, because he didn't know which adventurer would turn into a demon, let alone whether the transformation could be interrupted. But Gong Chieying smiled, it's the difficult things that are interesting. He likes to provide strength to others, and he doesn't mind others providing strength to himself. It's fun to come and go. The demon clan has successfully aroused his interest. At this time, a living corpse suddenly came over dragging something. Gong Chieying saw that it was the corpse of an adventurer. These people were killed by the demons, and their deaths were miserable. It would take a little more effort to resurrect and treat them. No, why weren't they teleported out? Gong Chieying frowned, rummaged through the adventurer's corpse, and found the unused teleportation crystal. Why didn't it trigger? The pure white crystal was covered with dirty blood, and the evil breath in the blood polluted the magic engraved in the crystal, causing it to become ineffective. And these auras are exactly the same as those of the demons. Gong Chieying instantly understood what was going on, and then laughed angrily. If he dares to cut off people's wealth, now he and the demons will fight to the death. Stellan woke up from the resurrection room with a splitting headache. It's not physical pain, but it comes from deep within the spirit. Boundless fatigue and pain suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. To describe it, it was like 7 days and 7 nights of high-intensity labor without rest, as if he would die suddenly in the next second. It feels like this again. The pain gave her no time to think about the Crucible Knight. After being killed by the Crucible Knight and returning to her own world, she suffered from a headache, so that she was killed by a monster without any resistance and returned to the Resurrection House. Since she started working as a Sun Warrior, she has served as an assistant 5 or 6 times a day to as many as 10 times a day, with mixed successes and failures. She didn't feel much when she was in the dungeon, but as soon as she left the dungeon, fatigue overwhelmed her like a deep sea. What is going on? Doesn't being a facilitator put additional mental pressure on others? Just sitting up from the bed took a lot of effort. Fortunately, before she was about to fall off the bed, a nun noticed something strange about her and hurried over to cast healing magic. The soft green light enveloped Stellan, making her feel more comfortable. Miss Stellan, please take a good rest and don't move for the time being, the nun warned gently. Your body has just healed and is still very weak. You know me. Stellan looked at the nun's face carefully and made sure that she had not seen her before. You don't know me, but I know you. The nun showed a quiet smile and said, these days, your deeds of helping adventurers in the dungeon have spread. Everyone says that you are a good person with high moral character, and the people you have helped are also promoting you. Yeah. Stellan was a little embarrassed when she said that. She obviously helped others for her own selfish reasons, but in the eyes of others, it turned into an act of selfless dedication. It feels quite subtle. I've had enough rest, let's talk about it when we go home. Stellan struggled to get up. How much will the resurrection fee cost this time? No need, the nun shook her head. Stellan was surprised. Why? Because someone has already paid it for you, so you don't need to pay anymore, my friends. Well, it's so embarrassing for them to know that I'm dead again, Stellan sighed. However, the nun denied it. She still had a faint smile on her face, but her eyes when looking at Stellan were full of approval, and she said, they are the people you have helped. You may not remember them, but as soon as they heard that you were here, they rushed to pay the resurrection fee for you. The nun put her hand on the doorknob, but did not open the door. Instead, she winked at Stellan and said, they are all waiting outside to thank you. Do you want to come out and take a look? Remember to fix your hair. It's not like a hero to be messy. Stellan didn't know how to answer for a moment. It turns out that someone really remembers to thank the sun. Finally, Stellan slipped quietly out the back door. I heard from the nun that there was a room full of people waiting for her, and there were even many people rushing here. This battle was too scary. Even though these people had good intentions, Stellan still couldn't handle such a big scene. She told the nun and asked her to convey her gratitude to everyone. She also paid the resurrection fee herself and asked the nun to return the money to the adventurer. It would be better not to let others spend money for her. Hell, have I ever helped so many people? It's only been a few days. Stellan put on her cloak and hood to cover her face, enduring the pain that came from her head from time to time, and walked home. A small group of familiar people passed her by on the street, and she clearly heard what they were saying. I heard that Stellan is in the resurrection house now. I'm very interested in her. Maybe she can be included in our strategy team, said Leon, a handsome blonde man. Hey, Malu said in a long tone, that I hope she has the attribute of a royal sister. A girl can do it. Anyway, it won't conflict with the attribute of someone who is a cute person. Stop making trouble. I heard that Stellan has a team, and it is quite famous, Drew said calmly. He has actually returned from the Magic Association? Then grab it. Ter's suggestion was simple and crude. Stellan broke into a cold sweat after hearing this, and her feet moved a little faster. She is just living in the dungeon these days, and has no contact with the outside world except going to the guild to disclose some information, so she didn't even know that she had become a highly discussed character these days. Why did it attract the attention of the strategy team? When she hurried home, she suddenly had a bad premonition. When she looked again, she saw an unknown young man standing at the door of her house. She knew at a glance that he was waiting for her. Stellan turned around and left, but it was too late. The other party had already discovered her, ran over and shouted, Miss Stellan, please wait a minute, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. From the guild? Stellan finally stopped and asked, what does the guild want from me? Are you going to confirm the information? But I really don't remember the map. No, the guild staff waved their hands repeatedly and said, did you encounter demons in the dungeon yesterday? It turned out that a day had passed. Only then did Stellan realize how long she had slept in the resurrection house. Since becoming the sun, in addition to being mentally exhausted, she has indeed suffered from lethargy. Yes, I met him, the staff asked nervously, what about them? Stellan spread her hands and said, dead. Ah! The staff looked at her with admiration. You killed them all by yourself? Stellan scratched her head, the situation is a bit complicated. Can you talk about it tomorrow? I have a bad headache now. Don't worry, Mr. Sid has personally prepared a magic ritual for you to calm your nerves. I'm here to see you, the staff member said with a smile. In addition, Mr. Sid wants to talk to you about the Demon Clan. Do you want to learn from the Demon Clan? The two adventurers rescued from the clan are now in the guild. The adventurer I saved? She had never seen what Baron and Saley looked like from beginning to end, and they hid themselves very well. My head started to hurt again, and I just spent time lying down at home to fight off the pain. It was better to look forward to the magic ritual performed by the president of the West German branch. So a moment later, Stellan came to the Adventurers Guild, and under the leadership of the staff, went directly to the third floor. The third floor can only be used when discussing important matters. Tuck, the staff member knocked on the wooden door and said, Mr. Sid, Miss Stellan is here. Please come in. Stellan walked into the conference room and immediately saw Sid sitting at the end of the long table. A majestic old man with great strength, this was her first impression. If anything, she thinks the West German branch president can defeat the Crucible Knight. Weird, why did the Furnace Knight become a combat unit? This was the first time she had seen West Germany. Even when she came to the guild to disclose information about the bonfire, sun altar, etc., she had not met this big shot. There was only West Germany in the conference room, and the two adventurers mentioned earlier were not there either. Stellan hesitated, sat down at the side of the long table, and asked, Does the president of the West Germany branch want to see me for anything? Just sit there and don't move, Sid said something with unknown meaning. Just when Stellan was confused, she suddenly felt a huge amount of magic rising from Sid's body, turning into several tributaries and flowing into the floor. Something is awakened. Layers upon layers of complex magic circles suddenly lit up from under her feet, one by one, the magic runes shone one after another, and even floated in the air, surrounding her. Stellan was a little uneasy, but then a warmth emerged from the magic circle, reaching the deepest part of her spirit, making her relax involuntarily, and her headache disappeared in an instant. It turns out that this is the soothing magic ritual that the man said, and the effect is really good. This magic ceremony lasted for nearly half an hour, completely curing Stellan's mental fatigue. West Germany waited calmly on the side. It depends on the elderly to determine their concentration. Even if they sit motionless for a whole day, they will not feel tired. Soon after, the magic circle dissipated. Stellan stretched and said with great energy, "Thank you very much, President of the Sid branch." "Just call me sir," Sid said straight to the point. "I hope you can tell me in detail what happened after you encountered the demons. I have heard about the previous things from the two adventurers you saved. So what are the names and looks of the two people I saved? I didn't see them at all." Stellan told the whole story, but she had one thing: she died twice by the Crucible Knight's waist cut, which was too embarrassing to say. After listening, Sid fell into deep thought. After a moment, he put down his raised left leg and asked, "Have you seen those adventurers who died at the hands of the demons later?" A question mark appeared on Stellan's head. She had just been resurrected. Where could she meet them? Besides, she didn't know them. Sid laughed at himself and said, "Sorry, I'm too impatient, but the situation forces me to be anxious." "What situation?" Stellan couldn't help asking. "Demons," Sid raised a finger. "We originally thought that the demons had infiltrated the continent, but now even Bed City has traces of them, which means," he slowly raised the second finger, "the third, and the fourth." Stellar was anxious. "What should we do? Gather people to encircle and suppress the demons? If we can't find them, how can we encircle and suppress them?" Sid shook his head and said, "This time I asked you to come here for another thing. You mentioned in your report before that you were able to transform into a sun warrior because you got a prop at a certain altar, right?" Stellar nodded. "I have formed an exploration team, and will soon go deep into the underground city of Sen to find the altar you mentioned. I wonder if I can invite you to join." The elf lady was surprised and said, "Do you want to go too?" "Of course not," Sid smiled, "but I found a partner for you who can definitely be called an elite. The transition chapter is about to end, and the main storyline will follow. Including but not limited to, the love and hatred between the adventurers who are divided into the Sun and Soul 5 camps. The adventurers use hard work and wisdom to thwart the conspiracy of the nobles. The peak showdown of Pokemon trainers, Go Pikachu. Your opponents are Curse Frog and Thunder Wolf Dragon. I beg you to read it again. My grades have dropped." Until Stellan returned home, she couldn't figure out who the teammate West Germany was looking for her was. "It can't be the strategy team, but I heard that they also crashed many times in Thane Dungeon. Will it make any difference to take me with them? As for the others, I do know a few silver-level adventurers who can be called elites, but they are all away on commissions, not in Bede City. Adventurers all make money by doing commissions to make a living, and commissions come in various forms, and not all of them are dungeon commissions. What's more, many people don't have the talent to explore dungeons. Adventurers like Stellan who spend their days in dungeons are actually in the minority." Before encountering Thane Dungeon, her main work direction was actually hunting boss monsters in various places and cleaning up monster lairs. Once you meet Thane, your life will be ruined. Fortunately, with the development of the food area, the number of commissions in Thane Dungeon has increased sharply, and she can make a living by picking up a few of the slightly difficult ones. His teammates, Shoen and the others, are currently advancing the exploration of the food area. Stellan is not interested there and is focused on being a sun warrior. Who cares who he is? Stellan lay down on the bed, swung her two long and well-proportioned legs and kicked off her boots. "Go to sleep first. No one can surprise me. The most they can do is the strategy team." After resting for a few days, when Stellan arrived at the pre-arranged location near the portal of Thane Dungeon, several figures were already waiting there. She took a look from a distance, and there was a blonde young man there, a middle-aged Lolita and girl, a dwarf magician, and a big guy. "It's indeed the strategy team," she said with an expression that said, "It's true, I guessed it, I'm so bored." She took a few steps forward and raised her hand to say hello. At this moment, Ter suddenly bent down to pick up something, and a slender figure obscured by his huge body was caught in Stellan's eyes. Her whole body suddenly froze. Stellan's negative emotions plus 999. Why is it her? Why is she here? I didn't ask her to come in the letter I wrote. It was a female elf who was 70% similar to Stellan in appearance, but she was much more mature than Stellan in terms of temperament and figure. Her long, light green hair was tied into a capable high ponytail, and she wore leather armor. It just highlights the curvy figure, and the silver-white stick weapon on the back is very eye-catching. You can tell that he is an experienced adventurer at a glance. At this moment, she was happily discussing something with Leon, covering her mouth and laughing softly from time to time, showing the etiquette of a lady. The charm he exuded inadvertently almost stunned Turl. Drew couldn't bear to see this guy looking like a pig, so he used a super powerful calming spell on him. So Tyr immediately saw through the world of mortals, and everything in the world was like a passing cloud to him. Stellan couldn't move forward or retreat, with a struggling look on her face. She was thinking about leaving just now. Just say that I overslept. This excuse was too outrageous. Just when she hesitated, the elf suddenly turned his head and stared at her, making Stellan tremble all over. The next second, a gust of fragrant wind came, and the female elf's hand was already on Stellan's shoulder, holding her intimately in her arms. "Long time no see, my dear sister," she breathed into Stellan's sensitive ears. Stellan had goosebumps all over her body, and she quickly pushed the other person away, pointing with half anger and half panic. You, what are you doing here?" "Melga. Melga, that's her name. Of course I came here because I heard you were here." Melga reached out to grab Stellan, who quickly shrank back. Seeing this, she still smiled calmly and said, "You have been hiding from your sister for so long, it's time to meet her. I have spent a lot of effort to find you. In this underground city I've died several times. Who asked you, a cow, to come to me?" Stellan looked like she was determined to die. "I will never go to that place with you, not even to the death." "Dairy cow?" Melga's face turned dark, and although she was still smiling, veins had popped out on her forehead. Stellan was different, cold sweat flowed from her forehead. Just when the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, a refreshing voice came from behind Melgia. "Hey, do you know each other?" Leon looked at Stellan and showed a smile as bright as the male protagonist of the light novel. "This lady is Stellan, right? I have admired your name for a long time, and I have always wanted to see you but I can't." "Hello." Stellan took advantage of the time to greet Leon and quickly moved behind Turl in sage mode, carefully sticking out half of her head and staring at Melga. "Leon, my rescue superhero." "It's nothing, Stellan is my sister." Fourth sister." Melgia held her forehead inside. "It's a pity that this child has not passed puberty yet. He is a bit rebellious. He had some conflicts with my sister and I refused to reconcile." Leon's eyes wandered back and forth between Stellan and Melga. He was not a fool, so he could naturally see that there was a conflict between the two. But what can he do? "I can only say a few words of what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet two beautiful elf ladies on the same day. This adventure will definitely be very lucky." He smoothed things over. "Everyone, please wait a little longer. We will set off when everyone is here." "What I admire most about the boss is that he can always say something decent no matter how embarrassing the situation is," Malu complained. "Don't spoil it." Drew patted Malu's head, and the latter curled her lips. Due to the disagreement between Stellan and Melgar, the atmosphere began to become weird. Only Leon was trying hard to find topics, and he was sweating. After a long time, the last four people finally arrived. The identities of these four people were a bit strange. Two of them were magicians from the Magic Association, one was a Holy Light Knight of the Holy Light Church, and the other was a Flame Monk of the Spark Church. The Spark Church, the god of faith is flame, the god of fire. In this era, the so-called faith in the god of fire has declined, and the Spark Church can hardly maintain it and is on the verge of dissolution. Where did Mr. Sid find such a rare character? Stellan couldn't help but have a question in her mind. The two magicians of the Magic Association met Drew and greeted each other. The Holy Light Knight had a stern face, which looked bad, as if there were heretics hiding in the Shan dungeon. Under Leon's introduction, everyone quickly got to know each other. After confirming that they were ready, everyone walked towards the portal. But, there seemed to be something wrong with the portal today? Malu's eyes fixed, and said, "Why are there so many guards here? What are they shouting about?" Drew stroked his beard and said, "I have a bad feeling. Everyone retreat immediately." The guard leader shouted loudly, "The city lord's new order must let the workers belonging to the Bed family go first. The idle people retreat immediately." The adventurer naturally shouted dissatisfiedly, "We came here to line up in the middle of the night. Why do you let us retreat with just one word?" On weekdays, adventurers would still respect the authority of the nobles to some extent, but today was different. Because there were as many as 500 or 600 workers who wanted to go in, waiting for these people to go in first would waste at least 1 or 2 hours. The dungeon is not opened by the Bed family, and this is not the Bed family's territory. Why should they be allowed to enter first? Why? The head of the guard sneered, held up a document high, and said loudly, "His Majesty the King has included the Shan dungeon into the Bed family's territory. From now on, everyone who enters and leaves the dungeon must abide by the rules set by Lord Philip. Those who do not comply are prohibited from entering the dungeon. It's set to be released on October 1st. I'm accumulating manuscripts, and I'll wait for a wave of explosive updates when it's released." I'll decide whether to offer a reward based on my manuscript accumulation. I beg you gentlemen to order the first order when the time comes, please. Pa, the leader of the guard cracked his whip in the air, forcing the people to retreat. As soon as the decree with the king's seal came out, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they did not dare to speak out. There is no way, in the hearts of most people, the king represents supreme authority, and the nobility is a mountain that presses on people, and can never be shaken. Some people may find it strange that this world can obviously practice cultivation, and talented people can achieve personal power greater than anything else and defeat the whole fucking world with their own strength. Why are they still afraid of secular power? What if I tell you that most powerful people are closely connected to secular power? There may be strong men who disobey the king, but there are too few of them, and there is another important reason the strength of the strong men is quite different. The strong ones are all very strong. It is easy to move mountains and seas and change the weather. However, there are no strong ones like a gap. Just like the spell return battle has lost Su Nuwa and Wu Jiao Satoru, and the warriors have lost Baicho and Shea in the early stage. The remaining strong ones tied Unionon, won Tunon for sure, and crushed Threonon, forming a wonderful balance. No one wanted to provoke a dispute first. Even though there are gold level and legendary adventurers, most of them cannot empathize with the bottom of the bronze level. Hateful. This is too overbearing. Too bad. I thought the Bede family helped develop the gourmet paradise out of good intentions. The adventurers present retreated unwillingly. The guards all showed mocking smiles and waved casually. Workers came in and were automatically divided into groups of 10 to enter the dungeon. Even if 100 of them could succeed. If you get a harvest, you will definitely make a profit without losing anything. This was the idea of the third young master Sally. His wisdom told him that he should use his super financial resources at this time and just exchange worthless human lives for resources. This method is quite in line with Gong Chiang's wishes to a certain extent. That's too much. Ma Lu saw the guard's tyranny throughout and said angrily, "Sure enough, all the nobles in the world look the same. What do you think, boss?" She turned around to look, but was stunned. Because Leon clenched his fists and showed a terrifying expression, as if he would rush up and beat the guard at any time. I really want to beat him, beat him, beat him, beat them. The anger in Leon's heart made him confused. The Bede family's behavior was a bit domineering, and he should indeed be angry, but why should he be so angry? Strange, am I an angry young man? At this time, he thought of what Gong Chiang once said. If the king disobeys you, beat him and keep beating him. Boss, are you okay? Malu's voice made Leon wake up from his thoughts. He looked at the other party's concerned expression, smiled reluctantly, and said, "Of course I'm fine. You guys wait here for now. I'll be back as soon as I go." Leon walked up to the guard leader and said something, and showed him the letter of certification from the Adventurers Guild. Although the latter looked impatient, he still waved his hand to pause the workers and let the strategy team and others go forward. Until they entered the dark and smelly underground city, Malu still followed Leon with a worried look on his face, making him dumbfounded. At this time, a magician from the Magic Association spoke. He was a middle-aged uncle with a slovenly appearance, wearing a big hat with a pointed peak and wide brim. He said in a joking voice, "The Lord here is quite discerning, and his action speed is one step faster. Unfortunately, TSK, I'm afraid he will end miserably this time." "Oh, do you know what's going on?" Melga asked with interest, and even Stellan poked her head out. Another younger magician, who looked like a recent graduate, elbowed the middle-aged uncle and said with a frown, "Mr. Roger, please don't say unnecessary words. I don't even know if that thing is true or not. Now it's too hasty to make a judgment." Roger shrugged, then knelt down and hugged Drew and said, "Brother Drew has seen something with his own eyes, how can it be false?" "Perry, you are doubting the dwarf with the best performance in the history of the Magic Association." "Graduate? That's because there are not many dwarves willing to learn magic." Perry muttered in a low voice, and then said loudly, "Before I saw the bonfire, I was skeptical about everything. I didn't believe that a mere underground city would hide the world. The secret of birth." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became silent. What's wrong?" He looked around and felt that everyone was looking at him a little strangely. Roger chuckled and said cowardly, "Didn't you tell me the whole truth yourself, and you told me not to say unnecessary words?" Perry's face suddenly turned red and he was speechless for a long time. The Knight of Holy Light still had a straight face. His face was not good to begin with, and now it was as if the whole world owed him money. He let out a heavy hum and said in a deep voice, "To actually say that the world was created by fire, and to spread such heresies, this underground city should be completely cleansed by the holy light. I will thoroughly inspect this place, and then send down the god of holy light to make a decision based on the situation. The flame monks of the Spark Church dared not speak out, so they could only glare at each other secretly, because what the Holy Light Knight just said was an insult to the Vulcan. But who told them that the Spark Church was weak, and they did not dare to talk to the Holy Light? The Church challenged. In fact, every church in the world claims that the world was opened by the gods they believe in. Whoever has the strongest church will open the world. Melgar smiled. She also knew that the bonfire would spread images that were suspected to be the secret of the birth of the world, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. It was because of Stellan and this reason that she accepted Sid's invitation to join the exploration team. Everyone present knew the image of the bonfire, but only one person didn't know. Who was this person? What were they talking about? Stellan had a bunch of question marks on her head. She felt like an outsider and muttered to herself, "Aren't we here to find the sun altar?" Her mission was indeed to find the sun altar, but others had other tasks besides this: investigate the reality of the bonfire image and try to pass the same dungeon. Since being killed by Soul 5 that day and leaving the dungeon, Drew went to the Magic Association as soon as possible to inform them of the bonfire. The association was currently dealing with the sudden increase in the number of demons on the border. In the midst of their busy schedule, they dispatched Roger and Perry to conduct a preliminary investigation. If there was any gain, they would send senior magicians over later. After returning to Bed City, Drew went to find Sid, the branch president of the Adventurers Guild. He didn't expect that the other party had already known about this and proposed to set up an exploration team. There is a traitor in the Magic Association. This was Drew's first thought, and the second thought was, what does it have to do with me? So he readily agreed. Then Sid personally went out and found the Holy Light Knight and the Flame Monk. The Holy Light Knight and the Flame Monk are both characters with a strong connection with the bonfire. The former is a member of the most powerful church on the continent and a fanatical believer. He is familiar with all the classics of the Holy Light Church and likes to criticize heresy the most. The latter believes in the god of fire, which may have something to do with the bonfire, so he simply called them together. These people are not weak. When combined, they are a strategy group pro, and they will surely bring surprises to the dungeon. The conversation just now made the atmosphere in the team a little solidified, especially the Holy Light Knight. He almost wrote his contempt for the god of fire on his face, which made the Flame Monk tremble with anger. In this uncomfortable atmosphere, the exploration team overcame all obstacles and finally arrived in front of the bonfire. The extinguished embers floated in the breeze, and the spiral sword stood there quietly, waiting for visitors. "Here we go again," Leon said with some emotion. When everyone surrounded the bonfire, he lit the flame. "No matter how many times I watch it, the scene of the first fire is always thrilling." The burning flame brought the first touch of color to the world, and everything came to life from then on. Immortal ancient dragons like mountains can survive in any extreme environment. They seem so invincible, as if they will always be the masters of the world. However, Gwen's sunlight spear hunted the ancient dragon, and the story began from there, telling the beginning of the Age of Fire. The Age of Fire begins here. From the birth of the flame, the ancient dragon war, to the beginning of the Age of Fire, the story shown by the bonfire is full of hope, as if the flame will burn forever and bring eternal light to the world. Seeing this video again, everyone in the strategy team was still in a trance, as if their minds had drifted to ancient times. Leon was deeply touched. He thought that the idea that the world was brought to life by fire was inexplicably romantic, as if his own life was burning. Unlike them, the reactions of the other people who saw the scene for the first time were greater. Stellan was lost in thought for a long time, and she didn't react until her feet became unsteady and she fell to the ground, screaming in surprise. Does it turn out that lighting a bonfire will produce an image? Why haven't I seen it before? She pinched her face, suspecting that what she saw before her was all illusion. I was afraid I might have lit a fake bonfire before. The story told by the campfire was grand, mysterious, and promising. She was also shocked by the secret that seemed to be the birth of the world. But what concerned her the most was Gwen, the King of Sunshine. When she saw this king for the first time, she felt something in her heart was deeply touched, as if she saw a sun through the King of Sunshine. The sun is so great, like an extraordinary father. I really hope that one day I can be as huge and full of heat as the sun. The moment this idea came up, she understood that it was because she was a sun warrior that she felt this way. So, the names of Sun King and Sun Warrior are so similar, is there any connection? When she signed the oath at the sun altar, she received a sun badge. The moment she got it, a piece of information appeared in her mind: the Sun Warrior, the glorious helper, will write a golden summoning mark to help those in need, and has the mission to make the summoner succeed, become a knight of light who protects his companions and wields a sword in the name of God and the sun. It was this passage that gave her a sudden sense of honor, as if she was helping others not only for the sake of soul rewards, but also for a noble purpose. But after that, she searched through books and couldn't find any records about the Sun Warriors. For a time, she thought it was a fiction made by the underground city. But think about it, it's impossible. Dungeon doesn't even have consciousness, so how could it possibly be able to make up anything? Stellan was determined to find the history of the Sun Warriors and wanted to carry them forward. For this purpose, let's set a small goal first: clear the Thane dungeon. On the other hand, look at other people. Melga was sitting in front of the campfire, lost in thought. She was the first to come back to her senses among all the people. She, who had always been calm no matter what happened before, actually frowned slightly at this moment and subconsciously kneaded her fingers. This was a sign of her irritability. As she moved, a shiny badge fell out of the leather armor. She immediately picked it up and stuffed it back carefully. No one noticed this small detail, except Gong Chiang. If you use the loser's dust to turn the crystal ball upside down, you can clearly see that it is a dark silver badge with a black crescent moon engraved on it. This is an emblem that can only be held by followers of the Dark Wind Goddess, the twin sisters of the Dark Moon Goddess. Magician Roger suddenly sat down on the ground with a surprised smile on his face and kept saying, "Oh, I really saw something good this time." Perry, who was walking with him, couldn't calm down for a long time. Suddenly, there was a huge wave in his heart. There was even cold sweat on his face, and he said to himself, "No, it shouldn't be like this. The book clearly says so." Roger suddenly slapped Perry on the back of the head, earning a glare from the latter. He pressed the other person's shoulder and said with a smile, "How many times have I told you, Perry, to read less books? What is written in the books may not be true. Why do you believe in that stuff?" "But the books I read are hidden on the 5th floor of the library," Perry retorted. "The books on the 5th floor are all classified as banned books, and no one is allowed to read them without the president's permission. Doesn't this mean that the contents inside all?" He wanted to say that it was very valuable, but was interrupted by Roger. "Have you read the book The Reproduction and Maintenance of Female Dragons on How Mortals Give Birth to Untransformed Female Dragons?" "What?" Perry knew immediately that this was not a serious book. "This book is also on the 5th floor. It is also a banned book. The content is pure pornography. It is just using the name of scientific research to defraud funds." Roger patted his back and said, "No matter what, I think what this bonfire shows is the real history." "Why?" Perry asked blankly. "Why?" Roger scratched his messy hair, a smile appeared on his rough mouth, and he said while giving a thumbs up, "Because the era of fire sounds very handsome. Men's approval is such a simple thing, compared to the excitement here. The reactions of the two religious people, the Holy Light Knight and the Flame Monk, are intriguing." The Holy Light Knight closed his eyes tightly, and the veins on his forehead jumped, as if he was forced to see something he shouldn't see, which posed a great challenge to his spirit. The Flame Monk was so excited that he danced with joy and danced a cheerful sacrificial dance on the spot. With his tattered red robe, he looked a bit like an orc shaman. He danced and shouted, "Long live the god of fire, long live the god of fire, ha! The world was indeed born from fire, and our doctrine is correct." But after dancing for a while, he stopped again, scratched his head in confusion, and said to himself, "But what is the original fire, Gwyn, and which god is it? Why didn't you mention my god Flame?" There was a rebellious idea in his heart that kept telling him that the god of fire flame you believe in may have nothing to do with the original fire mentioned in the bonfire. But what does it matter? As long as the world was created by fire, it's fine. He grinned on his skinny face and thought, who cares if he's the fire god Flame? At worst, I can change him to the fire god Gwyn. Flame hasn't responded to us for almost 100 years, so it doesn't matter if he doesn't have one. The fire monk was so excited that he kept making a lot of noise, forgetting that someone around him was an extreme fanatic. Heresy! The Holy Light Knight suddenly jumped up and slapped the fire monk with a powerful slap, making him spin like a top. This change shocked everyone. Heresy! The Holy Light Knight seemed to have broken his defense, his eyes were as red as a mad bull, he stared at the bonfire as if he was looking at an enemy, and then did something that no one expected. He kicked the spiral sword. The Holy Light Knight kicked the spiral sword, kicked the spiral sword. Spiral sword. However, the spiral sword did not react and did not move. As if there was an air wall blocking the Holy Light Knight, his foot stopped abruptly 2 or 3 centimeters away from the spiral sword, blocked by an invisible layer. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through this barrier. He was so angry that he kept panting and kicked one after another. At this time, someone finally took action. Stop, X2. It was Stellan and Leon. Stellan rushed up at the fastest speed and held the Holy Light Knight's arm from behind, but the opponent's physical strength was greater than hers, and once he struggled, he could not be trapped at all. And Leon's approach was even simpler and more brutal. He rushed up and punched the Holy Light Knight in the face. This punch knocked out the opponent's teeth, and blood flowers floated in the air. The Holy Light Knight was awakened by the punch and stared at Leon blankly, because the expression on his face was really scary. Do you know what you are doing? Leon raised his fist again, but fortunately Malu jumped over and held him down. Your behavior may be blasphemous to the creation left by the gods. What if the bonfire is destroyed by you? Can the Holy Light Church bear the responsibility? Everyone knows that the dungeon will automatically repair the destroyed scene, but the bonfire is so special that Leon is so cautious about it. What if it is destroyed and can't be repaired? It's hard to find a big secret, but it's lost like this. When he thought of this, he was so angry that he wanted to punch him again. Drew looked at Leon, then at the Holy Light Knight's side, and didn't use the calming spell on Leon this time. He. Even though the flame monk was beaten to the ground, he still covered his face and laughed. In his opinion, the anger of the Holy Light Knight at this moment was a break in defense, because he saw that the world was not opened up by the Holy Light God and broke his defense. In short, it was the victory of the God of Fire. Religious fanaticism harms people. Roger shook his head and pressed Perry's head and said, You kid, don't believe in religion in the future. Perry impatiently slapped his claws away, without saying a word, just staring at the bonfire. The ordinary bonfire before has now become a rather mysterious existence in his eyes, as if it were a creation of God. After witnessing that video with their own eyes, as if they had personally participated in the era of fire, no one would doubt its authenticity. Perry also wanted to believe it, but he was very entangled, because the education he received in school since childhood told him that if he wanted to prove that something was true, he had to collect evidence from multiple places and never listen to one person's words. So before finding more evidence, such as murals, props, texts, etc., he decided to remain skeptical. Melgar was watching the show, just like a bystander. Finally, Stellan let go of the Holy Light Knight. The guy sat on the ground for a while, then stood up shakily, with mixed emotions in his eyes. The atmosphere became more solemn, and even Leon couldn't help complaining. Why did Mr. Sid ask the fanatics to come here? Obviously, these people are crazy. Wouldn't they become 100% violent when they come into contact with the bonfire? He remembered that before setting off, Sid swore to him that the team members were elites who should not be underestimated. Unless this Holy Light Knight has some special qualities that I haven't discovered, it can only be said that Mr. Sid has made a mistake. He thought so. Unknowingly, he has developed a wonderful feeling for the bonfire, no, for the Shan dungeon. On the one hand, he wanted to completely flatten this dungeon full of underworld things, but on the other hand, he felt that this place made people feel happy. He was very angry when he was cheated, but it was quite fun to think about it afterwards, and he could also formulate a response plan for the next time to make himself improve. Damn, have I become a masochist? Leon suddenly hit his head twice, said, It's time to go find the sun altar, and walked towards the passage. However, when he reached the door, something strange happened. A layer of white fog suddenly appeared at the entrance of the passage, blocking the way. What is this? He touched the white fog, which looked very thin, as if he could penetrate it at will, but he couldn't get through it. Boss, there is white fog here too. Tell shouted, kicking and hitting the white fog that appeared at the door of the giant cursed frog boss room, but it had no effect. Both entrances and exits were blocked, and they were trapped here. A familiar feeling appeared in Leon's heart, a bad feeling. I always feel like this feeling every time I enter the dungeon. You must have angered the god of fire. This is a punishment from the gods. The mental state of the flame monk was worrying, pointing at the nose of the Holy Light Knight and shouting. The Holy Light Knight glared at him and climbed up from the ground. His tall body could fight against 3 fire monks. But the latter was not afraid at all, as if the god of fire was really backing him up at the moment. He bravely looked at the Holy Light Knight. Stellan looked at the two nervously. If a fistfight broke out, she would immediately go up to stop both sides. Humph, the Holy Light Knight just snorted and turned to help Leon attack the white fog. He was not as calm as before. Is this a good thing? Stellan tilted her head. Dong dong. Just when everyone was unable to break through the fog door no matter how hard they tried, a loud bell suddenly rang. The bell would only ring when the dungeon was closed, but the closing time was far away now. Why would it? Leon had a bad premonition again. He felt that he could even apply for a fortune teller. Roar! A sudden dragon roar drowned out the sound of the bell. Oh my God, there is a dragon! Roger's eyes shone with excitement. His research field is related to monsters, and he is naturally a fan of monsters. Idiot, shouldn't you be worried at this time? Ma Lu said nervously. Almost everyone became nervous the moment they heard the dragon's roar. Dragons are powerful creatures. Even the lowest flying dragon is far stronger than other monsters. Once it appears, it will receive the highest level of subjugation commission from adventurer guilds everywhere. Putting all the people present together, it would be enough to defeat a bipedal flying dragon, but you should still be nervous when you should be nervous. What is surprising is that the roar gradually faded away and did not come to them. Ha! Stellan made a surprised sound. She thought the dragon appeared because they attacked the bonfire. In fact, everyone thinks so. The dragon didn't come, which is indeed a good thing, but everyone still can't go out. What should we do? Crack! The bonfire flickered and made a small crackle. Crack, crackle, crackle, crackle. The flame explodes. The raging flames instantly flooded half of the room, and several twisted figures took shape in it. Invaded by the dark spirit incarnation of Zhuagong. Invaded by the dark spirit incarnation of Swift Slash. Invaded by the dark spirit incarnation of Tachi. At the same time, a line of dark text appeared in front of everyone. Due to disrespect for the bonfire, the Oath of Overlord has been automatically signed, making this exploration more difficult. Behind the scenes, Gong Chieying scrolled through the available monsters panel inside. If it hadn't been unlocked, I would have given you the reincarnation of a salary king. Thank you for my kindness. P.S. Guess which dragon it is? XX's avatar. Series of monsters were created by Gong Chieying using other monsters. The main body is usually the Lothric knights who have stripped off their armor. They are equipped with corresponding equipment according to different needs, and they can automatically master the use of these equipment. As for marathons, lower fingers, snacks, etc., Gong Chieying guarantees that he did not teach them, definitely not guilty. He did not choose to deploy stronger monsters. On the one hand, it is not cost-effective to waste mental power on such a hidden punishment mechanism. It is enough to just punish the exploration team. On the other hand, he is quite optimistic about this team. There is a bonfire on the upper, middle, and lower levels. Except for the last one, they can play images. He is looking forward to what kind of story these people can imagine after watching them all. But it's a pity that those who dare to attack the bonfire will be punished. Let's see if they can pass the dungeon under the state of signing the Overlord's oath. What the hell is this? Malu jumped back in shock. Looking at the three people in front of her, she remembered bad memories. Looking at the thief hoods, fat armor, and strange weapons in their hands, we can already know that they are the best among the dark spirits. Except for the different weapons, they look exactly like the guy that day. She was referring to the incarnation of Soul 5, which left a great psychological shadow on her. In fact, the values of the three incarnations here are much lower than those of Soul 5, after all, the latter is used as a boss. The people in the strategy group were like they were facing a great enemy, and the others were also on guard when they saw how nervous they were. They are just three funny-looking things. What can be so powerful? Everyone, fight carefully, these guys should not be underestimated. Leon took a deep breath. This time he learned his lesson and carried a shield on his back, with a shield in one hand and a straight sword in the other. This is the standard configuration. It's all your fault. Look, you've offended the gods. The fire monk rolled his eyes at the Holy Light Knight, then protected everyone in front of him, took out a bell and said, I will use the power of fire to bless you. The Holy Light Knight ignored him and shouted, Holy Light, give me weapons to crush the enemy into light dust. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of cool light effects flashed, and his hands were actually covered with a layer of heavy gloves, which looked like they could kill people with one punch. He glanced at everyone, roared, and rushed forward. If he was an ordinary person, this behavior would seem reckless, but most of the people present had full combat experience. Even though most of them were cooperating for the first time, they could guess what the other party wanted to do just by raising their hands. So Drew instantly cast 2 low-level buff magics on everyone. When he fell into a short period of silence due to the instant magic, Perry's chanting just ended. Phantom body. This magic acts on one's own body. When the enemy tries to attack, several phantoms will be generated in his eyes, reducing the chance of hitting. Thank you. Leon rushed to the nearest enemy, the incarnation of Swift Slash. Maru and Stellan helped him to scout the battlefield. Tell and Roger targeted the incarnation of the sword, and Melgar went to help the Holy Light Knight deal with Zhuogong. Everyone has a bright future. Tell roared, his skin quickly turned green, and his physique even skyrocketed. He rushed towards the incarnation of the sword like a humanoid beast. And facing such a heavy tank, what would the incarnation of the sword do? There is no sword in this other world, and no one knows this strange weapon. However, Tell did not dare to underestimate the opponent at all, and he used all his strength from the beginning. Mte Taishan is pressing down on the top. The huge body covered the incarnation of the sword like a dark cloud. At this moment, he used Makiri. Puff, a knife wound immediately appeared on Tell's chest. He widened his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't figure out what that move was. The incarnation of the sword saw that he had successfully cut the knife, and excitedly raised his hands and cheered, like a successful person. But he was too happy too early, and a rapier pierced his chest when he was most relaxed. He looked back in confusion, only to see Roger appear behind him at some point, and winked at him cunningly. Unlike Drew, who specializes in assistance, Roger is a battle mage, and what he is best at is invisibility, erase sound, breath cover, short distance flash, and then, stab. Leon also used all his strength from the beginning. The incarnation of the Swift Slash was dressed so much like someone else, so he subconsciously used all his strength, and raised his hand to swing the straight sword with wind pressure. With a bang, a cloud of smoke suddenly exploded on the left side of the avatar of Xuanzhan, and Malu's petite figure shot out like a sharp sword, aiming directly at the enemy's waist. Stellan also charged up, breaking Flame Strike, and when the arrow flew out of her hand, she could even hear the cheers of the fire element. Facing the siege from multiple parties, the avatar of Xuanzhan just lowered his body, put his two-handed sword in a strange posture, and rushed straight at Leon. Leon secretly thought it was not good, and tried his best to stop the swing of the straight sword, and raise the shield as fast as possible. In an instant, he only felt a strong impact on the shield, as if the avatar of Xuanzhan had hit it directly, but Malu missed, and when she looked back, the enemy had appeared behind Leon without knowing when, still keeping his body lowered. Her sixth sense was warning, but the enemy was not nearby, so where was the danger? She understood it after a second. Shwa shwa shwa, a large amount of white sword energy suddenly exploded on the path of Xuanzhan's incarnation. The defenseless Malu was hit by the impact and staggered. Her whole body was covered with wounds and blood splattered. Leon wanted to attack the enemy while Xuanzhan was swinging back, but just when he put down half of the shield, the sword energy suddenly burst out and hit it, almost making him slip out of his hand. Even so, his upper body was scratched by the sword energy, and his handsome face was scratched with a shocking wound. This move is so fast, and it can also dodge the attack. He barely adjusted his state, turned around and didn't have time to swing the sword. Xuanzhan's next attack was ready. Damn it! Leon had to raise his shield to block again, but he still couldn't avoid being injured. Xuanzhan's incarnation rushed out of his attack range. When he ran over, the opponent was ready for the next attack. Repeating combat skills is so powerful. At this time, a flaming arrow predicted the landing point of Swift Slash and shot into the enemy's back, causing the incarnation to stumble and hit the wall. Stellan then bent her bow and put an arrow on it, muttering to herself, "This form of attack can be predicted after just a few glances." Good job! Leon praised, and under the cover of the rain of arrows, he finally got close, and chopped the incarnation of Swift Slash 5 times with a straight sword. Malu also returned to the battlefield under Drew's healing and joined the hunt. The situation seemed to be very good, but at this moment, a strong body fell heavily to the ground. It was the Holy Light Knight. He stretched out his hand to the sky, tilted his head, and his life came to an end. And on his broad chest, countless arrows were densely pierced. The incarnation of Zhuogong made a gesture. "No, buddy." Stellan looked at the Holy Light Knight lying dead on the ground. Her face seemed to be full of galloping horses, and she thought, "How did you die like this?" The most amazing thing is that the body of the Holy Light Knight was not teleported away after he fell, and just lay there quietly. This buddy didn't forget to bring the teleportation crystal. Stellan's face was full of black lines. Obviously, everyone quickly caught the enemy's flaws in the fight, and victory was just a matter of time. As a result, the death of the Holy Light Knight meant that they had to split their forces to fight the incarnation of Zhuogong, and the pressure suddenly exploded. Moreover, she stared at the arrows on the chest of the Holy Light Knight. There were so many arrows, there must be dozens of them. And the incarnation of Zhuogong, he held an ordinary-looking longbow in his left hand, a crossbow in his right hand, and a dragon-hunting bow on his back. Wait, where did he shoot so many arrows? Stellan thought that she, as an upper-level ranger, had already mastered the bow and arrow, but in a moment, she could only shoot less than 10 arrows. How did the incarnation of Zhuogong do so many? There are always people who are better than you. She took a deep breath and chose to continue to help Leon fight against Swift Slash, because Swift Slash was too flexible. If she didn't use the bow and arrow to interfere remotely, Leon would not be able to catch the enemy at all. Maluo, go help Melgar. Leon also noticed the situation over there, and commanded while suppressing the incarnation of Swift Slash. Boss, are you okay? Malu said worriedly, her eyes moving back and forth between the two battlefields. No problem at all. Okay, then I'll go over there. On the other side of Zhuogong, Melgar was chasing the enemy, throwing flying knives while chasing, but the incarnation's body movements were really flexible, and it was good luck to hit 3 or 4 out of 10 flying knives. After the incarnation of Zhuogong used some unknown combat skills to kill the Holy Light Knight in seconds, he was chased and beaten by Melgar with a long stick. He couldn't find any chance to use combat skills and could only run around the battlefield. Although he was wearing fat armor, his speed was extremely fast. Melgar had to work hard to catch up with him. After catching up, he hit him twice before the opponent used obstacles and other things on the field to pull away again. The fire monk was also helping. In addition to applying buffs, he was also throwing fireballs, but unfortunately his accuracy was a bit poor. Seeing Malu coming to help, Melgar smiled and said, "Attack him from the front and back." Malu nodded, and she and Melgar formed a cheese sandwich. The incarnation of Zhuogong was now desperate. Go to hell, Melgar jumped up and smashed down with the long stick in his hand. Boom! Roger, who heard the noise, looked back and said with a smile, "It's almost done over there, we have to work hard too." Tell panted and nodded, his eyes fixed on the incarnation of the sword in front of him. The latter had a hole in his chest, which reminded people of Bleach, but even though he was seriously injured, he still held the sword steadily, and even made a gesture of drawing the sword and slashing, staring at Tell and the sword have a bad affinity. He looks a bit like a monster after his enlarged body, and the sword is a professional hunter of monsters. Therefore, techniques such as Ju, Shay, Dang, can cause great damage to him. If Drew hadn't been responsible for treatment from a distance, he would have fallen down exhausted now. It's still the same tactics as before. Roger waved the other weapon with a staff on one end and a rapier on the other end, and the figures of the two disappeared instantly, which triggered invisibility. Why don't you be the meat shield? Tell muttered, roared, and rushed over. Can't I ask you to go to the succubus shop after we get out? Roger's voice gradually faded away. Why did he yell when he was invisible? This is also a tactic. The incarnation of the sword really sensed Tell's position through the sound, but he did not rush to attack the other party, but suddenly swung his sword and made a big turn. This sword hit the air. Before he could wonder, Tell had already pounced on him. Even if he couldn't see him, he could feel the huge sense of oppression. The incarnation of the sword quickly slashed with a cassock, and used the retreat to narrowly avoid the attack, but was temporarily unbalanced by the vibration of the ground. Turn into mud. Perry had prepared the spell long ago, and just waiting for this moment, the rock under the incarnation's feet suddenly melted into mud. Puff Roger would not miss this great opportunity. A swift sword pierced the incarnation's waist, and the severe pain immediately made his body stiff. But Roger didn't pursue the victory, but left after one strike, leaving the battlefield to Tell to play, and then he looked for opportunities to steal the knife. This is not a magician, just change his name to Magic Assassin. Not long after, the incarnation of the sword, who had rich experience in hunting monsters, was defeated and became the first of the 3 incarnations to fall. There was no way, Roger's invisibility was too good. On the other hand, Leon's battle was about to come to an end. The back of the incarnation of Swift Slash was also full of arrows, like a hedgehog, and the front body had many more sword wounds, bleeding. But even with such a serious injury, he still resolutely took the posture of Swift Slash. Let's repeat Swift Slash for the rest of our lives, okay? From beginning to end, he didn't even use other moves, not even a flat attack. Leon held up the scarred shield and stared at the incarnation's movements. After this battle, the shield should be retired. When the incarnation used Swift Slash, the impact of Stellan's arrow was not enough to interrupt his action, so the two of them tacitly focused on the back swing of Swift Slash. At the moment when Swift Slash was released, Stellan's arrow flew out of her hand, which really made her stiff for a moment, and then Leon rushed up to make a straight sword 5 consecutive slashes. When the incarnation released the combat skills again, Leon raised his shield to block it, even if he would still be scratched by the sword energy, but this was the best way at present. At this moment, the incarnation suddenly turned around and rushed towards Stellan. Not good. Leon noticed the change and rushed over to block Stellan a second before Swift Slash was launched. The huge impact force hit his body, and even with the shield, his internal organs still felt uncomfortable. The avatar failed in the assassination and was forced back by the two again. The two slowly endured the avatar of Sun Jian, and finally when a charged arrow hit the avatar's knee, he could no longer hold on and fell straight down. His body dissipated like flying ash, leaving a purple light spot on the spot. The light spot has a fatal attraction for adventurers, but at this moment, everyone's attention is only on the last avatar, the avatar of Zhuogong. Melgar's stick didn't kill him, but Zhuogong released his fighting skills despite the damage. So a large number of arrows poured out, and even though Melgar danced with the stick to resist, his shoulder was still pierced. The reaction speed of Zhuogong's avatar is not comparable to the other two. He escaped with one blow, and was able to use the continuous shooting of Zhuogong on the way to escape, making Melgar and Malu go around in circles. "I'll help you," Tell shouted, and rushed to the avatar brazenly, but was shot into a sieve by the opponent. "The target is so big, isn't it just waiting to be shot?" Leon tried to charge against the arrows, but the shield suddenly shattered at this moment. It had endured too much, and finally it didn't have to fight anymore. Just as the incarnation of Zhuogong was running all over the ground and people were chasing and blocking him, an unexpected person moved. "Hey!" When the incarnation passed by the body of the Holy Light Knight, he opened his eyes, suddenly jumped up and hugged the enemy tightly in his arms. "Good job!" The flame monk couldn't help but praise, and threw the fireball in his hand, just hitting the incarnation in the head. So far, all three incarnations were destroyed. It was a really exciting battle. However, no one thought so. Repeating combat skills, shooting with Zhuogong, running around all over the ground. The combat experience was extremely poor. Leon thought about it, stretched out his index finger in the direction where the incarnation of Zhuogong disappeared, and used the lower finger rather unfamiliarly. This was the first time he made such an action. For some reason, he felt a little happy at the moment he made the move. Stellan breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to pick up the light spot left by the avatar of Swift Slash. War Grey, Swift Slash, after a big battle, it is inevitable to rest. Everyone sat around the campfire, each treating their own injuries. Drew and Perry performed healing magic conscientiously, healing everyone with soft light. The Holy Light Knight did not need healing magic. The holy light he believed in was enough to heal his injuries. At this moment, sitting in front of the campfire, he still had a stern face, staring at the constantly jumping flames, wondering what he was thinking. He did not say how he was resurrected, and everyone was too lazy to ask. Malu looked at the Holy Light Knight with dissatisfaction on her face, and said to the people around her, "Didn't he show any expression?" "It was because of him that we encountered enemies, Malu, don't say it for now," Leon waved his hand. He meant not to reason with people who were fanatical about religion. These people have their own logic, and forcing reason with them will only make you angry. But Malu seemed to understand his words as tolerance, and couldn't help but curl her lips, leaning against Tell next to her, and muttered, "The boss has too good a temper, ah?" "Oh," Tell responded blankly. Leon shrugged helplessly. Good temper? He was the one who wanted to beat up the Holy Light Knight the most. The bonfire burned quietly, with crackling sounds from time to time. The warm flames dyed everyone with a halo of color, and the warmth of the flames was also transmitted to people's hearts. Just sitting by the bonfire, I felt that my mood was slowly getting better. The original fire is fire, and the bonfire is also fire. Since the bonfire can play images from ancient times, does it mean that it itself is also a sacred object that has some connection with ancient gods? Will the ancient heroic warriors also sit around the bonfire like us after a war and relax their tired bodies? Thinking of this, Leon's yearning for the Age of Fire became deeper and deeper. Perhaps in that era, there would be no bullying of the weak? He regarded the Age of Fire as a perfect utopia, but this was also inevitably related to his childhood experience. "By the way, I will go home in a month to prove myself to my sister and father." Wrong, it should not be proof, but just then, Stellan could not stand Melgar's harassment, and quietly moved to Leon's side and took out the battle ash, Swift Slash, that she had picked up earlier. "What is this?" Leon looked at this strange thing called battle ash, which he had never seen before. It dropped after defeating the incarnation of Swift Slash. It seems to be the combat skill he used. According to the introduction, you can use it by slapping this thing on the weapon, Stellan handed the battle axe to Leon and said, "Thank you for protecting me just now. This should belong to you." Leon took the battle axe and thought of the scene of fighting with the incarnation just now. There is no doubt that Swift Slash is indeed a powerful skill. It not only has displacement and short-term invincibility, but also has a very strong suppression force. But he shook his head and said, "Everyone has contributed to the battle. I can't take the spoils alone. It should be decided by everyone." Roger stuck his head out and smiled, "I give up." "You take it. Brother Leon, you too fought the incarnation." Perry also nodded. Although he was very interested in the principle of using war ash, he didn't contribute much in Leon's battle. Melgar just stared at Stellan with a casual expression. The fire monk believed in contentment. For him, this trip was just knowing that the world was opened up by fire. He was already a big prophet. The spiritual satisfaction made him not care about the war ash and gave up his rights. As for the Holy Light Knight, he was probably the least qualified to speak. When everyone was discussing, he silently turned his face away. But Leon frowned. He always believed that everyone should share the spoils. "If I tell you to take it, take it." Stellan's face turned black. She forcefully stuffed the war ash to Leon. Regardless of what the other party said, she ran to the campfire to study the upgrade. Leon was holding the war ash, feeling helpless for a moment. Roger winked at him and teased, "You can't please girls like this. Why don't you let me teach you after you go out, brother?" Malu immediately jumped in front of Leon and stared at Roger with a vigilant look, making the latter laugh. After resting for about half an hour, everyone set off to the middle level. The lush and towering forest made people feel infinite vitality. Stella temporarily acted as a guide. She only remembered the general route, and she really didn't remember where the sun altar was. Because of the Overlord's oath, the strength of the monsters has been improved to a certain extent, but the strength of the exploration team is online, and it has been smoothly promoted under steady progress. On the way, Roger, a monster scholar, was very happy. There were monsters he had never seen before. When he was drawing a portrait of the caterpillar, he picked up a red and white pokeball from the bushes. Because he didn't know what it was for, he just put it in his pocket. Under the guidance of Stellan, the exploration team did gain something, but it was not the sun altar, but something else. The lion ape roared and rushed towards the exploration team with a group of double-bladed white apes. "I clearly wanted to find the sun altar, why did I find the monster's lair?" Stellan felt very sad, thinking that she had taken the wrong path and caused everyone to have a hard fight. "No, the path you took was too good." Leon rushed up with his hands rubbed with jealousy when he met his enemies. After a few rounds, he used all his strength and successfully killed the lion ape alone. At his request, his companions only helped to clear some small monsters. "Don't relax, this monster can stand up even without a head." Leon waved his hand and took out the fireball magic scroll he prepared for the lion ape from his backpack. In order to take revenge, one fireball as big as a human head after another hit the lion ape like money. Poor it was burned to ashes before it even opened the second stage. "The ring is back." Malu stroked the beloved ring in her hand, and the lost treasure finally returned to her hands. After the death of the lion ape, the soul of the lion ape exploded. After a fair roll of the dice to decide the distribution, it also fell into Leon's hands. To everyone's surprise, after leaving the lion ape's nest and walking a distance to the east, they actually found the sun altar. "It turns out that I didn't take the wrong way." Stellan was so excited that she almost cried. "Is this the sun altar?" Leon walked around the altar and looked at its structure carefully. It was incredible that such an ordinary-looking building could give people the identity of a sun warrior. When he approached the altar, a sentence appeared in the air. "Do you want to make a vow and become a sun warrior?" Out of caution, he did not make a vow rashly. At this moment, Roger looked at the collapsed statue on the altar and said, "There must be a target for making a vow. Could it be the one above? It's a pity that the statue was destroyed, and we don't know who this god is." Needless to say, of course it's the god of fire. The flame monk shouted excitedly, "I will ask all the believers of the god of fire to come here and make a vow with the Lord of Fire." As he said that, he chose yes without hesitation and became a sun warrior. Roger twisted his beard and said nothing. He always felt that the statue was not the same as Gwyn in the image, but there were some similarities in some places. Maybe it was another god? It is impossible that there were only those shown in the image in the ancient times. I always feel that the old guys in the association will be very interested in this place. When everyone was discussing the sun altar, Stellan suddenly saw something. "Would you like to offer 10 sun badges in exchange for pledge rewards?" I knew the sun badge was still useful. Stellan quickly counted the sun badges in her waist bag. There were more than 10 of them, and there would be some left after she donated them. She was curious from the beginning when she became a sun warrior. Why could she get a sun badge every time she successfully helped adventurers defeat the regional boss? She originally thought that the sun badge was a souvenir, or an identity mark like a church believer. But as the number of sun badges she obtained increased, she gradually felt something was wrong. There must be a place to spend this kind of collectible things, right? Maybe it's the sun altar. Today, this really confirmed her guess. What rewards will she get? She was full of expectations and threw the certificate she had obtained by helping others hard into the altar. A flash of lightning flashed, and a yellowed page suddenly appeared in front of her, with densely packed words on it. Everyone was attracted by the movement here, but they didn't know what she did. Stellan took a deep breath and grabbed the page. It recorded the story of a sun warrior who used a lightning gun. Stellan's consciousness was immersed in it all of a sudden, as if she had transformed into the sun warrior of ancient times, using the lightning gun to help people move towards victory, praying in front of the statue of a nameless king, and at the end of the story, she projected a shining lightning gun at a flying dragon. She woke up from the story, surrounded by worried people. Her first thought was, wow, the lightning gun is really cool, the sun warrior is so cool. The second thought was, why does the sun warrior use a lightning gun? Isn't it generally thought of fire when mentioning the sun? The third thought was, who cares if it's a lightning gun or a fire gun, it's cool. Miracle, lightning spear, a miracle used by the warriors of the Sun Oath, which can throw lightning spears and is particularly powerful against metal and dragons, records the story of an ancient sun warrior who was a loyal follower of the eldest son of the sun. Intelligence requirement. 3. This book directly changes the intelligence required for spells and the faith required for miracles/prayer into intelligence, and intelligence is directly linked to spell strength and usage requirements. Miracles are the stories of the gods. Humans borrow the power of gods by retelling stories, and they can still work in this world. Stellan opened her left hand, where a talisman lay quietly. Sun amulet, amulet for achieving miracles, an item commonly used by ancient sun knights, a holy emblem drawn by himself, representing his sincere faith, combat skills, firm prayer. Miracles will not be interrupted even if attacked. With this, miracles can be used. What happened just now, are you okay? Melgar asked. When she saw her sister's face was normal and even a little excited, her worry turned into confusion. Stellan calmed down her excitement and told everyone what had just happened, including the story she saw after touching the page. Unfortunately, the page with the lightning gun disappeared after she touched it, so she couldn't let others experience the experience of the Sun Warrior. Everyone had different reactions after hearing it, but the one with the biggest reaction must be the fire monk. He stared at Stellan, his body trembling, his eyes revealing 4 parts of admiration, 3 parts of envy, 2 parts of jealousy, 1 part of hatred and other complex emotions, more fan-shaped than a fan-shaped diagram. Stellan felt that the other party was going to eat her in the next second. As a result, the flame monk stepped forward and asked sincerely, "Are you interested in becoming a bishop in the Spark Church?" Drew, Roger, and Perry, 3 magicians, formed a small group and whispered, "I have never heard of a page that can make people learn magic instantly." Drew sighed, "This dungeon always brings surprises to people." Roger rolled his eyes at him and said, "Can't you have a sense of crisis, old man? If everyone can learn magic quickly, then our magic association will be ruined?" The Magic Association, the most authoritative magician organization on this continent, is formed by magicians from all walks of life. Its subordinate academy is the top magic school on the entire continent. Excellent graduates can stay in the association to work directly and have their own magician tower. Ordinary graduates can also be sought after by the outside world. But its graduation requirements are also quite strict. It requires proficiency in no less than 30 kinds of low-level magic, 15 kinds of intermediate magic, and a certain degree certificate. This condition has blocked many people. Why would it be abandoned? Drew retorted, "In the future, there will be more and more magicians. We should be happy. Isn't the original intention of the association to spread magic?" Roger curled his lips, "But when I think about the magic that I studied hard to learn was learned by others all of a sudden, I feel very unbalanced, right, Perry?" Perry's expression was a little dazed, and he kept staring at the sun altar. "Perry?" Roger waved his hand in front of him in confusion, and he came back to his senses, pushed his glasses, and said, "No, that's right, knowledge should be learned through hard study, and magic learned through crooked ways. I absolutely don't approve," he said with a righteous face, but his eyes frequently glanced at the sun altar, with a complicated look in his eyes. His eyes were damaged by staying up late to read those complicated spellbooks. The reason why he wore glasses and didn't choose to use magic to heal his eyes was to remind himself to work harder to study, for grades, for magic, and for graduation. If he doesn't work hard, his status as number one in his grade will be taken away by others. And Perry's tutor is very strict, to the point of being puzzling. Once Perry declines in performance, what awaits him will be the tragic ending of not being able to graduate. If there really is a way to learn magic easily, he muttered to himself, looked at the sun altar, and finally sighed without taking any action. Something like an oath cannot be signed easily, let alone with this seemingly ancient god in the dungeon. If there is a safer way, maybe I will. The atmosphere on the other side was much more cheerful. Miss Stellan, show us the thunder gun, Malu encouraged from the side. Even Leon, who was studying the sun altar, couldn't help but turn his head and look here. Then you should keep an eye on it. Stellan held the amulet in her left hand and used the thunder gun skillfully, as if she had learned it a long time ago. Fortunately, she had raised her intelligence to 3, so she could use it. A column of lightning appeared in her hand, crackling, and it looked like a spear. However, just when Stellan was about to throw it away, suddenly there was a roar from the horizon. It's a dragon roar. Stellan was startled, and the thunder gun came out of her hand, just in time to collide with a certain monster that rushed down from the sky. Crack! The female fire dragon let out a mournful cry. Everyone, How did a dragon fall from the sky out of nowhere? I hope readers will remember our domain name Taiwan Novel Network Smoke GS situation. Everyone didn't know where the female fire dragon came from, but they knew that it was time to fight. Female fire dragon required spiritual power per unit, 500, comprehensive combat power. See, listening to its cry, maybe this is the dragon I heard at the campfire earlier. I haven't seen a live dragon in a long time. Roger's eyes lit up with excitement. As a monster scholar, what could be happier than seeing a powerful, beautiful, and rare monster? There really is one. This dragon is not in the record of the illustrations. It is a completely new and unknown species. The monster encyclopedia has been imprinted in Roger's mind. When he found that the female fire dragon was a new species of dragon, his whole body suddenly shook, as if he was electrocuted, and he was so excited that he pulled the flag. Mr. Roger, please pay attention to your manners. Perry covered his forehead helplessly. You don't understand. Roger stared at the female fire dragon, and said to everyone in an almost pleading tone, can you guys fight slower? Let me observe it carefully, at least remember its appearance, please, I will reward you. If the information of this newly discovered dragon can be sent back to the association, it will definitely cause a big sensation. It was the first time that Leon saw Roger so excited. The magician had given people the impression of a decadent uncle who was not interested in anything before, but he didn't expect that he would become like a child when he encountered a monster. I promise you, Mr. Roger, Leon smiled and drew out his straight sword. He was kind and enthusiastic, of course, he didn't mind helping with this little favor. What's more, this dragon looked quite strong, and it would take a lot of time to fight it normally. Everyone was amused by Roger's reaction and agreed, but one person was different. Heretics. The Holy Light Knight suddenly condensed a big sword with holy light, raised the weapon and rushed up, hitting the female fire dragon on the head, making it dizzy. The lightning spear had a miraculous effect on dragons. After being hit by the lightning spear in the crash, the female fire dragon was hit again before she could get up. He made everyone confused. Perry pushed his glasses and explained quickly, in the legend of the Holy Light Church, the god of Holy Light once made an alliance with the four-legged ancient dragon, and the two-legged flying dragon is the mortal enemy of the four-legged ancient dragon, so heretics, die. The big sword in the Holy Light Knight's hand was full of power, just waiting to be smashed down. Roger immediately showed an anxious expression, and even considered whether to use magic to stop the opponent. Fortunately, the female fire dragon was quite powerful at this moment. She flapped her wings and flew into the air to avoid the heavy charge of the Holy Light Knight. She opened her big mouth and fired 3 consecutive fireballs, which made the opponent dodge repeatedly. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. On the one hand, he recorded the attack pattern of the female fire dragon, and on the other hand, he glanced at the Holy Light Knight and frowned. The other party's behavior was actually not condemnable. Hunting monsters was the duty of adventurers. On the contrary, Roger's request was contrary to the duty of adventurers. Moreover, the Holy Light Knight was powerful and could often withstand the most attacks in team battles. He also had a Holy Light recovery technique, which was simply an ideal teammate. But this personality was not likable. It was too rigid. He regarded the church's philosophy as everything and judged things that did not conform to the church's philosophy as heresy. Roger had never seen such a rigid fanatic in all his years. It was so rigid that it seemed like it was pretending. Everyone joined the battlefield. It is worth mentioning that the buffs Drew gave everyone this time only had some defense enhancement and damage reduction, and did not enhance people's attack power or anything like that. In fact, when the number of people reaches a certain level, tactics don't need to be polished, not to mention that everyone here is an elite level warrior. The female fire dragon kicked Malu with its powerful hind legs, but the latter was tightly protected by Tel, who came over, and was kicked and only groaned twice, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Leon rushed up to rescue, using a straight sword to resist the bite of the female fire dragon. The land under the latter's feet suddenly turned into a quagmire, and it was about to submerge his feet. But the beautiful female fire dragon lady used the same trick again, flapping a pair of wings to bring him into the air, and while avoiding the quagmire trap, the tail behind him suddenly pierced out, just piercing Leon's shoulder. Leon immediately felt a strong discomfort, and he immediately reacted, poisoned. Sure enough, when you see a dragon with a greenish color, you must be careful of toxins. This is the stereotype of green dragons on this continent. Boss, go back and treat it. Tel grabbed the female fire dragon's tail and exerted force. The terrifying force actually pulled it down from midair. Well, Leon's face was not very good, and he returned to the back after a few jumps. The female fire dragon used a double tail swing to force Tel back, and then was hit by the Holy Light Knight. The beautiful scales exploded, and Roger grimaced in pain. Let's go together. Tel looked at the Holy Light Knight, intending to combine the advantages of the two powerful strengths to suppress the female fire dragon. The Holy Light Knight snorted coolly, glanced at Tel, and then rushed to fight. Did he agree? Tel scratched his head in confusion. Perry explained in time, the Holy Light Church also discriminates against humans with impure blood. So you understand? Tel's face darkened and burst out an adventurer's swear word. At this moment, the female fire dragon suddenly rushed forward facing the Holy Light Knight with his big moves. Uninformed dragon chariot. The Holy Light Knight had just raised his sword above his head, and this surprise attack immediately knocked him out. This dragon chariot move didn't even have a press wing, it was really terrifying. Hee. The flame monk laughed a few times with gloating, and the female fire dragon who had just finished the dragon chariot continued to spit fireballs in the air. The flame monk rang the bell in his hand, and an invisible vortex suddenly twisted the air in front of him. Not only that, it also pulled all the fireballs over, and they disappeared into thin air in an instant under the effect of the vortex. Although the Spark Church was declining, they were professional in playing with fire. But he deliberately missed a few fireballs on the field. Those fireballs were aimed at the Holy Light Knight. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded, and the Holy Light Knight in the center of the fireball was unknown. After several consecutive moves, the female fire dragon finally felt exhausted and fell to the ground. This time, the ground turned into a quagmire again. Unlike the last time, the mud seemed to have vitality this time, wrapping around its feet like a snake, and then hardening to a strength comparable to that of rock. Then let me do the finishing work. Stellan had already charged the lightning gun in her hand. She was now excited because the way she threw the lightning gun was just like Gwyn, the King of Sunshine, and she felt excited like she was cosplaying an idol. With this lightning gun, the female fire dragon would say goodbye to everyone. Roger clenched his fists. Even though he was reluctant, he couldn't stop everyone from killing the monster at this point. And with the ferocity shown by the female fire dragon, it was impossible to capture it alive, so he suddenly had an idea and took out the pokeball in his pocket. Why did I take this out? When the question just appeared in his mind, he had already thrown the pokeball in the direction of the female fire dragon. The fatal lightning spear followed closely behind. The female fire dragon widened her eyes and let out a panicked roar. Hurry, Drew, use healing magic. All your strength, Parry. Are there any healing potions left? I want them all. Brother Holy Light, I know that the healing magic of your Holy Light Church is very useful. Please help me. I owe you a big favor, okay? Looking at the female fire dragon in front of him with multiple injuries and dying, Roger was going crazy. Not only was he heartbroken, but he was also excited. The pokeball actually captured the female fire dragon. He is now the owner of the female fire dragon. But it was still a step too late. The female fire dragon was hit by the lightning gun. Now it can only survive by hanging on for a breath. Roger asked his companions everywhere to help it heal. Taiwan Novel Network Diamondsuit. Drew and Perry would never refuse, But the Holy Light Knight frowned. After hearing that Roger owed him a favor, he showed a reluctant look and used Holy Light to heal the female fire dragon. However, the female fire dragon still had some psychological trauma towards him. Whenever he dared to approach, she would bar her teeth and howl. The Holy Light Knight also bared his teeth at it. His armor was blackened by the flames, which made him feel distressed. This is the first time I heard that monsters can be tamed. Stellan observed the female fire dragon curiously, but did not dare to approach. It is the effect of that strange spherical magic prop, Melgar analyzed. According to my observation, the ball has at least space magic and brainwashing magic. Not only can it put the dragon into the small ball, but also, Roger walked over to comfort the female fire dragon, and the latter stopped baring her teeth and rubbed his hand affectionately. Melgar was silent for a while, and said faintly, "This brainwashing effect is too incredible." No, this is purely because Roger is born with a strong affinity for animals, and his strength is not bad. If the trainer's level is too low, Pokemon will not be obedient. Leon enviously stared at Roger's interaction with the female fire dragon, and couldn't help but start to imagine that it would be great if he could tame a lion-type monster, which would match his name and would be very handsome. Roger comforted the female fire dragon while staring at it with burning eyes, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Monsters are synonymous with madness. Low-intelligence monsters are almost untamable like the husky, and high-intelligence monsters such as the minotaur are unwilling to associate with humans and even hate humans. The only way to reduce the wildness of monsters is to let them mate with ordinary animals, dilute their blood from generation to generation, and finally select stable varieties, such as the Pegasus pulling carts, the griffins of the Royal Knights, and the giant beetles for long-distance travel, etc., are all bred in this way. But artificially bred monsters are much weaker than wild species. Brainwashing magic can also temporarily control monsters, but it will never be possible to make them confide in humans and never become reliable partners. Roger knew very well that the intimacy that the female fire dragon showed to him was not due to some brainwashing magic, but from the true feelings in her heart. She really regarded him as her master and partner. He couldn't explain why he came to this conclusion. It was probably the tacit understanding between the trainer and the Pokemon, but he knew one thing: the appearance of the Pokeball would break the conclusion that monsters could not be tamed. When he appeared in front of the public with the female fire dragon, it would definitely set off a wave, and the public's attempts to tame monsters would definitely usher in a new peak. And what is the most important thing to tame monsters? Isn't it still the Pokeball? Roger couldn't help but start to recall where he picked up the Pokeball, and planned to try his luck next time he came. Ha, the old guys in the association will be surprised now. A happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Roger has been full of affection for animals since he was a child. In his childhood, he once met a monster, a young green winged bird, which was attacked by hunting dogs because it was injured and could not fly away. He saved the young bird and took good care of it. At first, the monster would attack him with its fragile beak, but as they spent more time together, the young bird would slowly sleep in his arms and stand on his shoulders to go out. The man and the bird got along like close friends. Not long after, the young bird disappeared, and Roger never found its trace again. Although he was very sad, it left him with the idea that monsters can also be partners. When he was studying in the academy under the Magic Association, he once raised many questions about the theory that monsters cannot be tamed and was committed to finding ways to tame monsters or become companions with monsters. He also wrote many papers and delivered various speeches for this purpose. He firmly believed that his childhood experience was definitely not the only one. Until one day, he was severely reprimanded by his tutor during a speech, and all his papers were burned to ashes in public. Monsters are monsters, and they can never be companions of humans. If you have the guts, prove it to me. Let me see what monsters would like to be with you. Even if you use magic props, you can do it. If you can't do it, shut up and stop giving those idiotic speeches. Since then, Roger has been silent. He was silent not because of fear, but because he was looking for monsters that could live in harmony with humans. Unfortunately, the experience in his childhood seemed impossible to replicate. He could no longer find the young green-winged bird in his childhood. Even if he found a fellow bird with similar blood, those green-winged birds would only attack him mercilessly. As he reached middle age, he began to wonder whether his childhood experiences were imaginary, and he became less and less confident. The appearance of the female fire dragon and the elf ball ignited the flame of hope in his heart again. I'm going to stay near Thane Dungeon until I figure out how this ball works. Roger suddenly laughed sinisterly, touching his stubble-covered chin, thinking that it was time to be more energetic and shave when he got home. Ouch! The female fire dragon tilted her head and suddenly spit out a ball of light. Roger picked it up and saw that it was a ring, and a piece of information flowed into his mind. Green flower ring imitation, can slightly increase energy, can also be used to open a door. Hey, why does it feel so similar to the ring I got? Malu took out the favor ring. The last introduction of the two rings was exactly the same, and they could be used to open a certain door. She and Roger looked at each other. Could it be? Could it be that these two rings are decryption props leading to the next level? How could it be such a coincidence? It's such a coincidence. The Lord's room. Gong Xiaoying admired the expressions of the adventurers and was very satisfied with their performance. Not long ago, he made some changes to the mid-level design. There is a stone door leading to a big tree cave in the immortal town. 2 rings must be collected to open it. The 2 rings are guarded by 2 elite monsters, the lion ape and the thunder wolf dragon. The change he made is that once the adventurer obtains a ring, the remaining ring may be transferred to any flying elite monster. This monster will take the initiative to attack. If the adventurer wins, if you do, you can get the second ring quickly. If you fail, I'll see you next time. The purpose of this is mainly to provide a shortcut for capable adventurers. It's a bit boring to watch the adventurers flipping through the map. Adventurers who can get 2 rings are unlikely to be tricked by the traps in the process of running the map. It is better to save time and let them quickly enter the more dangerous lower area to die. Maybe this team can really pass the level. Gong Xiaoying couldn't help but start thinking, what should be given as a reward for completing the level? Strategy, let's start accelerating. After taking turns with the healing magic, the female fire dragon's injuries finally improved to some extent, and she returned to her lively appearance. Hey, dragon, my dragon! Roger raised and lowered his hands to the female fire dragon like an idiot, smiling so obscenely that the women around him couldn't help but take a few steps away from him. You can rest assured that Mr. Roger is not interested in humans. Perry pushed up his glasses, thinking that what he just said was humorous. However, when I looked up, everyone was further away. During this short rest, Roger figured out how to use the elf ball. It can take in and release the female fire dragon at will, and the female fire dragon can also react to the outside world when it is in the elf ball. It is really magical. I want to call you Hathaway. He gently stroked the chin of the female fire dragon and asked expectantly, Hathaway, can you take us to experience that? That's it? Ouch, oh, ouch. Soon after, the female fire dragon soared into the sky, with everyone in the exploration team lying on her back and hanging on her legs. It can actually move. Woohoo! Roger laughed heartily. Looking down from the sky, the living corpses on the ground were as small as garbage. The strong wind was whistling around him. This is the feeling that freedom brings. Where does it want to take us? Leon raised his hand to cover his mouth to prevent the strong wind from entering his mouth. I don't know. Roger laughed loudly. It can go wherever it wants. We are free. Malu whispered to Tur in a low voice, is his brain broken? Can I knock it? Do you think it's a magic prop that can be cured by just tapping it? Tur said helplessly. The destination of the female fire dragon is obvious. It is the only large building in the entire middle level, the undead town. When its shadow passed in front of the gate of the immortal town, a dozen shaman village rat archers on the city wall immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. For a moment, it was like fireworks in the sky. Once the monster is subdued by the elf ball, it will automatically stand on the opposite side of the dungeon and will be attacked by the dungeon units. The female fire dragon was very fast, and passed through most of the undead town in the blink of an eye. It seemed that she was heading directly towards the stone gate to perform a speed pass through the undead town. However, things will not develop so smoothly. Boom 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 boom, a series of fast and accurate fireballs rushed towards the female fire dragon. The thing that emitted the fireball was a group of short figures standing on the roof of the undead town. Little Devil with Big Mouth, also known as the Flaming Pea Shooter, it is widely distributed underground in the Shadowlands of Elden's Circle. It ranks among the beasts of the circle for its high-intensity firepower and rate of fire. The female fire dragon had to dodge and move in the air, which was very painful for the adventurer hanging on it, so they could only hold on tightly and try not to be thrown off. With this dodge, it inadvertently lowered its height. As a result, the rat shooter's volley could hit them. Ouch! Stellan cried out in pain, and she was suddenly hit by an arrow in the butt. Drew quickly released the magic barrier, but he was inevitably dizzy after being thrown a few times in the air. The shield naturally broke immediately when the magic power fluctuated. The Big Mouth Little Devil's anti-aircraft fire network was very effective. The female fire dragon was quickly forced to a preset area, And what was waiting there was giant big mouth little devil boom. A giant fireball dozens of times larger than an ordinary fireball hit the female fire dragon firmly, and she howled. The plane crashed. Whoa! The adventurers continued to fall in the air, and each showed their magical powers in order to save their lives. Drew and Perry tried their best to give everyone the lower-level alternative to the flying spell, the floating spell, because it consumes less magic power and can be activated quickly. Even so, everyone still suffered a lot of damage when they hit the ground. Ahem! Leon coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his ribs seemed to be broken. The female fire dragon's injuries were unexpectedly not too serious. She only broke her wings and legs during the crash and was limping when she walked. Roger quickly poured a bottle of healing potion on it, and then put it into the elf ball. The terrain of the undead town was too narrow, and the female fire dragon would become a living target here. Hurry up! As a person with a physique comparable to Turl, the Holy Light Knight was only slightly injured. He said in a rare voice, "Don't be surrounded." With that said, he took the initiative to carry Leon and Stellan on his shoulders, and quickly ran deeper into the road. Tur looked up and saw that the big-mouthed little devils were slowly moving closer. He didn't want to be fired at again, so he quickly dragged the immobile people away from the scene. In fact, the Big Mouth Imp and the giant Big Mouth Imp will only activate when it detects that the adventurer is flying. On weekdays, the only long-range attacks in the undead town are rat shooters and zombie soldiers. The exploration team had bad luck and ran into it directly. Gong Xieying would change the placement of monsters in the dungeon in real time. When he first saw the adventurers from the bird tribe flying across the swamp with wings, he was already increasing the anti-aircraft firepower. It's okay for adventurers to clear the level normally. Once they use flying, the shooters hidden in various maps will be triggered, such as Rat Shooter, Living Corpse Soldier, Big Mouth Imp, Silver Knight, Ria Lucalia Magician and so on. Bang! The Holy Light Knight kicked open the wooden door of the broken house, used his strong back to resist the attack of the zombie hiding beside the door, then stomped its head to pieces, and took advantage of the situation to deal with several monsters that came after hearing the sound, thus turning the broken house into a temporary safe zone. The treatment was in full swing. If it weren't for the sufficient nurses, the exploration team would have been defeated here this time. Leon was the first to recover his spirit and said, "Although it was only a short moment, I saw where the dragon was going to take us, just to the north of this town." "It's called Hathaway," Roger interrupted. "Delay will lead to changes. When facing an unfamiliar dangerous area, either take one step at a time or parkour all the way. As long as I run fast enough, bad luck can't catch up with me." The exploration team recovered their strength as quickly as possible and headed towards the north of the undead town. It is said that fortune and misfortune are interdependent. Although the female fire dragon crashed, the place where it fell was not far from the stone gate, and the route they took was the correct route. The Holy Light Knight condensed the holy light into a shield to resist the flame pots thrown by the zombie soldiers on the roof. Tell roared loudly beside him to attract the attention of the monsters. The rest of the people took advantage of this good opportunity to quickly pass through the flame pot street, rushed to the roof and killed the zombie soldiers with a knife. There are no traps in the whole undead town. The only thing to pay attention to is that the floors of some houses are relatively fragile. Once broken, they will fall down and start over. The hell here is that various monsters rely on its changeable and multivision blind spot terrain to hide and ambush people, but their combat effectiveness is not strong. This map is a real treat for the Holy Light Knight, who has high physical resistance and magic resistance. He was unparalleled all the way, and his companions followed him to pick up the props dropped by the monsters. Everyone ran very fast because there were only a few hours left before the closing time of the dungeon. Flame pot, dripping stone, small soul, king's straight sword, brass shield. The harvest along the way was quite rich, and the number of props in the middle layer became much more generous. A sickle? The Holy Light Knight picked up a strange-looking weapon and put it on his belt. Celebration scythe, combat skill, small steps. Unfortunately, this is not the sickle. Running all the way. At the very end, the Holy Light Knight smashed the head of the goathead demon with one punch, and the others also killed dozens of rotten wild dogs led by the goathead demon. He took a deep breath and looked at the heavy stone door in front of him. On the stone door, the two grooves corresponded to the two rings. This exploration plot is a bit long, and it should be finished in the next 2 days. As we all know, in Soul games, jumping music is as important as cesspools and poison pools. Gong Xieying's pirated treehole was built on the shoulders of giants, and now it welcomes guests for the first time. This is a very important reference data, and he has taken out his notebook. I believe that with the strength of the elite adventurers, It will definitely help him find the shortcomings in the design, so as to make the tree hole perfect. When the 2 rings were pressed on the groove of the stone door, the huge and heavy stone door slowly opened, and a cold wind rushed towards everyone. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that it takes 2 rings to open this door, and you have to defeat powerful monsters to get it, Malu said to herself. She could imagine how wonderful the expression would be if someone didn't collect all the rings, and finally came to the stone door after going through many hardships, and wanted to go to the next area excitedly but found that the stone door was locked. That expression must be delicious to Gong Qiaying. I want to see what's behind the next stone door. It was dark behind the stone door, and Malu rushed in instantly. Leon couldn't stop her in time. Forget it, Malu knows her limits, she's not a child anymore, he thought, and the next second, a scream came from behind the stone door. Ah! Malu! Leon's eyelids jumped, and he rushed to the stone door, but he bumped into Malu who ran back, and they both fell to the ground. What are you doing? Leon's eyes widened. He was worried that the other party was in danger before, but he saw that she was very lively, and he was so angry that his emotions were incoherent. Why are you shouting so loudly? Malu shook her body, pointed at the stone door and said, Boss, you'll know if you go and see it yourself. What is so mysterious? Leon shook his head, thinking that Malu was really making a fuss, so he went over to take a look. Then he walked back with a gloomy face. Boss? Tell showed a puzzled look and walked behind the stone gate. He didn't come back, but everyone heard heavy stomping sounds, probably in anger. What's going on? Stellan and others were so annoyed by the strange behavior of these 3 people that they couldn't wait any longer and walked behind the stone gate in unison. Then they understood why Malu screamed and why Tell stamped his feet. What the hell? Even Drew, who had good concentration, couldn't help but burst out a dwarf curse. In front of them were crisscross twisted tree roots and bottomless large tree holes. If they took a wrong step, they would fall straight into the abyss and there would be no possibility of survival. When Drew saw the big tree hole for the first time, he subconsciously touched the teleportation crystal on his body. He felt that it was not safe enough to put it inside his clothes, so he simply swallowed it directly into his stomach. Why is there a bottomless large tree hole under the town? Will this town really not collapse? Underground city, it's amazing. How should we go? Stellan looked troubled. There was a thick and wide branch in front of them, but the branch went down a little and then hit the wall. There was no way out. Obviously, they needed to jump between the tree roots to find a way out. Beast, Perry cursed in a low voice. Why are the mutants in this underground city so disgusting? Leon patted Malu's head gently. He remembered that Malu was a little afraid of heights, so her reaction was so violent just now. Malu, if it really doesn't work, you can rest here, boss. Malu swallowed her saliva and said firmly, I must follow you down. The test of the god of fire is really extraordinary. The flame monk looked at the big tree hole and sighed sincerely. The holy light knight looked at the height of the big tree hole and wondered if he would fall to death if he jumped directly. Guaranteed death. Unlike them, Roger and Drew were already whispering about their research, and they were indeed reliable adults. How about my method? Drew asked. Roger nodded and said, you can try it. My Hathaway can't move in this kind of terrain. Why not let the muscle maniac in your team try it? His name is Tell, don't give others nicknames casually. This is basic etiquette. Sorry, I was wrong, brother Drew. Drew waved at Tell, and when the latter came over with a puzzled look, he told him his plan. Tell's expression was puzzled at first, then surprised, and finally, surprised? He nodded, eager to try. Well, stand here. According to my observation, the height of this landing point is just right. There are many tree roots nearby. You can grab them as a buffer when falling. Roger guided Tell to stand at a certain point, and Drew was already chanting magic. Rockskin, hardened body, floating, light steps, vibration reduction. Red, green, purple, blue, various magic flashed on Tell's body. It is worth noting that almost all of these magics are related to defense. Everyone's attention is focused here, and they don't understand what they want to do. Wait, it can't be. Leon was the first to guess what they wanted to do. It's really crazy. Jump! Roger waved his hand violently. Tell jumped up, and his heavy body fell heavily. Bang! After a while, the sound of landing came from below. How are you? Are you still alive? Roger asked loudly. Ter didn't reply for a while, which made him almost think that the plan had failed. No problem. Ter suddenly yelled, there are monsters, I've taken care of them, come down. Very good. Roger and Drew looked at each other and nodded. Their plan is to directly use defensive magic to descend quickly. Although people from other worlds do not have rolling invincibility frames like the undead, they will not be judged dead because they hang in the air for too long. As long as you still have a breath after jumping, you can still breastfeed. Parry, from now on you only need to focus on healing and do not use other magic to avoid insufficient magic power, Drew warned, and he was responsible for applying defensive magic to everyone. The reason for the division of labor was to prevent everyone from jumping and getting injured and no one would treat them. He explained his plan to everyone, and everyone was silent for a while. Even the stern-faced Holy Light Knight couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. Isn't there a safer way, such as flying? Drew, don't you know how to use it? Malu broke into a cold sweat. That's a high-level magic. I'll run out of energy after using it 3 or 4 times. So, what about Mr. Rogers' dragon? These tree roots are crisscrossed, and the gaps are too small for Hathaway to get down. Can't you light a fire and burn this place down? I tried it, but it doesn't burn. Malu sniffed and looked at Leon with tearful eyes. Dance, this is our destiny, Leon said to her with tender eyes. It is actually safest to explore slowly, but what? The dungeon is closing. This adventure is probably the first time that people have gone so deep into Thane Dungeon. They want to bring back as much information as possible, even if they take some risky measures. Then jump. The light of magic flashed one after another, and the adventurers jumped off one after another. They seemed so orderly, and everyone looked so polite, which fully demonstrated what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. Ladies, please go first everyone, I don't even dare to jump. Are you learning to crow here? Malu stood on the edge for a long time without daring to move, but was kicked down by Roger and let out a shrill scream. After a moment, the cheers for her surviving the disaster could be heard faintly below. Very good, this method is very good. Roger smiled confidently. What a fart in the city lord's room. Gong Chiang silently put down the notebook in his hand, speechless. It's crazy if this reference data is useful. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival Chapter 82. The fire will go out. The Oath of Golden Stone, the Sun's eldest son. Taiwan Novel Network. Diamond Suit. Gong Chiang's first version of the treehole was more than 1,000 meters high. Later, I felt that this data was too exaggerated and too discouraging. No matter how strong the King of Fall resistance was, it couldn't hold on, so I cut it down and the height was reduced. The exploration teams rappelling this time jumped about 1/10 of the height, and the rest of the journey was still daunting. The crisscrossing tree roots were thick and thin, some smooth and some rough. If you want to rappel while ensuring safety, you need to carefully consider every foothold. If you jump down and lose your footing because the tree roots are too slippery, it will be interesting. To be honest, if you are not looking for a quick descent, it is not difficult to explore slowly one by one. Although you may fall if you are not careful, the movable area is narrow, and there is almost no place to hide when encountering monsters. You will rarely encounter monster attacks because it is a top-down perspective. For people with jumping talents, the big tree hole is actually much more comfortable than the undead town. As for the monsters distributed here, these things again. This time it was Stellan's turn to take the lead. She hit a thick tree root. When she was about to report the situation to the people above, 3 dark shadows suddenly jumped out. After a closer look, Stellan got goosebumps all over her body, because these creatures are curse frogs. Shouldn't it be common sense that there are curse frogs in the big tree hole? The front half of the whole big tree hole is really full of curse frogs. Sometimes when standing on the tree roots, you can hear the creepy and strange calls of the curse frogs from below. The key is that it is still pitch black below, which adds a sense of unknown fear. Almost every time she jumped, she encountered a curse frog, which made Stellan sweat. The psychological shadow left by this thing on her was no less than that of the Crucible Knight and the Goron. Fortunately, after many adventures, everyone has rich experience in how to deal with curse frogs. These cute little things can only cause a little trouble to the exploration team. When the descent was halfway, there was a disagreement in the team. The reason for the disagreement was, I'm going to pick up the light spot. Melgar looked at the bright white light spot on the tree root not far away, showing a firm expression. The temptation of the light spot to adventurers is fatal. Too dangerous, next time? Perry advised. I know my limits. Melgar shook her head. She had nothing to gain from this adventure, and she had to bring something back. The mission she was carrying did not allow her to return empty-handed. And don't you think that landing point is suitable? She pointed to the location of the light spot and said. It was indeed very suitable. The location of the light spot was close to the edge of the big tree hole. Several tree roots intertwined to form a large platform. There was also a hole connected to the platform. I don't know what was inside. At worst, it was just a monster. I can deal with it. With this thought in mind, Melgar jumped up and landed steadily on the platform with her excellent physical strength. The distance was quite extreme. Half of her feet were suspended in the air. If she was slightly stimulated at this time, she would be afraid of boom boom boom. A series of strange sounds suddenly sounded, and a large ball covered with blue crystals quickly rushed out of the hole, and it seemed that it was going to knock her down. Melgar smiled contemptuously, jumped up, and easily jumped into the air. If nothing unexpected happened, she could just avoid the collision. The trajectory of movement can be seen at a glance. This trap is too low level. However, it is impossible that nothing unexpected happened. The big ball touched the ground and actually jumped right in front of Melgar. Eh? The smile on Melgar's face had not yet disappeared, and now he could see the true appearance of the ball. It turned out to be a giant lizard in a ball. Crystal Lizard, required mental power per unit, 100, comprehensive combat power, D, oh no, it's over. The members of the exploration team were silent for a moment as they watched the Crystal Lizard throw Melgar off the tree roots and both of them fell off the cliff. Stella suddenly couldn't help laughing. Hee, this is the retribution for underestimating the Sean dungeon, she died a lot here and had the most say. At this moment, Stellan felt very happy in her heart, but why did she feel happy? Was it because her annoying sister fell to the ground? No, it was not this reason, but the old hand who suffered to the extreme was gloating after seeing the ignorant newcomer being killed. Melgar fell off the cliff, but the adventure of the exploration team had to go on. Everyone was more cautious in descending, and before each action, they had to carefully observe whether there were monsters and traps around. They even found the big-mouthed little devil lying in ambush from a long distance. The further down they went, the more colorful the scenery of the big tree hole became. The upper part was bare tree roots, and the lower part began to have green plants, which made the visual effect much better. And here, they encountered new monsters. These mushroom people look so poor, Malu said as she looked at the monsters wandering in the open space below. Those monsters looked like mushrooms with hands and feet, and they all looked stupid. Even the two largest ones still looked like they had no fighting power. Mushroom Man, Dad, mental power required per unit, confidential, comprehensive combat power, confidential, perhaps this is the weakest monster in the entire Thane dungeon. I'll go down and meet them. Ter jumped down first and kicked a little mushroom man to death. For him, the other little mushroom men were also chopping melons and vegetables, as if they were playing Dynasty Warriors. One of the mushroom fathers couldn't stand it any longer. He walked up to Ter with heavy steps and slowly raised his fist. It's just a mushroom, come on. Ter's orc gene took effect at this moment, and he chose to exchange injuries with the mushroom man without even trying to hide. Dong, there was a muffled sound. When Terrace fell to the ground with his life or death unknown, even the Holy Light Knight couldn't help but open his eyes. How could the ordinary punch of the mushroom man be so powerful? In the end, everyone chose to hide on the tree roots and shot the mushroom man to death with one arrow after another. Despicable foreigner. After Perry's full treatment, Ter was not sent back to the resurrection room, but he was limping around. He looked at the mushroom man with fear in his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the exploration team finally reached the bottom. Unexpectedly, the scenery at the bottom is actually a bare rock, which looks like an underground mine, and it is very different from a big tree cave. The bonfire that everyone was thinking about was sitting quietly in the open space. When they saw the bonfire, everyone instantly felt at ease. But what is even more surprising is that a huge corpse lies next to the campfire. A dragon's corpse. I don't know how many years have passed, but the dragon corpse has turned into the shape of a rock. The cause of its death is obvious. A strange-shaped spear penetrated its head. The spear also turned into a rock, giving the adventurers no chance to take it away, but a group of purple light spots floated near the spear. Is that a reward? During this trip, the three magicians who contributed the most were undoubtedly the three magicians. After some discussion and dice rolling, Drew stepped forward and picked up the light spot. That's another page. Miracle, the Oath of Gold and Stone, a miracle that can only be used by those selected by the Sun Oath, which can make the surrounding partners more heroic and stronger. This is the most majestic dragon hunting story between the eldest son of the sun, his direct knights, and the dragon hunting swordsman. The moment Drew touched the page, his consciousness entered the story recorded in the Oath of Gold and Stone. He saw the godlike figure of the eldest son of the sun, saw him piercing the body of the ancient dragon with the spear in his hand, saw the dragon hunting swordsman slaying one ancient dragon after another with his sword, and saw how powerful the protagonists of the story were. Infinite power and high spirits. At the end of the story, as if an Easter egg had been triggered, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a golden figure wearing lion armor, and 3 knights gathered around him. When Drew came back to his senses, his body was already shaking. It took him a long time to calm down, and he told everyone about the scene he had just seen, but no matter how he described it, his pale language could not reproduce the magnificent scene that could only be seen in the mythical age. Leon and others showed envy in their eyes, while Stellan began to think. The eldest son of the sun also appears in the story of Thunder Spear, and the broken statue on the altar of the sun is not suspected to be Gwen, but the eldest son of the sun. What kind of character is this, and what kind of legendary stories did he have in ancient times? I really want to know. There is too little information. Stellan felt very itchy in her heart and wished she could finish all the stories of the Age of Fire in one go. Everyone, let's light a bonfire, she urged, eager to see if the new bonfire would produce any new images. Leon's eyes were blurred and he said to himself, the various stories collected along the way all illustrate one thing. The Age of Fire is the best era, the most glorious era. Heroes create magnificent epics and write legends one after another. At the end, he sighed, the Age of Fire should never end. Maybe the world we live in now is always supported by flames. Brother Flame deeply agreed with his words and expressed whether the young man was interested in becoming a bishop in the Spark Church. The Holy Light Knight still had a straight face, but this time he didn't dare to kick the bonfire again. With a yearning for the ancient times, everyone gathered around the bonfire and lit a flame. The old voice appeared again. However, this time it was not as energetic as before, but it gave people an inexplicable feeling. Seems a bit spooky? A bad premonition suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. The first sentence of the video dropped a bombshell to everyone. However, the fire will eventually burn out, and then only darkness will remain. I was checking information and writing at the same time, and the progress was so slow. It's time to practice some soul science. However, the fire will eventually burn out, and then only darkness will remain. Light cannot shine on the world, and the night lasts forever. The blazing initial fire jumped without warning. The picture is like a frame. With every beat, the flame becomes weaker and weaker, and finally becomes like a candle in the wind. The boundless darkness erodes from outside the frame inward, and something creepy is gestating and surging within it, until finally, the darkness will completely swallow up the last firelight. Leon was restless, and a heartfelt fear made him break out in cold sweat, and his blonde hair completely dimmed. Before touching the second bonfire, he never imagined that he would see such a scene. Such a glorious Age of Fire was obviously full of infinite vitality. The information they had collected previously, whether it was Thunder Spear or Oath of Gold and Stone, the stories depicted in it were full of hope and light. Gods and heroes will be immortal. But why did the initial fire suddenly go out? It's obviously just 2 short sentences. Why do people feel so desperate? This turn of events poured cold water on his head. He was like a clown who was still saying that the Age of Fire would never end. It doesn't matter whether he is a clown or not, the key question is why did the initial fire go out? If the original fire was extinguished, what would be the situation in our world now? Looking back at the others, their reactions varied. But the most excited person was undoubtedly Flame Monk. His smile froze on his face when the first sentence was heard. After the scene of Chu was decline came out, he knelt directly on the ground, shaking like chaff, as if the next in seconds, he would scream, "This is impossible," in despair. Willpower told him not to shout at this moment and not to disturb the campfire to tell the history of the past. Since our world still exists, it means that Chua must be safe and sound now. I guess so. Even if he pretended to be calm, panic was inevitable in his heart. He turned to look at the others, trying to find some sympathy. He felt better after seeing others also looking panicked. The Holy Light Knight, a fanatical believer in the God of Holy Light, and the person in the exploration team who most disagreed with the Age of Fire, believed that these images were false, and even committed the treasonous act of desecrating the bonfire. But at this moment, his eyes also showed shock, uneasiness, fear, and even sadness. Finally he closed his eyes and pretended to be untouched. Stellan, in terms of yearning for the Age of Fire, she is second only to Leon. Her reaction at this moment is the same as Leon, even more exaggerated. Those things that hide under the light of fire are always coveting the first fire. When the fire goes out and the world turns to darkness, the abyss will reappear, and the age of the deep sea is coming. The flame suddenly extinguished, and darkness swept across the world like a tide. The world seems to have returned to the lightless period ruled by the immortal ancient dragon before the first fire was ignited, but this time the situation is different. Powerful gods will disappear in the long darkness. As for humans, this is a desperate time. Leon and the others saw the abyss emerging from the ground, and strange abyssal creatures running rampant in the world. Without the suppression of fire, monsters were dancing in ecstasy. The prosperous royal city became dilapidated, and the bustling crowds finally disappeared. A ring of darkness quietly appeared on people. The cursed ring of darkness began to appear among the crowd. The sound suddenly stopped, and the picture was as dark as an abyss, making it impossible to see any hope. Everyone's hearts were saturated with an emotion called despair. For a moment, they forgot to speak, and they had no energy to discuss what the Deep Sea Age and the Ring of Darkness were. After all, a great era ended in front of them, like an epic ending in tragedy, and the audience was all sad. Leon's chapped lips trembled, trying to say something to cheer everyone up, but found that he was the least energetic one. The immersion of the images brought by the campfire is extremely powerful, and the impact on emotions is unmatched by simple video recording. Roger, who had the biggest heart, was the first to come to his senses. He patted Drew, who was silent, and comforted him. "Think openly, aren't we still alive now? Maybe the deep sea era mentioned in the image has not come at all, and what's more? Or explain. Explain that the images shown by the campfire are not real history at all." He didn't dare to say these words, fearing that everyone would beat him to death due to their excitement. But there are indeed many doubts in the image. No matter how missing the history of 2000 years ago, it is impossible that none of the reasons for the birth of the world, the names of the ancient gods, and those glorious buildings can be passed down. The first lesson for all magicians is to look at everything rationally. But if things really happen by chance, these images are real history, but they have not been handed down for some reason. Roger had a premonition that when the news here spreads, the world will definitely be divided into two groups. One group believes that the image is real, and the other group believes that it is fake, and then there is an endless quarrel around the authenticity. Anyway, the previous history is gone. As long as there is some evidence, a reasonable inference, and a lot of support, even if you say that the world was created by tomato spaghetti flying in the universe, there will be support. Roger suddenly frowned, because he found that the image displayed by the bonfire had not disappeared, and it was still a dark scene. Is there a problem? Or what happened? Just when everyone was silent, music suddenly sounded. Thump, thump, thump. There were only 3 notes, but everyone could feel the sadness contained in it, which made people cry. The next moment, the flames suddenly ignited. Its scale was no less than the initial fire. The blazing flames immediately dispelled all the darkness, and the ghosts and monsters fled back to the underground in panic. The abyss that surged like a wave receded, and the whole world regained light. Before everyone had time to recover from the sudden change, they saw a pair of big hands holding up the flames. No, it was not holding up the flames, but the flames were burning from his body. A second before the end of the image, people finally saw the owner of the big hands clearly. The King of Sunshine, Gwyn. For the survival of the world, heroes have gone forward one after another and started the journey of passing on the fire. Since then, the image finally disappeared. Roger saw his expression clearly through the reflection of the crystal cluster on the ground. In fact, he didn't need to see it to know, without a doubt, it must be stunned. Thane Dungeon, lower level, mine area. This is the last level of challenge, and those who complete it will receive a very high honor. The first pass through Thane Dungeon. After the mutation, the names of the first passers-by of each dungeon will be recorded and engraved on the stone tablet near the portal for people to look up to. And this is the original intention of Leon and the others in setting up the strategy team. They want their names to be engraved in history. But now, Leon seems to have no energy to think so much. His mind was now filled with the Sunshine King's heroic feat of sacrificing his life to spread fire. He subconsciously held the air with both hands, imagining that he was holding a ball of flame. Malu glanced at him twice and whispered to Tur, "Is the boss stupid?" Tur glanced at Leon, feeling hard to comment. Everyone has basically recovered from the shock caused by the image, and is hurrying to explore the underground mine. Only Leon's mental state was not right, as if his soul had gotten into a bonfire. Tur was afraid that he would suddenly shout about spreading fire. The entire mine area is like a complex maze, with large and small tunnels extending in all directions, which is dazzling. Questions such as "Where is this? Why did I come back again?" are often asked. Not only is the terrain complex, the tunnel also has a classic design: a hidden door. These hidden doors do not necessarily need to be unlocked by hitting them. Sometimes they are hidden behind a pile of broken wooden boxes, sometimes blocked by fragile crystals, and sometimes blocked by a humanoid stone statue. What they all have in common is that these hidden doors are hidden near dead ends. When adventurers are extremely upset because they have reached a dead end and start brainstorming about where else they can go, maybe they can find a new path by kicking the wooden boxes piled near the rock wall. This kind of design with dark flowers and bright flowers makes the spirit of the adventurer rise and fall like a roller coaster, and the spiritual power that escapes rises rapidly. Do you think this is a hidden door? Stellan stared at the rock wall in front of them. They came to a dead end again and there was no way out. 3 hidden doors have been discovered before, and a simple habit has been formed subconsciously. If you see a slightly suspicious place, you will try to open it. Stellan struck the rock wall with her knife in a cool and handsome manner, and sparks exploded. But this isn't a hidden door, just a regular rock wall. She touched the blade distressfully, but fortunately there was no gap. It would be better to just kick it when you look for a hidden door in the future, and stop being cool. As a supporting design of the tunnel, traps are naturally inevitable. Iron balls, ground thorns, hidden arrows, and sprays with various negative buffs. When Gong Xieying designed the mine area, in addition to appropriating Dark Souls, he also referred to some underground designs from the Elder Scrolls. Unexpectedly, this would also produce unexpected benefits. Because the trap design logic of Black Soul and Laogun was different, the exploration team, who were accustomed to Black Soul-style traps in the previous areas, had self-doubt when encountering Laogun's almost obvious trap. Generally speaking, as long as you pull down the lever, the trap will be released, right? Malu looked hesitant, staring at the lever on the rock wall and not daring to take action. Drew said what she had not finished saying, but, are the traps in Thane Dungeon designed to be so simple? Is there a spike hole hidden under the lever? Or as long as we pull the lever, a big iron ball will fall from the sky? Stellan added. After discussing for a long time, Roger finally used the magic hand to pull the lever from a distance. Everyone stared at it. The moment it was pulled down, a series of poisonous arrows were shot from the top of the tunnel. If you walked into the tunnel without pulling the lever, you would definitely be warmly welcomed. Everyone looked at each other. That's it? The exploratory team's lost mental power surged instantly. A group of people discussed a simple trap for a long time and made up a lot of things in their minds. This is really... what a shame. The trap here is confusing. Roger wrote this down in his notes. His notebook was densely packed with abstract lines. This is actually a map he drew. Along the way, he paid attention to the maps of various areas of Thane Dungeon, and marked the most conspicuous wonders. He also marked some seemingly renewable props. I have to say that although he looks quite sloppy on the outside, he is surprisingly reliable. While he was walking and recording, he suddenly noticed a hint of purple out of the corner of his eye. I saw a finger-thick purplured crystal inlaid on the rock wall, blooming with a faint light. This is Purple Blood Hero. He did not hesitate to waste his mana and quickly dug out the purple blood ing. He looked left and right and said to himself, "You can't be wrong, this is the purple blood ing. Count Philip has been looking for this thing." Count Philip issued a decree to allow his workers to enter the underground city first, even if it caused public outrage. Among the hundreds of workers, 80% are miners, responsible for mining blood at several identified points in the swamp area to make blood healing potions for the king's use. Relying on the blood healing potion, Earl Philip made the king happy, and the king then added Thane Underground City to his territory and rewarded him with a large number of treasures. The extremely rare purple blood ink can make extremely high-quality blood therapy potions, which is equivalent to can make the king happier. I can't even mention it even higher if I don't have the rank of baronetary. Now I don't have to worry about research funding. Roger chuckled, put Z Shuiying in his pocket, and carefully observed the surrounding terrain, trying to remember the location where the ore was found deeply into his head. As the exploration team went deeper, the surrounding scenery gradually changed from bare rock walls to clusters of blood-red crystals. The large amount of blood red ore made the place particularly bright. The purple blood ing, which is almost impossible to find in the upper area, is more likely to appear in the lower area. Although it will not become a common commodity, you can encounter one after walking for nearly half an hour. This ore yield. Roger took a deep breath. No wonder the Count has become so radical in his actions recently. This is equivalent to guarding a mountain of gold that cannot be mined. No, purple blood ing is more precious than a mountain of gold. No matter which lord it is placed in the hands of, it will become crazy. Roger changed his mind. He not only wanted to sell the information to the Bede family, but also reported it to the Magic Association. This underground city must not become the private property of Earl Philip. At this time, Stellan, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and waved for everyone to stop. She looked at the fog gate composed of white mist in front of her, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down her forehead. A familiar smell couldn't stop coming from behind the fog door. She would never admit it wrong, that was her nightmare nights of the furnace. Everyone, be prepared. She drank a bottle of calming potion, so that she would not feel too nervous. Everyone realized something, and their expressions became serious. Stellan stared into everyone's eyes, with unconcealable excitement, nervousness, and pride in her tone. Our names may be engraved in history. Because next, it is likely to be the bottom. I'll revise the outline carefully, and maybe I can update it 3 or 4 times a day after it's put on the shelves. It depends on whether I can get stuck. Please also ask for follow-up reading and monthly tickets. After entering the fog door with an uneasy mood, Stellan saw the figure that kept her awake all night. The Bronze Knight has his back to all living beings, and he is dictatorial for eternity. You can tell from his stance that he is terrifyingly strong. Knights of the Furnace. He is the strongest among Klevel monsters, but with the reinforcement of Overlord's Oath, his strength is comparable to C+. Converted into mental power, his net worth has doubled. Is that the knight who killed you twice? Leon has regained some energy at this moment, with a straight sword in one hand and a magic shield in the other. There are also many witness records about each other in the guild, Drew said. One of the treasure chests in the swamp area will be randomly selected to generate a teleportation trap, with up to 20 destinations, including but not limited to boss rooms, trap rooms, and monster piles. The Furnace Knight is one of them. So far, there have been more than a dozen sighting records of the Crucible Knight. Due to its breaking strength, some people speculate that it may be the bottom monster of Thane Dungeon. Very strong, Leon stared at the Furnace Knight closely. Even though he was separated by a layer of armor, he could still feel the opponent's tempered body and explosive power. But there was one thing he couldn't understand: why doesn't he move? Malu asked puzzledly. Yes, the Furnace Knight turned around after noticing the arrival of the exploration team, but he remained motionless and maintained a very handsome pose. Stellan thought of a certain possibility, her mouth twitched, and while taking out the remaining half bottle of healing potion, she said, "I will test it for you, but you must protect me." Although he didn't understand why she said this, Leon and others still stood in front of her. Stellan took a deep breath and slowly put the potion to her mouth. The Furnace Knight suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing red, and he charged forward with his big sword. "I knew it!" Stellan cursed, jumped back and fired arrows, but they were all blocked by the Crucible Knight's shield. The Holy Light Knight was the first to bear the brunt, and his arms immediately formed shields of holy light. Under the intersection, he withstood the powerful and heavy blow of the Furnace Knight. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked, but it wasn't just the ground that cracked, but also his holy light in arms. The Holy Light Knight's arms made a clear sound of bone cracking, and the defense suddenly failed. This kind of power is even more powerful than the previous dragon. Just when the Furnace Knight swung his sword again, the elf ball was thrown over. Ouch! A flash of light flashed, and the female fire dragon suddenly roared and kicked the Furnace Knight several meters away, saving the Holy Light Knight, who was almost killed. "You have been saved by the heretic dragon now." Roger threw a bottle of healing potion to him, and then commanded the female fire dragon to fight with the Furnace Knight. The Holy Light Knight looked at Roger and curled his lips secretly. Tur and the female fire dragon resisted the enemy's attack together. For some reason, he always felt that the power of the female fire dragon seemed to be weakening. Because the previous female fire dragon was strengthened by the Overlord's Oath, now that it is subdued, the Overlord's Oath will naturally no longer have any effect. Disease-ridden, dark and sluggish, Drew and Perry each used magic to successfully interfere with the Crucible Knight's actions. Hathaway, use Fireball. One after another, the dragon flames hit the shield of the Crucible Knight, and the Flame Monk's moves could even double the power of the dragon flames. This prevented the Crucible Knight from turning around, and at this moment, the figures of Roger and Leon suddenly appeared behind his ASS. Invisibility magic is really useful. The two of them looked at each other, one held his straight sword high and released the light of victory, and the other's stabbing sword entangled the flow of magic power and killed the Crucible Knight at the same time. This is our exciting combo. As a ball of weapons exploded, Malu's petite figure suddenly appeared above the Furnace Knight, grabbing a short knife and about to open a heavenly spirit cap for him. There are killing moves from front to back, left and right, and the Furnace Knight has nowhere to hide. Will he be captured without mercy? Absolutely not, not easily. Boom! The Furnace Knight used the trick he learned from Godfrey stomping. The vast ground suddenly cracked, and anyone who was within close range of him was shaken away by the rocks emerging from the ground. Ha! Malu looked around in surprise. Why was she the only one left in the blink of an eye? She found the gap between the helmet and body armor and stabbed it in hard, which really caused some damage. However, the next second she was slapped and flew away. At this time, a shower of arrows with thunder and lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Sure enough, it was Stellan shooting arrows in the distance. "Old man, thank you for the lightning enchantment," she thanked Drew, who quickly drank a bottle of magic recovery potion and said, "To deal with enemies wearing armor, using thunder magic is generally effective, so be careful." Drew suddenly shouted, and saw the Furnace Knight's light wings spread out, and a pair of golden wings made him rush towards Stellan quickly. It's this move again. Stellan had rehearsed this situation countless times in her mind. She rolled to the left and nimbly dodged the attack, and she suddenly laughed, "The same tricks will work on me." Unfortunately, before she could be proud for a second, a tail suddenly grew out of the Crucible Knight's ass, and it was thrown in her face in the blink of an eye. What an insidious combo! At this critical moment, a full-throated roar was heard, "Heretics!" The Holy Light Knight rushed into the battlefield and knocked the Crucible Knight staggering like a tank. Tell followed closely behind, swinging his sledgehammer with great force, and a powerful blow hit him right on the back. Sure enough, you still have to use blunt weapons to fight against a tin can. After a long fight, this was the one that caused the most damage. Roger and Maru were invisible and stole the knife, and Leon was charging and releasing the lightsaber from a distance. While the Crucible Knight was staggered, their attacks hit him one by one. The situation improved instantly. Expelliarmus! Perry chanted for a long time, and finally released his first high-level magic. With a clang, the Crucible Knight's sword fell to the ground. Maru was quick-witted and picked up the sword and ran away like a thief stealing fish. The Crucible Knight was left alone staring at the shield in his hand in silence. Puff in this situation, even Gong Xiang, who was peeping from behind the crystal ball, couldn't help laughing. This group of adventurers always brings him unexpected surprises. I originally thought that the magic in the other world was simple attack type and buff type, but I didn't expect that there would be a wonderful track like Disarm. The battle scene in the crystal ball was quite lively, with adventurers and monsters fighting back and forth. Gradually, the adventurers discovered the rules of the Crucible Knight. As long as they put the potion to their mouths, even if the Crucible Knight is fighting fiercely with others, there is a probability that he will turn around and attack the person who drinks the potion, with a probability of about 1 in 10. Using this method, you can hit the Crucible Knight a few times when he turns his spearhead. But after using this tactic too much, the Crucible Knight became desensitized. He looked at the adventurer who was drinking the potion not far away, and he would restrain himself even if his hands were itchy. The whole battle lasted a long time, so long that Gong Xiang was worried that they would be driven out of the dungeon that was closed at a certain time before they finished fighting. The timed closing setting of the dungeon is really uncomfortable. Can't it be changed? Fortunately, half an hour before the closing time the adventurers won. Ahem, Leon coughed out a mouthful of blood, and a large part of his chest was sunken, which was caused by the shield. Stellan was hit by the tail after all, and collapsed in the corner, unable to move. Maybe her spine was hit. Tell and the Holy Light Knight were particularly miserable. The former's stomach was stabbed by the horn on the furnace shield, and the latter's left arm was torn off. Roger and Drew both exhausted their magic power. A magician without magic power is no different from a useless person. The only ones who could barely move at the scene were Perry and the Fire Monk. Both of them knew some healing magic and were working overtime to save people. The fierce battle, for the exploration team, C+ level monsters are the limit. I don't know how strong level or even a level monsters can be considered in this world. The Crucible Knight half knelt on the ground, his body gradually turned into ashes and dissipated, leaving a purple light spot on the spot, but no one had time to pick it up now. At the same time as he dissipated, colorful fireworks suddenly exploded in the boss room, scaring people. A line of text appeared in front of the half-dead Leon, dedicated to the heroic warriors who are fearless of hardships. This is the reward for reaching the deepest level and defeating the strong enemy for the first time. Keep this gift. A series of golden treasure chests suddenly fell in front of everyone. After careful counting, there was exactly one for each person. Along with the treasure chest, there was also Teardrop Larva. I'm really not good at writing battles, so I'll focus on making things happen in the future. Teardrop Larva First Pass Limited. Use at the bonfire to reset all ability values and redistribute. Only warriors who are conquering the dungeon for the first time can use this item. Extremely rare. Use with caution. Google search TWKAN. When everyone first saw the introduction of the Teardrop Larva, they felt a sense of mystery. Reset? Ability value? Does it refer to the levels that are upgraded at the bonfire? No matter who is in the exploration team, it is the first time to hear about reset. If someone adds the wrong points, they may be able to use the teardrop larva when they regret it. The extremely rare description in the introduction also shows its value. However, there is a problem: half of the people in the exploration team have never entered the Sin dungeon before. Even though they know the upgrade mechanism of the bonfire during this exploration, the number of souls they have can only be upgraded by a few levels. Not only because the experience gained by forming a team has been diverted, but also because everyone is very strong. The souls required for upgrading are counted in tens of thousands. Even Perry, who ranked last in overall strength, currently only had enough souls to upgrade to level 8. Is it really worth using items to reset these pitiful levels? Perhaps the value of the teardrop larvae will be revealed when everyone upgrades more in the dungeon in the future. This leads to an uncomfortable thing. Everyone knows that this is a good thing, but they can't use it, so they don't feel very excited. It just feels quite bland. However, this blandness lasted until Leon lit the bonfire. This bonfire did not show any images, but it could heal the status of everyone sitting around it, as well as Leon, level 55, life 10, strength 13, intelligence 9, endurance 7, agility 10, sensitivity 6. The change was so great that he jumped up. What's going on? Aren't his various attributes in the first two bonfires still in the single digit? The points that have not been upgraded are 1, right? How come it suddenly became so many? He clenched his fist, but he didn't feel that he had become super strong. Could it be that there was something wrong with the bonfire? He quickly called the others over, and after trying one by one, he found that everyone's level had increased. Stellan was level 33, Perry was level 29, Roger was level 51, Drew was level 48, and Tel was level 50. However, the number of souls required for everyone to upgrade was exactly the same as the first two bonfires, and their strengths did not increase. What on earth was this? When the bonfire was touched again, a piece of information flowed into everyone's mind, and everyone immediately understood what was going on. The third bonfire showed the numerical representation of people's strengths, and how strong they were was displayed. The first two bonfires treated everyone equally, and the numerical values were all defaulted to 1. In addition to the different numbers, the mechanisms were actually similar, and the number of souls required for upgrading did not change. It just allowed people to clearly see what their shortcomings and strengths were. Wait, but what if it was paired with the teardrop larvae? In that case, wouldn't it be possible to reset all the strengths? After realizing this, everyone's breathing became heavy. Many adventurers have regretted their career choices. Mages want to change to warriors, warriors want to become assassins, and assassins want to play alchemy. But very few people can successfully change their careers. When adventurers spend time training in a certain profession, their values have already changed. The intelligence of mages is higher than other attributes, and the life and strength of warriors crush intelligence. If they want to change their careers, they have to retrain other aspects. This is difficult, very difficult. Should it be called a curse or a blessing? When people work in a certain profession for a long time, their bodies will adapt to that profession. The attributes that match the profession will improve quickly, and those that do not match will become difficult to improve. For example, it is difficult to improve the intelligence of a warrior. It is difficult to improve, not impossible, but it takes countless times more effort to improve at the same speed as the normal training of professional attributes. Researchers call this phenomenon professional adaptation, and everyone in this world will have this problem without exception. For adventurers who don't like their current profession, this phenomenon is really shitty. What on earth did the gods who created this world think? Although it is not impossible to become a versatile person by working harder, and working harder, who has the time for that? It's hard enough to run around for a living every day. After a busy day, I just want to lie in bed and sleep. If there is a chance to start over again, from legends to ordinary people, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to pay for it. Coincidentally, Leon knows an old predecessor who hates his profession. He held the strange-shaped teardrop larvae and felt like he was holding an invitation letter. If he could give this thing to the old predecessor to do a favor. Leon saw the remorse, but Roger saw something else. If he added the points of strength, which can be increased by training and improve faster, to other aspects, and then increase strength through hard training, wouldn't it be easy to upgrade? No, the teardrop larvae are marked as extremely rare, and the feasibility of this method is very low. He said to himself, but as long as there is hope, there will always be people. Roger carefully put away the teardrop larvae. He had a hunch that the Shan dungeon would become the most popular dungeon in history. Even though the teardrop larvae were extremely rare, even if one of the thousands or even tens of thousands of people who entered the dungeon could get one, it would be enough to drive people crazy. In the city lord's room. It seems that everyone has realized it. Gong Qiaying admired people's reactions. The understanding ability of people from other worlds is not bad. If the upgrade mechanism of the bonfire is purple quality, then the reset point is golden legend. Things like regret medicine have always been rare. Maybe the teardrop larvae can attract the high-level combat power of this world. Should I make some preparations in advance? Of course, he did not intend to confront the strong heathen, but to do some tricks, such as various traps and monsters to discuss them, or to move the strong with tear-jerking stories, in short, to increase the mental power they radiate. The stronger the person, the more mental power they have. For an elite like Leon, the mental power that can be dissipated by living in the dungeon for one day is more than that of a few ordinary people who died. As for the stronger ones, Gong Qiaying thought for a while, I have to adjust the explosion rate of the teardrop larvae very low, and each one must be managed by me personally. This thing is too expensive, and it must not be issued unless the mental power far exceeds the cost. For the time being, let's regard the teardrop larvae as the ultimate signboard of the Shan dungeon. While thinking about the future course of action, he continued to watch the picture on the crystal ball. There are also many good things in those treasure chests. If they can open rare props that suit them, this reaction should not be missed. The expressions of the adventurers must be very delicious. When Gong Qiaying was immersed in the live broadcast, he did not notice that the altar under him slowly lit up a faint light, as if something was happening. The mental power reserve has reached the standard and is opening. The Furnace Night Boss Room. Everyone carefully put away the teardrop larvae, their eyes flickering. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and everyone was thinking about their own things. After a long while, Malu reminded, "Hurry up and open the treasure chest, the dungeon is about to close." The adventurers woke up from their dreams and looked at these boxes. There were just enough boxes for one person. How about one for each person? Pick whatever you want. If I open something I don't want, can I exchange it? Don't be so rigid. Whatever. In fact, the props in these treasure chests change according to the opener. Stella opened the treasure chest first, and what appeared in front of her was Black Bow, combat skill, continuous shooting. The bow body is as light as a blade and can tear through the wind. Although it is a longbow, it can be used like a short bow. Battle Ash, rain of arrows, combat skill of lowering the body and drawing the bow. After taking a stance, shoot multiple arrows into the sky in one breath. The arrows will pour down from above the enemy like a storm. How to make animal bone hypnotic arrows, how to make animal bone bleeding arrows, how to make animal bone poison arrows. Materials evolved into materials from another world. It feels good. She picked up the black bow and tried it. Although it was a little difficult to operate, it felt much better than the longbow she was using now. Does the war gray arrow rain have to be used with it? Forget it, I will consider whether to change to war gray after testing continuous shooting. Roger opened the treasure chest and took out several balls that looked similar to pokeballs with a strange look on his face. Ultra Ball X2, Heavy Ball X2, Pokeball X4, Magic, Surprise Attack on Magic Gravel. The Dark Knight magic of the Magic Town Celia can continuously release gravel that will sneak attack the enemy from behind from a distance. It is said that Celia's magician is an assassin, and the target of the assassination is a fellow magician. He was originally proficient in stealth assassination magic, and now there is a surprise attack on magic gravel. Isn't this pushing him down a sinister path? What is the Ultra Ball? An upgraded version of the Pokeball? This precious treasure is actually in batches. Roger carefully put the Pokeballs of various colors into his pocket as if he was protecting his own children. Tell took out a strange-looking hammer from the treasure chest, weighed it and smiled with satisfaction. Flame Feather Hammer, Barbarian Palatine Hammer. Maru got two ugly-looking curved swords, and her little face fell immediately. Corpse Stripping Curved Sword X2, Combat Skill, Blood Slash, Curved Sword with a Jagged Blade, the weapon of the scavengers wandering in the battlefield ruins. The Flame Monk knelt directly on the ground and praised his god loudly. The treasures he got were, Prayer Flame, Give Me Strength, Prayer Flame Healing, Spellfire, Fire Throwing. The Holy Light Knight took out a cross that was as big as a sledgehammer from the treasure chest, with a complicated expression. Because in the legend of their church, the god of Holy Light was once nailed to a cross by the evil god and tortured. So, the cross was still quite blasphemous in his eyes. It must be a paper that can learn magic instantly, it must be, Perry whispered. Although he said that magic should be learned carefully bit by bit, he still longed for a way like the thunder gun that allowed him to quickly learn new skills. What kind of good student who studies hard, he doesn't want to be? However, what appeared before him was Crystal Scroll, the scroll that records the crystal magic. Those who study hard should be able to gain a lot. Perry was stunned for a moment and howled to the sky. Drew glanced at Perry, then looked at the ancient scroll in his hand, and said, "Young people should work hard." Leon looked at his companion's reactions and opened the treasure chest with a nervous look. However, 3 purple light spots lay quietly in the treasure chest, which made him overjoyed and picked them up. Battle Ashes, Great Kalia, as a combat skill symbolizing the Kalia royal family, the sword body is transformed into a magic sword, and then swung down to crush all enemies. Meat Saw, a strange weapon used by hunters, covered with inhuman blood, and may be able to transform in battle. These things seem to be very powerful. Leon is more looking forward to the next reward, and quickly picked up the purple light spot. How to make a feces pot, Leon? The bonfire setting in this chapter may be a bit complicated. It's a bit wrong to use the previous bonfire mechanism directly here, so I can only spend time and effort to modify it. There are also a lot of settings in this chapter. If there are any bugs, I will modify them immediately. In addition, this chapter is not short. It's almost 4,000 words. Why does the boss look so depressed? I think so. Ma Lu's expression looked a little tense. If you get the reward that the boss got, you will become like this. Turl scratched his hair and said to himself, I really can't imagine the boss fighting with that thing. Search TWKAN on Google Dong Dong. At this moment, the bell rang, indicating that Thane Dungeon was about to close. The people on the exploration team felt that this day was extremely long. It felt like they had been staying in the dungeon for several years. The various disgusting monsters and traps were exhausting, and the days seemed like years. At the thought of finally being able to go back and rest, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. I don't want to come down again for at least a week, Stellan said with a tired look on her face. The flame monk shouted enthusiastically, What are you talking about? You and Lord Vulcan are destined, so you should come down every day. Stellan gave him a look that looked like a fool. Roger stroked the elf ball in his hand and smiled with a crazy expression on his face. Perry held the scroll and was about to cry without tears. The Holy Light Knight looked at the cross with complicated eyes and finally decided to take it back. As the last bell rang, the figures of the adventurers gradually blurred. Noisy sounds came from their ears. When they opened their eyes again, they had returned to the outside world. The sky was dark, and the cold moonlight shone on the ancient city, completely unable to withstand the lights of the city. The area near the portal was extremely lively, but it was not harmonious at all. Looking around, people were quarreling, and the noisy parties were undoubtedly the adventurers and the guards of the Bede family. Why do you want to check our harvest? Even the Earl doesn't have this right, the adventurer shouted. The guard held up a piece of paper and said, with the new law, the Bede family has the right to first acquire the ore produced in Thane Underground City. I don't care about your other harvests, but the ore must be handed over. I won't sell to other merchants either. Ha, the guard chuckled, go ahead and find him. As long as you can find a businessman in Bede City who dares to buy the ore, I will kneel down and apologize to you. What do you mean? The adventurers looked at each other. They had only stayed in the dungeon for a day. Why did it seem that something big had changed after they came out? What on earth is Count Philip doing? At this time, the miners belonging to the Bede family came out one after another. 500 to 600 people went in, but less than 100 came back, but the remaining people all gained something. The guards no longer struggled with the adventurers, but instead shouted at the miners, ordering them to hand over supplies quickly. The atmosphere at the scene became a little solid for a while, and people hurried back to the city, trying to find someone to find out what happened. Stellan frowned at the farce and said to herself, the Bede family clearly didn't behave this way before, so how could it change so suddenly? Roger gave a contemptuous smile and looked at the guards with a playful look. Leon patted Stellan on the shoulder and said, go to the guild first. Mr. Sid must know something. The guards did not stop them this time, and everyone quickly returned to the guild, where they were told by the staff that West Germany had been waiting for them. Pushing open the door of the conference room, West turned around and opened his arms, smiling like a gentleman. Welcome back. The stars tell me that you will definitely gain a lot. The harvest is indeed a lot. We have cleared Thane Dungeon. Sid showed an expression of sure enough. He waved his hand, and the musical instruments on both sides of the room started playing automatically. Glasses of bright red wine flew in front of everyone. He was the first to raise the glass and said, such a momentous moment, we should celebrate it properly. Thank you for your hard work. Let's talk about the celebration later. Leon frowned and asked, Mr. Sid, what happened today? What is the situation in the Bede family? West Germany drank the red wine in one gulp, put down the glass, and said in a casual tone, what else could it be? It's just that greed was awakened and an irrational decision was made. You may not know that Earl Philip returned to Bede from the royal city yesterday, bringing back His Majesty the King's orders and a dazzling array of treasures. As soon as he came back, he issued several new orders, just like what you saw today. There are 3 commands. One of them is the people belonging to the Bede family who have priority to enter Thane underground city, and the rest are not allowed to resist. The second is that the Bede family has the first right to purchase the ore produced in Thane underground city. However, all the merchants in the city have been dealt with, and no one dares to purchase the ore, which means they can only sell it to the Bede family. The third is to levy tickets for adventurers who enter the dungeon. The tax is levied according to the number of entries every month, which is a large amount of money. Is Philip crazy? Stellan was so angry that she called him by his name. Don't he know the fate of those lords who dare to tax the underground city? Just because he knew, he made other preparations, West Germany said slowly. With the king's support, he temporarily mobilized the elite mercenary group who only obeyed the king's orders. Counting the time, they should arrive tomorrow. The Holy Light Knight suddenly raised his head, with surprise in his tone, and asked, you mean that mercenary group? Yes, it's them, Sid nodded. Light Eagle Group, the Bader House. I don't understand. My father clearly knows that what he is doing is wrong. Why does he continue to do it? The third young master, Sally, who had not appeared for a long time, was walking back and forth in the room, his face showing irritability. Sooner or later, if this continues, adventurers will backfire. So what if the Light Eagle Group can suppress the adventurers by force? He scratched his silver hair irritably and said to himself, why do you want to lock me up? Why can't he listen to any of my opinions? I only said that workers should be given priority to enter, but I didn't say that there would be taxes or anything. I just went to the royal city. Why did he become like this? Ever since Earl Philip came back from delivering potions to the royal city, he seemed to have changed. He was originally a gentle and elegant person, but suddenly he became violent and angry at the people around him. Sally just tried to persuade him a few words and was dismissed. He was locked in a room with guards guarding the door. He even suspected that Count Philip was infected by the king's strange disease. But I quietly called the pastor to take a look and found that there was nothing wrong with my father. So what exactly stimulated him? The brave Elsa folded her hands on her knees and sat obediently. She thought she should behave better when Sally got angry. The current Earl Philip is not cursed, nor is he pretending to be a demon. Elsa can tell that. If it was a demon, she would have picked up the knife and struck. As for the current situation, Elsa glanced at Sally quietly. If her partner thought about it and decided to use her power to get out of trouble, she would definitely help. I am not good at words, so I have some strength. At this time, Sally suddenly said to her, Elsa, do you still remember my speculation? Elsa nodded, and Sally continued, I've always wondered why the dungeon changed. The map after the change is not chaotic. In some aspects, such as the location of traps, the distribution of monsters, etc., they all seem to be decisions made after careful consideration. It's almost like someone is controlling everything. The teacher told me that all this is because of one thing: the dungeon has its own consciousness. Just like the holy sword of the brave, the scepter of the Queen of Elf, and the hammer of the King of Dwarves, those items miraculously gave birth to consciousness. After all, the dungeon can also be regarded as an item, and it may also give birth to weapon spirits. The same consciousness governs everything in the underground city. If it is really conscious, if it learns what its father has done, Sally clenched his fists and said, will the rampage incident 100 years ago happen again? I can only pray. I pray that the dungeon consciousness is like a newborn baby that doesn't understand anything. I hope it has no way of knowing what's happening in the outside world, and I hope it won't go berserk. However, the dungeon consciousness he calls already knows these nonsense. Why is the turnover reduced today? Dong Qiaying played back the video of the crystal ball, and his expression gradually changed. Workers of Bede's house have priority to enter, monopolize the purchase of ore, and tax adventurers. Dong Qiaying, who sensed something was wrong, just used his clone to wander around Bade City and learned the information. No wonder when the dungeon first opened today, a large number of workers came in the first hour or two. As soon as these workers entered the dungeon, they went straight to the resource point of blood ore. Only a small number of those who seemed to have some strength would go to the food area, while some adventurers hired by the Bede family went to hunt outside the swamp area. grassman to harvest the various detoxifying mosset drops. Currently, the Bader family is focusing on developing these 3 resources for Thane Dungeon, not only because of their unique effects, but also because of their stable output. Gong Qiaying regarded these things as benefits. Anyway, their cost was surprisingly cheap, and they could also be used to attract people, so that some gold diggers and bricklayers could also earn income. It seems now I'm still too good-tempered. Gong Qiaying looked at the available monsters with a sullen face. Vader actually wants to monopolize Thane Underground City. This behavior is too bad and must be punished immediately. If there is more than one portal, Earl Philip's priority order for workers would not be a bad thing for the dungeon. A large number of ordinary people would be welcome to come in and die and explode their spiritual power. But his mistake was in taxing and selling tickets. Most people in the adventurer group actually don't have much money. Purchasing and repairing weapons and equipment, purchasing potions and props, etc. are a lot of money. When they explore the dungeon, it's already good enough that they can accept the resurrection fee for the resurrection house and the fee for the teleportation crystal, but you want them to spend extra money for tickets? I want to eat shit. Even though the rewards in Thane Dungeon are extremely unique and attractive, it is also very difficult. The resurrection fees and teleportation crystal fees that adventurers have to bear have already increased, and they are asked to pay taxes. There is bound to be a group of people who will be disgusted and leave. We have to teach the Bede family a lesson. Gong Qiaying thought for a moment, then added, be harsh, but you have to maintain a certain level. It's not good to beat them all away. He intends to teach Earl Philip a relatively heavy lesson. If the other party is still stubborn and insists on monopolizing, some of the methods deployed before need to be put to use. Blood therapy potion, is this thing so tempting? He has drunk a bottle, and its effect is to quickly heal injuries, temporarily improve physical fitness and strength, and can also stimulate nerves and put people in a state of excitement. If you drink a large amount, you may see hallucinations and get extremely high. This effect reminded Gong Qiaying of something that he couldn't even mention in his previous life. Well, it's tempting indeed. As for monsters, choose the explosive scale dragon. He clicked his finger on the available monsters, and by the way added some wonderful tools to the map that he would use later. What he wants now is to beat the Bede family to make them return to their lost ways and stop doing unreasonable things. But this is just my current thinking. Immediately, he won't think so anymore. Rumble. A series of movements suddenly came from the altar under Gong Qiaying, making him jump down and look at the altar with a frown. This thing is actually turning slowly, and the light blue runes slowly light up. It looks like it is about to summon a heroic spirit. Something is slowly taking shape in the middle of the altar. The reserves of spiritual power have reached the standard and are beginning to become famous in the world? A map was unfolded in front of Gong Qiaying. There were no mountains, rivers, lakes, cities, etc. on it, only rough outlines. He had seen this shape somewhere before, and it seemed to be the continent he was currently on. It's just that the map provided by the dungeon is more accurate and the graphics are more detailed. The entire map is colorful, and various colors are scattered randomly on the map. If you count it down, there may be hundreds or even 200 colors with subtle differences. The 3 colors of red, pure black, and pure white occupy the largest proportion on the map, and they can be found everywhere. There are sporadic faint grass greens in the west-west direction of the center of the continent, which looks quite conspicuous. Corresponding to the real map, it is not difficult to find that the area with the most green grass happens to be near Bede City. In addition to Bede City, there are scattered green lights on the map, and the color is so light that there are only a few pixels. Even the westernmost continent has green. Green represents my influence, and other colors represent other dungeons. As the information poured into his mind, Gong Qiaying quickly understood everything. As an old player, the idea of dyeing the entire map green was very strange. Quickly take root in your heart. But what he didn't understand was why a world-renowned system should be set up. Besides looking at the dungeon's influence, is there anything else it does? At this moment, the summoning of heroic spirits ended, and with a click, a broken ancient book fell on the altar. Gong Qiaying carefully opened this ancient book that seemed to be turned into ashes at any time, and saw the words at the beginning. Hello Godwin from Thane Dungeon, I go, box. Gong Qiaying made a joke about his past life, but no one around him responded. Even if there were people, they wouldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He laughed at himself, then continued reading, but his expression turned serious in an instant. My name is Godwin. This is not a coincidence. If you want to explain it, I am you in the past and you are me in the future. Don't worry that I will steal your body. When you read this, I have completely dissipated due to exhaustion of mental power. You will inherit my body and live under the name of Godwin until your mental power is exhausted. Godwin, this body is passed down from generation to generation and will never change. The only thing that will change is the spirit in it. I am just one of the many passers-by in this body, and so are you. Of course, I hope you will not become a passer-by, but the real Godwin, if my guess is correct, you may wake up one day and suddenly find yourself turned into a terrible zombie and can no longer leave the dungeon, right? Whether you are a farmer, adventurer, mercenary, knight or prince and princess of a certain country, once you become Godwin, you can never go back to your previous life. The owner of this book seems to have never considered the existence of time travelers. Dungeon, this disgusting thing. When the spirit of the city lord disappears, it will capture the souls of others and force them to become the new city lord. I was a successful adventurer with a gentle wife and lively and lovely children. It's all because of this damned dungeon. The amount of information in these words is simply off the charts. The author of this book has a deep grudge against the dungeon, but unfortunately the content below is damaged, and Gong Qiang can only turn to the place where there are still words to continue reading. Dungeon, what is sealed? But as long as the body of the city lord is still there, the seal will never break. Another long section of missing information. The fact that you can see the notes I left behind means that your mental energy reserves have reached the standard, right? You are quite talented in running a dungeon. Whether you love this job or not, you are a qualified dungeon lord. Next, please listen to my advice and don't repeat my mistakes. You can already see the popularity map. Unfortunately, this means that you are about to enter a cruel battle. The moment you step onto the map, you enter the field of vision of other dungeons. Don't look at others with kindness, but have the greatest malice. Those who actively approach you will become your enemies, and those who are far better than you may be able to pity you, help you. I think you understand what I mean. Due to the rules, I can't say too much. Please forgive me. Reputation is very important to you, very important. It is related to whether you can survive in the fight, because the key to victory has never been your monsters, no matter how powerful they are. I made a fatal mistake on this point. Those who love your life, love the life of this dungeon, love everything you create, and have a bond with the dungeon are the real ones. The text stopped abruptly, and the following text was damaged in large sections and could not be interpreted at all. Gong Qiang found that he could understand the contents of the ancient books, and those riddles were not a problem for him at all. It was as if the spirits that had stayed in this body were also helping him understand everything. He already had a roughly accurate guess about what the part that stopped abruptly was. The fight probably refers to the battle with other dungeons. But each dungeon is far apart, and the city lord and the monsters cannot leave their respective areas. How can the fight happen? In what form? It was really confusing, but it also brought an unknown fear. It was as if a life-threatening terror would come to the door at any time, making it hard to sleep and eat. So, once the popularity map was opened, Gong Qiang entered a never-ending arms race. Come on, I'm not afraid. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his eyes flickering. But when he turned to the last page with the text, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't open any envelopes, don't touch any envelopes, don't look at any envelopes. What made Gong Qiang widen his eyes was not these words, but the things on the altar. A sea blue envelope was lying there quietly. This chapter was deleted and revised, and more than 10,000 words were written back and forth. Finally, there is a version that I am more satisfied with. Gong Qiang quickly looked away, not looking at the sea blue letter. But the presence of that thing was so strong, how could he ignore it? Damn Riddler, can't you make it clearer? What does the envelope mean? Is it a challenge from another dungeon? Friendship letter? Or maybe when he opens the envelope, a fat blue man will emerge who wants to grant him 3 wishes? The sea blue envelope shone with little bits of light, making people think of sapphire. The workmanship was also quite exquisite. It was simply a work of art. If it weren't for the message left by Godwin, Gong Qiang would have opened it and read it at this moment. Unfortunately, at this moment, this beautiful envelope is more terrifying in Gong Qiang's eyes than a billion murderers. Summon an archon miasma to swallow this thing? While he was hesitating, the altar lit up again, and in the blink of an eye a gray letter fell on the sea blue envelope. This thing also has the ability to proliferate. One letter was enough to make him uncomfortable, but at this moment, a second letter came, which was really a bit. There was a flash of light, and another light green letter appeared on the altar. Gong Qiang's expression froze. The light flashed again, and an amber letter appeared. The light flashed again, and the orange-yellow letter fell leisurely in front of him. Light, orange/gold/earth/flesh/red/cyan/cyan. Envelopes fell like snowflakes, flooding the entire altar. Gong Qiaying was confused. He now has the feeling that he chose to register an account as a woman on the Sanwood dating platform. It's like a pack of wolves. A breeze blew by, and a page of the ancient book was turned. It turned out that there was text recorded on the back of the last page. If more than one letter appears in front of you, open it and read it. This is your destiny. No, buddy, your words convey a strong sense of self-destruction. Compared with other ways of saying hello, writing letters is the gentlest. If you can see more than 5 letters, it means that the quality of this group of dungeon masters is pretty good. Maybe you can look forward to talking with some people. Become friends, form alliances, etc. I have seen more than 100 envelopes. Doesn't it mean that all the city lords who are at the same time as me are civilized pace-setters? No, you don't know what quality refers to. He found the first sea blue color from the hill-like envelope, took a deep breath and opened it. Even if monsters and monsters would emerge from it after opening it, he would admit it. To the unknown new partner, hello, I am Linwire from Sunhai Dungeon. I opened the world map a few days earlier than you. Maybe you can call me senior. You must be confused now. At the beginning, the same is true for me. Fortunately, a kind-hearted senior guided me, so I also want to help you like she helped me. If you don't understand anything, remember to reply to me. Just use the altar. This shell is my drift. I picked it up when I was young. It's in very beautiful shape. I'll give you a sneak peek. Goodbye. One's beautiful handwriting, lovely tone of voice, beautiful shells drawn in simple strokes, and a faint fragrance on the letter paper. If the little chef man sees this, he will not be able to think about it? Gong Qiaying was silent for a moment, his expression a little strange. Why does it look so normal? It turns out that if you open the letter, you will be forced to fight. Are other dungeon masters so caring? It's quite heartwarming. He opened the gray letter again, this time the handwriting was much rougher. Don't believe Linwire. That old woman who pretends to be tender is greedy for your body and will squeeze everything out of you. If you are a strong man, come an ally with Pan Senator. I'll be waiting for you in the Boulder Dungeon. I'll have you covered with good wine and meat. It doesn't matter if she is a woman. It doesn't matter if she is younger. Brother Pansun, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. But with the gray reminder, Gong Qiaying suddenly felt that the sea blue became suspicious, and the slightest thought of replying to the letter was gone. You really can't relax for a moment. He opened another purple-black letter. Join us, and together we will destroy humanity. Destroy humanity. Destroy humanity. Long live the demon race. The letter also had solidified mucus on it, making it look quite disgusting. Neuropathy. He threw the purple and black aside and picked up a dark blue letter. Demons are stinky shit. Join our Asta Alliance and fight to defend the sacred human blood. We will exterminate the demons within 5 years, the elves and dwarves orcs within 10 years, and the hybrid humans with impure blood within 20 years. For human purity. Brother, you are a bit too extreme. The more Gong Qiaying read, the more he felt relaxed. The content of these letters was completely different from what he had imagined. It was more like reading some funny little GG. The message left by the previous Godwin made him think that there was a dark forest between the dungeons, and whoever was exposed first would die. However, the atmosphere was completely different now. He gradually discovered a pattern. The lighter the letter, the more like it was written by a human being, or a creature with complete intelligence and logic. The darker the letter, the more inhuman it was, and the more intermittent and even illogical the letter was. The contents of these letters were mostly greetings, requests for alliance, and some chatter like chatter. Of course, there were still people provoking him and tempting him to start a war. But I don't even know how to initiate a dungeon battle. Gong Qiaying ignored those malicious letters. It feels like these envelopes are not as dangerous as written in the ancient books. Did the previous Godwin make a fuss, or did the times change? Just as he continued to open the letter, a flash of light appeared on the altar, and suddenly another purple-black letter appeared. It was written by the man who just shouted, "Long live the demons." You just read my letter, right? Why don't you reply? Why? As expected, you are evil, human, I want to kill you. The handwriting revealed madness, and the person who wrote the letter seemed to be in a rage. The Lord of the Evil Nest Dungeon Gonago has launched a life-and-death battle against you. This is his first time to launch a life-and-death battle, and you can't refuse, start fighting at the slightest disagreement? The war will start in 30 days, please be fully prepared. At this moment, Gong Qiaying finally understood why his predecessor didn't let him open the envelope. There are also warlike lunatics among the dungeon lords, and he was almost fooled by the harmless content of most letters. This is trouble. Maybe he should be a little panicked at this moment? Or is it like facing a great enemy? But looking at his huge mental power and the vast number of available monsters, let's go out and find out the information about the underground city of Evil Nest. The map shows that it is in the west. So that's it. It is the territory of the demons. In this case, I guess I can't find out any news in Bed City. Humans have always known very little about the western continent. Gong Qiaying cast his eyes on Qingshan's letters. Maybe he can ask a city lord? There are risks in doing this, but going to war with an enemy with unknown information is even more risky. Forget it, it's over now. He opened the crystal ball. Destroy the Bed family first and don't let them make trouble. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was pitch black. It was autumn, and the cold wind at night pierced the bone marrow. There was already a long queue in front of the Shan dungeon. Because of the current popularity, the flow of people was getting bigger and bigger. Many people even came to queue up 2 hours in advance. What's more, when they were driven out of the dungeon at 12 o'clock, they didn't even go home and queued directly. But even though the adventurers tried so hard, they still couldn't resist the privileges of the nobles. The guards of the Bed family looked at the adventurers jokingly and said to their companions, "What's the use of queuing up so early? You still have to let them out when the time comes." "Keep your voice down, these people are all hot-tempered," said another guard. "It's almost time, call all the workers over quickly, and start collecting tickets when they all go in." The adventurers glared at them, and there was constant shouting and cursing in the team. If the guards didn't belong to the Lord, who was a noble blessed by the kingdom, they would have started fighting long ago. After weighing the pros and cons, many people thought that there was still money to be made by entering the Shan dungeon, so they suppressed their anger. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the suppressed dissatisfaction would not disappear, but would continue to brew over time until it came out. In fact, there are already efficient people organizing protest marches, and it is unknown when it will happen. Magician Roger looked at the expressions of the crowd and felt that his sociological experience had improved. Yesterday, the exploration team had informed Sid of various intelligence, including bonfires, images, oaths, etc. The huge amount of information made the old man, who had experienced a lot of things, silent for a moment, and gave the huge rewards agreed to each person separately, and also added additional rewards. He said that he would organize new explorations after a while, but Roger felt that this group of people should not be able to get together now. Lion Leon claimed that the old predecessor he had always wanted to become a disciple of but had no chance would be interested in the teardrop larvae. In order to show his sincerity, he personally took the teardrop larvae to visit the predecessors. It is said that other people in the strategy group also went with him and would not be able to return for a while. After performing an ecstatic dance in the conference room, the flame monk rushed to the base of the Spark Church, saying that he would call all the remaining believers to come and serve as sun warriors. The base was in the neighboring city of Bed City, and it would take several days to travel back and forth. The Holy Light Knight went to the church to report the situation, and then he was never seen again. Stellan stayed in the city as her sun warrior, but she reduced her appearances due to Melgar's harassment. As for Perry, the child returned to the Magic Association with the Crystal Scroll with deep resentment. After all, the purpose of his coming here was to identify the bonfire image for the association, and he had to go back to report. Then why did Roger stay here? Of course it was for monsters. This magical spherical prop can even catch dragons, and maybe other monsters. He was going to catch monsters in the dungeon. In his eyes, the monsters produced in the Shan dungeon were all unprecedented species, much rarer than those monsters on the surface that he had long been tired of seeing. If you want to catch something, you should catch the precious ones. Maybe Gong Qiaying will launch the flashing frog, flashing mushroom man, flashing female fire dragon and so on in the future. Invisible Roger cast the invisibility magic on himself, sneaked into the workers' team, and prepared to enter the dungeon with them. It is impossible to queue up, and it is impossible to queue up in this life. At this time, a man standing with the guard suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Roger, squinting his eyes. "Found me?" Roger was slightly surprised, but when he saw the man's clothes, he was suddenly relieved. The man was strong and wore a silver-white full-body armor with simple patterns on the surface of the armor. Not only was the helmet in the shape of an eagle, but the chest armor was also painted with a lifelike falcon. So that's it. This is the mercenary group that Mr. Sid mentioned, the Light Eagle group. No wonder the adventurers haven't made trouble yet. No matter who it is, They have heard of the reputation of this mercenary group that is almost never lost, and no one wants to conflict with the mercenaries who lick blood on the tip of the knife. Judging from the specifications of the armor, this person is at least a captain-level existence, and his strength should not be underestimated. However, this did not scare Roger. He gave the other party a thumbs up, and followed the worker in front of him into the portal. The captain of the Light Eagle group suddenly chuckled, causing the surrounding guards to show puzzled expressions. Hey, why is there one less person? After entering the dungeon, the workers counted the number of people and found that there were only 9 people. After waiting for 2 minutes, the remaining one did not come in. The workers cursed a few words and started today's work, going to a specific collection point to mine ore. Roger wanted to leave them and act alone, but he thought that so many people might attract more monsters, so he simply followed the workers from a distance. As a result, not long after they left, the workers were attacked by skeleton monsters. Roger secretly dispersed the monsters, so there was no loss of personnel. The skeleton monsters are too ugly, aren't there any more handsome ones? This is why he took action. Under his protection, the workers arrived at the mining site without any danger, and they kept sighing that they were really lucky today. After all, when they usually come here, they usually lose more than half of their staff. Has the monster become more ferocious? Roger sat next to them, still hiding his figure. I always feel that the monsters have become more ferocious this time than the last time. Is it his illusion? And the cursed frogs, fishmen, and so on have disappeared, as if only the skeleton monsters are left. It's very strange, very strange. There is a feeling of calm before the storm. Ha! Have there been such big stones here before? A worker pointed to the huge rock in front of him and asked. No, another person said, I remember that all of them are blood quartz here, not this ordinary one. His voice stopped abruptly, replaced by a scream. Because this stone suddenly stood up. Big rock snake, required mental power per unit, 99, comprehensive combat power, D, there are monsters. This scream is the beginning of the disaster. When the big rock snake slapped the worker in front of it to death with its tail, the surrounding blood quartz suddenly broke, and one round stone after another suddenly jumped out. No, these are not stones, because they have arms. Geophysical rock, required spiritual power per unit, 49, comprehensive combat power, E+, geophysical rock knocked over the nearest worker with a charge, then rushed over and punched him to death, then dispersed to chase the others. Onyx strangled the workers like a ruthless meat grinder, and its bloodstained appearance was really terrifying. New geophysical rocks emerged from the swamp one after another, blocking the workers' escape route, and people showed desperate expressions. This incident happened so suddenly that Roger was stunned for a while before he smiled. This is a new monster he has never seen before, and he has a new monster to catch. He showed up regardless of the workers' surprise, used the mage's hand to catch a geophysical rock, and quickly threw a pokeball to it before the other party struggled. The pokeball opened in midair, and geophysical rock turned into a stream of light and was collected in the ball. Perfect. Roble couldn't help but clench his fist, but the next second, the pokeball suddenly opened, and the angry Geodude rushed out. Capture failed. Ha! He showed a confused look. Why did he fail to capture? He dodged the impact of Geodude with a flash, but then Onyx used Rock Slide on him, and a large amount of falling rocks hit Roger. Earth Attribute Magic? It's quite consistent with the appearance. He dodged easily, thinking about why the capture failed just now. I thought that as long as the pokeball was thrown, it would definitely catch the monster. Surprise attack magic grapple. Roble used the newly learned magic. Onyx was attacked by magic one after another from behind, which made it very troubled. Taking advantage of this excellent opportunity, Roger used the giant magician's hand to control Onyx's body. In this brief moment, a huge hailstone had formed on its head. If I weaken it, can it still escape capture? Hail crashed down, hitting its head. The rock snake fell down with a wail. This was a good opportunity to capture it. Roger took out the more precious Super Ball. Roar as if he had calculated the timing. Before the Super Ball in his hand was thrown out, a roar suddenly came from the air. It seemed that something fell down, and after touching the ground, they immediately exploded. What's going on? Roger was very embarrassed by the sudden explosion, and what was even more fatal was that a series of explosions exploded around him. If he was hit, he would really die without a burial place. In the interval of dodging, he looked up. Then he showed an extremely surprised expression. Because the thing flying in the sky was a dragon. Another dragon he had been thinking about. Explosive Scale Dragon. From the beginning of August to now, it is finally time to put the book on the shelves. I am really full of emotion. To be honest, the extent to which this book has been written is beyond my expectation. Who would have thought that a small piece of garbage that had less than 100 collections in 5 days after entering the library would now have 20,000 collections and even be listed in Sanjiang? This is just like a dream. I used to only dream about myself being listed in Sanjiang, but I didn't expect it to be realized now. The world is really wonderful. To be listed in Sanjiang, you need to read it again, but who brings the reading again? Of course, it is my precious readers. Dear readers, I respect you. Without your support, I would not have achieved what I have today. In future updates, I will work hard with 100% of my state to make everyone happy and satisfied. Many things in this book came out after seeing everyone's opinions. If I wrote it according to my original idea, it would have been a failure. I would like to thank all the readers who gave valuable suggestions. You are treasures that I will never forget in my life. I also want to thank my editor. Without his encouragement, I would have given up writing. Thank you, Big Boss Fubuki. All opinions and criticisms will be transformed into my motivation to move forward. Although I have achieved some success outside, I am a pure newcomer here and have a lot to learn. What I can promise you is that I will definitely make progress and try to make the imperfect parts acceptable and the acceptable parts better. Just like Spider-Man, trying to do better. At 12 noon tomorrow, 10,000 words will be updated. Please give me a first order. I really beg you. Explosive scale dragon, psychic power required per unit? Comprehensive combat power, C++, dragon, a beautiful and powerful creature. Everything about it is perfect, mysterious, cold, like a tyrant, the dragon flames burn everything, and the bonfire shows that the immortal ancient dragon once ruled the world. Roger couldn't help but think of his childhood. That year, he read a fairy tale with his childhood sweetheart. The book told about a dragon kidnapping a princess, and the brave man rescued the princess at the request of the king. The story was very old-fashioned, and the only thing that impressed him was that the names of the characters in it were long and difficult to pronounce, but there was a wonderful and magical rhythm when they were read out. After reading the story, his childhood sweetheart blushed and asked him, "If I was kidnapped by a dragon, would you come to save me?" Roger only remembered that his answer at the time was "I will," but it seemed that he was thinking something different in his heart. What was he thinking? He couldn't remember. The explosions brought by the explosion scale dragon were large and dense. He was forced to use flash continuously, and his magic power reserves dropped rapidly, showing signs of fatigue. Logically, he should release the female fire dragon to fight with it at this time, but forget it. They can't beat it together. Even if all the members of the exploration team are here, it's hard to say who will win. The workers had died long ago, and there was only one person and one dragon left at the scene. When Flash finally made a mistake and his body could not move, the explosion scale dragon roared and swooped down like a cannonball. Roger did not dodge or avoid, but opened his arms calmly, as if he wanted to hug the explosion scale dragon. It would be too cool to die in the hands of the dragon. Oh, I remember, what I thought at that time was if you are really kidnapped by the dragon, then I will definitely set out to rescue the dragon you have charmed, and become a partner with it to go on adventures together. Really, why was my EQ so low at that time? Roger's consciousness fell into darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the resurrection house as expected. Why is it so messy? When he sat up, holding his head with a splitting headache, he heard a lot of noise in the resurrection house, no matter who was shouting. What's going on, so noisy? Hurry up, there are 10 more back here, the nun shouted. I can't save them all, I really can't save them all, I don't have enough magic power. The old pastor made a weak voice. Why did so many people die today? The staff of the resurrection house shouted together. Sir, Roger turned his head and found a nun with a sweaty face saying to him, since you are awake, please come down quickly. There are so many dead today, and there are not enough beds. Oh. He quickly got off the bed and watched the nun move a body full of rock fragments to the bed, and then turned around to move other bodies, but just after moving one away, the teleportation crystal sent back a bunch of bodies, and it was too late even if magic was used to move them. Everyone was so busy that they had to temporarily move the bodies that they had not dealt with in time outside. The resurrection house could not accommodate them. People passing by gathered here to watch the excitement and discussed enthusiastically why so many people died today. Since the change in the Shan dungeon, the resurrection house has been very busy and the number of deaths has increased dramatically, but today there are particularly many people who died, and they all died at the same time, which naturally caused the morning rush hour-like congestion. The priests and nuns thought they were used to high-intensity work, But they didn't expect that now is the real high intensity. Roger rubbed his eyebrows, and when the headache eased a little, he suddenly realized that all these dead people were actually workers of the bead family. Some of them were beaten to death by the huge force, some were pierced with rocks, some were blown up, and some were burned to charcoal. The way they died could match that of rock snake and explosive dragon. Roger realized it. It seems that the workers went to mine as usual, but they encountered new monsters in the dungeon and were collectively sent away. Although it was immoral, he felt happy about the misfortune. No, he couldn't laugh. These workers were innocent. Count Philip was going to be in big trouble. As if to make up for his own merits, he also joined the ranks of helpers and became a volunteer. The culprit was the nobles. The workers were just trying to make a living. It would be good for them to let these workers revive and rest quickly. Soon, the news that new monsters appeared in the same dungeon, causing a large number of deaths of workers, spread like wildfire and quickly reached the ears of the adventurers who were still queuing at the portal. Everyone's reaction was surprisingly consistent. Good. 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 It was really satisfying. Nothing could make people happier than seeing the annoying lord lose all his money. When the public opinion spread throughout the city, there was even a small number of workers queuing to enter the dungeon. These hundreds of workers had not yet entered. After hearing that everyone in front of them had died and that everyone who went in would die, the rest of the people were too scared to go in again. No matter how the guards threatened them, only a very small number of people dared to go in. These people soon met in the resurrection house. I quit. How could anyone want to do a job that means death? I just died the day before yesterday, and I was forced to come here again today. If I die again, I will get sick. Damn it, I have to go in. My family still owes money. Chaos. The guards could not control the chaos near the dungeon portal. No matter how much they threatened or lured, no one was willing to do something that would kill them. Even if they could be resurrected, they would have to bear the sequelae themselves. The workers' wages were a very low basic salary plus the amount of mining. If they died after entering the dungeon and did not get any minerals, it would be a big loss. The Light Eagle group members present, the captain who had discovered Roger earlier sneered at this moment and said, "A bunch of rabble." The guards dared to be angry but did not speak out. Everyone had heard of the reputation of the Light Eagle group. Not only had they made contributions in wars between countries many times, but the leaders were all strong. It was said that their leader had hunted a monster that only gold-level adventurers were qualified to challenge alone a few days ago. Many captains also got the name of Beast Slayer. The more chaotic the scene was, the more excited the adventurers were. Someone asked timidly, "All the workers died. Will we also die after we go in? What if we die? It's worth it to see a powerful monster. Yeah, I only dare to challenge monsters stronger than me in the dungeon. If I die on the surface, I won't have the money to revive." An adventurer challenged, "Hey, guards over there, do you dare to go in and kill monsters to defend the dignity of your lord? Ha 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 ha. They are just a bunch of cowards. How dare you compare with our brave adventurers?" The guards clenched their fists, and the leader of the guards asked the captain of the Light Eagle team, "Mr. Gelka, please help us. The situation is out of control." Gelka glanced at him and said nothing. Just a look made the guard leader tremble with his knees as if he was carrying a huge mountain. "For the sake of your lord," finally, Gelka took a step forward, raised his arm, and pressed his palm down. "Shut up." It was just a casual remark, but the scene became eerily silent, like a silent pantomime. Unique talent is an ability that only a few creatures can awaken. It is characterized by innate awakening, diverse abilities, strong and weak, and cannot be learned by others. I call my unique talent, Edict. When I activate my ability, the world will change because of my words. Gelka's tone was very proud when he spoke, but people around him could only see his lips moving but could not hear his voice. His words of "shut up" became the silence of the voice under the influence of the decree. In the Light Eagle regiment, most of the captain-level figures have unique talents. "This is our specialty." Gurkha raised his head and continued to deliver his own speech. In the eyes of outsiders, he is like a proud and strong man, who arouses people's amazement just by showing a little bit of strength. However, it's a good thing you can't hear me now, otherwise, he coughed and said to himself, "You can hear how weak I am now. Damn it, controlling so many people in one breath almost made me faint. I will never do this shit again." He waved his hand and quickly cancelled the effect of the decree, which actually lasted less than 3 seconds. But everyone present did not know his true inner thoughts, and they all regarded him as a gold-level powerhouse. Even if the decree was lifted, the scene was silent for a while. As expected of a member of the Light Eagle Regiment, they are powerful. Everyone is thinking so. The guard leader was also shocked by this miraculous operation and exaggerated his power. Gelka didn't speak, just nodded, and then stared at the leader of the guard with a very oppressive gaze, which made him bend over and tremble. Why does Master Gelka keep staring at me? Is there something I forgot to do? The leader of the guard began to doubt himself. After a minute, he suddenly realized. By the way, hurry up and report to Sir Philip. He summoned a guard with quick legs and feet, told him a few words and then let him run to the Lord's mansion. In fact, the whole city knew about this matter, and Count Philip probably knew about it, but wouldn't this trip show that he, the leader, knew how to do things? The guard leader gave Gelka a thumbs up, thinking that he was indeed a big shot, and he did everything right, and he kindly reminded me with his eyes. Gierka nodded silently, showing a cold look. Every time he releases the decree, he will fall into a period of weakness. You can tell by his voice that he is not in good condition, which damages his image. So he thought of a way to stare directly at others and let them figure out what to do next. Facts have proved that this method is quite effective. Bede City, the Lord's mansion. The guard who came to report the news exited the room tremblingly, because Count Philip was very unhappy and looked very scary. Why did something suddenly change at this juncture? The once shrewd businessman and nobleman hammered the table hard, causing several cracks in the thick wooden table. Earl Philip's eye sockets were sunken, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hair was messy. He seemed like a wild beast that chose others to devour. Not only that, his body became thinner, and the joints of his hands protruded like devil's claws. It is impossible for nobles to be thin unless they are sick. We can't blame everyone for thinking that Count Philip has become scary. He looks like this now and would scare countless children to tears just by walking around on the street. His secretary remembered that the Count had become like this since he returned from the royal city, which made people feel extremely strange. I was obviously fine before meeting His Majesty the King. It's almost like it's directed at me. Earl Philip threw everything on the table to the ground and unlocked the desktop cleaning master achievement. Hundreds of workers died in batches, and no ore could be brought back. This tragic situation can no longer be described as losing money. It needs a more serious adjective. Just one day of no income is nothing to the Bede family, but what worries him is the new monster that has appeared, and it is said that there is a flying dragon inside that can cause explosions. If it is really a dragon, he will never be able to mine this ore again. It happens to be at this time. He grabbed his hair irritably, and actually pulled out a large handful. The ends of the hair were still stained with blood, which was a bit scary. What are Lord Philip so anxious about? Another person in the room spoke up. Are you worried that the promise to His Majesty the King cannot be fulfilled? This man is also wearing the Light Eagle team leader's armor. He is slightly shorter than Gelka and looks younger, but there is a cunning look on his face. Besides worrying about this, what else can I worry about? Earl Philip said, I promised His Majesty that I would provide you with doubled amounts of concentrated blood therapy potions, as long as you don't mine more ores. Come on, the blood reserves in your warehouse have already been enough, and there is still a lot of wealth. The captain of the Light Eagle Regiment said as if he had seen through everything. You are just using His Majesty's order to make profits. His Majesty only temporarily gave you the Thane dungeon for the purpose of doing things, but you claim that Thane has become yours. Permanent private property, TSK. Earl Philip showed an unhappy look. It's none of your business. I will return the dungeon when the deadline is up. This person really can't speak. Even if everyone knows it, some things can't be said openly. The Count clenched his fists. If I had known better, I wouldn't have invited the Light Eagles to come over to maintain the situation. The two captains who came were both annoying guys. The Light Eagle Regiment is divided into 3 levels, mercenaries, captains, and captains. It was thanks to the king that he was able to invite 2 captains and the teams they led this time. I'm not blaming you. I have nothing to do with you making or losing money. I'm only responsible for bringing back enough potions, the captain shrugged. I'm just advising you. It's still too late to let go. Post a notice, apologize to the adventurers, and restore the past order. That's enough, don't say any more. I advise you not to indulge your desires like His Majesty, otherwise you will become a wild beast like him. The captain suddenly smiled and did not finish his sentence, so as to make people think the most. He left the room, apparently intending to give the Count some space to think. This man seems to know something about the king's strange illness, but what does this have to do with Count Philip? Is it possible that the Count was also infected? Perhaps he was awakened. The fierce light in Earl Philip's eyes subsided slightly, and his reason regained the upper hand, and he began to think about whether what he did was really right. It seems that I really did something big wrong. Something is wrong. The memories of these days are replayed in my mind, and the more I look at them, the weirder they feel. This recent series of things doesn't seem like something I would do. It's so wrong. How can anyone do business like this? What was it that affected me? There is more and more reason in his eyes, and his vision gradually becomes clearer. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door, and an attendant ran in a panic, holding up a piece of purplered orange shouting, "Lord Earl, an adventurer claimed to have found the production point of purple blood ing." A large amount of purple blood ing. Earl Philip's eyes were once again occupied by madness. Where is it, at the same time? Sneeze. Roger, who was far away in the resurrection house, suddenly sneezed. It's strange, why do I feel like my wealth has been robbed? He suddenly remembered that he had not yet sold the information about Zi Shuang to Earl Philip. Forget it, don't worry, he then picked up a corpse and said to himself, anyway, I am the only one who knows where Zi Shuang is produced. Chapter 94. My 26-year-old aristocratic gentleman, please subscribe. Gong Chieying stared at the crystal ball with an expression like Subway, old man, mobilephone.ipg. You can't blame him for his exaggerated reaction, because what he saw now was really off the mark. I thought that after yesterday's painful lesson, Earl Philip would be a little more restrained today, but what he didn't expect was the number of workers coming to Thane Dungeon has actually increased. Do these people have a penchant for seeking death or something? Even the people who died yesterday are queuing up to get in as if they were being herded onto a shelf. Aren't they afraid of the sequelae? Because yesterday's team was completely wiped out, are you planning to increase manpower investment in exchange for more output today? But no matter how much investment is increased, without the protection of powerful people, these workers will still be unable to avoid the fate of becoming cannon fodder. There is something fishy going on, and Count Philip would not be so ungrateful. He paid close attention to the movements of the workers, trying to find the real purpose of the other party in clues. The development of the matter was almost the same as yesterday. After entering the swamp area, the workers were attacked by violent monsters. Most of them were killed or injured immediately, and the already loose team was directly overwhelmed. Without the protection of adventurers like Roger, it would be difficult for them to even reach the edge of the ore alive. However, even if you can walk over, you will be slapped to death by the tail of the big rock snake. The difference is that you will die early and die later. After a moment of observation, Gong Chieying discovered that the situation was different from yesterday. A large number of workers were separated. They were different from ordinary people. They obviously had some strength, and they all went to find a treasure chest in a specific location. Gong Chieying remembered that the treasure box was a teleportation trap that would steadily teleport people to the lower mine area, and there were monsters ambushing outside the teleportation point. The configuration was a conventional dog plus shooter. A group of people who were separated died on the road, and after being transported to the lower level, they were surrounded by monsters and another group died. After breaking through the siege, they accidentally turned right and ran into the furnace night boss room, and another group died. In the end, only a few were left. Only a few people can walk on the right path and see what they dream of blood veins. A large number of blood heroes stacked together emit a cold light like blood. The reflected light makes the entire space dreamlike, and the touch of purple hidden among the many blood heroes is even more exciting. Gong Chieying showed a clear look. It turned out that the target of these workers was Zi Shuang. He can now guess the general situation. It is estimated that Count Philip got the information about Zi Shuang from somewhere and designed a route, so he couldn't wait to come in and mine the rare ore. I remember that not many people know the information here. The last batch of people who arrived here were its part of the exploration team. It's not surprising. The information seemed to have been sold to Count Philip by members of the exploration team. Oh, before I thought they did a good job and helped me attract a wave of traffic, but now it's not helpful. Gong Chieying dropped 2 gargoyles and immediately strangled the workers who were lucky enough to come to the Bloodying Cave before they had time to mine. The location of the terrain and buildings cannot be adjusted during the non-dungeon closing time, and the treasure chests are also included in the buildings, so we can only place monsters. The teleportation treasure box will be removed tonight. Today, Count Philip is still going to have to lose all his money. If he persists, he will lose all his money. No sane person will invest in a losing business. The underground city has been arranged, and Gong Chieying transfers his consciousness to the outside world. The clone woke up in the shop. The business of the prop shop has been very slow in the past 2 days. It's not that no one wants to come, it's just that everyone is watching the excitement near the dungeon. Gong Xiaoying also wanted to see how the adventurers mocked the Lord in a fancy way, but unfortunately, he had more important things to do now. It's not enough for the dungeon to give Count Philip strength, there must also be external factors to create a situation where both sides are surrounded. How can you put pressure on a noble? The answer is to either assemble a large team of ordinary people, find someone with more power than the nobles, or directly use overwhelming force to attack. Magic Association, Adventurers Guild, Holy Light Church. The status of the top leaders of these organizations is far stronger than that of the Count. When Jack was still alive, Gong Xiaoying once asked him to send some small things to attract attention to these organizations, and now he finally received a reply. The reply letter from the Magic Association is exquisitely crafted, and the words are full of elegant vocabulary, but the author's exclamation can be detected from these handwritings. Dear Sir, please forgive our reply for being so late. It is not that we are being negligent. The theory of star magic you proposed is really amazing. The professors at the Astronomical Academy argued about it for a long time until I wrote this the day before you wrote this letter. A professor successfully reproduced the pyroxene magic gravel according to the principles you gave. Your knowledge is really amazing. You can comprehend brand new magic from the stars. This is really a genius feat of possession. If you can create more systematic star magic, I believe that the future Magic Association will set up an exclusive classroom for you. The last scholar who established the classroom is now the president of our association. Your achievements, it will be worthy of the association to honor you with a statue. When you read this letter, several professors from the Astrology Academy are already on their way to visit you. They can't wait to meet the founder of new magic. This meeting will represent the beginning of a new era of magic. In addition, we are very interested in the force field developed by Mr. Tops you mentioned. Can you please talk about it in detail when you meet with the professors? Gong Xiaoying nodded and said, it seems he took the bait. The professors of the Magic Association may not be as powerful as the Count alone, but what if they are a group of people? Plus, what about the connections behind them? As long as Gong Xiaoying can come up with something that attracts them enough, these professors will become a great force. This is equivalent to the Magic Association being dealt with. It needs to come up with academic things to target scholars. So what is the reaction of the Adventurers Guild, which is equally famous as it? In fact, the Adventurers Guild has already responded. The arrival of West Germany has already shown the attitude of the guild. If it is not taken seriously, why would a branch president give up the glory and wealth of the royal city and come here to take full charge of the branch? The senior leaders of the Adventurers Guild are very special. They have all been accomplished senior adventurers, and they all have a passion for adventure. No adventurer will not be interested in legendary adventure stories and mysterious treasures. Gong Xiaoying told them several stories, and attached some gadgets that could prove the authenticity of the stories, claiming that they were found in the Thane dungeon. There are some weak connections between those stories, such as the image of the campfire, the eldest man of the sun, the abyss walker, etc. It was precisely because of these attractions that West Germany set up an exploration team to go deep into the underground city to verify the authenticity of these stories. Adults would not believe things without evidence. The results lived up to expectations. The discoveries made by the exploration team supported the authenticity of the story and even led to a larger worldview. Presumably West Germany will definitely take action. Holy Light Church has yet to reply. I don't know what the outcome will be. It probably won't be too good. Gong Xiaoying picked up the last letter. Its owner came from an organization that everyone hated and hated, the Brotherhood of Shadow. Since this is a paparazzi entertainment organization, Gong Xiaoying explained in his letter to them how interesting the various traps in Thane Dungeon are. How can such interesting things be in the hands of a few people? They must be released. Just let everyone take a look. In addition, there are serious matters such as the campfire upgrade mechanism. He opened the envelope, and when he saw the contents, his expression became strange. Because there is only one sentence on it, someone has already told us about those things. Your information is too backward, idiot. Don't submit articles to us with outdated information. See you again. Someone has already told them? Gong Xiaoying blinked in confusion. Who is it? The efficiency is faster than him? Danya, a member of the Stellan team who did not want to be named, made a comparison. At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from outside the store. The sound covered the whole city, and everyone looked towards the place where the sound came from the sky. A black magic-powered airship floated over Bede City at some point, with a grinning skeleton painted on it. That's the symbol of the Brotherhood of Shadow. Hey, can you hear me? This is the Brotherhood of Shadows that you most admire, and we are going to make big news. A frivolous and needy voice spread throughout the city through the magic loudspeaker. When people saw it was the Brotherhood of Shadow, they all became happy. Even the nuns and priests who worked overtime to resurrect the dead stopped their work and planned to see what these guys were going to do to survive. In the Adventurers Guild, Sid stood by the window and looked at the black airship. He couldn't help but smile and shook his head, and said to his assistant Gina, "These daring guys can always pop up and cause trouble at the right time." In the Lord's mansion, Earl Philip, who was listening to the reports of losses from his men with a sullen face, heard the noise outside, and his eyelids suddenly began to jump wildly. He ignored the surprise of the attendant and ran outside, staring at the black airship. His instinct told him that these bastards were probably coming to target him. Ahem, why did the old lord go crazy overnight? What is the evil that tortures his heart? What drives him to become a public enemy? Is the pretty boy the third young master his real son, or is he playing a special game? Star Fury? Please listen to me next. The voice that wanted to be beaten paused and said, "Forget it, it's too troublesome to talk about. Let's read the flyers." Crash, la la, the airship dropped such heavy leaflets as snow that the cleaners would suffocate after seeing them. Gong Chiaying picked it up and looked at it. The title on it read, "My 26-year-old noble master." My 26-year-old noble lord is an epic-making masterpiece that is a collection of gossip materials collected by all members of the Shadow Brotherhood, plus a little bit of imagination, and finally written in wonderful words. Although he didn't name him by name, anyone who wasn't a fool could see that this was a subtle allusion to Earl Philip. I really like fun people. Gong Chiaying read on with 100% anticipation. The entire article is told from the perspective of a wealthy businesswoman who encounters a down-and-out young aristocrat and falls in love with him. The love story in the middle can be said to have added all the elements that can be seen in the current literary market. Sadomasochism, love triangle, and X-literature. People who read it said it was extremely enjoyable. There are even several rich and powerful nobles in the middle, and the hero once turned his heart to them. At the end of the story, the businesswoman bid farewell to the young aristocrat she had no love for in tears. The latter took away most of her property, returned to the family and successfully became the patriarch, thus completely erasing the nickname of Down and Out. Etc. Gong Chiaying read it again and realized what the purpose of this article was. Isn't it just saying that Count Philip sold hooks when he was young? Nonsense, all nonsense. Earl Philip tore the leaflet in his hand into pieces, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Slander. I will arrest and execute these bastards who dare to slander the nobles. The attendants looked at him strangely. The flyer didn't mention you by name. At this time, it's enough to just deny it firmly. Why do you have to be so excited? Some of the attendants with normal sexual orientation silently took a few steps back, while some of the attendants with abnormal sexual orientation stared at the Earl with sparkling eyes. Earl Philip has been increasingly unable to control his emotions recently, as if his self-control has completely disappeared, but he himself is not aware of this problem. When he saw the message on the back of the flyer, he was so angry that he vomited blood. It clearly listed the lovers he had had secretly with, and hundreds of them were written in eloquent small print. Many nobles are actually proud of having many lovers, but Earl Philip is obviously not among them. And he only had one real lover after getting married, and that was Sally's mother. Ever since Sally's mother died, he had been locked in love with her. No one could compare to the white moonlight in his heart. This is pure slander. The furious Earl Philip called the guards to release arrows and quickly shot down the Shadow Brotherhood's airship. But whether it was arrows or magic, they were blocked by a black barrier before they hit the airship, making it completely impossible to get close. This made him even more furious. At this time, people discovered flyers with different contents. The above lists in detail the things that Earl Philip has done in the camp over the years. Leaving aside ordinary issues such as squeezing workers, mixing medicine with water, etc., there are many heavyweight things. For example, in order to compete with a neighboring city for a mine discovered on the border, he planned a monster attack that resulted in a large number of casualties among the neighboring city's guards, and he took the opportunity to occupy the mine. At that time, the favorite youngest son of the lord of the neighboring city was crippled in a monster attack. If he knew about this, these are the most deadly. Gossip will only damage his reputation, but these are shady things. Earl Philip didn't have time to think about how these things were known to the Shadow Brotherhood, so he quickly ordered to collect as many leaflets as he could. However, the Brotherhood of Shadows has more than one airship. At the same time, 10 airships were flying at full power to drop leaflets over various large cities. There was no way to stop the situation. The content of these leaflets distributed in other cities is different from the leaflets in Bead City. There is no short story about the city owner. Instead, there is a detailed explanation of the bonfire upgrade mechanism of Thane Dungeon, its future outlook, and quotes. Recognized by well-known scholars. Not only that, even the contents of the images in the campfire were written down in detail, and a grand epic was compiled based on the writer's imagination, full of gimmicks. At the end of the leaflet, the writer severely criticized the Bede family who wanted to shamelessly occupy Thane Dungeon, and encouraged everyone go. The world's history, treasures, and strange creatures are all placed in Thane Dungeon by the creator. Down with the evil and shameless Bede family and take back the dungeon that belongs to everyone. Some people may not understand the appeal of the Shadow Brotherhood. Let's put it this way. Everyone in power hates it. They want to eradicate this paparazzi organization but can never find its base. On the contrary, most ordinary people like it. Not only because it can bring rare pleasure in boring life, but also because it can really help ordinary people expose unfair experiences provided that it has a gimmick. The goddess of shadow pleasure is the most mysterious deity. The world knows very little about her. The fact that the Brotherhood of Shadows can survive to this day must be due to the blessing of the god. Seeing the whole city dyed white with flyers, Count Philip looked dull, as if the sky had fallen. He is just a lord of a small town on a remote border, far from being able to ignore public opinion. No, even the Duke will be covered in shit as long as he is targeted by the shadow paparazzi. How could he, a count, resist? Earl Philip has now become a new laughing stock. 3 days later. Since the arrival of the Shadow Brotherhood, Earl Philip has never left the mansion, and not even the attendants can see him. This humiliating incident about him has become the most popular topic of conversation on the streets, and you can hear people discussing it wherever you go. The adventurers who had been disgusted by the Bede family in the past even started to play tricks and even raised funds to find a bard to adapt My 26-Year-Old Noble Lord into a song, which has now become the most popular song in major taverns. Welcome hits. There is some personal grudge in it. Since then, the Bede family has ceased operations, and the guards have all lost their arrogance. They no longer organize workers to enter the underground city first, and the tickets and taxes that were originally agreed to be collected were aborted. Middle. What's even more interesting is that many people have heard from the miners about new monsters such as snake monsters that disguise themselves as boulders, giant dragons that fly in the sky and drop explosions, and so on. But when the adventurers went deep into the dungeon to look for their traces, they found nothing. These monsters appeared and disappeared suddenly, as if what the workers had experienced before was a dream. However, there are recent rumors that a group of adventurers were killed by bombs falling from the sky while fighting monsters on the middle floor. It is not even clear what the monster that dropped the bomb was. The neighboring city of Bede City, Val City, which had been harmed by Count Philip's design, is now in a rage. Its lords have issued a declaration of war against the Bede family and must avenge the past. Not only that, Val City also organized a group of magicians to carry out magic bombardments on the outskirts of Bede City every day. Although no one was injured, the mental pressure was great. There were other people who had been secretly tricked by Earl Philip. Now that they learned the truth, all kinds of abuses poured in like a wave. Some of them with a bad temper directly led their troops to fight. These days, the Bede family has been extremely busy, and even Sally has been released to help put out the family fire. During this period, Earl Philip remained invisible. When people saw him again, it was already 7 days later. In such a miserable state, the first thing he said to people was, "Second City is under martial law, no one is allowed to enter." Earl Philip is now very sober. At least he thinks so. People are puzzled by his order to block the underground city, and Sally is openly opposed. At this time, all energy should be focused on the aftermath. Why fight the underground city to the death? But the Earl ignored these questions. As long as he is alive, he is the highest manager of the Bede family, and no one dares not to obey his orders. What's more, the people of the Light Eagle group are still on his side for the time being. The 2 captains plus their elite mercenaries, even if there are only nearly 100 people, are enough to compete with the guards of the entire Bede City. Think it over. Do you need us to take action? Simon, this is the name of another captain of the Light Eagle group. It was he who gave Philip a kind reminder before but was not accepted. Please everyone, Earl Philip saluted solemnly, please be sure to bring Zixuang out, that is my last hope. At this time, are you still thinking about Zixuang? But Earl Philip knew that this was his only life-saving straw. The reason why His Majesty the King temporarily gave him the ownership of the Shan underground city and sent 2 captains of the Light Eagle group to assist him was for one thing: blood therapy potion. For the king who was suffering from illness, injecting blood therapy potion was the only way to relieve pain, and no magic could compare to blood therapy. Using a large dose of blood therapy potion every day, the blood flowing in his body was almost replaced by potion. However, drug resistance was generated at this time. From a blood therapy potion that lasted for a week, it was gradually shortened to a day, and then to an hour. Ordinary goods could no longer satisfy him. The dosage and concentration must be increased. However, blood therapy potions with too high a concentration are also harmful to the body. The king has already used the highest concentration under the premise of trying not to harm the body. If it is higher, the quality of blood therapy potions must be improved. Purple blood syrup, a treasure among treasures, a rare among rare ones, using it to make blood therapy potions is dozens of times more effective than ordinary ones, and has more magical effects. After the change in the underground city of Shan, the workers only collected a piece of purple blood ginseng the size of a fingernail. The potion made from it allowed the king to live a normal life for 3 weeks. Miraculous effect. Count Philip was very clear about his position. His only value to the king was to make blood healing potions. If he could offer a large amount, no, as long as he could have a small box of purple blood ginseng, and use them to make blood healing potions to offer to the king, then he would definitely get the king's protection and survive the crisis brought by the Shadow Brotherhood. He had done too many things that could not be seen in the light, and had too many enemies. At this moment, except relying on the king, he could not think of any other solution. If he failed to get enough chips in exchange for protection, the king would not care about him anymore. At most, he would send new men to mine blood ginseng after the collapse of the Bed family. Why didn't the king send strong men to plunder purple blood ginseng? Firstly, because Bed City is located in a remote area, the strong are enjoying themselves in the city, who would want to come here? Secondly, Count Philip is always able to offer a large amount of blood healing potion in time, and is good at painting a big cake for the king to leave a sense of expectation. Use the useful dog for the time being, and eat dog meat hot pot when you are hungry. As for why the Shan underground city is blocked, the Light Eagle group has always acted in this way, domineering, selfish, and suspicious of everyone. They do not allow outsiders to approach, even if adventurers entering the underground city will not affect their work. Anyway, they have the support of the royal family, and ordinary adventurers can't resist them at all. And Count Philip is for revenge. He always feels that these bad things happened because of Shan. This place is too unlucky. The golden songs arranged by the adventurers made him angry, and he wanted to retaliate all the time. You ask him why he doesn't issue a commission and ask adventurers to help him find purple blood? The Bed family has offended them so much, who will take their commission? The portal of the Shan underground city was quickly put under martial law. The adventurers were forcibly driven out of the ancient city and were not allowed to enter the underground city. If anyone wanted to resist, they would be beaten up by the mercenaries of the Light Eagle group. Each of these mercenaries was qualified to be rated as a silver-level adventurer. Even though they were not as elite as Stellan, they still had an advantage when facing a group of adventurers. What's more, mercenaries have much more experience in killing people than adventurers who always deal with monsters. There is still a difference between special attacks on people and special attacks on monsters. The adventurers kept yelling and cursing, but they could only yell and curse. Some people thought of Leon and his strategy team. If they were there, they would definitely not let the Light Eagle group be so presumptuous. Unfortunately, these leaders of Bed City are not here at the moment, causing the locals to be bullied. With the support of the Light Eagle group, the guards finally regained their former spirit and stared at the adventurers with pride, as if they were enjoying a farce. Although they still dare not confront the adventurers directly, they will have a good exchange with the adventurers and return all the anger they have suffered these days when Master Philip settles everything. However, in the noisy crowd, there is a black-haired figure who looks at this side silently. It is Gong Chiang. As soon as he heard the news, he rushed over to check the situation, and found that the Light Eagle group was blocking the Shan dungeon. How dare these people? This is no longer ordinary arrogance, we must strike hard. Later, we will summon the strongest monsters to block the door, and kill one by one, or a pair by a pair. However, just killing people in the dungeon won't solve the problem. Even if the Light Eagles are completely wiped out this time, Earl Philip can still block the dungeon until he gets what he wants or is completely dragged down by his enemies. Once he gets what he wants, he will be able to stabilize his power. Once he stabilizes, he will definitely continue to give priority to the workers of the Bede family and then collect taxes. If they don't get what they want, the Bede family will lose power and collapse, but there's no way to predict the character of the next manager who comes here. As he kept thinking, Gong Xieying's anger gradually increased, and he wanted to kill the entire Light Eagle regiment and the Bede family. Whether it's him or the adventurers, everyone just wants to live a good life, so why are there always blind guys coming here to cause trouble? Demons, the Bede family and the Light Eagles, and the Arsness dungeon. Gong Xieying is really disgusted with these nonsense. His original intention is to design dungeons one after another to love and kill adventurers. However, reality does not allow him to relax. Whether it is the greedy Bede family, the overbearing and selfish Light Eagle group, or other dungeons with unknown purposes, and whether they are enemies or friends, they have all added a variety of challenges to his dungeon construction. Various unstable factors. Can't everyone just be honest? It was detected that the dungeon was surrounded by a large number of malicious units, and the city owner's mood was greatly fluctuated. Same dungeon, temporarily converted into an open dungeon, the beast can be released from the cage. Everyone, listen up. Even though our Light Eagle regiment has experienced countless battles, large and small, fighting against people is different from fighting against monsters. No one should be careless, you are much stronger than those mobs and adventurers. Believe in your own strength and believe in our Eagle of Light. It's just an underground city. Let's tear it apart with our sharp claws. Turn this place into ruins. Gelka loudly delivered a pre-war speech. The more Earl Philip listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. If you demolished the dungeon, what else would I have to live on? Now that the regiment leader is busy doing big things, we must win every mission. We can only succeed, not fail. He waved his hand, pointed at the portal, and declared passionately, plunder as much as you like, trample as much as you like, my brothers. The crowd was furious. Gelka was very satisfied with the effect of his speech. He glanced at Simon and took the lead in walking towards the portal. As the captain, he should lead the way. Tap, step, step. When one of his legs stepped into the portal, he suddenly heard a strange sound. It sounds like the sound of horse hooves, but why is it so heavy? It's like being wrapped in iron. The next second, he sensed the threat and quickly retreated. Almost at the same time, a golden halberd with shining golden light hit the place where he was standing. The ground cracked and rocks collapsed, and the sudden change caused silence in the whole place. Tap, step, step, something stepped out. Gulu. An adventurer who was watching swallowed his saliva, pointed at the portal tremblingly, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Monster, the monster is out." The scene suddenly became chaotic, and accompanied by people's shouts, a huge golden knight and his beloved horse slowly walked out of the portal. The midday sun shines on his armor, shining with the unique brilliance of gold. This is Thane Dungeon's first greeting to the world. The Big Tree Guards, standing here. Big Tree Guard, mental power required per unit, 1,500, comprehensive combat effectiveness, C+. It was the first time in Girka's life that he saw such a scene. Why could the monster still leave the dungeon? Sally in the distance opened his mouth wide and almost fell to the ground, muttering to himself, "Rampage." The brave Elsa supported Sally. He looked at the figure guarding the tree and thought about whether he should take action. Simon was the first to react and shouted to Gelka, "Come together and solve it." It's unclear why the monster left the dungeon, but with the strength of the two captains, it's more than enough to kill one monster. The sound of horse hooves came again, and a second tree guard came out of the portal. The two tree guards stared at him. Simon's action of drawing out his weapon suddenly froze. This is not over yet. More monsters appear. Behind the portal, there are pairs of eyes flashing red. Thunder Wolf Dragon, Flying Dragon Akir, Stone Digging Troll, Black Knight, Lion Hybrid. My body temperature is 38, I stayed up all night, and finally got today's update out. Due to physical reasons, I was unable to post more updates. In order to compensate everyone, for the rest of this month, I will try my best to update 3 times a day, for updates, and 5 updates every day. Let's wait until everyone is compensated next month to talk about bounties or anything like that. I'm about to fall into a coma. I wish you all a happy viewing. What is coming to us now is the Lothric formation, with neat steps to the sonorous and powerful drum beat, and their tall and straight bodies are their high-spirited spirit. Look, 2 winged knights are waving to us, and 10 people behind them. The Lothric knights are smiling. Hey, why is there another war knight sneaking in? The warrior knight, who was covered in cold air, waved the weapon in his hand and pounced on the nearest mercenary of the Light Eagle regiment like a wild beast. The mercenary quickly raised his sword to block, but the cold air followed the weapon and eroded all the way to his hands, and he couldn't help but move faster, coming slower and slower. As for the war knight, his mind has turned into a beast. He will not feel tired, and the frequency of attacks is getting faster and faster. The mercenary was stabbed through the belly with desperate eyes, and then even his body was torn in half. The frozen blood on the ground heralds the beginning of war. The winged knight floated in midair and released an angelic beam of light. The fat boy's armor looked a little sacred at the moment. The light falling from the sky instantly evaporated several guards who had no time to escape. Lothric knights don't have cool special effects. What they know is simple slashing and charging. However, this only brings more pressure to people. Only 10 Luwachi could form a meat grinder and rush into the ranks of the guards to kill them. They also knew how to pick the weakest. Next is the underground cemetery team. The sun has set for them, but their immortal bodies are always exuding vitality. Look, the skeleton wheels in the lead are soaring out. This must be speeding, right? However, the wedge-shaped stone demon behind them walks very slowly, and the average of the two means that they are not speeding. As soon as the skeleton wheel appeared, it was time to let the shrimp catchers go. Their appearance was that of skeletons bound to the wheel. Once it started rolling, it was like a dump truck entering a gang of old men and old ladies. For a while, everyone in the scene was crying. The voice of calling mother. Being hit by a rolling wheel will not kill you, although breaking 1 or 2 bones is inevitable, and you can escape by standing up for a while. But what if it was hit by 2 or even 3 wheels? A nobleman of the Bede family had just been knocked to the ground by a skeletal wheel. When he reluctantly stood up with his fat body cursing, he was hit by a wheel rushing towards him from outside the screen. Get up, bump, get up again, bump again. The Keystone Demon walked very slowly, and his broken body was unable to move quickly. However, if anyone dared to pass by him, he would be smashed into pieces by the strange weapon. Look, what's coming is, the Thunder Wolf Dragon formation. Well, they only have 3 dragons, so they're not really a formation. The 3-headed Thunder Wolf Dragon looked up to the sky and roared. Thunder light flashed in an instant, and surging lightning jumped between its hair. It turned on the supercharged state as soon as it came up. The loud sound caused the humans around them to cover their heads in fear, and some even had blood flowing from their ears. One Thunder Wolf Dragon casually bit the mercenary and threw him into the air, another leaped high and slapped one of its paws to the ground, and the last one rushed forward and stepped on him to complete the kill. A perfect combo attack. Don't be afraid, everyone, come together. The mercenaries of the Light Eagle Regiment are really bloody. A strong mercenary who wrapped himself in armor like a can hit the Thunder Wolf Dragon's body with a hammer. Only a bang sound was heard, but the mercenary's weapon was bounced away. Oh my god, so hard. Before he could sigh, the lightning that fell from the sky instantly turned him into a burnt can. The flying dragon Akir sprayed flames from the sky, the mountain monster roared and shocked people until their mouths bled, the Black Knight waved his halberd, the Silver Knight's big bow kept shooting, and the people's old friend the Cursed Frog also ran out one after another. It's a pity that in high-end games they can only be used as mascots. There was also a dream-inducing taper man who shook the hypnotic ring in his hand and introduced the female guard into the portal with a smile. The mercenaries and guards who were still high-spirited before were completely beaten by the monsters, and they fled for a while. The scene was extremely chaotic. The adventurers who were driven outside early were lucky enough to escape. Some had already run away, but others had drawn their weapons and planned to rush forward to deal with the monsters. However, these passionate people were stopped by more experienced adventurers and advised, "They kicked you out, and you still rushed to help?" So most of the people put away their weapons, and only a few went to help, but they were forced to retreat after a short fight. If you help, you may not be thanked, so why bother trying so hard? After experiencing the initial panic, the mercenaries of the Light Eagle Regiment began to organize their forces to resist the monsters. Various magics poured out. Barrier, swamp, seduction, treatment, and violent melee professions were used to fight against the monsters against the magic barrier. A bloody battle. Although the mercenaries were quite strong, they could only barely compete in the face of the surging monsters. As for the guards? No need to count on it at all. Once the 2 big tree guards join the battlefield, the Light Eagle Regiment's fragile defense line will collapse in an instant. Simon, what should we do? Gelka faced off with one of the tree guards, but neither party took the lead. He shouted, "Are you going to retreat, lure the monsters into the city and fight again?" Just like before, Simon almost nodded, but after thinking of something, his expression changed and he immediately said, "No. What's the big deal? "This isn't our base," Gelka shouted. "Bind," and the movement of the tree guards was stopped as if by time. Gelka took the opportunity to chop the horse's leg. So hard. The binding effect was weakened to a considerable extent for monsters of the tree guard's level. Before Gelka could chop the second knife, the heavy golden halberd attacked again, and he barely dodged it. Simon wanted to help him, but the tree guards on his side were still eyeing him, and he couldn't get away at all. "Have you forgotten the captain's plan? To achieve the future that the captain hopes for, we must get the support of the people of this country, whether they are nobles or civilians," Simon said. "Tisk," Gelka pulled away and shouted with an annoyed look, "I'm too lazy to pretend to be a good person." He raised his sword high, and the sword body was actually attached to a layer of flames. He slashed hard, and a flaming sword energy shot towards the tree guard. When the tree guard was about to resist, he shouted, "Bound! Flammable!" Gurkha's face paled visibly, but the tree guard was stopped for a moment. The flames hit him, not only cutting a deep and shallow scar on the armor on his chest, but also making his whole body on fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a flaming fist. Such a strong force, worthy of being the captain of the Light Eagle group, he could actually break the armor of the tree guard. If it were Stellan, she would have left the scene regretfully under this combination of flaming sword energy plus decree. It doesn't seem so difficult to deal with. Gurkha quickly drank a sip of healing potion to restore his strength. Just at this moment, another tree guard rushed towards him aggressively. Gurkha glared and cursed, "Fuck Simon, what are you doing? Command the overall situation, that side is temporarily handed over to you." Simon pierced the head of the Lothric knight with a long sword and loudly commanded his mercenaries. As soon as they heard the captain's voice, the mercenaries immediately ignited their fighting spirit. Under Simon's command, they resisted the enemy and the defense line was stabilized in an instant. "Count, tell your guards to move, don't just stand there and watch." "I know, I don't need your command." Count Philip kicked the guard leader beside him fiercely and cursed, "Did you hear me? Go to fight quickly, you are embarrassing yourself here every day." The guard leader was still hesitating, and now he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Everyone, do your best." The number of remaining guards is much larger than that of mercenaries, but unfortunately the quality is not comparable at all. They are forced to go to the battlefield and have no fighting spirit. On the contrary, because of the excessive concentration of numbers, many of them were sent away by the angel beam of the winged knight. Count Philip's face kept twitching, and he was ashamed and angry. These guards are really not presentable. When this matter is resolved, we must recruit a group of highly qualified people and expel all these good-for-nothings now. It's not certain whether it can be solved. You might as well rely on me to kill these two monsters by myself instead of relying on them. Gurkha was forced to fight two big tree guards, and his resentment was greater than the sky. The big tree guards used the golden halberd very well, not giving him a chance to breathe, and the big shield in their offhands would also hit him at the right time, forcing people to observe from time to time. Gurkha's only advantage was his agility. He could always avoid the attack by getting under the horse of the big tree guard. Malu would be amazed at how slippery this guy was. But he didn't have any chance to attack. Once he was caught in the backswing of the attack, he would definitely be killed with one blow. He was proud of his strength enough to be able to entangle with two C+ monsters for a short time. "I can't stand it anymore, look at my thunder and fire sword." Gurkha endured the huge consumption of physical strength and applied an acceleration-type decree to himself. After pulling away again, he raised his long sword and wanted to repeat the old trick. The tree guard who was burned by the flames was really injured. For him who was wearing heavy armor, magic attacks were much more effective than physical attacks. In the game, you can slowly kill the tree guard with a small dagger, but this is reality. The end result of fighting with a dagger is that you will most likely not even be able to break the defense. This time, it was not only the flames that wrapped around the sword, but also the crackling lightning. In the ever-changing battlefield, Gelka had no time to accumulate power and had to throw the newly formed sword energy over. This time, the sword energy rushed to the head of the tree guard impartially. If one of them could be beheaded, the pressure of the battle would drop sharply. Facing this fatal attack, what would the tree guard do? He raised the golden tree shield, and the shield surface lit up with golden and transparent mysterious magic. Golden Return. This is the mysterious power from the golden tree, and its function is ding. The golden and transparent mysterious magic absorbed Gelka's thunder and fire sword in an instant. Ah! Gurkha was stunned. How come his sword energy was gone? What surprised him even more was yet to come. Without even a break, the golden tree shield immediately transformed his magic attack into a powerful beam of light. Gurkha is about to die. By the way, What kind of chapter do you think is a waste? How do you feel about this one? If it's a waste, I'll try to speed up the pace. Gelka had no idea what was going on. Why was it that he was so proud that the sword of thunder and fire, which could instantly evaporate monsters, had no effect when hitting the shield guarded by the big tree? Why can the shield absorb his lightning and turn it into light bullets to bounce back? But he understands one thing: run. Run, but how can you run? Another big tree guard had already blocked him behind, his horse hoofing up and roaring. Although his head was completely covered by the helmet, his expression must be full of provocation. Even if he is not intercepted, the speed at which the golden style is returned cannot be avoided by the mercenary captain who has exhausted most of his physical strength. Gierka stared at the big tree guard, opening his mouth to say something. Fuck you, boom! There was a huge explosion of smoke and dust on the spot, and the human eye was not able to see through it. Is it still too much? Simon glanced back at Gelka, his slender eyebrows furrowed, and he looked back at the battlefield. The flying dragon Ackle was roaring, and the blazing dragon flames dyed the sky with a touch of fire. The Lothric knights strangled the guards under its wings, and the exquisite armor was dyed red. The thunder wolf dragon also roared, and the force thunder and lightning made people frightened. The thunder killed the living creatures around them without distinction. The army of the undead is particularly ferocious under the light of lightning. Even though they are the weakest among them, their appearance is the most intimidating. Monsters continue to emerge from the dungeon, and the entire ancient city is infected with the smell of killing. Monsters that have appeared in the dungeon and those that have never appeared are now greeting the world in their own way. This is the real demonic energy. Even the distant city of Bede felt the fear, and the shouting and killing made the residents of the city have to think of something bad. The resistance of the mercenaries was gradually exhausted. Perhaps the resistance from the beginning was ineffective. How could they withstand the Clevel Black Knight and Silver Knight? What's more, there are also warrior knights who are slightly weaker than them. A Crucible Knight also stepped out of the portal. The adventurers who originally wanted to help did not dare to move as soon as they saw the Crucible Knight, and fled towards Bede City. Under the publicity of various eyewitness reports, the Crucible Knight has become a popular monster recently with its handsome appearance and strong strength. Everyone regards him as the boss at the end of the level. Therefore, his appearance is more oppressive than the more powerful tree guards. I'm sorry, Captain, I may have to disappoint you, Simon sighed and shouted loudly, retreat. Return to the city. The mercenaries were relieved, and the magicians worked together to set up a barrier that was comparable to high-level magic to temporarily block the monsters before leaving in a hurry. Then what should we do? The guard leader looked behind in panic, trying to get a retreat order from Count Philip. However, there was no one in the rear, and Count Philip had already run away. Bade swears. The Light Eagles fled in an instant. If their number were doubled, they could have considered fighting against the monster tide. Unfortunately, there were only nearly 100 people in total, and now nearly half of them were dead, making it impossible to fight at all. However, they still have some quality. Even when they were fleeing, they did not scream for their lives. Instead, they often released magic, shot arrows, etc. to block the chasing monsters, so that they did not look too embarrassed. Looking back at the ancient city, the smoke and dust had dispersed. Gierka fell to the ground and was shocked to realize that he was still alive. It was no accident that he was alive, because a reliable figure stood in front of him. It was a girl. She looked childish, but she blocked the golden return with the giant sword in her hand. The brave Elsa finally takes action. Thank you, thank you. Gierka quickly got up and saw that the mercenaries were running away, so he said to Elsa, retreat for now, hero. Elsa nodded, but the tree guards would not give them this chance. The golden halberd came with the power of shattering rocks. Elsa's eyes narrowed and she waved the giant sword in her hand. Bang! The sword blade collided with the halberd, sparks flew, and something unreasonable happened. The girl's slender arms actually burst out with terrifying power, forcefully knocking the golden halberd back. Not only the golden halberd, but also the tree guard itself was retreating, and the arm holding the weapon was even shaking from the shock. Just one attack to defeat the C+ level tree guard? The brave man is so terrifying. Elsa showed a few pixels of smile. She remembered writing on the novel she read in the study room that it was time for a competition. It seems to be holding up 2 fingers? Just as she was pulling her fingers apart, another big tree guard hit her hard and flew her away, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Landing with a bang, Elsa crawled out unscathed and retreated without fighting. Gelka didn't even know what to say. Anyway, let's run. This was the first confrontation between Thane Dungeon and the Light Eagle Regiment. In a short period of time, the entire Light Eagle Regiment was defeated. There is only one person left in the ancient city Gongqiang. There seems to be something wrong with his current state. He still looks like a human being, but he can't hide his monster-like aura, and there is even black mist lingering around him. Open mode, this is the only way for dungeon monsters to come to the surface under normal circumstances. The opening condition is that the dungeon believes that it has been threatened enough. This judgment condition is very confusing and cannot be judged by conventional methods. However, at certain times, the emotional fluctuations of the city lord can also affect the open mode. Extreme joy and sorrow, extreme sadness and anger may all cause rampage. This is actually not a good thing. First, it is worrying about the mental state of the city lord, and second, slaughtering surface creatures will not bring any mental power benefits to the dungeon. In the open mode, the mental power required to summon monsters is greatly reduced. Yes, it is beneficial to the city lord to greatly reduce it, but it is a consumption after all. Consuming mental power without replenishing it is a loss-making business no matter how you look at it. The mental state of the dungeon lord is also a problem that cannot be underestimated. Staying alone in the dungeon for many years, at the least, he will become Alzheimer's like Godwin, or he will go crazy directly. No matter which one is not a good ending. Fortunately, Gongqiang can still use his clone to communicate with the outside world to make up for the lost humanity. In addition, there is another important point. It is said that if the dungeon frequently goes out of control, unspeakable things will be encountered. The ancient books left by the previous Godwin were ambiguous about this, and Gongqiang didn't know what he would encounter, so he had to be careful. But it's not easy to get out, so I have to do something. He looked around, and the dark monsters were quietly waiting for his orders. Whether it was the brutal flying dragon or the tree guard, the black knight, or the furnace knight, they all surrounded him in the center like stars surrounding the moon, and lowered their proud heads. King. Here, the dungeon lord is their king. Looking at the huge army of monsters, Gongqiang suddenly felt that it is not impossible to conquer the world. I was really floating, he shook his head and waved his hand. Let's go, the target is Bed City. Please help me destroy the annoying nobles. In Bed City, the Adventurers Guild. What do you mean the monsters ran out of the dungeon? Stellan jumped up from the fireplace, looking nervous. The adventurer who came to report the news shouted in panic, "It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. Even Count Philip was eaten." In fact, it wasn't. The guild suddenly became noisy. A considerable number of people did not go near the portal. This was the first time they heard of it. It's out of control, the Shan dungeon is out of control. I want to go home. Is it too late to run now? Woohoo, it's worth the ticket money even if you die to witness the monsters attacking the city with your own eyes. How could it be? Stella held the sun badge on her chest, and the badge was slightly hot at this moment. If she had to make a choice, she would definitely stay in the city to help. After all, helping others is the duty of the Sun Warriors. At this moment, the door of the guild was pushed open. When they saw the faces of the visitors clearly, they shouted in surprise, "It's Mr. Leon and the strategy team. They are back. There will be one more update in the evening. Or two more. By the way, please vote for next month." Some time ago, the elite adventurers in Bede City actually went missing collectively, and the remaining people were left to the Light Eagle Regiment and the guards, not to mention how depressing they were. Everyone thought that the strategy team went to other dungeons after clearing Thane Dungeon. Now their return is a shot in the arm for everyone. "Hey, everyone, hello, meow." Malu waved to everyone energetically, but there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the guild. "What's the matter? Everyone looks so panicked?" Malu, stop teasing everyone. Leon, whose blonde hair was still brilliant, rubbed Malu's head helplessly, and the latter smiled. Turin Drew looked at the familiar decoration of the Adventurers Guild and couldn't help but feel some peace of mind. However, in the face of a powerful enemy, there was no real peace of mind until the monsters were completely eliminated. "I've heard the story." Leon cleared his throat and said solemnly, "The most important thing right now is to protect the city. Monsters must not be allowed to invade the interior of Bede City, let alone harm civilians. I have good and bad impressions of this city, but no matter what, this is the place where I live day and night, and I will never give it up to the monsters. This is my duty as an adventurer." I don't know what he has experienced outside, but Leon's temperament has become more mature, and his face seems to have experienced weathering. If you look carefully, he seems to have grown taller and stronger. Maybe he would lie in front of others just to save face before, but he would never do that kind of thing now. Not only Leon, but Drew also grew taller and gained more muscles, looking more like a qualified orc. As for Drew, his race did not allow him to grow taller. Instead, his slight hunchback was cured, and he looked full of energy. I'll help too. Naya Malu has changed the least, only her hair has grown longer, and she looks more gentle than before. But it was exposed as soon as he opened his mouth. The adventurers looked at each other, and most of them smiled and shouted, "Yes, protect the city. I want to help. My broadsword is thirsty." Even the old man sweeping the floor put down his broom and said calmly, "I used to be an adventurer until I got an arrow in the knee. Give me a weapon and I can still fight." Then he was pushed into the lounge by the thin front desk girl with a look of helplessness. There are also some people who look troubled and will probably not participate in the battle in the future. They will most likely run away secretly. Of course, whether they choose to stay and fight or choose to leave, no one can force them or blame them. Everyone is very motivated. Accompanied by rhythmic clapping, Sid walked down the stairs with a smile on his old face. The Adventurers Guild will issue an emergency commission to protect Bead City. All participants can receive corresponding benefits from the guild based on their level of contribution. The specific rules will be announced later. As soon as this statement came out, more people responded to Leon's call. Only with rewards can there be motivation. This is very reasonable whether it is applied in running dungeons or elsewhere. Mr. West Germany, Leon walked up to West Germany. Do you know why the rampage occurred in Thane Underground City? He obviously has a good impression of Thane Dungeon, not only because it was the first dungeon he had cleared, but also because of the legendary stories and various props that made him stronger. West Germany did not answer his question, but patted his shoulder, squeezed it again, and praised, "The Juggernaut has really trained you well. The progress has been so obvious in the past few days. In the future, it will only be a matter of time before you become a gold-level person. It's a matter of time. We still have to thank you for lending us the precious teleportation magic scroll, otherwise we wouldn't have found the Juggernaut so quickly," Leon said sincerely. West Germany nodded. "Go to actual combat and let me see your progress." Leon clenched the straight sword in his hand. He also wanted to see how strong he would become after special training. The straight sword exudes a slight magic power, and attached to it is the reward obtained from Thane Dungeon the Great Kalia. Speaking of which, it's almost my sister's birthday, so it's time to go back. The mobilization effect of the Adventurers Guild was very good, but the decisions made by other forces with combat effectiveness were different. Church of the Holy Light, Bed City Branch. Divine music was played in a low voice in the church, the stained glass windows cast colorful light, and the statue of the God of Holy Light, whose face could not be seen clearly, looked down on all living beings. Al bowed. "There's chaos in that underground city." The hunched bishop raised his head and stared at the Holy Light Knight with burning eyes. Al bowed. The Holy Light Knight who once explored the dungeon with Leon, is also the vice-captain of the Holy Light Knights of the Bead Branch. Only the knight leaders at the Holy Light Church headquarters can be called captains and deputy captains, and all members of branches are called captains. At this moment, he still had a familiar expression, a straight face. "This is what you and I promised, a dungeon with blessings from the gods? A dungeon with a way to communicate with my God?" The bishop looked angry. "I think it's a dungeon contaminated by demons. If it weren't for your guarantee, I would have declared it a divine enemy and summoned the knights to annihilate it." Albab lowered his head and remained silent, then said after a moment, "The evil deeds of the Light Eagles and Count Philip have offended the underground city. This is self-defense." The bishop wanted to say something else, but Arbad suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, "As the most staunch believer of our God, my God-given eyes can judge whether anything is heresy." His eyes sparkled with religious fervor, and he did not look at the bishop, but stared directly at the statue of the god. The bishop paused and said, "I believe you, Arbad, you are the most devout and fanatical believer of my God. I can doubt anyone, but I will not doubt you. Your loyalty is known to everyone." He waved his hand and shook the scepter in his hand. "Go, lead the knights, and calm the wrath of the dungeon, if necessary." There was a hint of evil in the bishop's eyes. "It's not a bad idea to kill the earl to satisfy your anger." After leaving the church, there was no one around, and Albad's stern face finally fell, and a trace of fatigue appeared on his face, which was nearly 40 years old. "I'm so tired of pretending." The Lord's Mansion. Earl Philip was out of breath and coughed for a long time before saying in a panic, "Call all the guards and guard the city wall. No one is allowed to retreat. Sally, where are your companions? Where did the brave man go?" He stared hard at Sally. The brave man was the greatest safety guarantee at this moment. Elsa went to save people. Sally was a little horrified by his father's appearance. Rather than saying that he was a human being, Earl Philip now looked more like a wounded beast. Father, when did he change so much? Rescue people? How long has it been since then and you still let her go to save people? What are you learning from following me? Earl Philip was furious, but Sally contradicted him at this moment. That is the duty of a brave man. If you watch someone being killed by a monster and do nothing, then you are still called a brave man. You! Earl Philip pointed at Sally and was speechless. He suddenly found that this child was so strange. How dare you contradict yourself? My Lord Count! At this moment, the attendant came over in a panic. The monster has arrived at the city. The Light Eagle group is resisting. The wall inside Bede City is 40 or 50 meters high. This exaggerated height comes from the ancestors of the Bede family. It is said that their ancestors encountered giants when they followed the first king to conquer the world. The 100-meter giant left a deep fear in Earl Bede, so he began to build a large-scale construction project. However, in the end only half of it was built due to lack of funds. The outer city wall is ordinary. At this moment, the Light Eagle Regiment and the temporarily organized guards are hurriedly carrying the materials needed to defend the city. The dark monsters are rushing towards the city wall. Wherever they go, the overwhelming dark clouds will cover them. Gelka and Elsa stood on the city wall, and the former sighed, "This is the first time I have seen so many monsters." The scale of the battle is much larger than the one we had in the Blackstone Plains. He glanced at Elsa quietly and saw that the girl was looking at the monster in a trance, not paying attention to his topic. He was a little disappointed that he couldn't brag about his past experiences, but he still said, "You are very capable, girl. What is your name? Are you interested in joining our Light Eagle Regiment? All treatment will be favorable." Gelka thought for a while and said, "Looking at how strong you are, the regiment commander will probably let you become the commando leader. My name is Ai." Elsa suddenly paused, and she remembered Sally's advice, "Listen up, don't say your real name to suspicious people outside, especially men who seem to have evil intentions. You don't know that some charm magic can be cast through names." Although this was a statement to scare Elsa, who obviously lacked social experience, took it as truth. Call her innocent or stupid, her mind only thinks about killing demons, but she can't think about other things. "My name is Gus." Elsa named herself a protagonist in a comic she had read, and asked an unclear question, "Can I find companions by joining the Light Eagles?" Girka was stunned. He stared at the girl's expression for a while to confirm that she was not joking. Then he laughed and said, "There is no such thing as companions in the Light Eagle Regiment." Disappointment flashed in Elsa's eyes. However, Gelka changed the subject, opened his arms and said, "We are all family members. How can a family be called companions?" Elsa's eyes lit up. "How about it, do you want to join?" Girka chuckled, "I'll tell you secretly, the leader is a handsome guy, you will definitely be moved after seeing it." Unfortunately, before Elsa could reply, the guard in charge of the lookout blew the horn. "This means war is about to break out." "What a shame." Girka clicked his tongue, waved his hand, and said, "We'll wait until we survive this battle. Wish me good luck and good luck to you. We must survive." Elsa nodded. She was holding a huge sword that was bigger than the door panel, and suddenly she felt that there was more hope in life. Roar! The flying dragon Akir sprayed a mouthful of dragon flames towards the city wall. The undead army rushes towards the city wall one after another. Even if they know that they will be the first batch of victims, they will use their bones to create a ladder for their king to climb the city wall. The golem pulled a giant bow and shot an arrow as big as a battering ram at the city wall. The monster's siege has begun. Finish this plot tomorrow. About Chapter 100. Attack the City. Attack the City. To unknown chapter, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and loud horns resounded through the city walls. When the urgent voices mixed with the roars of monsters, everyone on the city walls became nervous. They are going to climb the wall. Explosive barrels, throw the explosive barrels quickly. The undead army rushed to the city wall like crazy ants, quickly piled up a pile of bones, and the guards guarding the city threw the explosive barrels down in a panic. Only continuous explosions were heard, and the soil and bone fragments flew, and the stairs built by the undead were destroyed in an instant. However, before the guards could cheer, more monsters came like a tide, forcing them to throw more explosives. The combat quality is too low. The mercenaries looked at the guards with disdain. Even though there were only about 50 people left, the magicians of the Light Eagle group had already chanted magic. In this melee, large-scale magic is undoubtedly the most powerful weapon. A blue light flashed, and a magic barrier covering this section of the city wall rose up, steadily blocking the undead outside the city wall. The magicians chanted together for a long time, and finally used the king-level magic, meteor shower. Far away from the city wall, several lava vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky, and each drop of lava as big as a human head poured down like a rainstorm, madly harvesting the lives of monsters. The purpose of this is to cut off the tide of monsters so that they can concentrate on cleaning up the undead. If there are priests here, the cleaning efficiency can be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the support of the Holy Light Church has not arrived yet. So the magicians worked together again to release the enlarged version of quicksand under the city wall, putting the stacked skeleton monster flow into the ground, with remarkable results. The magicians who came to support temporarily also released colorful magic, with only one goal to prevent monsters from climbing the city. Compared with the guards of Bed City, the mercenaries are actually more experienced in defending the city, and each unit has a clear division of labor. But there were still some monsters that were not afraid of lava and rushed through the rain of fire, such as the flying dragon Yacker. Be careful of the flying dragon. Just after releasing the king-level magic, the magicians forced themselves to open the magic barrier before they recovered, just to resist the dragon flames. Roar the flying dragon Yacker roared wildly and rushed to the city wall, intending to be a desktop cleaning master. At this moment, a small figure jumped high and used a combat skill that was extremely similar to the lion slash without a teacher. The giant's sword smashed Yacker's head with unparalleled power. Both of them smashed into the monster tied under the city wall at the same time, and collapsed a bone staircase. One person and one dragon fought in the scene surrounded by monsters. As expected of the brave Elsa, she is really brave. Her fighting figure immediately inspired the soldiers guarding the city. Everyone seemed to be full of strength, and even fought harder. At this time, along with the high-pitched crush the heretics, the soft and holy light suddenly descended, and the injuries of everyone bathed in the holy light were recovering quickly. But the undead were different. The holy light was poisonous to them. Just a little bit of it would melt them like vampires in the sun. Look, it's the Holy Light Church, they are here to support. The defenders cheered. Albert was fully armed, followed by nearly 20 Holy Light Knights. The white armor made them look like angels descending to the earth, bringing the warmth of the gods wherever they went. Behind the Holy Light Knights were hundreds of lower-level knight attendants, as well as many nuns and priests. As soon as they arrived, they quickly went to treat the wounded. Behind the Holy Light Church were groups of adventurers. At this moment, almost all the adventurers in the entire Bede City gathered here to fight for the same goal. Everyone, it's time to fight. Leon raised his straight sword, and his golden hair shone like the sun. The light of hope in the mercenaries' eyes shone brighter and brighter. With the help of so many people, why worry about not being able to defend the city wall? The noise came again, and more reinforcements came. Who could it be? The mercenaries looked over with hope. It was the guards of the Bed family. TSK. The mercenaries curled their lips and were very disappointed. Simon and Gelka looked at each other, and the former shouted to Albert, who seemed to be the leader, "Praise the God of Holy Light, thank you for the arrival of the Holy Light Knights, please help to resist the monsters." Gelka also shouted to the adventurers, "Dear adventurers, please help, we civilians ask for help." He even had the nerve to call himself a civilian because he heard about the actions of the Light Eagle group among the adventurers. Leon ignored them, but took the adventurers to the city wall and joined the team to defend against the enemy. The priests of the Holy Light Church sang hymns in unison, and the scorching light descended from the sky, melting all the enemies in front of them. The undead's offensive was instantly disintegrated. Once these skeleton monsters that could form the stairs were dealt with, the defense of the city would be secure. Secure! Just as everyone was thinking this, something strange happened. Why did they all turn into ashes? Everyone stopped what they were doing. It was not that they didn't want to defend the city, but that there was no need. If even the enemy disappeared, why would they fight? The monsters all over the mountains and plains were gradually dissipating. Their bodies turned into ashes with the breeze. In just a blink of an eye, the monster tide disappeared. Elsa was still fighting against the flying dragon Akil just now, but suddenly her opponent disappeared, and she showed a confused expression. What's going on? The defenders looked at each other, confused as to what was happening. Some people with some knowledge pretended to explain, "It's time to go rampage." I have learned about this history before, and there is a time limit for rampage in the dungeon. Someone asked him, "So are we safe here?" "Yes, we are safe." The victory came so suddenly that no one could recover for a while. "Ah?" Malu blinked. "No, it's over?" "I haven't done anything yet, it's finally over." Gelka breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to have a big drink today and I won't stop until I get drunk. Only Leon, who always frowned and stared at the ashes on the battlefield. The ashes turned into by the monsters did not disappear, but floated on the battlefield. Even the sky looked gray and filled with a depressing atmosphere. The dark clouds brought by the tide of monsters are still there, and they are even getting worse at this moment. It is almost like the calm before the storm. Something's wrong, everyone, get ready, the battle is not over yet. Ouch! As soon as Leon finished speaking, a roar unlike any previous flying dragon echoed through the wilderness. And with the sound of roars, a storm descended on the land. Tornadoes, large and small tornadoes blew up in the wilderness in an instant. Not only that, thick clouds and mist appeared on the ground at some point, as if the sky was falling here. Dong dong. The familiar bell rang, which represented both the opening and closing of the dungeon. But when they heard it at this moment, the adventurers felt a strange feeling in their hearts. It was as if some great being was about to be called by the bell. Strong winds raged across the land, and the ashes turned into monsters were attracted by the tornado, enveloping the clouds and dancing wildly in the center. And these ashes are slowly turning into something. The hurricane blew away sand and rocks, making the people on the city wall unable to open their eyes and could only do their best to see. They finally saw it. Bang! A giant claw stepped out of the storm, then another giant claw, and then a body covered with dark feathers. It was a dragon, but it had more bird-like feathers than dragon scales. Such a weird appearance can only be seen on some hybrids, but the power it exudes is the unrivaled aura that only a pure dragon can possess. These are all strongly reminding people that this will be a dragon. Terrible enemy. Ouch! The giant dragon raised its head and roared, and the storm swept across the wilderness with it as the center. The sky and the earth changed color, lightning and thunder thundered, and the indestructible city wall was struck by lightning and collapsed immediately. Storm King/Storm Dragon, Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness, B. It is the mount of the Unknown King in Dark Souls 3 and is also his comrade in arms. For some reason, it was able to be separated from the Nameless King and summoned alone. Everyone present felt terrified. This was the instinctive fear when facing superior species. No one can have an idea that can compete with the Storm Dragon in front of them. Stellan's eyes were fixed on the Storm Dragon. No, she was not looking at the Storm Dragon, but there's someone on that dragon. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Anyone? Who is qualified to ride on such a powerful and mighty creature? If there really is one, it can only be a god. That is. Drew's eyes suddenly widened, because he had seen the people in the Storm Dragon before in the story of the Oath of Gold and Stone. Not the eldest man of the sun with flowing white hair and a spear in his hand, nor the knight wearing golden lion armor. Standing on the Storm Dragon is the towering armor worn by the ancient dragon hunters. Dragon hunting armor, Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness, B. Drew's brain was filled with shock. Dragon hunters, why do you stand with dragons? Why do they fight side by side when they are obviously mortal enemies? Not only Drew, but also Stellan was dumbfounded. She could feel the aura of the eldest son of the sun from the dragon hunting armor, so she couldn't understand it even more. Woo! The people in the city blew the horns, but the sound of the horns that were usually loud and clear at this moment seemed extremely hoarse, like the last struggle of a dying person. Attack, attack. Simon made the decision as quickly as possible. They must attack while the opponent is still in shape. Otherwise, depending on the momentum shown by the other party, once it is fully formed, they will be the ones who die without a burial place. In fact, without his order, the magicians of the Light Eagle Regiment were already chanting spontaneously. This is a self-protection mechanism when facing powerful enemies. A king-level magic that requires no less than 10 high-level magicians to sing together, Arrow of Death Omen penetrating. The scarlet giant arrows flew out under the full force of the magicians. This was a magic created by the magicians to imitate the power of death. Any enemy who was injured by the power of death, even if it was only scratched a little, would be injured. Will be taken to hell by the claws of death. With this single blow, the Dragon Hunter armor and Storm Dragon were sent to hell. The arrow passed through layers of storms, passed through the clouds rolling on the ground, passed through the ashes hovering in the air, and arrived in front of the dragon hunting armor in a flash of lightning. How should he deal with the dragon hunting armor, which has not yet taken shape? He held the dragon hunting axe with both hands and raised the extremely heavy weapon high. Boom! Lightning fell from the sky in an instant, and the axe was immediately surrounded by the invincible power of lightning. It swung down towards the arrow of death, falling lightning, endless falling lightning. The clouds on the ground evaporated in an instant, and then the earth shattered, and even the wilderness felt a violent vibration. Anyone who looked directly at the falling lightning was dizzy because of the flash and could not recover their eyesight for a long time. Heal, quickly, heal my eyes. Even the aftermath of the battle was not counted, it had already caused chaos on the city wall. When people finally recovered their eyesight, they saw a desperate scene. The storm dragon moved its body and slowly walked towards the city wall. The dragon hunting armor stood on it, and its majestic body stood proudly, like an invincible demon god. The king-level arrow of death has no effect on him. Boom, boom, every step the storm dragon takes steps on people's hearts, and those who can't bear the pressure will even faint. This, how can we fight this? Gelka's voice was so hoarse that he couldn't hear it clearly. How could anyone have the idea of fighting such a terrifying enemy? Leon's hand holding the sword was trembling. He thought that he could avenge his previous shame after returning from school, and at least he could explore the Shoan dungeon more easily. However, the combination in front of him made him have no idea of disobeying. Is this the true strength of Shoan? If the final boss is not the Furnace Knight but this armor, who can pass the level? He suddenly felt that he and others were able to pass the level smoothly before, maybe it was God's blessing. No, he can't enter the city. Even though he was under pressure, Leon reacted quickly. If the storm dragon enters the city, Bed City will definitely be destroyed. He raised his sword bitterly, pointed at the storm dragon, and said, "I'm going to stop it." But the next second, he was slapped on the back of his head by Tell, and fainted unexpectedly. Hurry up and run away with the boss. This stubborn guy, what are you still doing at this time? Drew kicked Leon's butt in frustration. It's good to be responsible, but you can't fight a battle without a chance of winning. I'm afraid only the legendary heroes can defeat enemies of that level. A small figure broke through the thick fog. Elsa raised the giant sword and burst out with the strongest power in her life. It's her. Someone recognized Elsa, they still remembered the heroic figure of the girl fighting the flying dragon. If it was her, maybe it could be. The dragon hunter armor raised the big shield, the giant sword and the shield collided violently, and the loud sound of the explosion resounded throughout the world. Elsa gritted her teeth, but the dragon hunting armor stood still. The storm dragon under her was shaken by the huge force and staggered for a while, then roared. Endless storms swept around it. Elsa gave up the confrontation and wanted to find a foothold, but she underestimated the power of the storm. Before she landed, she was swept into the storm. Since then, there is no trace. There was a deathly silence on the wall, and people's hopes were not extinguished before they rose. Fight against heretics? A holy light knight looked at Albert, who turned his head away. What a joke, I won't fight such a strong heretic. Without the roadblock, the storm approached step by step. The desperate people began to flee in all directions, but after all, some people had blood. They used all means and colorful magic to attack the storm dragon, but they were dispersed by thunder and storm before they approached him. It's impossible to fight. This is not something they should touch at this level. In the eyes of despair, the dragon hunter armor and the storm dragon came to the front of the city wall. The solid city wall, the building that humans rely on for survival, is now like a chicken and a dog in front of the powerful creature. The dragon hunter armor raised the axe again, and everyone knew what he was going to do next. Boom boom boom, the city wall collapsed completely. In the Adventurers Guild, Sid raised his head and looked at the center of the storm. Do you want to take action? Maybe both sides will suffer losses, and indescribable momentum slowly rose from him. This is the peak that humans can reach, but a layer of confinement suddenly appeared, making him unable to reach the strongest strength forever. I can only bite the bullet. He shook his head, but when he looked at the storm again, he was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself, "Oh, what a spectacle, it's rare to see such a magical scene." The aura on his body disappeared completely. He took a sip of the cold tea on the table, and said to the shivering assistant Gina, "Don't worry, the only people who will die today are those who deserve to die." Sid guessed right. When the city wall collapsed completely and the storm dragon walked into the city, people's hearts were filled with despair, but they found something strange. These two powerful creatures walked straight to the inner wall without even looking at them, as if ants were not worthy of being noticed. He won't kill us? An adventurer raised his head in surprise. Boom, with a muffled sound, the Light Eagle mercenaries around him were electrocuted into charcoal. Thunderbolts continued to fall, but the only people who died were the mercenaries and the guards of the Bed family.